drowsy, dizzy, blurred vision, and indescribable discomfort spread deep into his brain, as if the whole world was spinning endlessly. The bursts of sharp pain made Lu Jin, who had just opened his eyes, wish he could pass out immediately. Unfortunately, this persistent pain and dizziness showed no sign of easing, regardless of his wishes. 30 seconds, 10 minutes, 1 hour. Time passed little by little, and Lu Jin's pain gradually subsided. Such an unbearable feeling. Could it be that there's something wrong with the AR device? Barely regaining some ability to think in awareness, Lu Jin recalled the world's first AR MMORPG device that had just arrived today, April 1, 2054. For the first time, humanity has fully applied AR, augmented reality, technology to MMORPGs, marking a monumental transformation in the gaming industry and a groundbreaking creation that rewrites human history, completely virtualizing people's lives. Lu Jin is one of the lucky ones, selected as one of the 100 global beta testers. After 3 years of testing, today finally marks the official launch of World Fantasy. What Lu Jin didn't expect was that as soon as he put on the AR glasses, ready to embark on his journey in World Fantasy, he suddenly found himself in the current situation. After an indeterminate period of dizziness and blurriness, Lu Jin's eyes were greeted by a strange small room. The entire room was only 5 square meters in size, with nothing but a creaky wooden bed and a small wardrobe. On the floor were several discarded trash bags. The walls were covered with numerous photos, and near the window hung a mirror. Who is this person? Lu Jin stared intently at the glass mirror, which was only 30 to 40 centimeters wide and tall, and couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Reflected in the mirror was a young man around 20 years old. Although his face was pale and his bloodshot eyes made him look like he hadn't slept in over 10 days, his features were still delicate. He wore a short-sleeved t-shirt, had a slender build, well-defined abs, and looked just like a sports star, in stark contrast to the over 30-year-old otaku Lu Jin. As Lu Jin looked at himself in the mirror for less than 2 or 3 seconds, it was as if something in the depths of his mind was triggered, and memories surged like a tide, flooding his entire brain. How is this possible? There must be something wrong with my head. How could this possibly be 400 years later? When the tide-like memories all surfaced, Lu Jin was completely stunned. Looking at the handsome young man in the mirror, he couldn't believe it was real. February 10, 2455, a time that was utterly impossible and shouldn't exist. However, even though Lu Jin didn't want to believe it, he had no choice but to accept reality, because the person in the mirror was wearing a sleek, futuristic pair of AR glasses. Unlike the bulky and complex first-generation models, the current glasses looked just like a regular pair of dustproof goggles. With just a gentle tap on the frame, everything before your eyes undergoes a dramatic transformation. Beaches, waves, sea breeze. He seemed to be on a deserted island, the faint salty scent from the sea, the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Every sensory experience felt incredibly real, as if he were truly standing on the beach. The first-generation AR prototype was the size of a room. Such technology could never be achieved in just a few decades. Without centuries of progress, it would be impossible to reach such realistic virtualization and extreme miniaturization. For this reason, today's AR glasses, or the so-called World Fantasy, have replaced all social tools and electronic devices, becoming the sole necessity in people's lives. Even people's work and production are entirely dependent on World Fantasy, becoming an integral part of it. After Lu Jin experienced the AR glasses for a while, a notification at the corner of his eye about recording a video suddenly threw him into panic. Already dead. After opening the video, Lu Jin discovered a recording made by the deceased young man. The video was recorded on February 6, just 3 days ago. The young man appeared to be in excellent condition, with a healthy complexion and a physique much stronger than his current self, showing no signs of having gone 10 days without food. Although I don't know why, I can feel that they are nearby. Recently, this feeling has been growing stronger, to the point where even my body has started to weaken. I went to see a doctor, and the doctor said it was all just my imagination, as all my physical tests came back completely normal. But I still wanted to document this. I hope this is just my illusion. After all, I am the chosen one, and my bright future is just about to begin. In the video, the young man's eyes were filled with excitement and joy, and then the recording abruptly ended. But how could there be such a drastic change in just 3 or 4 days? Lu Jin looked at the young man in the video, then at his own frail reflection in the mirror. It was like they were two completely different people. What exactly did he go through in these 3 or 4 days? A robust young man, under normal circumstances, wouldn't become this thin even if he hadn't eaten for 3 or 4 days. Not to mention that the trash bags on the ground contained quite a bit of fast food, proving that he had been eating normally over the past few days. They're nearby? What exactly does that mean? Lu Jin thought of the strange illusion the young man had mentioned at the end. Perhaps some people could notice things overlooked by others just before their death, and the young man instinctively sensed danger. But after thinking for a moment, Lu Jin shook his head. From the youth's memory, the experiences of these 3 or 4 days are completely blank, as if something had cut them off. Of course, there is another possibility. The youth suddenly passed away shortly after recording the video, which which is why there is no memory of these 3 or 4 days. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Lu Jin cancelled the beach space and touched his already growling stomach. Although I don't understand what that increasingly intense feeling he mentioned is, my hunger is indeed growing stronger. If I don't eat soon, I might starve to death. I must replenish myself quickly. Suddenly arriving in a world 400 years later, he felt a bit lost. But since he was already here, surviving was now the most important thing for him. As soon as Lu Jin stood up and the beach scene before him disappeared, the entire room suddenly turned dim, completely unlike the bright midday sunlight. Then, a harsh, mechanical-like voice suddenly reached his ears, making the hairs on Lu Jin's body stand on end. Eat, hungry. At some point, a massive shadow with countless mouths and eyes appeared before Lu Jin. Dozens of eyes stared fixedly at him, and the words from its mouth became increasingly clear and louder. Can you see it? An image? No, that's not right. This is definitely not an image. I've already turned off the AR glasses. What on earth is going on in this world? Why are there such monsters? Lu Jin watched the shadow monster before him draw closer and closer, completely ignoring the constraints of physical space and time. His pupils contracted tightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. But this retreat only brought the shadow monster even closer. So close that it was almost half an inch away, and even the sound of its saliva was crystal clear. Is there no way to escape anymore? After scanning the surroundings, Lu Jin immediately formed a judgment in his mind. The weakness and hunger in his body made it difficult for him to take even a single step, let alone open the door of this cramped room and escape. And the time required for such a series of actions would likely be enough for the shadowy monster occupying most of the room to kill him several times over. However, just when Lu Jin thought he was doomed, the shadowy monster unexpectedly made no further moves. It simply stared at him with countless eyes, circling around him and murmuring incessantly. Just observing? He looked at the shadowy creature less than 10 centimeters away from his face, even clearly smelling the foul stench of its breath. But he knew he absolutely couldn't make any sudden moves at this moment, or else he had no idea what the shadowy creature might do to break this delicate balance. After a brief moment of balance, the door to the small bedroom suddenly opened, and a playful young beauty with short, stylish hair, dressed in casual shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, strode in, staring directly at Lu Jin. Shi Shui? This young beauty is none other than Lu Shishue, the younger sister of the deceased youth Lu Jin, and the person closest to him during their more than 10 years of mutual dependence in this city. Big brother, you haven't left your room for days. It must be starting to stink in there. Lu Shishue pinched her little nose as she looked at the disheveled and spiritless Lu Jin, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed in displeasure. Today is your big day, the day you were chosen. How long are you planning to stay cooped up in your room? Lu Jin looked at Lu Shishue, who appeared like a hero, and even though she cast a disdainful glance at him, it still gave him a sense of warmth and reassurance. Now that the door is open, all that's left is to figure out how to rush out of the main entrance. But the next scene directly made Lu Jin's little heart sink to the bottom. The moment Lu Shishue stepped into the room, the shadow monster by the door instantly sealed the entrance. How annoying. Lu Jin watched the shadow monster standing in front of Lu Shishue, its mouth already wide open. His weak body was powerless to stop it, and he could only watch helplessly. Brother, why are you standing here daydreaming? Hurry up and tidy up, everyone is already here. Lu Shishue looked at the dazed Lu Jin, her eyes full of confusion, suspecting he might have lost his mind. You? Lu Jin looked at Lu Shishue, whose face was full of confusion, and suddenly realized that she seemed completely unaware of the shadow monster's existence. Could it be that you can't see? Just as the words were left unfinished, Lu Jin felt the atmosphere in the entire room change abruptly. An indescribable chill swept through his entire body. The shadow monster that had enveloped the entire room, with its countless blood-filled eyes, now seemed to carry a trace of agitation and excitement, as if it had spotted something that thrilled it. Terrible. This scene instantly made Lu Jin understand. The shadowy monster before him wasn't visible to everyone, which also explained why it hadn't attacked him earlier. It was merely observing, actually testing whether he could see it. And he fell for it. Although Lu Jin didn't know what the shadowy monster before him was, he was certain it was absolutely not something good, or rather, an extremely dangerous existence. If the shadowy monster found out he could see it, the consequences would be unimaginable. This instinctive fear instantly sparked a flash of inspiration in Lu Jin's mind, and he abruptly changed his words. Could it be that you can't see that I was about to change clothes? As these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room shifted once again, but the shadow monster did not change in any way because of this. It still stared at Lu Jin, the several large mouths near his cheeks silently whispering, even revealing a strange smile at the corners of its mouth. You can see me, right? This sentence, which seemed both affirmative and probing, made it impossible to tell whether the shadow monster had truly noticed. Are you changing clothes? Lu Shishue scrutinized Lu Jin, who was dressed tightly, then glanced at the area beside him. There wasn't a single piece of clothing to change into, making it clear he wasn't changing clothes but simply dazing off foolishly. That's right, his older brother must definitely have dementia. Of course, I'm changing clothes. Lu Jin glanced at the shadowy creature staring intently at him and confidently said to Lu Shishue, "Or do you want me to show you?" As he spoke, Lu Jin unhesitatingly took off his t-shirt, revealing abs he could hardly have achieved in his previous life. Pervert! Lu Shishue turned her head and walked away immediately, completely ignoring another word from Lu Jin. As Lu Shishue left, Lu Jin couldn't help but want to call out to her, sincerely hoping she would stand aside, even if it was just to look at him with disdain. Otherwise, being alone in the room, changing clothes while facing the countless eyes of the shadow monster at a distance of less than 10 centimeters, this feeling, only those who try it would understand. But since he had already spoken, if he didn't go to change clothes, it would definitely arouse the shadow monster's suspicion. Fine, let's do it. I'll change. Lu Jin could only endure his trembling hands and quickly change clothes under the gaze of countless eyes from the shadow monster, acting as if no one was watching, natural and composed, relaxed, and cheerful. However, Lu Jin's heroic display did not dispel the shadow monster's doubts, which continued to watch silently. Completely unmoved, Lu Jin looked at the shadow monster that stayed by his side the entire time, feeling utterly helpless. He felt that the death of the young man Lu Jin earlier was definitely related to this shadowy monster. If he couldn't get rid of it, he might follow the same fate. When Lu Jin finished changing clothes and came to the living room, he saw Lu Shishue entertaining two women. One was dressed in a black business suit, wearing AR glasses resembling sunglasses, holding a small leather bag similar to a document case in her hand, clearly a capable female secretary. The other was dressed in a light purple long dress, with jet black beautiful hair, and a face as captivating and elegant as the bright moon. When Lu Jin saw these two beauties with different styles, he suddenly felt that the originally cold and gloomy atmosphere around him had completely disappeared. Gone? Lu Jin cautiously swept his gaze around the room with the corner of his eye, checking if the shadow monster was still there. But after observing for a while, he still didn't see it, as if the shadow monster had completely lost interest in him and vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but look at the two beauties in the living room and, recalling the shadow monster's repeated probing earlier, began to suspect whether it was these two beauties in front of him. After all, even with Lu Shishue's appearance, the shadow monster did not disappear. Instead, it was testing her. Although the reason is unclear, the shadow monster must have chosen to leave because of these two beauties. "Hello, you must be Lu Jin." The beauty in a light purple long dress stood up, her face adorned with an elegant smile as she looked at Lu Jin. "I am Xia Qingyao, the new president of the Wanguan Group. Starting today, you will be my fiancé." "Hello." The elegant movements and the breathtaking figure hidden beneath the gorgeous long dress were completely captured in Lu Jin's eyes. However, compared to the beautiful scenery in front of him, Lu Jin's gaze was more focused on the metallic earrings half hidden by Xia Qingyao's long hair. These earrings, though seemingly simple light gold metallic ornaments that appeared to complement Xia Qingyao's mature and intellectual charm, were in fact external brain computing devices designed for world fantasy 400 years ago, and the theoretical technology publicly proposed by the Wanguan Group not long ago. Unexpectedly, the Wanguan Group had already fully realized the previous theoretical technology. Unlike peripheral AR glasses, which require many operations to be manually performed by the player, the external brain computing device requires no manual control. Instead, it is operated directly through the brain's bioelectronic signals, eliminating the need for any manual operation. A single thought in the mind can achieve the desired action, with a computational speed more than 10 times faster. In the world of fantasy battles and item crafting, this device is practically like the existence of magic. Miss Lian Yue has already explained it very clearly in the video earlier. "I believe, Mr. Lu Jin, you should have a considerable understanding by now." Xia Qingyao pointed to her female secretary, Qin Lian Yue, beside her, and said to Lu Jin with a serious expression, "We are here today to sign the final documents. If you are certain there are no issues, you just need to sign the papers. Once the documents are signed, the contract cannot be altered, and you will also become my one and only fiancé." Following Xia Qingyao's explanation, Lu Jin suddenly noticed a stack of documents appearing in his AR glasses, directly displayed in his vision without his consent. Is this the technological capability of the illusory light group? Lu Jin looked at the external brain computing device on Xia Qingyao's ear, secretly amazed in his heart. Through the memories of the young Lu Jin, the current world had completely changed. Almost all of humanity now lived and worked within the world fantasy, with life and work fully virtualized and systematized. It could be considered a new era for humanity, with levels in all aspects far surpassing those of 400 years ago. Just like physical training, through the AR system's scanning and detection in the world fantasy, specific body data and growth rates are directly provided. Players only need to train their bodies to see changes in their data. Even the slightest improvement can be detected by the system, allowing players to train more precisely and achieve maximum growth. Simply put, the muscle strength of an average person is 100. Through training, it can increase to 101 in a day, but using another method of training, it could reach 102. The advantages and disadvantages of the two exercise methods are naturally clear at a glance.
plants, allowing players to choose a more efficient way to train.
Similarly, cooking can also be evaluated by the system to determine its level of completion. Whether it's exercising or cooking, as long as there is growth, players can gain corresponding experience points or system growth points. Once the experience points reach a certain level, the player's level will increase. Additionally, the collection of various data will enable the AR system to self-upgrade and optimize, better adapting to the player's growth, forming a two-way enhancement, both the player's self-improvement and the system software's self-evolution.
This truly becomes level equals strength.
It is precisely because of this that in today's world, people's levels are everything. If you want to find a job, it's hard to get one without reaching level 10 in a certain field. For example, to work in housekeeping, you need to reach level 10 in housekeeping skills to qualify for the job. As for restaurant chefs, if their cooking level hasn't reached level 10, no one would even want them as an apprentice in a restaurant. According to the initial settings of the world fantasy from 400 years ago, the maximum level in each field was capped at level 30. However, 400 years have passed, and this initial level cap has long been surpassed due to the self-updating nature of the world fantasy. From what the deceased young man Lu Jin knew, the level cap 200 years ago was level 40, because at that time, there was someone who reached level 39 in item crafting, breaking the level limit and becoming the greatest crafting master in centuries. As for the current level cap, it is likely that no one knows, because 200 years ago, a sudden global climate change occurred, and almost the entire world, except for a few rare areas, became shrouded in mist. This mist was extremely mysterious, capable of obstructing all electronic signals, and visibility within the mist was less than 10 meters, causing transportation to collapse and instantly severing the connections between global cities. But that was not the most important part. What truly leaves everyone helpless is that this mist is problematic. People who stay in the misty area for a long time will experience a reduction in lifespan or vitality. Even with various methods to isolate the mist, the effects are very limited. As a result, major cities around the world have established their own management systems. Among them, the city of Liuguan, where the young man Lu Jin resides, is managed by three major corporations. These three corporations are the Sun and Moon Group, the Tianqin Group, and the Illusory Light Group. Xia Qingyao is the newly appointed president of the Illusory Light Group, and also the youngest president in history.
Humans are not entirely helpless against these mists.
The AR 5 sense enhancement technology and reality virtualization technology of world fantasy instantly transformed the originally low visibility mist into a virtual world with visibility exceeding 100 meters. After activating the AR system, people's ability to resist the mist's life-draining effects is significantly enhanced, which has allowed for some communication between major cities.
However, even with world fantasy activated, travelers still have to face many monsters and automatically generated area dungeons along the way.
In the setting of world fantasy, if a player is killed, it is equivalent to damaging their AR system. The system will require a significant amount of time to automatically recover or undergo active repairs, during which the AR system cannot be activated.
Even if a new AR device can be replaced immediately, the player's level will revert to zero until the new system finishes downloading the player's data.
Although many have attempted to hack world fantasy or extract the sensory enhancement program for standalone use over the past 200 years, almost all efforts have ended in failure. No one even knows how to shut down world fantasy. This is because world fantasy only requires the instruments to be created and the system program directly installed to operate. There is no central host, and the instruments themselves seem completely independent. Of course, defeating the monsters in world fantasy is not without its rewards. As long as these monsters can be killed, there is a chance to drop memory units and various materials.
The memory units have extremely broad applications. Besides
repairing the AR system, they can also upgrade and enhance it as a whole, no longer limited to improving and optimizing a specific area of the player's level. Thus, professions unimaginable in the past reality have emerged. Adventurers, a group of guards protecting caravans between cities, explorers searching for new residential areas, scavengers hunting wild monsters, and trading materials in memory units.
This is also one of the reasons why Xia Qingyao chose Lu Jin as her fiancé.
As the world fantasy of the AR MMO game, all battles are closely related to the player's physical fitness. In World OL, the player's physical fitness is divided into four main attributes: strength, agility, endurance, and nerve response. Strength, the degree of muscle development in a person. Agility, physical flexibility and speed.
Endurance, physical strength and adaptability. Neural response, speed of brain neural reactions.
Current players can obtain a relatively accurate evaluation of their maximum physical potential through precise scanning and detection instruments of the Adventurers Association. The evaluation levels of the four basic attributes are divided into 7 levels: F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level, with potential increasing sequentially. If a player's 2 basic attributes reach an A-level potential evaluation, they can be called a genius, a talent among tens of thousands. However, the young Lu Jin received an evaluation education surpassing that of a genius during the assessment. In fact, over the past decade, among the millions of people in Liuguang City, he is one of the most gifted individuals.
S-level. That's right, an S-level potential evaluation.
Among the four main attributes, neural response has reached S-level potential, while strength and agility are at A-level, and endurance is at B-level. Such potential can be said to rival Xiao Qingyao, even though she is hailed as the most talented person in Liuguang City in decades, with two basic attributes rated at S-level and the rest at A-level.
Mr. Lu Jin, before you sign, let me repeat it once more.
Xin Lianyue gently adjusted her AR glasses, her tone full of seriousness.
After becoming
the president's husband, you personally will not receive any shares of the corporation, nor will you be allowed to interfere in any of the
corporation's decisions.
You only need to fulfill your duties as a husband. Of course, aside from that, the president will try her best to meet your other requests, including covering all expenses and resources for your sister to pursue advanced studies at the prestigious Liuguang Academy.
I understand. Lu Jin nodded and signed the contract without hesitation.
Through the memories of the young Lu Jin, he already understood that Xia Qingyao's conditions were every man's dream: no need to work and free access to all kinds of resources provided by the Huanguang Corporation. It must be noted that in this era, with 400 years of AR technology development, anything could be materialized as long as resources were available. Gourmet food, stunning scenery, beautiful women, one could live a life more comfortable than that of a deity.
As for fulfilling the duties of a husband, who could refuse?
This was also the main reason Xia Qingyao chose him. During the 200 years since the appearance of the mist, people's lifespans generally did not exceed 60 years, with men living even shorter lives, most not reaching 45. Especially with the declining birth rate of males, in just 200 years, the male-to-female ratio in cities had reached an
astonishing 1:4.
Therefore, a highly promising young man was undoubtedly a scarce resource, particularly for the illusion light group. The illusory light group has existed for hundreds of years.
Originally, the family was vast and prosperous, but a dramatic upheaval a few years ago left only Xiao Qingyao taking over
the mess of the illusory light group before the age of 20. She gradually became its controller and is one of the few in Liuguang City with an AR system level reaching 25. However, after Xiao Qingyao became the actual controller of the illusory light group, she was no longer young. Though she appears to be in her early 20s, she is actually nearing 24, which is considered quite old in this world. To preserve the vast illusory light group, Xiao Qingyao has no choice but to quickly find an excellent partner, especially one who can enhance the potential of the next generation.
A young man like Lu Jin, with no background and a spotless record but great potential, is undoubtedly the best choice.
For the young Lu Jin, this was also an opportunity to change his impoverished life. It could save decades of struggle, no longer forcing the siblings to live in a 30-square-meter rental apartment in the suburbs less than 3 kilometers from the dense fog zone, and it could help his sister, Lu Shishue, a young genius, to go even further. Although Lu Shishue is a genius in the field of fantasy item creation, her current daily income is only about 200 credit points, while the monthly rent in the suburbs costs 2,000 credit points. Even with synthetic nutritional meals, the two of them spend 2,000 to 3,000 credit points per month. Although Lu Jin occasionally hunts and earns 3,000 to 4,000 credit points a month, sometimes as much as 5,000 to 6,000, it is barely enough to sustain their suburban life.
Moving to a better inner city district is almost a dream, but Lu Shishue was different.
She was a true genius in artifact crafting, reaching level 10 in crafting without any resources or guidance, a level that many artifact crafters only achieve around the age of 30.
Lu Shishue's crafting potential was no less than Lu Jin's, and artifact crafting was more lucrative and held a higher status.
However, after reaching level 10, the difficulty of advancement was entirely different from the first 10 levels, requiring extensive knowledge of artifacts and rare materials, which were by no means easy to obtain. Currently, in the entire city of Liuguang, artifact crafters who wish to reach level 10 almost only have the opportunity to further their studies at Liuguang Academy. Most importantly, according to the memories of young Lu Jin, the higher the AR system level, the longer the lifespan. Those who live beyond 60 years old are almost all at AR level 20 or above, while those below level 10 generally do not live past 45. If Lu Shishue wants to enter Liuguang Academy for further studies and become a level 10 or higher item maker, only then might her
AR level exceed 10.
If she continues making items in a small workshop, it's likely she will never achieve this in her lifetime.
Unfortunately, young Lu Jin did not live to see that day and died at home.
As for the resurrected Lu Jin now, even though he was a beta tester for the World Fantasy game, reached an unparalleled level 27 during the beta, and participated in core testing, surviving in this world is still no easy task. Because the current world is completely different from what Lu Jin knew, especially after being targeted by that unknown shadowy creature, he was utterly powerless to resist. The only choice was to become Xia Qingyao's fiancé, hoping that the shadowy creature would leave out of fear of them. Mr. Lu Jin, since you are now my fiancé, I can disclose some things that were previously kept secret, Xia Qingyao said, looking at Lu Jin, who had just signed the contract, with an apologetic tone. "I'm very sorry, but because it was a company secret, I couldn't reveal it before you signed the contract. Although I am the CEO now, there are still several influential family youths within the company eyeing the position of my fiancé. Even now, they probably haven't given up and might try to contact you privately in the future. You can completely ignore them. With your current status in the Xia family, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Qingyao." Lu Jin wasn't surprised and nodded with a smile. One of the three major groups managing the millions of residents in Liuguang City, especially one that has existed for hundreds of years, many of the families of the administrators have long been deeply rooted. Although they cannot overthrow the Xia family, they will find ways to further strengthen the relationship between the two families. If a blood relationship could be established, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for these families, and in the future, there might even be a chance to completely replace them. Among the children of these prominent families, there is certainly no shortage of outstanding young people for Xia Qingyao to choose from. Liuguang Academy, the highest institution of learning in Liuguang City, has over 90% of its students coming from the well-known families and groups of the city. Ordinary people, even if talented, are often discouraged from enrolling due to the exorbitant tuition fees. Therefore, over 90% of the outstanding youths and even geniuses in Liuguang City come from the major well-known families. If it weren't for Xia Qingyao wanting to protect the Xia family's future from being controlled by others, she probably wouldn't have chosen Lu Jin. "The engagement party 3 days from now, I'll have Lian Yu pick you up. I won't disturb your rest anymore." Xia Qingyao looked at the frail Lu Jin, as if taking care of him, said no more, and directly left with Qi Lian Yue. She quickly stepped into the extended maglev car parked at the door, which slowly disappeared from the sight of Lu Jin and Lu Shishue. "Heaven is so unfair." Lu Shishue looked at Lu Jin beside her, her eyes full of jealousy. "I never thought Sister Qingyao could be so dashing and beautiful, and yet she ended up with an old cabbage like you. I can't accept this. You're cooking for the next few days." Lu Jin turned to look at Lu Shishue, whose face was full of regret and envy, and suddenly began to doubt whether this younger sister of his in his youth was truly his biological sibling. After Lu Shishue stormed off in a huff, Lu Jin gazed into the distance where Xia Qingyao and the others had long disappeared, taking a deep breath. Although Xia Qingyao's words made sense, for him at this moment there was only one path to take, and that was to raise his AR level. Without a sufficiently high AR level, it is impossible to gain status in this world, let alone lead a safe life. Immediately, Lu Jin pulled up his own AR data panel to take a look. He had not had the chance to check it before, and the AR data in his memory was vague. Now, he finally had time to carefully examine his situation. The two-headed unicorn snake, in young Lu Jin's memory, was a particularly troublesome monster. Although it was just a level 10 ordinary monster, it possessed two skills. One was the corrosive venom skill, capable of spraying highly corrosive venom. Even if players came into contact with just a little, their electronic bodies would suffer significant damage, potentially leading to poisoning and continuous depletion. A level 10 player might lose more than half of their electronic body as a result. In World Fantasy, the player's electronic body is akin to their health points, serving as a virtual body reshaped by the AR system to represent the player's appearance. If the virtual body is destroyed, it signifies the collapse of the AR system. If players at level 6 or 7 come into contact with corrosive venom, they are doomed without an antidote or memory enhancer. The second skill of the two-headed unicorn snake, Poison Mist, is even more formidable. Once unleashed, it creates a poisonous mist area with a radius of 20 meters. Players within the mist will suffer continuous damage to their electronic body and face a certain chance of paralysis. Generally, dealing with the two-headed unicorn snake requires coordination with ranged players to take it down. If alone, especially as a melee player, most would choose to avoid it altogether. However, for beta tester Lu Jin, such a low-level monster is hardly a challenge. It only has 2 skills. Truly formidable monsters possess 5 or 6 skills along with several passive abilities, and some can even use magic. Defeating a low-level monster like the two-headed unicorn snake is actually quite simple, just keep an eye on its 2 heads at all times. In the monsters of World Fantasy, every skill release is preceded by a wind-up action. As long as you pay attention to this wind-up and understand the skill, you can dodge and advance. Skilled players can even interrupt the skill. The two-headed unicorn snake, upon spotting Lu Jin, lunged forward with both heads biting. 400 years have passed, and these low-level monsters still attack the same way. Faced with this straightforward attack, Lu Jin, already familiar with it, raised the blazing sword in his hand to meet it. With a strength attribute of 43, even level 10 strength-type monsters would struggle to compete, let alone a non-strength-type snake monster. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed around. The 2 snake heads that had originally lunged to bite collided under Lu Jin's slash. The electronic body status bar instantly lost 3%, and the two-headed unicorn snake let out a series of hisses. Looking at the threatening two-headed unicorn snake, Lu Jin felt no waves in his heart. Instead, he he calmly reflected on himself. My aim was a bit off. This strike didn't hit the power point directly, only causing a stagger effect. Otherwise, I could have taken it down in one go. The two-headed unicorn snake seemed dissatisfied with Lu Jin's indifference and began to bite frantically. The two snake heads attacked in rapid succession, their speed so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to keep up. However, this simple linear attack had no effect on Lu Jin. With just a slash to alter the trajectory of one snake head to collide with the other, this rapid attack became disjointed. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Each swing rendered the two-headed unicorn snake's efforts futile, and the loss of its electronic body gradually increased. Lu Jin's slashes also became increasingly precise. Seeing the electronic body status bar of the two-headed unicorn snake drop below 70%, the two snake heads suddenly took a deep breath, preparing to lean back. Great opportunity. Lu Jin directly thrust his sword into the jaw of one of the snake heads, instantly causing the two-headed unicorn snake's entire body to shudder, its movements coming to a halt. Die, Aurora! Lu Jin gripped the blazing sword tightly and suddenly swung it twice. His consecutive strikes were so fast that they faintly formed two sword lights, intertwining and directly striking the weakest defensive spot of the two-headed unicorn snake's heart. The remaining 20% of its electronic body instantly dropped to zero. Looking at the fallen two-headed unicorn snake, Lu Jin stretched his body. This body is indeed not bad, but unfortunately, the adventurer level is too low, the 5 senses enhancement is too weak, and even the basic sword technique Aurora cannot be fully utilized. Weapon technique. In World Fantasy, weapon techniques are different from skills. Players do not need to learn them through skill books but instead discover them on their own as combo techniques, which can further enhance destructive power. The sword technique Aurora is a weapon technique created by Lu Jin himself, capable of delivering up to 5 consecutive strikes in one go, continuously increasing its destructive power. Subsequently, Lu Jin turned his gaze to the character panel and the drops from the two-headed unicorn snake. ID, Lu Jin. AR system level, level 10, growth 37%, requires 1000 memory units to upgrade upon reaching 100%. Adventurer level, level 10, experience points required for upgrade, 0. To unlock adventurer level 11, AR system level must reach 11. Basic attributes, strength 43, current level, B, detected maximum potential, A, agility 34, current level, C, detected maximum potential, A, endurance 31, current level, C, detected maximum potential, B, neural response 47, current level, B, detected maximum potential, S. Weak monsters indeed provide me with minimal improvement. Lu Jin glanced at his attributes. The AR system growth rate had only increased by 1%, and agility and neural response had only improved slightly. It seems I need to find some powerful monsters to practice with in order to better break through my current limits. Afterward, Lu Jin walked to the spot where the two-headed unicorn snake had dissipated and picked up a piece of white crystal that had dropped. Level 10 monsters are indeed better than level 6 or 7 ones. Lu Jin looked at the white crystal in his hand. It was a memory unit, amounting to 2 units in total, far surpassing the occasional single unit dropped by level 6 or 7 monsters in the moderate zone, and there was hardly anyone competing for it. Lu Jin stored the memory module in his electronic backpack and began searching for the next target. Time flowed like water. For 9 consecutive hours, Lu Jin kept hunting down powerful solitary monsters. The growth of AR slowed significantly as it progressed. Despite killing over 200 monsters, the growth rate only increased from 37% to 62%, and the basic attributes showed similar results. Strength growth reached 46, agility reached 39, endurance reached 35, and neural response reached 49, just 1 point short of grade A. However, he managed to collect a total of 162 units of memory modules, comparable to the gains of the past half-month. This speed of improvement and the benefits gained would surely drive other players mad with jealousy if they found out. It must be said that the map exploration feature is simply overpowered, making the speed of finding monsters incomparable to that of ordinary players. As the sun set in the west, Lu Jin defeated a level 9 rock bear and suddenly dropped a small dark gray stone. He looked at the small dark gray stone, his expression slightly excited. It's just a crystal core remnant, and 2 of them are only worth 1 unit of memory. Yet it can make me this excited, how pathetic. A young scavenger preparing to return to the city glanced at Lu Jin, who seemed to have found a treasure, and sneered disdainfully. 2 pieces of crystal core residue are only worth 1 unit of memory? Lu Jin was stunned upon hearing the young scavenger's words. You must be new to the high concentration area. The young scavenger looked at the surprised Lu Jin and laughed. This crystal core residue is almost useless except for making basic berserk potions, and even a bottle of basic berserk potion is only worth 3 units of memory. Plus, there are many materials that can replace crystal core residue. Few people on the market are buying it. Selling 2 pieces of crystal core residue for 1 unit of memory depends on luck. You You really thought this stuff was a treasure. After saying this, the young scavenger ignored Lu Jin and rode his electric bike slowly toward the road back to the city. After he left, Lu Jin fell into deep thought. 400 years later, do these people really not know the true use of crystal core residue? During the beta test of World Fantasy, many beta players scrambled to purchase crystal core residue, not for any other reason, but because feeding crystal core residue to electronic monsters could make them stronger and with some luck even cause mutations. Mutated electronic monsters are a treasure trove. Once killed, the rewards are astonishing and can even rival those of regional lords. Regional lords are not so easy to find. Each one is not only incredibly powerful but also takes a very long time to be born. After defeating a regional lord, there is a chance to drop awakening crystals, which can greatly enhance the adaptability of the player's AR system, significantly reducing the difficulty of upgrading the AR system. Former beta testers once farmed a considerable number of awakening crystals through mutated monsters. Even without mutations, simply becoming stronger makes the rewards from defeating them quite substantial. In World Fantasy, powerful monsters are extremely rare. Players often find it difficult to encounter even one in a week, and many times, monsters gather in groups, making it hard for even small teams to take action. Thinking of this, Lu Jin stopped searching for monsters. After tidying up, he rode his bicycle straight back to Liuguang City. When Lu Jin returned to the west gate of Liuguang City, he could already see many scavengers setting up stalls along the streets, selling materials or weapon equipment dropped today. Lu Jin found a spot near the gate and used the AR system to create an advertisement board, placing it to the side. High-priced acquisition of crystal core residues, 2 units of crystal core residues for 1 unit of memory. Limited acquisition, first come, first served. Next to the gate, Lu Jin's virtual advertisement quickly attracted the attention of many people. For scavengers venturing into high concentration zones, crystal core residues are akin to chicken ribs, neither satisfying to consume nor worth discarding. In World Fantasy, all items appear as if they exist in reality once the AR system is activated. Storage requires electronic space, which is why everyone carries a bag when traveling. In fact, this bag is an electronic storage bag. Otherwise, virtual items can only be held in hand. If the AR system is accidentally turned off, players will no longer be electronic entities and will be unable to interact with electronic items. The items will directly fall to the ground, benefiting others. Therefore, people around the world almost always keep the AR system on except when sleeping. Otherwise, numerous virtual electronic items would be invisible and inaccessible, making one practically like a blind or disabled person. The capacity of the electronic storage bag is limited. Although it is not like a real-world backpack that cannot hold items larger than its size, it does have a limit on the number of items it can store, or rather, the number of storage slots available. A standard electronic storage bag has only 50 slots, with each slot able to hold just one material or tool. The only exception is memory units, where one slot can store up to 100 units of memory, while even tiny crystal core fragments occupy a full slot. Players need to prepare various tools and items for their journey, just in case, leaving very limited slots. Compared to the materials dropped by monsters, crystal core residue is not valuable. Many people even discard crystal core residue when their backpack space is insufficient. Hey, young man, are you really collecting crystal core residue? Of course. Alright, I have 2 here. For a time, many scavengers came to trade crystal core residues with Lu Jin. Although the drop rate of crystal core residues was extremely low, the large number of scavengers meant that in less than an hour, Lu Jin had received 32 pieces of crystal core residue. Such a large amount of crystal core residue, Lu Jin had never obtained so much during the beta test, with the most being just 10 pieces, and it had cost over 6,000 units of memory. That's right, during the beta test, a single piece of crystal core residue could sell for over 600 units of memory. Unfortunately, the 10 crystal core remnants at that time did not cause a mutated monster to appear. Instead, quite a bit of memory was lost. Kid Lu, why did you suddenly put away the crystal core remnants? Li Jianyuan, who had just returned from outside the main gate, noticed Lu Jin's stall and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you planning to make a basic berserk potion?" Li Jianyuan's familiar voice made Lu Jin, who was about to respond, freeze for a moment, almost dropping the sports backpack in his hand. A monster over a meter tall, with dozens of hands, was quietly lying on Li Jianyuan's head. Each hand had an eye, and its entire body exuded a chilling aura, looking exactly like the shadow monster Lu Jin had encountered at home. As Li Jianyuan asked his question, the monster's multiple hands instantly appeared in front of Lu Jin. Its fist-sized eyes were less than 10 centimeters away from him, staring at him intently, making Lu Jin momentarily too afraid to move. Li Jianyuan noticed that Lu Jin's hands were trembling slightly, so he stepped closer and asked with concern, "Lu boy, are you okay?" I'm fine. My legs just went numb from squatting," Lu Jin quickly explained as he saw Li Jianyuan approaching. "Good to hear you're okay." Li Jianyuan nodded and said slowly, "Lately, I don't know what's been going on in the Misty area. Every time
time I go there, I feel heavy-headed and light-footed, dazed and dizzy. Lu Jin couldn't help but look at Li Jianyuan speechlessly.
Carrying such a huge monster on his head, it would be strange if it wasn't heavy.
Moreover, he quickly noticed something unusual.
At some point, dozens of shadow monsters had gathered on both sides of the street. These monsters came in various shapes and sizes. One of the largest monsters approached the stalls on the roadside, biting at the heads of the stall owners one after another.
After chewing for a moment, it seemed dissatisfied and suddenly swiped its claw across the stall owner's body. The stall owner swayed slightly, and their entire figure instantly blurred. No one present noticed this scene. Afterward, the monster walked over to the vendor next to it and bit down again, seemingly intending to eat all the vendors one by one.
"Kid Lu, I have 2 crystal core remnants here.
Do you still want them?" Li Jianyuan asked, looking at Lu Jin, who seemed a bit dazed.
"Yes, of course, I want them." Lu Jin quickly nodded, feeling nervous but pretending to be happy as he said, "With Uncle Li's 2 crystal core remnants, I'll have just enough to complete my collection." After speaking, Lu Jin quickly completed the transaction with Li Jianyuan and hurriedly packed up the stall.
He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. A real person. It actually blurred instantly, as if turning into a semi-transparent figure.
Although it was only a fleeting moment, Lu Jin didn't think it was a good thing.
Looks like I should come here less often in the future.
Lu Jin glanced at the dozens of shadow creatures on the distant street and couldn't help but abandon the idea of scavenging near the West Gate. Although giving up scavenging at the West Gate was a bit regrettable, he was already the fiancé of the president of the Illusory Light Group, and there would always be ways to improve in the future. Then, Lu Jin calmed his emotions and checked the crystal core fragments in his backpack. Today's trip had been quite fruitful. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, and by the time Lu Jin returned to his rented apartment, the sky had already turned dim. When he arrived downstairs at the apartment, he was surprised to see a luxurious hover car parked there, something unheard of in the entire suburban area, drawing the attention and chatter of the neighbors.
"Hello, Mr. Lu Jin." Qin Lianyue, dressed in a black uniform, stepped out of the car, followed by a man and a woman dressed as bodyguards.
The man was around 30 years old, with a burly build and a sharp aura, clearly possessing extraordinary strength. The woman, on the other hand, was a young lady, in her early 20s. Although she appeared slightly shy, the fact that she came along with the man indicated that her abilities were not to be underestimated.
"Miss Qin, why are you here?" Lu Jin looked at Qin Lianyue with some surprise.
There were still 2 days left until the engagement party, and at this moment, only Qin Lianyue and 2 bodyguards were present, with no sign of Xiao Qingyao. "Mr. Lu Jin, after you signed the contract, you officially became the vice president of our Huangguang group," Qin Lianyue said slowly.
"As the vice president of the group, you naturally have corresponding benefits.
This car and these 2 bodyguards are part of your standard package. They will always protect you, and you can instruct them as needed.
By the way, here's a phantom gold card for you. It contains 1 million credit points and 10,000 units of memory. In the future, the group will deposit
500,000 credit points into it every month, but no more memory will be provided. After all, even for our Phantom Light Group, this resource is extremely scarce."
500,000 credit points every month? Lu Jin couldn't help but secretly marvel upon hearing this. As for the memory, it was understandable.
From young Lu Jin's memories, it was clear that all the major groups and families in Flowlight City were short on memory units.
This was because the daily production of memory units in Flowlight City was limited.
They couldn't be manufactured and could only be obtained by killing monsters or discovering hidden treasure
chests in the wild.
As a result, most memory units were acquired by purchasing them from scavengers, with a smaller portion coming from the hunting teams of various groups and families. However, 500,000 credit points a month, he had never earned such a high income in his previous life. With so many credit points, he could buy a B3 level simulation set and a more advanced electronic storage bag in just 1 month. He could even visit the legendary Beast Arena in Liuguang City, a sacred place for advancement that all players dreamed of, and indulge himself extravagantly there. Qin Lianyue looked at Lu Jin, whose eyes were glowing, and sighed softly. Credit points aside, the young lady also instructed her to provide 10,000 units of memory, which was a huge expense for the young lady. You must know, the young lady's private stock only contains 30,000 units of memory. Taking out 10,000 units directly means she will have to live frugally for quite some time. After all, the young lady still has to support a group of her own trusted aides. These resources can't come from the corporation and can only be drawn from her personal supply. Just like the 2 bodyguards she brought along, both of them are the young lady's trusted aides.
"Mr. Lu Jin, I won't disturb you any further. Tomorrow, the 2 of them will officially start working here," Qin Lianyue said, then turned and left with the 2 bodyguards.
This scene left the surrounding neighbors dumbfounded, filled with envy and jealousy toward Lu Jin.
Lu Jin indulged himself for once, ordering 2 portions of a B-grade gourmet nutrition set worth 2,000 credit points each for dinner. Compared to synthetic food, it was far more delicious, which made Lu Shishua a little excited. At night, in Lu Jin's small bedroom, 10,000 units units of memory? Lu Jin looked at his roulette system and pondered for a moment. With so much memory, let's splurge a bit. As for the roulette lottery feature, Lu Jin wasn't particularly interested. Not for any other reason, just because he is very poor. Moreover, in this fog-shrouded world, obtaining memory units has become much more difficult compared to the beta test. Even if he can earn over 100 units of memory a day, he simply cannot afford to play the roulette. Secondly, the ordinary roulette rarely yields anything good, with over a 90% chance of only getting common items or potions, such as trap cards, guardian cards, weapon runes, basic berserk potions, basic recovery potions, basic antidotes, and so on. And yet, spinning the roulette once requires a full 100 units of memory. These ordinary tools and potions are available for purchase in the store, and their prices are very cheap, generally ranging from a few units to a dozen units of memory. Only a very small number are worth hundreds of units of memory. That would be the ultra-compact electronic backpack, which can hold 30 slots and is generally priced between 120 and 150 units. Its production cost is at most only 20 to 30 units of memory, making it an extremely lucrative industry. Ordinary players, even if they have memory, would never craft these items, because these items are like codes. Memory units are the codes in the hands of the craftsman. Without systematic learning, players cannot create them even if they have blueprints, as it requires genuine technical skills. Moreover, even if players don't have memory units, these items can be directly purchased with credit points, with prices ranging from 100 to several hundred credit points. However, there are restrictions on the quantity players can buy. With 100 units of memory, in today's world, even in the renowned weapon and equipment stores of Glimmer City, one can purchase a decent rare-grade piece of equipment, and with good luck, even a rare-grade weapon of decent quality. To gain rewards through the roulette, one must draw from either the rare roulette or the special roulette. The rare roulette still has a 50% chance of yielding common items or potions, but there is a 30% chance of obtaining rare-grade items, a 10% chance of obtaining rare-grade accessories, a 5% chance of obtaining blueprints for rare-grade items, a 3% chance of obtaining repair scrolls, and a 2% chance of obtaining magic-grade items. Not to mention the invaluable magic-grade items. Even rare-grade accessories alone are worth more than tens of thousands of memory units and cannot be exchanged. In World Fantasy, accessories are different from weapons and equipment. Weapons and equipment only increase attack and defense, while accessories can enhance the player's base attributes. That's right. When a player's base attribute potential is locked due to physical limitations, accessories are the only items that can improve the player's base attributes. Players can equip 3 pieces: a ring, a pendant, and a bracelet. Even during the initial testing phase, it was extremely rare for players to collect 3 rare-grade accessories. As for the prizes on the special roulette, they were even more astonishing. A 50% chance to obtain rare-grade items or potions, a 20% chance to obtain repair scrolls, a 10% chance to obtain magic-grade items, a 5% chance to obtain magic-grade item blueprints, a 5% chance to obtain permanent attribute enhancement potions, a 2% chance to obtain a secret realm key, a 2% chance to obtain a skill book, and a 1% chance to obtain a magic-grade accessory. Apart from the crystal core remnants I purchased, there's also a bit of memory units stored in the house. Altogether, I now have 10,104 units of memory, Lu Jin said, taking out the phantom gold card Qin Lianyue had given him. After a moment of thought, he continued, the growth rate of AR is slower than I expected. Breaking through to level 10 will likely take quite some time. I might as well invest all 10,000 units of memory into the special roulette. Perhaps it could stir up some ripples. Lu Jin already had considerable experience with roulette draws. If he drew only once after a long interval, there was over an 80% chance of getting the 50% probability prize. On the contrary, if he drew several times in one go, the chances of obtaining other rewards would be higher. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. As long as I can draw a magic level item, I might be able to make it all back. Lu Jin made up his mind and directly invested 10,000 units of memory stored in the phantom gold card into the special roulette, preparing to draw 10 times in one go. After he poured in the memory, a huge roulette wheel appeared in front of Lu Jin, and the pointer began spinning rapidly. Stop! Lu Jin quickly shouted as he watched the spinning pointer. In an instant, the pointer began to slow down, and after 4 or 5 seconds, it finally landed in the rare item zone. System prompt: congratulations to the player for obtaining a chain card. Upon use, it can immobilize the target for up to 20 seconds. Usable 3 times, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Lu Jin glanced at it and consoled himself. Fortunately, this chain card is quite practical. It's not a loss to draw it. Let's continue. As Lu Jin finished speaking, the pointer spun again. System prompt: congratulations to the player for obtaining a growth potion. After consumption, growth speed increases by 200% for a duration of 12 hours. Again. System prompt: congratulations to the player for obtaining a growth potion. After consumption, growth speed increases by 200% for a duration of 12 hours. I don't believe it. Again. System prompt: congratulations, the player has obtained a growth potion.
After consumption, growth speed increases by 200% for a duration of 12 hours.
Again, system prompt, congratulations, the player has obtained a growth potion.
After consumption, growth speed increases by 200% for a duration of 12 hours. After 9 consecutive attempts, Lu Jin felt completely drained.
Out of 9 times, 8 were rare items and potions.
Just the growth potions alone amounted to 6 bottles, making it feel less like a lottery and more like spending 1,000 units of memory to buy growth potions. As for the 2 rare items, they were decent: a chain card and a medium electronic backpack card, which, when used, allows the electronic backpack to hold up to 100 slots of space. The remaining time resulted in a repair scroll, capable of fully restoring systems below AR level 30 that have been damaged within 5 seconds, akin to a resurrection scroll in games.
The higher the AR level of the player, the greater its value. Last time. I'll never fall for this again, you growth potion store. Lu Jin looked at the huge roulette in front of him and couldn't help but want to curse.
With 10,000 units of memory, he finally understood why so many people called the planners dogs.
They really are dogs.
Poor him, he didn't even hear the sound of a splash. Without even looking, Lu Jin directly called stop the moment the pointer started spinning.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. System prompt, congratulations, the player has obtained a magic level skill book.
As the system's notification sound echoed throughout the room, Lu Jin froze for a moment, looking incredulously at the system notification panel.
A magic level skill book?
He stared at the heavy ancient book before him. Even though the book had already landed solidly in his hands, his gaze still carried disbelief that this was real. In the setting of world fantasy, skills are categorized into tiers. According to the different effects, they are classified as ordinary, rare, magical, extraordinary, and fantasy levels. Among them, ordinary level skills are mastered by almost all beta players, and the effect of such skills is equivalent to replacing a player's single action. Rare level skills are mastered by only a few beta players, with effects akin to several people cooperating to launch an offensive, often ending a battle in one move.
Magical level skills, on the other hand, are skills that even Lu Jin did not master during the beta test.
Their effects are akin to magic, capable of instantly wiping out a small team. As for transcendent level and fantasy level skills, even Lu Jin, as a beta tester, was unsure of their exact effects.
Absolute Void?
Lu Jin looked at the detailed description of the skill book and marveled inwardly.
This skill book was named Absolute Void.
Once the player clicked to learn it, they could directly master the skill.
The effect of the skill Absolute Void, as its name suggests, could annihilate life and obliterate space.
After using the skill, the player would enter a charging state, with power continuously accumulating in both hands. The longer the charging time, the greater the accumulated power.
However, it can only be used to attack once.
The maximum charging time is 1 minute, during which the power can reach 10 times the original effect.
The cooldown time is 3 minutes, 10-fold power. Even during the beta test, he absolutely couldn't achieve 10 times his current strength.
It must be said, magic level skills truly live up to their name. They are simply incomparable to rare level skills. Even when he had mastered 3 rare level skills back then, he absolutely wouldn't have dared to face this move head-on.
It can be said that this move is an excellent trump card. Magic level is already this terrifying.
Just how powerful are the extraordinary level and fantasy level described in the settings? Lu Jin thought that if he had mastered this skill at his peak, at least in terms of destroying virtual entities, it would truly be earth-shattering and unstoppable. It was hard to imagine skills even beyond this. As for the 6 growth potions he had drawn earlier at the cost of 9,000 memory units, Lu Jin had long since put them out of his mind, because just this Absolute Void skill alone is valuable enough to make others willing to exchange it for hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of memory units. Although it is only a single strike, it can reach the pinnacle. After a brief moment of amazement, Lu Jin reached out and clicked on the cover of the ancient book, and immediately a message prompt box appeared from the book.
Do you want to learn the magic level skill Absolute Void? Learn! Lu Jin clicked confirm without hesitation.
Instantly, the heavy ancient book transformed into countless strands of code resembling silk threads, merging into Lu Jin's electronic body. After a full minute, a new piece of information appeared in Lu Jin's character system panel. In the previously empty skill section, 2 new characters now appeared: Absolute Void.
As long as Lu Jin wishes, he can activate the skill Absolute Void instantly with just a thought.
With this skill, even aiming for level 30 in the future will no longer be a challenge. Lu Jin looked at the Absolute Void skill in the skill bar, a trace of fervor and excitement flashing in his eyes. Originally, he thought the possibility of reaching level 30 in the future was slim. Being able to restore his peak level would already be impressive. After all, advancing in the AR ranks becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, and breaking through bottlenecks requires completing a series of extremely high difficulty challenges. Weapons, simulated weapons, accessories, and skills are all indispensable. Now that there are magic level skills, the difficulty of the challenge has undoubtedly decreased changed significantly. The next morning, a pleasant birdsong came from outside the window. Lu Jin, who had been excited all night, reluctantly stretched lazily, then shifted his position to continue sleeping. But just as he changed his position, the bedroom door was flung open with a loud bang. A beautiful figure burst through the door. "Big brother, are you still not awake?" Lu Shishue looked at Lu Jin lying on the bed, her little face full of dissatisfaction. "Today we're going to the downtown arena, and your 2 bodyguards have already arrived early. Give me 5 minutes. Lu Jin rubbed his eyes. 5 minutes, is that enough? A deep voice suddenly responded. At this moment, the large head was less than 30 centimeters away from him, with more than a dozen eyes quietly staring at him, and faintly, there seemed to be a strange smile at the corners of its eyes. As if thinking that Lu Jin hadn't heard, it softly repeated again, "Is 5 minutes enough?" This voice, this smile, made Lu Jin spring up like a coil, his entire body instantly straightening. "Wasn't it 5 minutes? Lu Shishue looked at the standing Lu Jin and asked in surprise. "Do you think I'm the lazy type?" Lu Jin said seriously. "Then hurry up and pack." Lu Shishue cast a disdainful glance. "Let's go quickly." Watching Lu Shishue turn and leave the bedroom, Lu Jin hurriedly grabbed pants and a jacket from the small wardrobe and quickly followed, not daring to stay in the small bedroom any longer. After confirming that the head hadn't followed, Lu Jin let out a deep sigh of relief, though his back still felt a faint chill, because he discovered that compared to the first time he saw the shadow monster now seemed more intelligent. The voice was no longer intermittent, and the cold mechanical tone was gone, sounding just like a real person speaking. Even its form had started to change. If he hadn't instinctively sensed something was wrong just now, he might have already been exposed. "No, these monsters are getting more cunning. I must find a safe place or a way to deal with them, otherwise, there will be trouble sooner or later." Lu Jin thought of the scene just now, and his scalp couldn't help but tingle. Although he didn't know why these monsters kept probing, he could no longer imagine what might happen if he were exposed, especially when he thought of the astonishing changes in the young Lu Jin over those 3 days. From yesterday's conversation with Lu Shishue, he learned one thing: during those 3 days, the young Lu Jin was still alive. The instant food trash scattered in the bedroom was brought over by Lu Shishue. The young Lu Jin was clearly alive during those 3 days, yet he had no memory of them whatsoever, as if those 3 days had never existed. What exactly did the young Lu Jin experience during that time to end up like that? According to Lu Shishue, the young Lu Jin must have discovered something, and he even knew about his own death in advance, warning Lu Shishue not to disturb him. 3 lost days, huh? Lu Jin smiled faintly. "It seems that to deal with these monsters, I first need to figure out what Lu Jin did during those 3 days. According to Lu Shishue, Lu Jin had only been to one place during those 3 days. Outside the apartment complex, Lu Shishue urged him on. Lu Jin hadn't even had time to pack his gym bag before she dragged him out of the apartment building. At that moment, a fully black maglev car was quietly parked in front of the building. Beside the car stood a man and a woman dressed in black suits and wearing dark AR glasses. Their solemn demeanor made passing neighbors cautiously avoid them, not daring to linger nearby. Lu Kid has really made it big, even has 2 bodyguards following him around. Not just advanced. Did you see the metal wristbands they were wearing? Those are nano-armed wristbands, capable of transforming into any required melee weapon or shield within a second. They can even be used for simulated armament, though the simulation level is only B3. However, their hardness is 5 times that of titanium alloy, and they're lightweight. Each one is worth 6 million credit points. So cool. When will I ever get one of these? You, forget it. These are precious protective gear that only certified level 1 bodyguards in Glimmer City are qualified to purchase. To become a level 1 bodyguard, you must be a master of combat and have at least 1 weapon proficiency at the master level. Even the advanced adventurers in Glimmer City might not reach this standard. The scavengers around looked at the 2 bodyguards in front of the vehicle with envy. For people living in suburban rental houses, their lifelong dream is nothing more than breaking through level 10, becoming a junior adventurer recognized by the Liuguang City Adventurers Association, moving into the city, and living a life far from the mist zone, where they no longer have to eat synthetic food for every meal. A senior adventurer? That's something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. At this moment, Lu Jin felt the change in his identity and sighed inwardly. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Su Xiaotian. From today onwards, I'll be your personal bodyguard and private butler. If there's anything you need, just let me know." A stern-faced Su Xiaotian, as sharp as a blade, walked up to Lu Jin and said respectfully, "This is Tang Yen, like me, a level 1 bodyguard." "Hello, Mr. Lu." Tang Yen nodded slightly with a hint of shyness, but her tone revealed confidence and pride. "Hello to both of you." Lu Jin looked at the 2 introducing themselves, deepening his understanding of the illusory light group. He had also heard the words of the passers-by just now. He wasn't very clear about the level of a level 1 bodyguard, but the concept of a senior adventurer was very vivid in the memories of the young Lu Jin. Those who can become advanced adventurers are considered part of the upper echelon in the entire city of Liuguang. This is also the reason for Tang Yan's
confident and proud tone. After all, she is about the same age as Lu Shishue, yet she is already on par with the advanced adventurers in the city. In the major renowned families, she would undoubtedly be considered a genius with limitless potential for the future. Now, 2 bodyguards comparable to advanced adventurers have become Lu Jin's personal guards, which is truly a shocking move. Su Xiaotian opened the car door. Mr. Lu, please get in. The arrangements at the Colosseum have been completed, and we estimate it will take 1 hour and 6 minutes to arrive. Okay. Lu Jin got into the car without any hesitation. As a senior beta tester from 400 years ago, Lu Jin had long been accustomed to dealing with all kinds of prominent figures and had gone through numerous trials, leaving him unfazed in situations like this. However, unlike his calm demeanor, Lu Shishue appeared somewhat reserved and well-behaved, completely different from her casual attitude at home. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking that even this little girl had her moments. After an hour's drive, Lu Shishue gradually became familiar with Tang Yin in the car, gradually revealing her true nature. When they arrived at the Colosseum in the city center, Lu Shishue immediately became lively and energetic, looking around at the building, which was as large as 4 stadiums and over 300 meters tall. Even though it was early morning, the place was already bustling with people and lined with luxury cars. Is this the Colosseum? Getting out of the car, Lu Jin couldn't help but look up and examine the magnificent building before him. Through a casual chat with Lu Shishue, he had already learned that the only place the young Lu Jin had visited before his death was the Colosseum. The Colosseum, the largest money-draining pit in the entire Liuguang city, charged an entrance fee of 3,000 credit points. A place that originally had no connection with the young Lu Jin, yet he came and stayed for an entire day, only returning home after the sun had set. Such behavior was truly strange. However, the Colosseum before him did not evoke any special feelings in Lu Jin. Before long, an elegant woman in a graceful evening gown, with a stunning figure, accompanied by 2 young girls dressed as receptionists, quickly approached Lu Jin and his group. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Chen Kameng, the general manager of reception at this arena. Welcome to our arena. Chen Kameng warmly introduced herself. I heard that Mr. Lu is looking for suitable monsters to practice with. Just yesterday, we received a lot of new arrivals at the arena, and I believe they will surely meet your expectations. Chen Kameng's mature elegance and magnetic voice even left Lu Shishue, who stood beside Lu Jin, somewhat entranced. At the same time, Lu Jin suddenly received a message from Su Xiaotian. The message content is very simple. It is an introduction about Chen Kameng. Chen Kameng, the third in line to inherit the Sun and Moon Group, is the second daughter of the current head of the Chen family, Chen Yuren. She is currently in contact with several prominent families of the Illusory Light Group and has a shallow acquaintance with Jiang Haoyuan, the man-eating tiger. She has even openly tried to recruit Jiang Haoyuan to become the senior vice president of the Sun and Moon Group, specifically in charge of the marketing department. Miss Chen is absolutely right. After reading the message, Lu Jin smiled faintly. How intriguing. He hadn't expected that even before officially joining the Illusory Light Group, investigations from other groups had already begun, and it was even the second daughter of the Sun and Moon Group who came personally. Although this is Mr. Lu's first visit, I can assure Mr. Lu that you will not be disappointed. Chen Kameng smiled and took the initiative to lead Lu Jin into the arena, showing no trace of arrogance or delicacy typical of a young lady, while introducing the entire arena as they walked. With Chen Kameng's introduction, Lu Jin gradually gained an understanding of the arena's situation. The entire arena is a large-scale comprehensive competition venue, not only allowing players to engage in PK in various environments but also providing dedicated coaching to help players better develop their AR systems. But the truly impressive aspect is the various electronic monsters introduced into the Colosseum from outside the city. Players can choose the most suitable monsters based on their own circumstances, thereby accelerating the growth of their AR level. This is also the reason why the children of major families in Liuguang City, senior executives of major corporations, and even numerous adventurers flock to the Colosseum. Mr. Lu, we have carefully selected 3 tiers of monsters for players who have reached AR level 10, rare, elite, and leader levels. Chen Kameng pointed to the 3 types of monsters confined in the battle hall, glanced slightly at Lu Jin, and said with a faint smile, rare level monsters require players to have extensive combat experience, with at least 2 of the 4 basic attributes reaching grade B to defeat them. Elite level monsters are even more challenging, requiring at least 3 of the 4 basic attributes to reach grade B to stand a chance of victory. Leader level is completely different from the previous 2 types. Among the 4 basic attributes, at least 1 must reach grade A, while the others must reach grade B, to even have a chance to fight against it. May I ask which one Mr. Lu would like to choose? Your company is truly impressive, Lu Jin said after listening, then looked at Chen Kameng with a slight smile. Rare, elite, leader, this classification based on players' basic attribute levels indeed saves players a lot of trouble. By simply checking their own basic attributes, they can choose suitable monsters, maximize the growth of the AR system, and avoid falling into dangerous situations.
situations. Lu Jin's words caused Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan, standing behind him, to furrow their brows slightly and glance at Chen Kameng a few more times. Chen Kameng seemed to be considering suitable monsters for Lu Jin, but in reality, she was gathering information about her husband, the president of the Illusory Light Group. The 4 basic attributes are a standard reflection of a player's strength. Although they don't hold much significance for someone who hasn't even broken through level 10, they can still, to some extent, reflect the player's growth rate. After all, spending 1 year to raise all basic attributes to grade B is vastly different in meaning from taking 3 years to reach the same level. A player's physical potential is certainly important, as it determines their upper limit, but the improvement of AR levels depends on the player's growth. The faster the growth rate, the quicker the AR level naturally increases. In this era, AR level is everything. It not only extends the player's lifespan but also raises the upper limits in various fields. The simplest example is the adventurer level. Without surpassing level 10 in AR, the adventurer level can never exceed level 10. Only when the AR level surpasses level 10 can the adventurer's level cap reach level 20. The gap between level 20 and level 10 can be described as a world of difference, not only in terms of strength but also in terms of resources. One can go to areas with richer resources, bringing more resources and advantages to their group and family, while the other can only stay near the city, competing with a large crowd for extremely limited resources. Such a disparity is obvious. Lu Jin's physical potential is well-known information among the major families and groups in Liuguang City. But potential is just potential. What truly matters is the speed of growth. And the speed of Lu Jin's growth poses entirely different levels of danger to the major groups and families in Liuguang City. The sooner one understands Lu Jin's situation, the sooner one can make accurate judgments about the future. Brother Su, the second miss of the Chen family, is really something. Should we try to stop her? Tang Yan privately messaged Su Xiaotian. President Xia Qingyao had them follow Lu Jin precisely to prevent such a situation from happening. Unexpectedly, things happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Although it was already known that the heirs of the 3 major groups were all extraordinary, Chen Kameng's performance today gave Tang Yan a new understanding and fear of the heirs of the 3 major groups. Truly, in the midst of casual conversation, the strong vanish like dust. No need, we'll just watch for now. Su Xiaotian responded indifferently, his gaze shifting to Lu Jin, gradually feeling that President Xiao's fiancé might not be so simple. Lu Jin's earlier words were clearly emphasizing Chen Kameng's intentions, essentially serving as a reminder to them. Mr. Lu, you're joking. These are merely some summarized experiences from predecessors, and we're just following them, Chen Kameng seemed to have noticed, smiling casually. Additionally, we also accept private customization for premium clients. Whatever level of monster attributes Mr. Lu requires, we can capture them for you, ensuring your growth speed exceeds expectations. Lu Jin couldn't help but take another look at Chen Kameng. It had to be said, this woman was truly impressive. She completely exuded an attitude of, it's fine if you don't say it, but don't you want to grow faster? However, to him, these little tricks were utterly meaningless, as he was not the real Lu Jin after all. That's not necessary. Lu Jin shook his head, then smiled and said, I wonder if there are level 10 monsters in the arena weaker than these creatures? This time, he came entirely to investigate why the young Lu Jin had come here. Through Chen Kameng's introduction, he already understood that the young Lu Jin couldn't afford to spend in the arena. All he could do was watch, or perhaps he was waiting for something. Waiting for someone? Still waiting for something else? Although it's unclear whether the young Lu Jin waited or even if he didn't wait at all, otherwise, there wouldn't have been an incident. So what he needs to do now is very simple, just wait in the arena. But simply waiting is too boring, might as well hunt some monsters. Yes, Chen Kameng looked at Lu Jin in surprise. But those level 10 monsters are prepared for adventurers who have just reached level 10. Are you sure you need them, Mr. Lu? In World Fantasy, the growth of a player's AR level is extremely demanding. If it doesn't provide a tempering effect on oneself, there won't be any improvement at all. Therefore, adventurers must constantly face stronger monsters to improve their AR level. For adventurers who have long since reached level 10, ordinary level 10 monsters are completely ineffective. Typically, level 10 adventurers only hunt those ordinary level 10 monsters for memory cores. Chen Kameng felt that Lu Jin was hiding his basic attributes, actually trying to use a level 10 ordinary monster to cover himself. Standing behind Lu Jin, Su Xiaotian glanced at him and let out a soft sigh. He realized that Lu Jin was still a bit too young. Such excessive concealment might instead expose some issues. That is an excessive caution in character. Although this information is not a big deal, for a woman like Chen Kameng, it will be quite helpful in analyzing and judging Lu Jin's behavior in the future. However, such matters are not his place as a bodyguard to comment on. Otherwise, it might make outsiders look down on the Huanguan group, thinking they can't even manage basic discipline among their subordinates. Just those monsters. Lu Jin nodded, completely unaware of Chen Kameng and Su Xiaotian's thoughts. Please get me one first. As for overly powerful monsters, Lu Jin truly didn't dare to take them on. After all, the crystal crystal core residue could make strong monsters even stronger, and it would be troublesome if he couldn't handle them.
No problem.
Chen Kameng smiled slightly and said directly, a level 10 ordinary monster requires a payment of 1000 credit points and 10 units of memory.
One requires 10 units of memory? Lu Jin was stunned upon hearing this.
It felt like the Colosseum's credit points and memory were too easy to earn.
Ordinary level 10 monsters don't necessarily drop memory units, and even if they do, it's only 1 or 2 units.
Even though capturing monsters is more time-consuming and labor-intensive, it shouldn't require 10 units of memory. After all, we need to make money.
Chen Kameng looked at the surprised Lu Jin and explained, President Lu should also know that finding monsters in the wild isn't easy. We can provide them directly here, saving our customers a lot of time and effort. Alright, let's start with one.
Lu Jin nodded, directly taking out a phantom gold card to pay 1000 credit points and 10 units of memory, secretly relieved that he hadn't spent all his remaining memory units on the roulette wheel. The battle hall of the arena was as large as 2 basketball courts. With the virtual effects of the AR equipment, the hall instantly transformed into an ancient Roman Colosseum. The surrounding space was filled with the shouts and cheers of countless spectators, making it feel as if one had truly stepped into the grandeur of ancient Roman history. In the arenas scattered with rubble, a steel cage slowly opened, and out walked a giant wolf over 2 meters tall. At this moment, the giant wolf's limbs were bound by steel chains, making it impossible to leave the 2-meter range of the cage. It could only glare angrily at Lu Jin and the others in the arena, letting out furious roars. The impact of its voice could be clearly felt even from over 10 meters away.
Chen Kameng pointed at the chained swift-wind wolf and smiled faintly. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this swift-wind wolf? Swift-wind wolf, level 10.
Although it is just an ordinary monster, its speed reaches a B-level standard for its tier. If a player's agility attribute does not reach B-level, defeating the swift-wind wolf would not be an easy task.
This woman is really troublesome.
Lu Jin glanced at Chen Kameng, who was carefully observing his expression, and said flatly, it's alright, but it's still lacking a bit. Apparently, Chen Kameng had not given up on the opportunity to probe into Lu Jin's basic attributes. Although he understood that as the husband of the head of the illusion light group, he might have no power in the group in the future, who could guarantee that he wouldn't influence Xiao Qingyao, the leader of the illusion light group?
Still a bit off? Chen Kameng smiled faintly. Then does Mr. Lu need to switch to another one? No need, I have a way. Lu Jin shook his head slightly and walked directly toward the Gale Wolf. This strange action piqued Chen Kameng's curiosity. Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan also quietly watched Lu Jin, wanting to see how he would avoid the leakage of his personal information.
After all, Chen Kameng was truly formidable. The slightest carelessness could lead to falling into her trap. Lu Jin slowly walked to a distance of about 2 meters from the Gale Wolf, precisely at the limit of its attack range. The Gale Wolf, upon seeing Lu Jin, revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, baring its sharp teeth as if ready to launch an attack on him at any moment. However, Lu Jin showed no reaction. He casually took a piece of crystal core residue from his sports bag, held it in his hand, and looked at the Gale Wolf with a hint of sympathy. Don't blame me.
If you want to blame someone, blame the woman behind me. The Gale Wolf seemed to understand Lu Jin's words.
It tilted its head slightly, as if asking whether he was talking to it.
Just as the Gale Wolf looked utterly confused, Lu Jin moved. With one step forward, the 2-meter distance vanished in an instant.
Lu Jin leaped directly in front of the Gale Wolf and delivered a precise punch to its eye, which was bound by chains, causing it to cry out in pain and open its mouth in a wail. At the moment the Gale Wolf opened its mouth, Lu Jin thrust the hand holding the crystal core fragments into its mouth, then stepped back, retreating to a distance of 4 or 5 meters, quietly watching the howling Gale Wolf. This scene left Chen Kameng and the others, who were watching from afar, completely stunned.
Is this something a human would do?
Dealing with a level 10 Gale Wolf, which was merely a warm-up, he not only locked it up but also kept it at
a fixed distance to beat it up.
This was outright bullying a Gale Wolf known for its speed, confining it to a 2-meter range within the cage.
The pitiful Gale Wolf could only howl miserably as it looked at Lu Jin, completely helpless. Just as everyone was speechless at Lu Jin's actions, the locked-up Gale Wolf suddenly began trembling all over, frantically tugging at the chains, letting out whimpering sounds.
Big brother, you're being way too hard on the wolf.
Look, you've beaten it to the point of crying.
Lu Shishua looked at the whimpering Gale Wolf, her eyes full of sympathy.
However, Lu Shishua's sympathy did not gain the approval of the others present. Instead, their expressions suddenly turned grave. What exactly did he do?
Chen Kameng stared intently at the trembling, increasingly menacing Gale Wolf, her face full of confusion. As an intermediate adventurer who had managed the arena for many years, Chen Kameng had encountered countless monsters. The Gale Wolf is a very common type. How could it possibly be howling in pain after just 1 or 2 punches? Not to mention that the dangerous aura emanating from the Gale Wolf is growing stronger and stronger, even making the intermediate adventurer Chen Kameng instinctively want to retreat.
Evolution.
This Gale Wolf is evolving.
Su Xiaotian, who was knowledgeable and experienced, stared intently at the Gale Wolf whose fur was bristling. It's silver-gray fur was even
beginning to turn greenish, and its size gradually expanded from 2 meters to 4 meters, resembling the evolution of a mythical creature.
Evolution?
Chen Kameng exclaimed, as if recalling something.
How is that possible?
In world fantasy, while monsters continuously respawn, regional bosses are an exception.
According to rumors, ordinary monsters accumulate strength and engage in
prolonged battles, gradually enhancing their base attributes until they evolve into regional bosses, transforming into entirely different and powerful creatures.
Miss Chen, Xiaotian's guess isn't wrong, Lu Jin said, looking at the stunned Chen Kameng with a smile. This is indeed evolution.
Crystal core residue is the crystallization of a monster's power.
After devouring it, monsters can absorb the power to enhance their attributes. If lucky, they may break through their limits and evolve, reaching a whole new realm. This is precisely the principle behind monster evolution in world fantasy.
Many people assume monsters are merely tools set by the system, completely unaware that they improve themselves through mutual battles and devouring other monsters, ultimately leading to evolution. Chen Kameng had always wanted to learn about Lu Jin's information, and Lu Jin didn't mind letting her know a bit more. As a suburban commoner who had just arrived in this world, relying solely on being the CEO husband of the Phantom Light Group was not enough for a better future. She also needed to demonstrate sufficient skills and abilities, especially since Lu Jin wanted to understand why the young Lu Jin came to the arena before his death. Chen Kameng, as the manager, was clearly the best candidate. He had to attract Chen Kameng's attention so that she would feel it necessary to associate with him, rather than merely see him as a tool. Just as Lu Jin confirmed the evolution of the Gale Wolf, the chained Gale Wolf suddenly roared, its entire body radiating a dazzling light, completing its final evolution. In the battle hall, as the dazzling light gradually faded, a massive gray-blue wolf over 4 meters tall, comparable in size to a house, appeared before everyone's eyes.
A level 10 area boss?
Chen Kameng and the others looked at the gray-blue giant wolf that seemed on the verge of breaking free from its chains, their expressions instantly turning extremely grave.
Even the always composed and calm Su Xiaotian felt an immense pressure. Area boss. This type of monster is completely different from ordinary monsters, and its strength cannot be evaluated by level alone.
Even a level 10 area boss would require gathering more than 20 novice adventurers to have a chance of defeating it. Although Su Tian, who was present, is a level 17 intermediate adventurer, he also wouldn't dare to face a level 10 area boss head-on, let alone with Tang Yan, who is a level 15 adventurer.
They are simply no match.
At this moment, everyone fell into silence. Only Lu Jin knew in his heart that the grayish-blue giant wolf before them was not a regional boss at all, but a truly mutated monster. Through the data scan of advanced beta testers, he had already identified the identity of this giant wolf.
Storm War Wolf, mutated level 10. Did it really appear on the first try? Lu Jin looked at the Storm War Wolf, already poised to strike, and couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. In his previous life as a beta tester, he spent so many crystal core remnants without successfully creating a mutant-level monster, yet now it appears so easily. Although mutant-level monsters are not as strong as regional lords of the same level, they are still superior to ordinary regional bosses, with the only drawback being their lower health, about 1/3 that of a regional boss of the same level. A level 10 mutant-level monster would normally require 30 level 11 to 14 novice adventurers to defeat. If replaced with intermediate adventurers of level 15 and above, a 6-person team would still be necessary to handle it. President Lu. Chen Kameng looked at Lu Jin and quickly asked, "May I discuss something with you?" Discussing something?
Lu Jin looked at the excitement flickering in Chen Kameng's eyes, already having some guesses in his heart.
He smiled faintly. "Miss Chen, could it be that you want this monster?"
The storm battle wolf in front of them was strong, but after all, this was the arena, where experts were never in short supply.
Chen Kameng only needed to send a message to summon a group of people. "That's right, I do want this regional boss."
Chen Kameng made no attempt to hide her intentions and got straight to the point.
"If Mr. Lu is willing to give up this regional boss, I can offer you 3,000 units of memory, along with 3 pieces of top-tier rare weapons or equipment as a bonus." Hearing this, Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan couldn't help but look at Chen Kameng.
They hadn't expected her to be willing to pay such a high price, which was equivalent to their income for 3 months.
Although regional bosses are hard to find, the hunting groups in Liuguang City usually encounter one only every 10 days or so.
However, the loot from a level 10 regional boss amounts to at most 500 or 600 units of memory, with no more than 4 items dropping.
Rare top-tier weapons and equipment are even harder to come by. President Lu said. Lu Jin shook his head. "Your price is too low." "Then how much does President Lu want?" Chen Kameng asked.
10,000 units of memory, plus 2 items dropped by the monster, Lu Jin said without hesitation.
"Are you crazy?" Chen Kameng couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in anger upon hearing this. No one in the entire Liuguang City would ever offer such a price.
A level 10 area boss drops at most 4 items. If Lu Jin were to take 2, there would be practically nothing left, and no one in the entire Liuguang City would pay such a price. At this moment, Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan were also left speechless. Lu Jin's asking price was definitely no less ruthless than the Colosseum. Miss Chen, if you can't afford this price, then there's nothing I can do. Lu Jin spread his hands, then turned to Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan and said, "Get ready, those chains won't hold for long." Although the Colosseum used chains to lock up the monsters, these chains were just ordinary tools and couldn't withstand the struggle of monsters above the regional boss level. "Mr. Lu," Su Xiaotian said in a low voice as he looked at Lu Jin, who was preparing for battle, "with just Tang Yan and me, it's impossible to kill this boss. At most, we can only buy some time. We still need to notify the group and bring in more experts." Su Xiaotian's voice was very soft, but Chen Kameng heard it clearly. "Mr. Lu, although the Huanguang group has many experts, it would probably take them quite some time to get here." Chen Kameng looked at Lu Jin and smiled slightly. "If you all get wiped out during this time, this boss would be a bargain for our Colosseum. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate?" As for the Lu Jin in front of her, if she hadn't witnessed his extraordinary methods, she would never have proposed cooperation. After all, regional bosses are not so easy to come by. "Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Chen." Lu Jin shook his head and said with a smile, "But to deal with this monster, we are more than enough. Since Mr. Lu doesn't want to cooperate, then forget it." Chen Kameng glanced at Lu Jin again, puzzled by his confidence, and then said, "But if you guys fail, don't say we took advantage. Rest assured, Miss Chen, I understand the rules." Lu Jin smiled. He understood the rules of the arena. If a player was killed by the purchased monster, the monster would regain its freedom, and the player would have to spend money again to deal with the monster. This was why the arena was always called a black market. "As long as Mr. Lu understands, then I'll be watching closely from the sidelines." Chen Kameng smiled, turned around, and walked toward the wall of the hall, preparing to observe how Lu Jin would lead Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan, the two intermediate adventurers, to deal with the level 10 area boss. "Move out. You two stall for time and find a way to chip away at its health. Leave the rest to me." Lu Jin looked at the ready Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan and gave the direct order. In response, Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan had no choice but to charge at the Storm Battle Wolf with deep skepticism. As they rushed toward the Storm Battle Wolf, Lu Jin had already activated the skill Absolute Void. An invisible force slowly gathered in his hands, making Lu Jin feel an indescribable warmth and sense of power gradually building in them. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. This force grew increasingly intense, and his hands even faintly emitted a trace of scorching brilliance. Meanwhile, during these 30 seconds, the Storm Battle Wolf had broken free from its chains and, with its overwhelming strength, was suppressing Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan, forcing them to retreat step by step. Each strike from the Storm Wolf could easily knock Su Xiaotian, who was wielding a top-tier rare-grade shield, back several steps, causing his memory capacity to continuously decrease. Tang Yan, on the other hand, held a spear to fend off for a moment before hastily using a basic recovery potion to restore her memory capacity, though the situation was still grim. However, the two indeed performed impressively, comparable to high-level adventurers. Relying on their exceptional combat skills and top-tier rare-grade equipment, they repeatedly turned danger into safety and even inflicted significant damage on the Storm Wolf, causing its health to steadily decline. 90%, 80%, 70%. In just over 40 seconds, the two managed to reduce the Storm Battle Wolf's health to below 60%. However, they had also reached their limits, with memory damage exceeding 80%. Even with continuous use of basic recovery potions, they couldn't recover, and it was only a matter of time before the Storm Battle Wolf took them down. Their skills are practically on par with advanced adventurers. Summer Qingyao really went all out to assign them as Lu Jin's bodyguards. Chen Kameng watched the two fighting, slightly surprised by their strength. She hadn't expected Summer Qingyao to value Lu Jin so highly. Seeing that Su Xiaotian was about to falter, Storm Battle Wolf prepared to strike again, and Lu Jin finally made his move. With a swift step, he dashed behind Storm Battle Wolf like a seasoned assassin. Silent and unnoticed, even Storm Battle Wolf did not sense Lu Jin's approach. Just as Storm Battle Wolf's sharp claws were about to smash into Su Xiaotian's shield, Lu Jin had already reached its side, the blazing sword in his hand resembling a crescent moon. Aurora Sword Technique. The tenfold power instantly seemed to split the virtual space in two, slicing directly from bottom to top through the Storm Battle Wolf's lower back. The Storm Battle Wolf didn't even have time to let out a howl before it was instantly split in two, collapsing heavily onto the floor of the battle hall, its form slowly disintegrating, utterly dead. Dead. Chen Kameng watched the Storm Wolf in the hall gradually collapse, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment and shock. Under normal circumstances, a level 10 area boss would require more than 20 level 10 or higher novice adventurers to take down. Yet, it was resolved by just 3 people. And what was with that last sword strike from Lu Jin? With one strike, half of the Storm Wolf's health was instantly taken away. Even if the Storm Wolf's weak point was hit, this was not something an adventurer who hadn't even reached level 10 could achieve. But Lu Jin managed to do it, which is simply incomprehensible. President Lu? Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan looked at Lu Jin, who was standing in front of Storm War Wolf, their mouths almost unable to close. Especially Tang Yan, who for the first first time felt that Lu Jin was not simple, definitely not the poor boy living in the suburbs as described in the information. Compared to outsiders' views on the storm battle wolf, Tang Yan, who had personally fought it, was more aware of the giant wolf's prowess. Its speed and reflexes rivaled those of intermediate adventurers, its strength even surpassing that of advanced adventurers. The ghost-like flash movements it occasionally displayed made it so that even someone like her, with master-level weapon proficiency, could barely find opportunities to injure it. However, Lu Jin was like a seasoned hunter, perfectly timing his actions. In battle, the storm battle wolf only stopped moving and defending at the exact moment it attacked, but this window was so fleeting it was almost impossible to grasp. Without precise anticipation of the storm battle wolf's movements, it would be utterly impossible to strike its lower back. Even if she were to do it, it wouldn't necessarily be better than what Lu Jin did. Compared to Lu Jin's skillfulness, the truly incredible thing was still that final strike. Although it was just a fleeting moment, Tang Yan saw it clearly. The virtual space was split in two, even creating a momentary sense of dislocation. It's hard to imagine how much power it would take to achieve that. Such a fierce and terrifying slash. The well-informed Su Xiaotian looked at the storm war wolf that had been split in two and couldn't help but say, could this be the legendary skill? Skills? Chen Kameng in the distance heard Su Xiaotian's muttering and suddenly realized, his eyes filled with shock. He actually mastered a skill? In world fantasy, skills are indeed a feature, but in the world 200 years ago, untouched by the shrouding mist, they were extremely rare, even less common than magic-grade weapons and equipment. They generally only existed in high-level area dungeons far away from cities. In a world where global cities had minimal interaction, challenging the highly difficult high-level area dungeons was almost impossible. Even the three major groups in Liuguang City had never given up on attempting to challenge these high-level area dungeons. 200 years have passed, and the world shrouded in mist has persisted for 2 centuries. Despite continuous advancements in technology, resources in this cage-like city have long reached their limits. Food, minerals, and various raw materials have been nearly exhausted. Although people's lifespans have significantly decreased, the city's population has grown even larger. To extract resources, venturing farther has become inevitable, and the advanced zone dungeons are an unavoidable hurdle. As long as there are abundant resources, it must be an advanced area dungeon. To mine these resources in the mist, one must face the powerful monsters in the advanced area dungeon. This requires fighting these monsters, while protecting the mining personnel, whose levels are generally not high. Therefore, the team's strength requirements are extremely high. Without sufficient confidence, no one dares to take risks. As a result, the major groups in Liuguang City have been secretly accumulating strength to prepare for expeditions to advanced area dungeons. Lu Jin actually has a skill, which made Chen Kameng have to think more. Could it be that Lu Jin has some special method to pioneer the high-level area dungeon? No, that's unlikely. I guess I've been obsessing over the idea of exploring the high-level area dungeon too much. Chen Kameng shook her head, dismissing such an unrealistic thought. That's a high-level area dungeon. How could there possibly be any special method to pioneer it? Just as Chen Kameng shook her head in denial, the storm war wolf in the hall suddenly emitted a brilliant green light, directly dropping over 10 items and a large amount of memory cores. How is this possible? Chen Kameng stared at the more than 10 items that had fallen to the ground, completely stunned. Not only her, but Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan were also dumbfounded, as if they were seeing things. Normally, a level 10 area boss drops at most 4 items. This has been the experience accumulated over hundreds of years, yet such experience seemed to no longer apply. Even Lu Shishue, who didn't know much about area boss drops, couldn't help but click her tongue, because among these dropped items, there were even items emitting the magical great item aura effect. Magical great items. In this era, even those who never participate in battles understand their value. Any random magical great item can trigger a frenzied scramble among the major groups in Glimmer City. Truly worthy of being a mutant-level monster, the loot is astonishing. Lu Jin glanced at the 12 items on the ground and the white crystals scattered around, feeling a bit surprised. These 12 items were all extraordinary, and among them was a dark golden crystal, precisely the awakening crystal Lu Jin had been looking for. Among the remaining 11 items, aside from 7 materials emitting rare great radiant effects such as wolf fangs, wolf pelts, and wolf claws, there was also a piece of metallic ore emitting magical grade radiant effects. The last 3 items were weapons and equipment, including a rare grade piece of clothing and 2 weapons emitting magical grade radiant effects. These 2 magic grade weapons, one a round shield made of blue scales and the other a longsword faintly glowing with arcs of electricity, stood out strikingly and dazzlingly in the entire battle hall. These 2 magic grade weapons are indeed quite impressive. Lu Jin finished collecting all the dropped items, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His remark piqued the curiosity of Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan, who were present, but as Lu Jin's bodyguards, they refrained from asking and could only observe quietly from the side. At this moment, Lu Shishue showed no reservations, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, "Is the quality very high?" "It's fairly decent. All evaluations
oceans are at sea level. Lu Jin glanced at the approaching Lu Shishue and the irresistibly curious Tang Yen, smiled, and said, "Take a look for yourselves." As he spoke, Lu Jin sent the data of the 3 dropped weapon pieces to Lu Shishue, Tang Yen, and Su Xiaotian, showing no intention of hiding anything. Silver Moon Robe, rare grade, defense rating, B level, durability, C level, effect, beginner shadow evasion, conceals one's aura, making it harder to be detected. Wind scale round shield, magic grade, defense rating C, durability rating D, with effects, intermediate tenacity, reduces impact effects, intermediate iron wall, overall defense enhancement. Sword of Lake Light, magic grade, attack rating C, durability rating C, with effects, intermediate sharpness, increases attack power, basic lightning flash, adds lightning attribute attack, with a small chance to paralyze the target hit. These 2 magic grade weapons are just too amazing. Tang Yen couldn't help but exclaim after reading, "It's already impressive that their ratings reach C. But the attached effects are actually intermediate. The last time the Liuguang auction house sold magic grade weapons, they only had 2 basic effects attached. Magic grade weapons differ from rare grade ones in that they can carry 2 effects and have a certain chance of including intermediate effects. However, the probability of having intermediate effects is extremely low, with over 90% being basic effects. Moreover, these basic effects are often the most ordinary, making it rare to see an attached attribute effect like lightning flash. This rare grade clothing isn't bad either. Although it's rare grade, its defense rating is B level, and it comes with a rare effect like beginner shadow evasion. Among top-tier equipment, it's considered excellent," Su Xiaotian commented. As a level 1 bodyguard for the illusory light group, the rare grade clothing he wore was only rated C level, and the effect it came with was just the most basic beginner hardness, which slightly reduced damage. Compared to a rare effect like beginner shadow evasion, the difference was obvious. Tang Yen also nodded, acknowledging that the silver moon robe was much better than their own clothing. Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan's evaluation made Chen Kameng, who was standing in the distance, feel a wave of envy. Magic grade weapons and equipment are extremely rare in Glimmer City. Even among the hunting groups of the 3 major corporations, the number of magic grade weapons and equipment does not exceed 50. These are the results of years of accumulation, with over 90% of the magic grade weapons and equipment being of ordinary quality and less than 10% being of superior quality. Moreover, weapons and equipment in world fantasy are not eternal. Intense battles can sometimes cause weapons and equipment to be directly damaged beyond repair, and they are occasionally scrapped during combat. Just as Chen Kameng was feeling envious, Lu Jin directly handed the wind scale round shield to Su Xiaotian, then passed the silver moon robe to Tang Yen, keeping only the Lake Light sword for himself. "President Lu?" Su Xiaotian and Tang Yen looked puzzled. "This is what you deserve," Lu Jin said directly. "You spent quite a few basic recovery potions to hold off the monster. Consider these 2 pieces of weaponry as compensation." "Mr. Lu, these 2 pieces of weaponry are too valuable. They far exceed the cost of those potions," Su Xiaotian refused. "Besides, we are originally your bodyguards, and these things are what we should be doing." "That's right. These weapons, please take them back, Mr. Lu." Tang Yen also declined. Lu Jin shook his head, not accepting their refusal. Smiling, he said to the 2 of them, "Hear me out first. You just said you're my bodyguards, so it benefits me if you become stronger. I might encounter similar battles in the future, so just keep them for now. If you feel uneasy about it, you can consider it as me lending them to you." Lu Jin, as a senior beta tester, was already familiar with world fantasy and knew that it was not just a solo game but one that required teamwork. Su Xiaotian and Tang Yen were both rare experts, and it would be a pity not to recruit them. Most importantly, as the 2 grew stronger, it would make many things more convenient for him. After all, he still had a lot of crystal core remnants, and if they encountered even stronger mutant-level monsters, with Su Xiaotian and Tang Yen remaining as they were, the outcome might leave him trapped. "Then these 2 pieces of weaponry will be considered borrowed from you, Mr. Lu. When we are no longer your bodyguards, we will return them to you." Su Xiaotian and Tang Yen understood Lu Jin's intention after hearing him, so they no longer refused. After all, they didn't want to die casually while being caught up in Lu Jin's battles. "You're just giving away such weaponry and equipment like this?" Chen Kameng looked at Lu Jin's actions with admiration in her heart. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't easily give such things to anyone who wasn't an absolute confidant. "Congratulations, President Lu, for obtaining 2 magical grade weapons at once. This is quite rare in the entire Liuguang city." With this, President Lu's strength has significantly improved. "Just a stroke of luck, that's all," Lu Jin said with a smile. With the Sword of Lake Light, his attack power has indeed improved significantly, at least enough to rival that of an average novice adventurer. "Maybe." Chen Kameng smiled faintly, not fully believing Lu Jin's words, and then changed the subject. "I wonder if Mr. Lu plans to sell those materials. If Mr. Lu is willing to sell, our arena is prepared to offer a price that will satisfy you. Magical grade weapons and equipment are the foundation of major corporations." As the fiancé of Xia Qingyao, the president of the Illusion Light Group, Lu Jin naturally wouldn't sell them, and Chen Kameng didn't hold out cannot hope for that. But materials are a different matter. The three major groups in Liuguang City each have their own specialties, among which the Sun and Moon group excels in crafting items, capable of producing numerous rare-grade items and even magical-grade items. Liuguang City has never been short of these items. Although many groups and families have tried to develop this area, they simply cannot compare to the Sun and Moon group. The major groups in Liuguang City, including the Illusory Light group, have no choice but to purchase from the Sun and Moon group. The purchasing conditions require the Illusory Light group to sell various materials they acquire to the Sun and Moon group. The quantity and quality of items the Illusory Light group can purchase depend on the quantity and quality of the materials they sell. Therefore, the Illusory Light group never prevents its members from selling materials to the Sun and Moon group. In fact, they even encourage it. Are you selling materials? Lu Jin couldn't help but hesitate. For these rare-grade materials, especially magic-grade materials, although they were of no use to him at the moment, he also had a special roulette. Perhaps he could spin a recipe or a blueprint for an item. Purchasing magic-grade materials would be quite difficult. Mr. Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Chen Kameng seemed to see through Lu Jin's thoughts and confidently said, the price I'm offering is unmatched by any major corporation in Liuguang City. A price that other corporations can't offer? Lu Jin couldn't help but feel curious. This is also one of the secrets of our Colosseum. Chen Kameng smiled faintly. Mr. Lu, do you know why the top adventurers of Liuguang City, and even the managers of major corporations, frequently visit our Colosseum? Isn't it to improve quickly? Lu Jin pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, the monsters required by top adventurers are probably beyond what the Colosseum can provide. They must be coming here for something else. You're absolutely right, Mr. Lu, Chen Kameng said with a smile. They are indeed here for something else, more precisely, for the sanctuary of our Colosseum. Sanctuary? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but recall his younger self and asked curiously, what's so special about that place? In the Colosseum, he did not find anything special, yet the young man Lu Jin stayed there all day, which was truly peculiar. The sacred place Chen Kameng mentioned might be related to this. This is a very special place. Anyone who enters the sacred place will experience a significant improvement in their mental state, making it much easier to break through their own limits. Moreover, this positive state can last for quite a long time even after leaving the sacred place. As a result, many prominent figures in Liuguang City are eager to enter the sacred place. Chen Kameng smiled faintly, her gaze revealing an interest in Lu Jin. However, the number of spots in the sacred place is limited, and there are many people in line, with some even having to wait for half a year. But if Mr. Lu is willing to sell those materials, especially that magic grade ore, I can make the decision to let Mr. Lu enter right now without any fees. What does Mr. Lu think? Breaking through one's own limits is extremely difficult, especially as one grows, the difficulty increases. However, the growth of the AR system only follows the player's growth. In order to improve oneself faster, reach a higher AR system level, and have a longer lifespan, Chen Kameng believes no one would refuse such a tempting opportunity. Alright, I can sell it to you. Lu Jin considered for a moment and did not refuse. Instead, he wanted to personally take a look at that sacred place, but I don't want the memory module. I want to exchange those materials for a blueprint of an advanced item. A blueprint of an advanced item? Chen Kameng couldn't help but frown slightly. Although blueprints for advanced items are almost never sold on the market, their value is extremely precious. First, the production of advanced item blueprints is very rare, usually only obtainable by hunting groups from major corporations in Glimmer City or teams of advanced adventurers in ordinary area dungeons outside the city. Second, advanced item blueprints are crucial for the growth of item makers, especially during the level 10 breakthrough. Item making apprentices find it difficult to grow by crafting ordinary items after reaching level 10, while rare grade items are beyond their ability to create. Only by crafting more challenging advanced items can they enhance their skills. Therefore, in the entire Liuguang City, item manufacturers who have surpassed level 10 are talents fiercely sought after by major corporations. How could such talents easily sell their blueprints? Miss Chen, my magic grade ore is no ordinary item. It's truly a top quality piece, not only an essential material for crafting magic grade items and weapons, but also capable of perfectly repairing high grade magic weapons and equipment, Lu Jin said, taking out the dropped metal ore from his electronic backpack. Fire silver ore, magic grade material, top quality. It really is top quality. Chen Kameng's eyes revealed a look of excitement upon seeing it. In the setting of world fantasy, various materials are not only classified by levels but also differ in quality, ranging from ordinary to superior, and even rare and exceptional. Ordinary people may never encounter rare items in their lifetime, and the highest quality they can usually see is superior grade. How about it, Miss Chen? Would you consider it? Lu Jin said with a smile. Superior grade magical materials are not so easy to come by. After defeating the Storm Battle Wolf, he obtained 1,164 units of memory, which was enough for him to use. As for the rare materials and magical grade ores from the Storm
battle wolf. They could be sold for 3,000 units of memory at market price, but they didn't mean much to him. He wanted to spin the special roulette, which required at least 10,000 units of memory, while the slightly less rare roulette still needed 5,000 units. It would be better to directly exchange them for the design blueprint of advanced items to enhance Lu Shixue's strength. After all, she had been stuck at AR level 10 for too long, and the design blueprint for advanced items could help significantly. Chen Kameng gritted her teeth slightly and took a deep breath. Alright, I agree to your terms. Although helpless, Lu Jin was right, magical grade materials are as rare and precious as magical grade weapons and equipment. Moreover, after witnessing Lu Jin's miraculous method of turning ordinary monsters into regional bosses, Chen Kameng had made up her mind to get closer to Lu Jin. After all, the benefits and resources that could come from this were unimaginable, and trade is the first step of cooperation. Subsequently, Lu Jin traded all the materials in his hands to Chen Kameng and obtained a high-level item blueprint. Shixue, I'll give this to you. Make good use of it when you go to Liuguang Academy in the future. Lu Jin handed the high-level item blueprint to Lu Shixue. A blueprint for a small electronic backpack? Lu Shixue took the blueprint, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Thank you, brother. Now I finally have full confidence to break through level 10. As long as you can break through, that's good. Watching the excited Lu Shixue, Lu Jin felt he had fulfilled his responsibility to the younger Lu Jin. As long as Lu Shixue can become a prop maker, her future life will no longer be a concern. After becoming a prop maker, she can also become his assistant. After all, the AR level improvement of any adventurer cannot do without an excellent prop maker. Moreover, if he really obtains many precious prop blueprints, he would not casually hand them over to others. Subsequently, Chen Kameng took Lu Jin to an elevator leading underground in the arena. The entire floating elevator was very narrow, only accommodating 2 or 3 people, and it was the only one that could reach the deep underground. Clearly, the Sun and Moon Group placed great importance on the sacred ground of the arena, as there were always more than 4 guards, no less skilled than first-class bodyguards, stationed at the elevator entrance. The elevator descended for more than 10 minutes before the doors slowly opened. In front of them was a cavern as large as a stadium, with a faint mist emanating from the surrounding walls. The mist clung to the rock surfaces without spreading further. The cavern was filled with various fruit trees, which had borne many fruits under artificial cultivation. However, what drew the most attention was a pitch-black boulder towering dozens of meters high, truly awe-inspiring. In Lu Jin's eyes, this was not just a pitch-black giant stone. Countless light veins surged around it like rivers. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, his entire body was washed by these light veins, feeling completely different from the cold and darkness brought by the shadow monsters. Instead, it made his spirit feel incredibly refreshed. Moments later, he saw streams of black mist flowing out of his body, as if alive, converging into a shadowy mass with countless eyes. Lu Jin was extremely familiar with this shadow. Although there was a significant difference in size, the aura and appearance were exactly like the shadow monster he encountered when he first awoke. However, this miniature shadow monster seemed to have encountered flames, roaring and screaming within the light veins, ultimately burned into nothingness. These flames are truly magnificent. Chen Kameng couldn't help but exclaim from the side. Yes. Lu Jin looked at the dissipating flames, unable to help but marvel. The shadow monster, which completely ignored the laws of physics, was now powerless under the light veins, burning directly into nothingness. This filled Lu Jin with an unprecedented sense of excitement and exhilaration. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. Previously, he was helpless against the shadow monsters, only able to find ways to hide himself, not even realizing there was a smaller shadow monster on him. But now, he finally knew the weakness of those shadow monsters. At that moment, Chen Kameng, who was leading the way, suddenly became blurry, her figure faintly splitting into 2, with one turning to look at Lu Jin. It was a completely distorted face. Although it bore Chen Kameng's features, the face was covered with countless mouths, all of which were open, revealing excited and eerie smiles. You really saw it? Lu Jin looked at that twisted face, and his whole body couldn't help but bristle, cold sweat streaming down his back. He had long known that these monsters would test him crazily, but he hadn't expected that, besides himself, someone else would disguise themselves as Chen Kameng to extract information. Discovered. Discovered. Finally, discovered. You are mine. You will definitely be mine. That twisted face revealed uncontrollable excitement, gazing at Lu Jin with an enthusiasm even greater than a starving wolf seeing delicious meat, to the point where the words became distorted and manic. Amid this madness, flames suddenly erupted, engulfing the disguised Chen Kameng. Yet the burning flames did not bring any pain to the disguised Chen Kameng. Instead, they were accompanied by bursts of wild laughter. Before being completely burned away, that twisted face kept staring at Lu Jin, as if hinting that they would meet again soon. How annoying. Looking at the shadow monster that had already disappeared, Lu Jin felt an unprecedented pressure in his heart. He could imagine that if he left here, his fate might be the same as young Lu Jin's, or even worse. Mr. Lu, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't look good. Chen Kameng couldn't help but ask when she noticed
noticed Lu Jin's sudden gloomy expression. After entering the sacred grounds of the Colosseum, everyone felt refreshed, as if revitalized with new energy. However, at this moment, Lu Jin appeared as if he were halfway to the grave. Miss Chen, it's nice not to see those things. Lu Jin gave a faint bitter smile and then asked, I wonder how many years I can stay here. Hearing Lu Jin's words, Chen Kameng almost couldn't stand steady. How many years? Even as the heir to this corporation, she wouldn't dare to dream of it. Mr. Lu, please don't joke, Chen Kameng explained seriously. The effects of this sanctuary are indeed excellent, but the number of people it can accommodate each day is extremely limited, only 5 people in total, and each person can only stay for 1 day. If there are too many people, the effects will significantly diminish. So even the senior executives of the corporation can only come once every 2 or 3 months. The fact that you were able to come this time actually used up the quota I had saved up before. Can't someone just live here permanently? Lu Jin couldn't help but ask. Permanent residence? Chen Kameng looked at Lu Jin in astonishment and shook her head, saying, that's impossible. The group would never allow it. If President Lu is worried that the effects here won't last after leaving, there's no need. As long as you stay in the sanctuary for a few hours, it generally ensures a good state for a month. A month's time? Lu Jin frowned slightly. He could feel that, being within the light veins, his body was indeed continuously absorbing the light and his mental state was gradually improving. It wasn't as if the effects would immediately vanish upon leaving the light. But he didn't believe that this amount of light could fend off the increasingly frenzied shadow creatures for an entire month. Chen Ke dreamed of Lu Jin frowning, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If Mr. Lu really wants to maintain this state of mind, there are actually other ways. What ways? Lu Jin asked curiously. Our Sun and Moon group has been planting quite a few fruits in the sacred land for years. These fruits are influenced by the sacred land, and eating them can also help people maintain a good state for 5 to 6 hours, with effects almost comparable to entering the sacred land, Chen Ke said with a smile. As for these fruits, our Sun and Moon group generally does not sell them because they are in short supply within the group. But Mr. Lu is an exception. If you're interested, I can sell some to you. After hearing this, Lu Jin instantly understood and couldn't help but marvel at Chen Ke's methods. This series of transaction arrangements was obviously a trap she had set. After all, once someone has tasted the benefits of the sanctuary, ordinary people would find it hard to refuse such an offer, let alone those big shots eager to crazily boost their AR levels. However, Chen Kameng was unaware of the true effect the sanctuary and its fruits had on him. I wonder how Miss Chen plans to sell them, Lu Jin said unhurriedly. At this moment, Chen Kameng was unaware that, apart from that damn shadow monster, everything was actually within Lu Jin's expectations. After all, he had demonstrated the ability to turn ordinary monsters into regional bosses. Such a method would never be overlooked by anyone with ambition. Collaboration. Chen Kameng smiled faintly and looked at Lu Jin. I can provide the monsters, and Mr. Lu can turn them into bosses. We will jointly defeat them, and the boss's loot will be split evenly. For my share, I will pay with fruits from the sanctuary, 1 fruit for 100 units of memory. What do you think? Miss Chen, your proposal is quite interesting, but I must decline, Lu Jin said, shaking his head. Refuse? Why? Chen Kameng asked in confusion. Are you not satisfied with my proposal? Her proposal was already quite generous, providing monsters, and after killing them, exchanging the dropped items. It would be hard to find a second offer like this in the entire Liuguang city. No, it's not that I'm dissatisfied. Lu Jin glanced around the sanctuary and said slowly, it's just that I have a better proposal. A better proposal? Chen Kameng smiled. Then please, Mr. Lu, go ahead and share it. Doesn't your Sun and Moon group always want to venture to the mine located 60 kilometers south? Lu Jin glanced at Chen Kameng indifferently. I can help you conquer the regional dungeon there. Can you really do it? Chen Kameng was somewhat skeptical. Although it's just a level 14 ordinary regional dungeon, there are over 10 regional bosses inside, along with a regional lord guarding it. The number of people allowed for the raid is only 50, with a level cap of 14. Even if we gather all the magical equipment in Glimmer City, it might not be enough, let alone our Sun and Moon group. As for the mine 60 kilometers south, there isn't a single group in Glimmer City that doesn't desire it. Currently, Glimmer City is facing a resource shortage, especially in metal resources. The production of AR devices and simulation equipment requires a large amount of metal ore, particularly for the theoretically pre-designed sea-level simulation equipment. This equipment requires a large amount of silver ore, which is easy to obtain in a world not shrouded in mist. However, with resources nearly depleted now, silver ore has become extremely scarce. According to early records, the mines in the south can produce silver ore. With this silver ore, not only can C-grade simulation equipment be manufactured, but resources can also be traded with other cities, as C-grade simulation equipment is rare among the major surrounding cities. However, up until now, no hunting team has successfully completed a strategy to unlock the personal regional level cap and easily protect a large number of mining personnel. Yes, Lu Jin said with great certainty, but I have one condition. President Liu, you may be very confident, but this matter cannot be decided with just a word or a guarantee. A hasty decision could cause our Sun and Moon Group's years of accumulation to go up in smoke. Chen Kameng shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of anger. We are a corporation. Today's achievements and status were built step by step. We absolutely cannot take risks lightly, especially not by gambling with lives. In today's world, venturing into regional dungeons is akin to the outings of players 400 years ago. The AR system can only be activated upon arrival. In a world shrouded in mist, as long as one enters the misty zone, people must keep the AR system on 24 hours a day. Even for a short journey of 60 kilometers, using fast transportation like hovercars still takes more than 2 days, during which one must face various monster ambushes and be ready to fight at any moment. Moreover, to ensure that all personnel and equipment entering the regional instance are in optimal condition, a large number of logistics personnel must also follow, and weapons and simulated equipment need to be maintained and repaired before entering the instance. Although the regional instance seems to involve only 50 people, the actual number of personnel mobilized exceeds 100. The memory units consumed just for supplies are no small amount, and tackling a regional instance is a long-term process that cannot be completed in a single attempt. Once the AR system is destroyed by monsters, the player's life will be consumed by the mist. This is not something Lu Jin can easily attempt with just a few words. I understand Miss Chen's distrust, and I also understand that the Sun and Moon Group's hunting team would not take risks lightly. Lu Jin nodded and said with a smile, but what if I am willing to offer the method of monster evolution as collateral? Are you willing to directly reveal the monster's evolution method? Chen Kameng was momentarily stunned, almost failing to react. In her view, Lu Jin chose to use the strategy of conquering regional dungeons as a backup plan to prevent others from discovering the monster's evolution method. But now, in order to convince her that successfully conquering the regional dungeon is possible, he actually revealed the evolution method, which is completely putting the cart before the horse. You must understand, as long as ordinary monsters can be turned into regional bosses, one can endlessly farm regional bosses to obtain a large amount of high-quality weapons, equipment, and materials. With that, wouldn't conquering those regional dungeons later be a piece of cake? Miss Chen, now we can discuss the cooperation on the mining area dungeon, right? Lu Jin smiled faintly. He was well aware of Chen Kameng's thoughts. In fact, if possible, he really wanted to collaborate using the monster evolution method. However, the limitations of crystal core residues were too significant, with an extremely low drop rate. Even if monsters consumed them, there was only a small chance of becoming mutant-level monsters. Most of the time, they would just turn into powerful rare monsters. If the Sun and Moon Group were to find out, it might bring some profit, but large-scale actions would inevitably expose the secret, and by then, the price of crystal core residue would skyrocket, significantly reducing the gains. Compared to long-term resources like the mining area dungeon, crystal core residue is clearly far inferior. After all, real-world resources are what truly hold value. As long as the dungeon is successfully conquered, participating players can unlock the level cap, and the entire dungeon will become their private backyard, leaving others envious. Since Mr. Liu is so sincere, I officially represent the Sun and Moon Group in expressing our willingness to cooperate with Mr. Liu. Chen Kameng took a deep breath, her attitude slightly shifting, and said seriously, may I know what Mr. Liu's terms are? No one can refuse the evolution method of the monster, so convincing the board of directors of the group is not a problem. As for whether Lu Jin would deceive her, even if he fails, he won't reveal the evolution method, but a contract must be signed. If Lu Jin doesn't fulfill it, the consequences will be extremely severe, and even Xia Qingya won't be able to protect him. Very simple, give me half of this sacred land, Lu Jin said firmly. As for the sacred land's fruits, which the Sun and Moon Group could cut off with just a word, he wouldn't dare to bet his life on that. Therefore, he must ensure he secures the sacred land, even if it's just a part of it, as it would mean taking control of his own destiny. Half of the sacred land? Chen Kameng's beautiful eyes instantly widened upon hearing this. Although she had mentally prepared herself to some extent, even thinking that Lu Jin might ask for a monthly quota to enter the sacred land, but she never expected that what Lu Jin wanted was the sacred land itself, and right from the start, he asked for half. Can't we talk about it? Lu Jin said calmly. Mr. Liu, you should stop dreaming about this. I can tell you clearly that you shouldn't even think about half of the sanctuary. Not a single director on the board will agree, Chen Kameng said firmly. The sanctuary of the Colosseum is the core of the Sun and Moon Group, attracting leaders of many corporations in the city, including even high-level executives from Illusion Light Group and Tianqian Group, who are all clients of the sanctuary. Through this, the Sun and Moon Group has gained numerous benefits and a significant voice in the city. If Lu Jin were to obtain the sanctuary, even just half of it, it would cause the Sun and Moon Group to lose its advantage in Liuguang City. Both the board and the management also need the sanctuary, and losing half might not even be enough for themselves. Then how about 1/3? Lu Jin suggested again. I already said, impossible. Chen Kameng shot Lu Jin a glare. That is the core of our Sun and Moon group. We absolutely won't hand it over to outsiders.
You'd better propose another condition.
How about 1/4?
Lu Jin softly suggested. Chen Kameng suddenly realized that Lu Jin's price reduction was a bit fast. Lu Jin looked at the silent and expressionless Chen Kameng, then smiled. 1/5, and I'll also include the evolution method for ordinary monsters.
If we can't make a deal, then I can only give up.
At night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. In a 5-story villa in the center of Liuguang City, sprawling like a football field, an exceptionally beautiful woman wearing a silk nightgown and with her hair draped over her shoulders slowly walked out of the bathroom, water droplets glistening on her body. At this moment, in the spacious bedroom of over 50 square meters, a cold and stunning woman dressed as a secretary was already standing to the side. The breathtakingly beautiful woman nonchalantly walked over to the sofa and sat down, slightly crossing her elegant legs. She calmly looked at the secretary nearby and said, "Go ahead, what's the situation today?"
"The preparations for heading to Thousand Star City are basically complete." The secretary, Qi Lianyue, presented the relevant documents in front of Xiao Qingyao. "Once your engagement banquet is over, I believe everything will be ready."
Xiao Qingyao glanced at the documents and nodded slightly.
"All right, it seems Jiang Haoyuan hasn't been careless in this regard.
This trip to Thousand Star City is very important, both for us and for Jiang Haoyuan.
I don't think there will be any problems with him,"
Qi Lianyue said slowly as she flipped through the information she had gathered today.
"In addition, Mr. Lu Jin went to the arena today."
"The arena? It seems he's quite eager to improve himself, which is a good thing."
Xiao Qingyao wiped her damp hair.
"However, the expenses at the arena aren't cheap, especially the cost of memory units. From now on, Lianyue, allocate a portion of my resources to him every month. The sooner he breaks through to level 10, the less gossip there will be about me, him, and the families in the group."
"I understand." Qi Lianyue nodded. Xiao Qingyao glanced at Qi Lianyue, who had not yet left, and asked curiously, "Is there something else?"
Qi Lianyue said, "There's another piece of news about Mr. Lu Jin. Today, he made a level 10 ordinary monster evolve into a level 10 regional boss in the arena."
"Miss, are you alright?"
Qi Lianyue waved her hand in front of Xiao Qingyao, who was suddenly lost in thought.
"Don't mess around."
Xiao Qingyao lightly swatted Qi Lianyue's hand away, her gaze full of seriousness.
"Are you sure about this news?"
This was personally stated by Su Shaotian and Tang Yin, so it should be true. Moreover, after killing that regional boss, 2 magical-grade weapons were dropped, one of which Mr. Lu Jin handed over to Su Shaotian
for use. Qi Lianyue nodded.
"I've seen that magical-grade weapon. It's a superior magical-grade round shield with astonishing attributes and effects, definitely not something you can buy on the market."
Xiao Qingyao pondered for a moment and asked, "Do many people know about this?"
"Allowing an ordinary monster to evolve into a regional boss, this has never been heard of in the entire Liuguang City, or even in the surrounding cities. If it's truly possible to make ordinary monsters evolve into regional bosses, once the news spreads, the consequences could be unimaginable. It might even cause a shift in the entire structure of Liuguang City. The main reason for the lack of trade and communication between major cities worldwide is the insufficiency of weaponry and equipment. Over 90% of the weapons and equipment available on the market are of ordinary grade, with only 10% being rare grade, and 70% of those are crafted using rare materials. Generally, only scavengers with many years of experience have the chance to acquire a full set of rare grade weapons and equipment, while top-tier rare grade weapons and equipment are even harder to imagine.
This is because top-tier rare grade weapons and equipment are almost exclusively obtained from regional boss drops.
However, the number of regional bosses near cities is scarce, and the risks of venturing into farther regions are too high, resulting in a persistent shortage of high-quality weapons and equipment in major cities. The fact that the 3 major groups in Glimmer City possess magic-grade weaponry is entirely due to their frequent expeditions to distant places far from the city, through which they painstakingly accumulated such resources. However, the price they paid and the hardships they endured are only understood by the teams that experienced them. If there truly were a method to easily locate regional bosses, its impact would be unimaginable. As for this method of evolving ordinary monsters, it would likely drive all the major groups in Glimmer City into a frenzy. Even though the Illusion Light group might suppress them, the other groups and families in Glimmer City would not dare to act openly, but their covert maneuvers would be impossible to control. The only people who know about this so far are Su Shaotian, Tang Yin, Lu Shishue, and Chen Kameng, Qin Lianyue said.
"That little fox from the Chun family?"
Xiao Qingyao said with slight relief. "That little fox is very clever and likely won't spread the matter around.
But make sure to inform Su Shaotian and Tang Yin that this matter must not be disclosed.
Also, remind Lu Jin and Lu Shishue, otherwise, there will be plenty of trouble later."
"I've already given instructions on this."
In fact, after they left the arena, I had Su Shaotian book a few suites at the Liuguang Grand Hotel next to
the arena. Let them rest there for the next couple of days.
I don't think people from other groups would dare make any moves there.
A rare smile appeared on Qin Lianyue's usually fairly stern face. However, it seems that Mrs. Husband isn't someone who likes to stay out of trouble. He entered the sacred grounds of the arena together with Chen Kameng. Since it's the sacred grounds of the Sun and Moon Group, Su Xiaotian and the others couldn't go in. As for what Mrs. Husband and Chen Kameng discussed inside, only the two of them would know. But according to the information I've received, after they came out, Chen Kameng looked very anxious and flustered. She didn't even stay at the arena and went straight home. It seems they discussed something very important. That's not hard to guess. They were probably talking about the issue of monster evolution. Xia Qingyao shrugged and smiled faintly. But this Mr. Lu Jin has indeed surprised me. He managed to hide such a delightful surprise. But in that case, it might be difficult for him to become the ideal husband you envision, Mississippi. Shi Lian US said bluntly. The Xia family has finally secured its position within the group, and the other families have been much more restrained. If a son-in-law like this were to appear in the Xia family, it would likely be something the major families would be happy to see. It's fine, Xia Qingyao said nonchalantly. My initial goal was just to find someone innocent. Whether he's restrained or not doesn't matter. In fact, I even hope he can share some of the burden. After all, there are too many things the Xia family needs to handle right now, and I can't manage it all on my own. That's true, but only if this husband of yours can break through to level 10. Otherwise, those major families have plenty of ways to make sure your husband stays in line, Shi Lian US said with a smile. The Xia family only needs someone to carry on the family line, as long as they don't mix with the bloodlines of other prominent families and groups in Liuguang City. Trying to make a living in the massive Huanguan group is not an easy task, whether one is obedient or not. Liuguang Grand Hotel, the presidential suite on the 55th floor. As the largest and most luxurious hotel in Liuguang City, the cost of staying just one night is equivalent to a month's salary for an employee of a major local corporation, and the presidential suite is a place ordinary people wouldn't dare to dream of visiting in their lifetime. Even those who dare to indulge in luxury will take photos everywhere after moving into the presidential suite, showing off to friends and family. After all, the presidential suite of the Liuguang Grand Hotel is specially designed. Once the AR system is activated, guests can enjoy delicacies that are impossible to experience in reality. All the dishes are crafted by chefs using various materials from world fantasy. Not only are they incredibly delicious, but they can also grant players special statuses, providing a 20% growth boost that lasts an entire day. Some high-level adventurers in Liuguang City choose to stay here for a night and indulge in such a meal before embarking on an expedition. Therefore, the presidential suite of the Liuguang Hotel has never lacked guests and is often fully booked. However, at this moment, in this over 100 square meter presidential suite, Lu Jin was not savoring delicacies but was toying with an apple in his hand, staring at it intently as if trying to see through it. The fruits of this sanctuary are truly unique. Unlike ordinary fruits, they faintly contain a miniature light vein. If I hadn't observed carefully, it would have been hard to notice under normal circumstances. No wonder eating them can make those shadow creatures fearful. Looking at the apple in his hand, which emitted a faint glow, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After speaking with Chen Kameng in the sanctuary, Chen Kameng was unable to agree immediately and needed to return to discuss it thoroughly. However, all of this was within Lu Jin's expectations. After all, the sanctuary of the Colosseum was the foundation of the Sun and Moon Group, and it would not be easily handed over to outsiders, even if it was just a small portion. Although the final outcome was still uncertain, Lu Jin was quite confident that as time went on, the Chen family would inevitably lose their composure. After all, there are no secrets that can be kept forever, and the news of monster revolution would eventually spread throughout Liuguang City. After the conversation, Lu Jin spent 200 units of memory with Chen Kameng to purchase 2 sanctuary apples for future contingencies. It must be said that this apple is indeed expensive, and the sanctuaries of the Colosseum are indeed profitable. Of course, after Lu Jin spent almost half a month's earnings to buy these 2 sanctuary apples, he did not come away empty-handed. Although he didn't understand the principle behind how the sanctuary apples formed ultra-miniature light veins, they revealed a certain possibility to Lu Jin. That is, light veins can be formed through other means. Once formed, they can preserve this power for a long time and even leave the sanctuaries of the Colosseum, unlike humans who gradually dissipate over time. What if humans could also form this kind of light vein? Wouldn't that mean having the ability to counter shadow monsters? One question after another kept echoing in Lu Jin's mind, making him unable to stop his imagination from running wild. Forget it, even if I wanted to try such a thing, I could probably only experiment in the sanctuary. Attempting it at this stage would just be a waste of my stored energy. Lu Jin shook his head, put down the sacred land apple, and then took out a dark golden crystal from his electronic backpack. Next, let's see how much adaptability can be improved. Level means everything in this world. Players fight desperately in the wild, and now it's impossible to take risks without concern, making AR level advancement extremely difficult. To quickly improve AR, the adaptability between players and the AR system becomes crucial. In the entire world fantasy, awakening
crystals are the only items that can enhance a player's adaptability to the AR system. After use, they allow players to awaken a bloodline, making extreme breakthroughs easier or significantly increasing the margin for error. Just like a player performing an extremely difficult move, if they cannot achieve 100%, they cannot gain growth in the AR system. However, after adaptability improves, the player only needs to reach 90% to gain growth. The difficulty in this is self-evident. System, do you want to use the awakening crystal? Use it. Lu Jin took a deep breath and directly clicked on the awakening crystal. In the luxurious bedroom, as Lu Jin finished clicking on the dark golden crystal, the entire crystal seemed to come alive instantly. The sound of a heartbeat echoed continuously throughout the room, like an ancient beast awakening. Is this an awakening crystal? Lu Jin looked at the dark golden crystal before him, which seemed almost alive, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. This awakening crystal was completely different from the one he used 400 years ago. In Lu Jin's memory, the awakening crystal was nothing more than a highly concentrated memory storage, entirely lifeless. It only upgrades the data through the player's AR system, enhancing the software performance of the AR system and slightly improving the player's adaptability. There won't be a heartbeat at all, let alone anything resembling a living creature. As the heartbeat grew more intense, the dark golden crystal slowly melted, transforming into strands of liquid metal-like threads, all pouring into Lu Jin's electronic body. Immediately after, system update bars appeared before Lu Jin's eyes. System loading, 1%, 5%, 9%. System data upgrading, 1%, 5%, 9%. Dozens of data updates, as if infected by a virus. Lu Jin faintly heard the sound of static from the AR glasses, and the data processing speed in all aspects had clearly reached an extremely high level. After several minutes, his vision went dark and the simulated bedroom instantly reverted to its original appearance. But then, a system bar quickly popped up, and the progress bar began to rise slowly. 1%, 3%, 5%. How much data has been updated exactly? Lu Jin stared at the slowly rising progress bar, completely stunned. In today's world, after 400 years of development, although AR technology's core system cannot be replaced or cracked from the system built by the original founders, hardware upgrades are far beyond what they were 400 years ago, with performance improved by more than 100-fold. In the past, even with the data upgrade from the awakening crystal, it could always be completed in just 20 seconds. Now, more than 10 minutes have passed, and the progress bar is crawling as slowly as a turtle. For such a system update that adapts to the player, Lu Jin didn't dare to casually take off the AR glasses. He had no choice but to sit on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the scenery outside while patiently waiting for the AR system to activate. 20 minutes, 40 minutes. After waiting for more than an hour, the AR system finally completed its update, and the indicator light slowly lit up. Open. Lu Jin eagerly activated the newly updated AR system. As the system activated, he couldn't help but stare in amazement at everything before him. Clear. A feeling of seeing the world with unparalleled clarity surged in his heart, as if everything he had seen before was shrouded in a layer of gauze, and now that gauze had disappeared. How much has the system's adaptability improved this time? Lu Jin felt everything around him, as if he were in a world both unfamiliar and familiar. Familiar because everything before him remained unchanged, unfamiliar because his sensory perceptions had completely shifted, the grasp of spatial distance, the flow of air, the faint sound of his own breathing. Things he had never paid attention to before now seemed magnified, making them impossible to ignore. Lu Jin casually picked up the Lake Light sword stored in his electronic backpack and swung it lightly twice. Heavy and slightly cool, the texture feels completely different from before. This time's enhancement is truly astonishing. Even those who awaken an epic-level bloodline once every 400 years probably wouldn't be much better than this. Almost all the beta testers from 400 years ago had awakened their bloodlines. They would occasionally exchange insights, which gave them a general understanding of the extent of bloodline enhancements. 400 years ago, Lu Jin only had a high-grade rare-level bloodline, which was considered decent among the dozens of beta testers. But the sensory enhancement effects now are simply incomparable to back then. This also made him curiously open his own data panel. ID, Lu Jin. AR system level, level 10, growth rate 84%. When growth rate reaches 100%, 1000 memory units are required for the upgrade. Adventurer level, level 10, experience points required for upgrade, 0. To unlock Adventurer level 11, AR system level must reach 11. Strength, 65, S level, maximum potential detected as S level. Agility, 58, A level, maximum potential detected as S level. Endurance, 55, grade A, maximum potential detected as grade S. Neural response, 68, grade S, maximum potential detected as grade SS. Chef level, level 7, growth rate 85%. Housekeeping level, level 4, growth rate 43%. Repairer level, level 8, growth rate 59%. Appraiser level, level 8, growth rate 16%. Electronic control level, level 9, growth rate rate 84%. Skill, absolute void, magic level. Bloodline, top grade rare level, compatibility 96%. Innate talent, myriad wishes, the more team members, the greater the AR system adaptability boost for all team members. Heart of demon slaying, achieve continuous growth by honing one's own skills. System management authority, level B. Lu Jin finished reading his data panel and was completely stunned. A single awakening crystal can enhance so much? Although the bloodline's grade wasn't as epic as he had imagined, only being top tier rare, the compatibility reached a level of 96%, a figure even beta testers from 400 years ago couldn't have dreamed of. The compatibility of an average player's awakening is generally only around 80%. Reaching 90% is enough to trigger all the effects of the bloodline, and for compatibility above 90%, every 1% increase can significantly enhance the system's adaptation effects. A compatibility of 96% is simply unheard of. In addition, the other enhancements brought by the awakening crystal can only be described as terrifying. The growth rate of the original AR system was only 62%, but it skyrocketed to 84% in one go. The maximum potential of neural response was originally only at S level, but now its maximum potential has reached SS level. The potential of basic attributes such as strength, agility, and endurance has also reached S level. Such attribute potential is absolutely the highest potential data Lu Jin has ever seen in history. What exactly is going on with the awakening of this world? Lu Jin looked at his two innate talents, Thousand Wishes and Heart of Demon Breaker, and couldn't help but click his tongue. I actually got two innate talents that are said to have only an extremely small chance of being obtained. Innate talents are much rarer than skills. Although they cannot directly enhance a player's strength, they can grant players unique abilities. Generally, only players with extraordinary potential can acquire them during their growth, and the types of innate talents vary. Based on a player's personality and experiences, the AR system will accordingly create different innate talents. However, the probability of obtaining an innate talent during awakening is extremely low, less than 0.1%. Under normal circumstances, a player only has one inherent talent, but now he has two, and these two inherent talents are both extraordinary. One enhances the system adaptability of the entire team through teamwork, while the other grows through purely honing one's own skills. Such a combination is completely unheard of. But what exactly does this Heart of Demon Breaker inherent talent mean? Lu Jin looked at the explanation of the Heart of Demon Breaker, feeling puzzled. Inherent talents formed by the system are usually highly significant, with the wording being rigorous and precise. Growth through honing one's skills usually refers to the growth of the AR system, but the text does not explicitly state this and simply uses the word growth, which is quite confusing. The AR system generally wouldn't make such a basic mistake. While Lu Jin was pondering, he suddenly noticed a faint, barely perceptible glow emanating from his body, something he had never experienced before. This faint glow felt vaguely familiar to Lu Jin, prompting him to take off the AR glasses. As soon as he did, the faint glow on his body disappeared, and the slight warmth he had felt vanished instantly. Could it be that the system's updates and upgrades have further enhanced my five senses, making things that were originally undetectable now visible? Lu Jinyue thought about it more and more, feeling it was possible, and couldn't help but try several times. He discovered that the recognition of light vein energy differed significantly between the AR state and the non-AR state. Moreover, the more he used sword techniques and pushed his limits, the stronger his perception of the light vein energy became. The scattered glimmers seemed to faintly converge toward the sword. That's great, so it really is like this. It really is like this. After Lu Jin tried several sword techniques, his mind suddenly became clear. What he once thought was an ungraspable energy of the light vein had unexpectedly led to a comprehensive upgrade of the AR system due to his awakening. Even the control of the light vein's energy had become part of the AR system's growth. Now, as long as he continued to enhance the AR system, mastering the power of the light vein was no longer an unattainable goal. As long as he could master the power of the light vein, facing the shadow monster fixated on him would no longer be a situation where he had no power to fight back. Ever since Lu Jin left the sanctuary, he had felt uneasy, as he was unsure when the shadow monster would make its move. Was it fear of the light vein energy within him, or was there another purpose? Either way, the time left for him was running out. Thinking of this, Lu Jin stopped wasting time and ran straight to the guest room door where Lu Shishue was staying, knocking loudly. After a while, Lu Shishue finally opened the door impatiently. Shishue, are you still studying the design diagram of that small electronic backpack? Yes, the use of memory data in this design is very ingenious. It's incredibly useful to me. Let's form a team. Flowing Light Grand Hotel, in the corridor. After Lu Shishue unexpectedly accepted Lu Jin's team invitation, Lu Jin immediately returned to his room, leaving Lu Shishue bewildered, completely unable to figure out what had just happened. What kind of effect will these two innate abilities produce when combined? Back in the living room, Lu Jin began practicing the sword technique Aurora using a 3-grade sensory gloves and a simulated weapon. In this fantasy world, players can can form teams with each other. Teams can range from small groups of 6 to large teams of 100.
Once in a team, members cannot
harm each other, preventing accidental injuries during battles. Additionally, the experience points gained from killing monsters are evenly distributed, allowing all team members to grow in experience. Normally, the primary function of forming a team is to monitor each other's memory core status at any time, essentially the wear and tear of the memory core, helping teammates make better judgments and provide assistance during combat. Beyond that, there aren't many other uses.
If it is truly as the inherent talent suggests, that teaming up with others can enhance the system's adaptability and honing one's skills can lead
to growth, then achieving a rapid breakthrough to level 10 and further mastering the power of the light vein would no longer be a difficult task.
Time passed unnoticed and more than 2 hours went by. Lu Jin practiced the sword technique Aurora with full concentration, over and over again.
His body, which initially struggled to adapt to the technique, made a small breakthrough.
2 slashes instantly turned into 3, intertwining and merging into a single strike.
The AR system's growth rate increased from the original 84% to 86%.
Compared to the growth speed brought by fighting suitable monsters, it was almost just as fast.
Moreover, the dissipating light vein energy was visibly converging toward the Sword of Lake Light. Unfortunately, I can't team up with Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan right now, or the growth rate would definitely be faster. Lu Jin looked at the system's growth bar, feeling a tinge of regret in his heart. Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan were both extremely sharp individuals.
Suddenly teaming up with them would inevitably arouse suspicion. His inherent talent was simply too astonishing, and if it were
discovered, the consequences might be even more terrifying than monster evolution. Monster evolution merely meant obtaining more weapon and equipment materials, and such matters, if investigated thoroughly, would eventually leave traces. At that point, the major corporations and families could all enable monster evolution. It would just be that the first person to do so had a slight advantage.
However, he was different.
This was his inherent talent, something that could not be replicated.
He couldn't exactly split himself into dozens of pieces.
By then, it wouldn't be impossible for the entire city to become his
enemy. After all, in Liuguang City, no one wanted a single faction to dominate the entire city.
If these corporations and families became aware, they would undoubtedly unite to attack him before he could grow stronger. At this moment, the only person he could trust was Lu Shishue.
Even if Lu Shishue noticed the improvement in system adaptability, she wouldn't easily tell
others. Moreover, just forming a team with one person wouldn't result in a significant improvement in system adaptability, making it difficult to detect. After Lu Jin rested for a while, he began to continue refining his sword techniques. Late at night, the Chen family's Luoxia mansion. On the second basement level, in a secret room of just over 20 square meters, a man and a woman sat facing each other, with a pile of scattered documents spread out on the wooden table in front of them. If Lu Jin were to see these documents at this moment, he would probably be greatly shocked. These documents contain detailed records of the life and experiences of the young Lu Jin, even including the date when he purchased his first A2 grade simulated weapon at the age of 13, and the date he first scavenged around the city outskirts.
Every detail was meticulously documented. Dad, I've already gone through all the documents.
Chen Kameng looked seriously at the middle-aged man, Chen Yuren, who was quietly sitting
and drinking tea, and said, I now have a very thorough understanding of Lu Jin. The collaboration he proposed this time shouldn't be a trap.
After leaving the sacred grounds of the Colosseum, Chen Kameng went straight home to report to her father about the collaboration
with Lu Jin.
However, to her surprise, Chen Yuren did not give any response and simply handed her a pile of documents to review. From these documents, Lu Jin appeared to be an incredibly simple person, with no connections to any of the forces in the entire city of Liuguang.
He was entirely just a suburban resident.
The reason Xiao Qingyao chose him, apart from Lu Jin's exceptional physical potential, was precisely because of this. Chen Yuren, who already had a few strands of gray hair, took a sip of tea, glanced at Chen Kameng, and smiled faintly. Of course, I know that the cooperation proposed by Lu Jin this time is not a trap. The reason I asked you to look at these materials is not for that purpose.
Not for that purpose? Then what do you mean? Chen Kameng was slightly taken aback.
The conditions proposed by Lu Jin were undoubtedly very tempting.
She didn't think the
Ryu group would refuse. The only question was whether this matter was a trap. After all, there were too many people eyeing the Ryu group, so caution was necessary. Looking at the puzzled Chen Kameng, Chen Yuren said slowly, I just want to tell you that this Lu Jin is not simple. Upon hearing this, Chen Kameng almost couldn't help rolling her eyes.
How could she not know such a thing? Someone who possessed skills and could turn ordinary monsters into regional bosses, how could such a person be simple?
Meng, you still haven't fully understood these materials.
Chen Yuren shook his head and said slowly, do you know that Lu Jin and his sister Lu Shishue are not natives of Liuguang City?
Of course I know. The materials clearly state that they came to Liuguang City with their parents when they were young, but for some reason, their parents left.
Liuguang City, City, and there has been no information about their parents since. Chen Kameng nodded.
But such things are quite normal for people living in the suburbs. Every year, Liuguang City receives some migrants from other places. These migrants, unable to survive in their original homes, spend a fortune to follow some expeditionary adventure groups to settle in the city.
Lu Jin's family was one of them. Then do you know where Lu Jin and his family came from before arriving in Liuguang City? Chen Yuran asked again.
The information doesn't mention it. Chen Kameng shook her head. But I think the place where they used to live must have been decent.
The adventurer team that brought
them here is a rare B-level team.
This level of adventurer team usually only travels between major cities. Even in our Liuguang City, there are only a few of them.
Adventurer teams in the Adventurers Guild are divided into 5 levels: D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level.
These levels are determined based on the strength of the team.
Generally, an adventurer team must have 1 senior adventurer and 5 intermediate adventurers to be rated as D level, while a C level team must have 5 senior adventurers.
As for a B level team, it requires at least 2 top-tier adventurers above level 20 to be recognized by the Adventurers Guild and to have the capability to travel between cities.
In the entire Liuguang City, there are fewer than 30 top-tier adventurers above level 20, and even fewer are willing to form their own adventurer teams to go on expeditions.
As for A-level adventurer teams, there are none in Liuguang City.
Even the hunting teams of the 3 major groups don't reach A-level standards, making them almost legendary.
You're absolutely right.
Chen Yuran nodded in satisfaction.
And I can tell you one more thing, the adventurer team that brought them here was already an A-level team several years ago. An A-rank adventurer team? Chen Kameng's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? If it's really an A-rank adventurer team, doesn't that mean Lu Jin and the others are from Thousand Star City?
In the secret chamber on the 2nd underground level, Chen Kameng couldn't believe what was unfolding before her eyes for a long time. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, the only city with an A-rank adventurer team is Thousand Star City.
Thousand Star City,
a metropolis with a population of over 10,200,000 years ago, was the first to break the barriers preventing trade and communication between major cities after the appearance of the mist. It was also the first city to establish an adventurers guild. Today, Liuguang City and over a dozen surrounding cities have been imitating Thousand Star City for centuries, without ever changing. What is even more astonishing is that the average lifespan of Thousand Star City's residents is significantly higher than that of other cities, reaching up to 60 years, and it has been gradually increasing over the past century.
In the eyes of other cities,
Thousand Star City is the beacon of this prison-like world, bringing warmth and hope to the surrounding cities.
It is the true land of hope in people's hearts.
For those living in Thousand Star City, the idea of moving to another city is almost unimaginable.
In the surrounding major cities, many people yearn to move to Thousand Star City. Every year, even elites and executives from various corporations in Liuguang City hope to follow the caravans heading to Thousand Star City to settle there, but they are always rejected by the caravan leaders. The reason is simple, they are simply not qualified.
You're absolutely right, Chen Yuran said, taking a sip of black tea and sighing. I had been wondering why that girl from the Xia family was so determined to organize a team and risk everything to head to Thousand Star City, and Lu Jin gave me the answer. On the surface, the illusory light group seems to be at its peak, and Xia Qingyao has taken full control of the corporation, finally able to showcase her abilities. However, due to prolonged internal conflicts, a significant number of technological talents have left for other corporations. This has allowed those corporations to develop rapidly in recent years, seizing a considerable share of the illusory light group's market in technological products, especially in the B-grade simulation equipment sector. Some corporations in Liuguang City have even poached major clients of the illusory light group from other cities, causing the group to decline day by day. If adjustments are not made in time, it is feared that within 6 months, the illusory light group will lose its position among the top 3 corporations in Liuguang City and be replaced by others. It is precisely for this reason that Xia Qingyao decided to risk everything and head to Thousand Star City. However, Thousand Star City is not an easy place to survive. It is home to numerous powerful families and large conglomerates, whose strength far surpasses the 3 major groups. Even if Xia Qingyao went there to do business, it would be futile without the right connections. But if she could have a powerful figure in Thousand Star City, things would be completely different. I was wondering why Xia Qingyao would act so recklessly, daring to head to Thousand Star City. It's over 300 kilometers away, and she would have to pass through several high-level area dungeons. The memory units and weaponry consumed would likely deplete the reserves of the Phantom Light Group. So this is the reason, Chen Kameng suddenly realized. The journey to Thousand Star City is a heavy burden for the 3 major groups of Liuguang City, especially in terms of weaponry and equipment losses. However, now that Lu Jin has the ability to turn ordinary monsters into area bosses, the issue of weaponry and equipment can be easily resolved. The next step is figuring out how to conduct trade in Thousand Star City. Every year, several caravans from Thousand Star City come to Liuguang City to frantically purchase salt. As a Salt Lake City, Liuguang City has an astonishing salt production, and
the prices are extremely low.
However, in Thousand Star City, the price of salt is exorbitantly high, generally more than 20 times that of Liuguang City.
The profits are so immense that they can only be described as outrageous, akin to plundering.
Therefore, the major groups and families of Liuguang City, and even adventure teams, all want to do business in Qianqing City.
The
resources in Qianqing City are far beyond what Liuguang City can compare to, especially the most advanced simulation equipment. The chips for external brain computing devices are almost unimaginable in Liuguang City, yet such chips are not rare in Qianqing
City. However, due to inconvenient transportation, the specialized transport vehicles can only carry a limited amount at a time.
As a result, most of the caravans from Qianqing City are unwilling to trade chips unless customers are willing to pay more than 10 times the price, in which case they might carry a small quantity.
If the Wanwan group could acquire
some of these chips, they could manufacture their own external brain computing devices, enhancing the AR system's auxiliary capabilities to a level ordinary people cannot reach.
The demand for this in Liuguang City is not low.
In the entirety of Liuguang City, external brain computing devices are only equipped by the executives of the three major groups and the elite of the hunting teams.
If the Wanwan group could produce a
batch of external brain computing devices on their own, it would provide a significant advantage, whether for their own use, future collaborations with other major groups, or even trading with other cities.
Dad, are you saying we should quickly collaborate with Lu Jin? Chen Kameng asked. Although she didn't understand why Lu Jin was so focused on the sanctuary, even willing to
provide the monster evolution method. If their speculation was correct, forming good relations with people from Qianqing City would undoubtedly be a profitable and risk-free deal.
No, we must wait.
Chen Yuran shook his head and chuckled lightly. First of all, we don't know what kind of connections Lu Jin has in Qianqing
City.
Secondly, the sanctuary is the foundation of our Sun and Moon group.
This move might be the Xia family's backup plan. If transactions cannot
proceed in Qianqing City and the Xia family gains control of our sanctuary, even just 1/5 of it, they could stabilize the current situation.
So we need to be patient.
However, that monster evolution method is also of great use to us, so we must maintain a good relationship with him.
Stabilize him?
Chen Kameng suddenly thought of something.
Dad, are you suggesting that I step in to help him at a critical moment? Exactly.
Chen Yuran nodded, speaking with great satisfaction. Our Sun and Moon group has been able to hold its position as one of the three major groups in Liuguang City for 400 years because of the word stability.
If the
families of the Illusory Light group learn of this, they will definitely take action at the Xia family's engagement banquet this time. After all, the purpose of that Xia girl announcing her marriage is fundamentally to seize power. Previously, the Xia family had no one but Xia Qingyao, who was overwhelmed with work, and her trusted aides couldn't take over the core departments.
But if the Xia family gains a son-in-law, they can openly take charge, and those families naturally wouldn't dare to object.
Before, they used the excuse that the Xia family had no one to prevent outsiders from managing the core departments. Now that the Xia family has someone, and someone closely tied to that Xia girl, it will be impossible to win them over.
Those families will undoubtedly find ways to target Lu Jin. Those major families are not easy to deal with.
Even Miss Xia finds them troublesome, let alone Lu Jin.
When he encounters difficulties, you can step in to help.
Naturally, he will be grateful to you and won't casually collaborate with other groups.
Dad, I understand.
At this moment, Chen Kameng could already imagine the troubles Lu Jin would face with those major families. Originally, I wasn't too keen on attending Xia Qingyao's engagement banquet, but now I must prepare well for it. February 13, 2455, early morning, Liuguang Grand Hotel.
As one of the three major corporations in Liuguang City, the Illusion Light Group booked the entire Liuguang Grand Hotel for their president Xia
Qingyao's engagement banquet, inviting the CEOs of various major corporations and the heads of prominent families in Liuguang City to attend.
Although it was still early in the morning, the entrance of the Liuguang Hotel was already bustling with activity. Anyone with some reputation in Liuguang City who received an invitation couldn't resist arriving early.
I really didn't expect President Xia to marry a man.
I really want to know what that man looks like. Is he as tall and strong as a gorilla? Impossible. Do you know how powerful President Xia is? A gorilla couldn't possibly withstand that kind of intimidation.
I bet it's a middle-aged expert as robust as a bear, someone who has endured countless hardships. The many family heirs waiting quietly in the venue's hall couldn't help but feel curious about what kind of man this female war goddess would choose, and they began whispering among themselves. In the presidential suite of the Liuguang Grand Hotel, Lu Jin stood quietly in the living room, dressed in sportswear, eyes closed, holding the lake light sword in his hand. Sweat had already soaked his entire body, yet his breathing became increasingly slow and gentle, and his whole body felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. At the moment he felt completely drained, his eyes suddenly snapped open, and the lake light sword in his hand swung out instinctively. Sword technique, Aurora. In an instant, 5 sword lights merged into one, accompanied by a tearing sound in the air. It's done! Lu Jin watched the faint light slowly dissipate in mid-air, his heart filled with excitement. Although the moment was extremely brief, after more than a day of intense training at the Liuguang Grand Hotel, he had finally successfully channeling the scattered light vein energy throughout his body into the sword of lake light. Looking at the light that had completely vanished, Lu Jin couldn't help but show a wry smile. But the light vein energy I managed to channel seems a bit too weak. It probably won't have much effect on that shadow monster. Back in the sacred arena, the light vein energy he released was 100 times stronger than it was now. Under that kind of energy, even the shadow monster's clones could endure for quite a while. But with the little light vein energy he had now, it would at most feel like a tickle. However, Lu Jin wasn't dissatisfied with this. After all, he now possessed the power to confront the shadow monster, which was already a significant improvement compared to his previous helplessness. Afterward, Lu Jin turned his gaze to his data panel. ID, Lu Jin. AR system level, level 10, growth 100%, memory required for upgrade, 1000 units. Adventurer level, level 10, experience points required for upgrade, 0. To unlock adventurer level 11, AR system level must reach 11. Strength, 67, S level, maximum potential detected, S level. Agility, 61, S level, maximum potential detected, S level. Endurance, 60, S level, maximum potential detected, S level. Neural response, 72, SS level, detected maximum potential is SS level. Finally broke through. Lu Jin looked at his data, took a deep breath, and felt incredibly excited. After more than a day of intense training, he not only mastered the beginner sword skill Aurora but also managed to channel the energy of his light veins into a slash. His inherent talent, Heart of Breaking Demons, combined with his inherent talent, Thousand Wishes, enhanced both his AR growth rate and base attributes. What surprised Lu Jin was that after mastering the beginner sword skill Aurora, the AR system's growth rate, which had been stuck at 99% since yesterday, finally reached 100%. At this point, he only needed to consume 1000 units of memory to directly upgrade the AR system to level 11, thereby becoming a free traveler between cities, officially joining the Adventurers Association, and becoming a proud beginner adventurer enjoying a middle-class lifestyle. However, Lu Jin did not plan to upgrade his AR level to 11. Compared to the AR system's level, he was more concerned about his 4 fundamental attributes. The transition from adventurer level 10 to 11 is a qualitative leap, not only because of the data enhancement in the AR system but also because the 4 fundamental attributes would be elevated. While retaining the original base attributes, all 4 fundamental attributes would be restored to the player's initial values, entering a new phase. When players first become adventurers, their bodies have an initial value, with the 4 basic attributes usually ranging from F level to E level. This initial attribute will improve through continuous battles and honing until the player reaches level 10, at which point the attributes grow to relatively high values. Upon reaching level 11, the 4 basic attributes enhanced at level 10 will be retained as hidden base attributes, and the adventurer's rank will advance from novice to warrior, requiring the 4 basic attributes to be raised again from scratch. To progress further in their development, adventurer players generally strive to raise their 4 basic attributes to their theoretical maximum values, which represent the player's detected physical potential rating. Although Lu Jin's basic attributes have reached the corresponding levels through constant honing, he knows that his 4 basic attributes still have room for improvement and have not yet reached their theoretical maximum values. The maximum value for an S-level rating is 69, which is typically unattainable. For instance, many people have an A-level potential rating with a cap of 59, but generally, they cannot grow further once they reach 55. However, Lu Jin is clearly still far from these values, especially in agility, endurance, and neural response. If he rushes to raise the AR system level to 11 and forcibly advances his adventurer level to 11, his rank will change to warrior, and all basic attributes will reset to their initial values, leaving no opportunity to push his potential to its limits. My growth rate has now reached 100%, so there's no need to rush a breakthrough. I should take some time to raise my basic attributes to their maximum values first, Lu Jin thought, as he looked at his 4 basic attributes, feeling satisfied. These basic attribute values were already on par with those of players who had just become junior adventurers. This value was something he had never seen 400 years ago. If such a value had existed back then, he might have easily defeated his former self. Just as Lu Jin was about to continue honing his sword skills, a rapid knocking sounded at the suite's door. When he opened it, he saw Lu Shishue dressed in a light blue sleeveless evening gown with her hair elegantly styled, resembling a noble elf. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on Lu Jin, filled with resentment. "Big brother, do you even know what time it is now?" Lu Shishue huffed angrily. "Isn't it just 2 p.m.? Lu Jin glanced at the displayed time, looking puzzled. "Didn't you say earlier that the engagement banquet officially
officially starts at 5 p.m.? There's still plenty of time. You're simply a fool. Lu Shishua looked helplessly at the bewildered Lu Jin.
You're one of the main characters today, and the guests attending the banquet have already arrived long ago.
Some even came early in the morning. But you're busy with who knows what in your room. Do you know that Sister Qin Yao and the others are already here? Everyone is curious why the male lead of today's event hasn't shown up yet. Those who don't know might think you're the one getting married today. I got it. I'll get ready right away.
Hearing this, Lu Jin felt a bit embarrassed. This was his first time dealing with such an occasion. Previously, he had been solely focused on honing his sword skills and trying to channel the light vein energy as soon as possible, completely forgetting that he was the male lead of the banquet and needed to go downstairs to meet the guests. At that moment, a low and composed voice suddenly came from outside the door. Mr. Lu, there's no need to rush.
This was intentionally arranged by Mississippi. Qin Lianyue walked in slowly and calmly explained. Miss considered that Mr. Lu might not be comfortable
with such occasions, so she tried to minimize the time you would need to interact with the guests, especially since there might be some unfriendly attendees today who could cause trouble for you.
Mr. Lu only needs to enter with me at the scheduled time. Then I'll trouble Miss Qin. Lu Jin couldn't help but admire Xia Qingyao's thoughtful arrangements. She had even taken into account the potential troubles and issues he might face.
As Xia Qingyao's right-hand woman, Qin Lianyue held a very high position in the Huanhuan group.
As long as she was by his side, ordinary employees and family members wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Lu Jin.
Having Qin Lianyue accompany him was also a way to signal to the major groups and families in Liuguang City that the Xia family's son-in-law was highly valued.
It's no trouble.
Qin Lianyue looked at Lu Jin, shook her head slightly, and said earnestly, from now on, Mr. Lu, no, President Lu will be Mrs. Husband.
This is what I should do. Afterward, Lu Jin freshened up thoroughly, and it wasn't until nearly 5 p.m. that he entered the banquet hall under Qin Lianyue's guidance.
As Lu Jin appeared, all eyes in the banquet hall turned toward him, scrutinizing this leading man with curiosity, as if trying to see through to his innermost thoughts. In one corner of the venue, a tall and burly young man, nearly 2 meters in height, gazed coldly at Lu Jin in the distance. Is that Lu Jin? He asked, his tone carrying a hint of frost. That's right, he is Lu Jin, replied a middle-aged man with a small mustache standing beside him, nodding.
His physical potential is extremely high.
According to our information, this young Master Lu seems to have a close relationship with Xia Qingyao and is highly interested in this female
war goddess.
The original plan to win him over might not work anymore. It's likely that Xia Qingyao will use this occasion to announce to everyone that this young Master Lu will take over one of the group's core departments, the logistics division.
What happens next might be up to you.
The burly young man in front of him was none other than Wang Zhenghu, a genius chosen by the 4 major families. Despite his young age, he had already broken through the level 10 limit, with extremely high physical potential.
His strength and endurance had both reached A-level standards, and his
adventurer level had now reached level 14, making him close to an intermediate adventurer in terms of power. He was the manager of the group's logistics division, specifically responsible for the supply chain of the group's hunting team, and was originally one of the candidates for Xia Qingyao's fiancé.
However, with the appearance of Lu Jin, all candidates, including Wang Zhenghu, were dismissed.
Wang Zhenghu was very dissatisfied with this, but since the 4 major families saw an opportunity to win over Lu Jin, they did not let him cause trouble.
Don't worry.
Wang Zhenghu's lips curled into a faint smile.
He won't even have the face to take over the logistics department of the group. Today, I'll make him understand the cruelty of the world. Liuguang Grand Hotel, 50th floor banquet hall.
In this hall, which is as large as a football field, the entire environment has been specially designed so that even without wearing AR glasses, one can still immerse themselves in the virtual world of the AR system. This is the largest and most luxurious banquet hall of the Liuguang Grand Hotel, Haitian Pavilion. As soon as you step into the hall, the scene before your eyes quickly transforms into a beach, a true depiction of the ends of the earth.
Surrounding you are
rolling waves, a gentle sea breeze, a vast clear sky, and sunlight spilling onto the sand, giving a warm and inviting feeling.
In the center of the expansive
beach lies a soft red velvet carpet, with banquet tables neatly arranged on both sides. The tables are laden with exquisite dishes, which are not only delicious, real food but also a perfect blend of virtual and reality. After consuming these dishes, players can gain a certain growth boost that lasts for an entire day. Under normal circumstances, such a dish would be difficult for an ordinary person to enjoy even after saving money for a year. This is because the chef preparing this dish must be at least at the master level of 20 or above, and it also requires many rare ingredients to create such a luxurious delicacy. However, now, on more than 30 large banquet tables, these high-end dishes are laid out in abundance, along with various fruits on the tables that are sacred fruits unattainable in the outside world. It can be said that the cost of this banquet is enough to bankrupt some medium-sized companies in Glimmer City. Even for a typical large corporation, hosting such a feast would likely take an entire year to recover. This fully
demonstrates the immense financial power of the Illusion Light Group, one of the three major conglomerates in Glimmer City.
This left many of the prominent figures and corporate executives from Glimmer City who were invited to the banquet secretly astonished.
Extravagant, simply too extravagant, someone exclaimed.
One banquet has cost as much as our group's annual revenue.
This is sheer madness. So this is the strength of the Illusion Light Group?
Although in the banquet hall, some people were whispering about the feast, most eyes were focused on Lu Jin, who had just entered.
At this moment, Lu Jin was dressed in a sleek, silver-gray suit.
With a well-toned physique from regular exercise, he resembled a cheetah, and his sunny, handsome face made many young ladies from prominent families swoon.
What a pity, he's so handsome.
I heard his physical potential is incredible. Even if he doesn't marry Xiao Qingyao, he could easily wed a virtuous young lady from a prestigious family and gradually rise to prominence.
Look, Lu Jin's AR level is only 10.
At his age, not having broken through level 10 yet means it might be difficult for him to surpass it in the future. He probably succumbed to Xiao Qingyao's power and wealth and reluctantly agreed to become her fiancé.
Otherwise, who would choose such a terrifying woman? Shu, keep your voice down. Xiao Qingyao's AR level has already reached 25.
Once activated, her 5-sense perception can even pick up the sound of leaves
rustling 50 meters away. With so many people here, if she hears you, you're doomed. And didn't you notice Qin Lianyue standing next to Lu Jin? Indeed, she actually let Qin Lianyue stay by his side. Xiao Qingyao really values this fiancé of hers. How could she not? After all, where else could she find such a convenient fiancé? Exactly. After this, the Xia family might really rise to prominence. Lu Jin's physical potential and talent are among the highest in Liuguang City in recent years, and Xiao Qingyao is a monster in her own right. Their child would undoubtedly have extraordinary potential. However, I think the four major families of the Illusory Light Group probably won't relinquish power so easily, will they? Do you think Xiao Qingyao will just let it slide?
That's the logistics department, responsible for ensuring the resources of the entire Illusory Light Group.
The benefits.
There are enormous, and they can even strangle the hunting teams.
In the past, Xiao Qingyao didn't have the opportunity or time, but now, she definitely won't hold back.
Everyone watched Lu Jin walking along the red carpet not far away, whispering among themselves.
The attendees were all prominent figures in Liuguang City, each a big name in their own right.
While they didn't care much about Lu Jin's identity, his presence was enough to disrupt the balance of the Illusory Light Group, making the stagnant waters of the group even murkier.
As one of the three major corporations in Liuguang City, any changes within the Illusory Light Group would inevitably ripple through the entire city.
This was precisely why the CEOs of these major corporations and the heads of the prominent families in Liuguang City were willing to waste their precious time, arriving early and sitting here all day, because today's banquet could very well mark the beginning of significant changes within the Illusory Light Group. Just as Lu Jin walked along the soft red carpet to the center of the hall, Xiao Qingyao, dressed in an elegant deep red evening gown, her long black hair cascading down her waist, and an ethereal air in her gaze, slowly stepped forward. She naturally took Lu Jin's arm, her face adorned with a gentle smile, and led him toward the podium in the hall. This scene made Lu Jin freeze slightly, completely unprepared for the fact that Xiao Qingyao, who could make those around her feel a sense of pressure just by standing there, would show such a gentle side.
Even Lu Jin, who had seen many beautiful women, couldn't help but feel a wave of captivation in his heart.
Suddenly, he felt that coming to this world might not be as bad as he had imagined. Otherwise, how could such a scene have fallen into his lap? Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Jin and Xiao Qingyao walked together onto the stage. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence at my and Lu Jin's engagement banquet today. Holding onto Lu Jin's arm, Xiao Qingyao, her flawless face radiating a happy smile, announced to everyone present, from today onward, Lu Jin will be the senior vice president of our Illusory Light Group and officially the general manager of our logistics department, responsible for all affairs of the department.
As Xiao Qingyao's words fell, the entire venue instantly plunged into silence. Is it really going to come to a fight? Someone murmured softly. This woman is truly terrifying. She speaks such cruel words, yet her face is still adorned with a smile. Fortunately, my family didn't let me sign up as a candidate back then.
Everyone present had already guessed that Xiao Qingyao intended to reclaim the authority of the logistics department, but hearing her announce it so directly still left them shocked. This seemingly calm statement was, in fact, a declaration of war, a war against the four major families of the Huanguan Group.
The reason the four major families of the Huanguan Group hold their current status is largely due to their control over the logistics department.
Many corporations and families in Liuguang City rely on providing benefits to the four families to sell their resources and goods to the logistics department at high prices. Additionally, materials and resources that other corporations and families in Liuguang City cannot obtain must be purchased from the logistics department of the Huanguan Group. Because of this, the four families of the logistics department have a status far above other major corporations and families in Liuguang City.
Sometimes,
even the hunting teams of the Huanguan Group have to bow vow to the four families. If the supply chain is cut off, all operations would come to a halt. Previously, although Xia Qingyao had considered dealing with this matter, the four major families were deeply entrenched in the logistics department. Most of the managers were from the four families, and the lower levels were filled with their trusted confidants. If they were removed, or if the four families chose to withdraw, the logistics department, with nearly 10,000 people, would collapse instantly. In such a scenario, the illusory light group would crumble in an instant, and other groups and families would dismantle it within minutes. But today, Xia Qingyao took action. After Xia Qingyao made the announcement, a middle-aged man with a small mustache stepped forward, smiling as he looked at Xia Qingyao on the podium. President Xia, your actions, which disregard the opinions of the logistics department employees, as a director of the group, I oppose them. Sure enough, Meng Junjie has arrived. He would be crazy not to come. After all, he is a representative of the four great families, a member of the board of directors of the illusory light group, and has close ties with the majority of the board members. He is the only one qualified to challenge Xia Qingyao, the chairwoman. The people present watched as the mustached middle-aged man walked in, and none of them were surprised. It was highly likely that Xia Qingyao would use this banquet to announce her takeover of the group's logistics department. This would not only catch the four great families off guard, but was also entirely possible. After all, as the group's president, if Xia Qingyao publicly made such a statement and no one immediately stood up to oppose it, the board of directors, considering the group's reputation and influence, would have no choice but to grudgingly accept it. At this moment, Xia Qingyao, with a smile on her face, glanced at Meng Junjie, who returned her gaze. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Although Xia Qingyao had merely glanced at him, the coldness in her eyes sent a chill through everyone present, as if an icy wind had pierced their bones, making them shiver uncontrollably. As the AR system levels up, it continuously enhances the player's five senses, making them more sensitive to things they previously couldn't detect, especially after surpassing level 10. Even the intangible and elusive killing intent can be faintly perceived, or rather, a sense of danger. The sharper the five senses, the stronger the perception of danger becomes. Ordinary people think Xia Qingyao is nothing more than an unparalleled beauty, but for those whose AR system level has surpassed level 10, their heightened senses make them acutely aware of the vast gap between them. Her terrifying presence is akin to a humanoid beast. What an overwhelming aura! Is this what it means to reach AR level 25? Someone murmured in awe. Within the entire illusory light group, perhaps only Meng Junjie and the man-eating tiger Jian Haoyuan can face such an aura without flinching. Faced with such a terrifying presence, it seems Meng Junjie has made progress again over the past 2 years. His AR level must have reached level 23 by now. No wonder he dares to confidently confront Xia Qingyao. Looking at the calm and composed Meng Junjie, the various CEOs and family heads couldn't help but feel surprised. The emergence of world fantasy was not just a game, but a tool for continuous self-improvement. As players honed themselves and repeatedly broke through their limits, they could achieve qualitative transformation. The first threshold was reaching AR level 10, while breaking through level 20 was the second threshold. Anyone who successfully surpassed these could rightfully be called a new human. However, after reaching level 21, each subsequent level became exponentially harder to achieve compared to breaking through level 20. In Liuguang City, only 3 people had reached AR level 25. Besides Xia Qingyao, the other 2 were the current president of the Adventurers Association in Liuguang City and the former CEO of Tianqian Group. This was also why everyone believed that the Wanguang Group was at the peak of its power. What exactly is Meng Junjie trying to say? Xia Qingyao looked at the fearless Meng Junjie, her voice growing sharper. Lu Jin, as my lawful husband and a member of the Xia family, as well as the senior vice president of the group, taking over the long-vacant general manager position of the logistics department, isn't that perfectly justified? As Xia Qingyao's voice grew colder, even the young girls joking in the distance felt the increasingly oppressive atmosphere in the room, to the point where even breathing became difficult. This aura, could Xia Qingyao be on the verge of breaking through to level 26? In a corner of the hall, Chen Kamang looked incredulously at Xia Qingyao in the distance. The jump from AR level 25 to 26 is a massive milestone. In the history of Liuguang City, fewer than 10 people have crossed this threshold, and any one of them could make the 3 major corporations scramble to build connections. Once the AR level reaches 26, one qualifies to form an S-level adventure team, capable of traveling between major cities and even establishing a foothold in Thousand Star City. At this moment, even Meng Junjie felt a hint of pressure and couldn't help but stroke his beard to ease his inner tension. He had never expected Xia Qingyao to be even stronger than before. President Xia, please don't misunderstand. Meng Junjie quickly said with a smile, I'm not opposed to President Lu becoming the general manager of the logistics department. I'm just worried that President Lu's appointment might cause dissatisfaction among the employees in the logistics department, leading to a lot of resentment. After all, President Lu's current AR level is only level 10, and as you know, President Xia, every employee in the logistics department has surpassed level 10. They risk their lives out in the field, and promotions are based on personal achievements and strength. Even when the former president was in charge, the logistics department of the Xia family always determined positions based on achievements and strength. Now, directly appointing President Liu as the general manager of the logistics department will indeed be hard to convince everyone. What I mean is, let President Liu start with the basic training for new employees, so he can adapt and familiarize himself with the work of the logistics department. Later, when he surpasses the level 10 threshold and has enough achievements and strength, it won't be too late for him to fully take over the logistics department. Meng Junjie's series of remarks earned the silent admiration of the various group presidents and family heads present. While Xia Qingyao was undoubtedly powerful and assertive, she couldn't disregard her subordinates. After all, the entire world operated on a hierarchy of levels, especially within corporate groups. Orderly levels had already become the rule of the world. Even the previous president did it this way. If Xia Qingyao's generation opposes it, it might dishearten the employees of the logistics department. In the short term, it may not be noticeable, but over time, these employees will gradually leave. Talents in the logistics department are needed by all major groups, and most new hires are those who have not yet broken through level 10. Letting Lu Jin, who has not yet broken through level 10, manage it is the most suitable choice. That's right. At this moment, Wang Zhonghu, nearly 2 meters tall and resembling a giant, suddenly stepped forward, his gaze fixed directly on Lu Jin, who was standing beside Xia Qingyao, and he sneered disdainfully. The logistics department of the group has always valued strength. I climbed my way up, from being a newcomer to becoming the current department manager. If President Xia truly wants Mr. Liu to directly become the general manager of the logistics department, then let Mr. Liu defeat me first. If Mr. Liu can't even beat me, the manager, what qualifications does he have to become the general manager? Wang Zhonghu's words made many senior employees of the illusory light group nod in agreement. Although Lu Jin is the Xia family's son-in-law, the Xia family should also uphold fairness. Even if Lu Jin is not Wang Zhonghu's match, he should at least break through the level 10 barrier. Otherwise, who would be convinced? Just as Xia Qingyao was about to speak, a deep and resonant voice suddenly echoed throughout the banquet hall. As long as I defeat you, I qualify. Is that correct? In the hall, as this deep and heavy voice echoed, everyone present couldn't help but look in the direction the voice came from. Lu Jin, he's actually planning to accept Wang Chonghu's challenge? The crowd present looked at the handsome young man standing next to Xia Qingyao on the podium, and each of their eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. Today's occasion can be described as a standoff between Xia Qingyao and the four great families. In everyone's eyes, Lu Jin is merely a catalyst for Xia Qingyao to regain control of the logistics department. Even though Lu Jin is quite valued by Xia Qingyao, he is ultimately just an ordinary citizen living in the suburbs. All he can do is watch from the sidelines, with no possibility of intervening in such a conflict. The reason Wang Zhonghu said that was merely for Xia Qingyao to hear. The current bottom line acceptable to the four great families is that Xia Qingyao can only take over the newcomer training segment of the logistics department. If she wants to take control of more, they won't hesitate to go down a path of mutual destruction. As a result, Lu Jin, this reckless guy, actually took this remark as a provocation from Wang Zhonghu and even wanted to fight him. Is he crazy? Chen Kameng looked at Lu Jin on the stage, whose expression remained calm, and couldn't help but cover her forehead with her hand, feeling a bit of a headache. She had originally come here to lend a helping hand to Lu Jin and Xia Qingyao at a critical moment. After all, with the support of the Chen family, the four major families would have no choice but to make some concessions. Now, Lu Jin seemed to have his male pride provoked, and he actually went crazy accepting Wang Zhonghu's challenge. At this point, even if she wanted to step in and save the situation, it was impossible. Everyone present now was a prominent figure in Liuguang City, essentially representing the entire city. Since Lu Jin had already spoken, there was no way to take it back. If someone forcibly intervened at this moment, whether it was her or Xia Qingyao, it would only make everyone look down on Lu Jin, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire Liuguang City in the future. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Lu Shishua stared intently at Lu Jin, who had stepped forward voluntarily, and couldn't help but stomp her feet in frustration. Although she knew that Lu Jin's strength was extraordinary and that he was definitely a master among the 10th level, there was a chasm between the 10th level and above, which was simply impossible to cross easily. However, Lu Shishua did not know that the reason Lu Jin chose to step forward was not due to some issue of male pride. It was because he was a swordsman, and not just any swordsman, but one who had once reached AR level 27. Swordsmen are brave and relentless, advancing without retreat, and must never be lightly insulted. Since Wang Chonghu wants a fight, then let there be a fight. On the other hand, it was to respond to Xia Qingyao. From a series of Xia Qingyao's arrangements, it was clear that Xia Qingyao did not want her husband to be looked down upon. Standing below the podium, Qin Lianyue's expression subtly changed as she looked on. She couldn't help but quickly glance at Xia Qingyao, as if seeking her permission on whether she should step forward.
Miss, Xia Qingyao's original plan was to put pressure on the four major families.
She had also anticipated that the four major families would use Lu Jin's AR level not breaking through level 10 as an excuse to find a way to maintain their power. So, on their side, she would step forward under the pretext of assisting Lu Jin to take over the logistics department. With her AR level at 21, she was more than capable of overpowering everyone else in the logistics department, except for the board members of the four major families.
Of course, the people from the four major families wouldn't easily relinquish control. However, if it was merely about taking over the logistics department of the hunting group, there wouldn't be any issues. The logistics department
of the hunting group had always been managed by the Xia family. This had always been the case among the major corporations. Previously, the Xia family had no choice but to let the four major families temporarily manage it.
If the four major families still refused to let go, their rebellious intentions would become glaringly obvious. At that point, Xia Qingyao would have every justification to begin purging the four major families, and the other board members wouldn't stand in her way.
A mutually destructive outcome was not something the board members wanted to see, especially since Xia Qingyao's AR level had reached 25 and she was very likely to break through to level 26 in the future. Even if the illusory light group were to withdraw from the stage of the three major corporations in Liuguang City for now, it would eventually regain its former glory. However, by then, the illusory light group would no longer have those board members among its ranks.
Qin Lianyue's worried gaze did not attract much attention from Xia Qingyao.
Instead, a rare smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had suddenly realized that Lu Jin, her fiancé, was also a man. However, before Xia Qingyao could respond, Wang Zhonghu seemed to see an opportunity. He directly looked at Xia Qingyao and sneered, "President Xia, President Lu rarely wants to prove himself.
I suppose you wouldn't stop him, would you?"
Of course, since I have already broken through the 10th level, this fight would be unfair to President Lu, so I won't use any weapons in this battle.
Meng Junjie, standing to the side, also nodded in satisfaction, feeling that Wang Zhonghu had done well.
If Xia Qingyao were to stop this now, Lu Jin would be looked down upon by everyone in Liuguang City. Even if he broke through the 10th level barrier in the future, it would be hard for him to achieve anything significant. After all, the group also has its reputation to consider. Lu Jin is my lawful husband, so his words naturally represent mine. Xia Qingyao held onto Lu Jin, glanced at Wang Zhonghu with a blissful smile, and said, "But if Lu Jin really defeats you, then there shouldn't be anyone in the logistics department opposing him becoming the general manager, right?" Xia Qingyao's words made Wang Zhonghu involuntarily look at Meng Junjie. Although Wang Zhonghu was confident he could easily defeat Lu Jin without using a weapon, he could not represent the four major families. "Of course," Meng Junjie said with a smile, without hesitation. "If President Lu really defeats Wang Zhonghu, I think none of the employees in the logistics department will have any objections. Alright, let's begin. Everyone from Liuguang City is here, so this can serve as entertainment for the engagement banquet," Xia Qingyao said as she snapped her fingers.
In an instant, the entire banquet hall transformed. In the blink of an eye,
everyone found themselves standing in an ancient arena, and the podium had turned into a battle stage. After setting everything up, Xia Qingyao, as if in perfect sync with Lu Jin, didn't consult him at all. She simply stepped off the stage and sat quietly to watch the match. "Miss, the risk you're taking is quite high." Qin Lianyue, standing nearby, couldn't help but whisper, "Although young Master Lu possesses skills, Wang Chonghu
is not easy to deal with."
Even if Wang Chonghu doesn't use any weapons, his basic attributes are simply not something young Master Lu can compare to. In the world of fantasy, weapons merely enhance a player's attack power. If they can't hit the target, they pose no threat at all.
"Of course I know that."
Xia Qingyao looked at both sides already standing on the battle platform and couldn't help but smile.
"But I don't think Lu Jin will lose."
"Lianyue, you might find it strange, but when I stand next to Lu Jin, I actually feel a hint of threat."
"Miss, you threatened?"
Qin Lianyue was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. AR level 25, Adventurer level 30, this is already the level of an A-rank adventurer team leader. In the entire Liuguang City, the only ones who could pose a threat to the young lady are the other two individuals with AR level 25. On the battle stage, Lu Jin and Wang Zhonghu faced each other.
"Mr. Lu, since you've accepted my challenge, I won't hold back."
Wang Zhonghu looked at Lu Jin and immediately switched to his set of top-tier rare equipment.
In an instant, he transformed into a steel giant clad in deep blue armor, his entire body completely encased in steel.
Even with a weapon, one would feel at a loss on how to attack. In an instant, Wang Chonghu leapt forward, arriving in front of Lu Jin, and swung a punch fiercely at Lu Jin's face, showing no intention of dodging or defending against Lu Jin's attack. AR level 13, Adventurer level 14, among the four basic attributes, agility, endurance, and neural response had all reached E level, with strength
even reaching 19, close to D level.
Among beginner adventurers, he was considered an expert, nearing the level of a mid-tier adventurer group. Dealing with someone whose AR level hasn't even broken through level 10, there was absolutely no need to dodge or defend. A few punches would settle everything.
Meng Junjie, watching from below the battle platform, couldn't help but shake his head.
Unexpectedly, Wang Chonghu showed no regard for Lu Jin's dignity, directly overpowering him with sheer strength. Just as Wang Chonghu's punch was about to land on Lu Jin, the Lake Light sword in Lu Jin's hand slashed out in response. Sword technique, Aurora. 5 streaks of sword light struck Wang Chonghu's fist one after another, each strike more powerful than the last. By the time the 5th streak of sword light landed on Wang Chonghu's fist, he couldn't help but take 3 steps back before steadying himself. Then Wang Chonghu's electronic body directly disintegrated, and the fist he swung trembled uncontrollably, clearly suffering significant injuries. You're right, you really didn't need to hold back. Lu Jin glanced at Wang Chonghu on the stage, then sheathed the Lake Light sword and walked straight off the battle platform.
Defeated? AR level 13 Wang Zhonghu lost? Can someone tell me what just happened?
As Lu Jin slowly stepped down from the battle platform, everyone in the audience finally reacted at this moment, their eyes almost popping out. As for Meng Junjie, who was watching from below the stage, he was so shocked that he almost tore off his own little mustache. Lu Jin and Wang Chonghu's battle only involved one exchange from start to finish, and then it was over.
Can this even be called a battle? Shouldn't a battle be an intense contest of offense and defense, with both sides going back and forth, their electronic forms gradually wearing down, until one person narrowly wins with a final move and claims victory? And shouldn't the one who ultimately claims victory be Wang Chonghu?
The entire banquet hall erupted in an instant after a brief moment of silence and shock.
Defeated in one move? Could it be that Wang Zhonghu was just pretending?
That's unlikely. Wang Zhonghu is a direct descendant of the Wang family. There's no way he would betray his family. Then explain to me how someone with an AR level of 13, an adventurer level of 14, and equipped with top-tier rare gear could be defeated in one move by someone who hasn't even broken through level 10? It's indeed too unreasonable. After the AR level breaks through level 10, the 5 senses will be further enhanced. Even if both sides have the same basic attributes, someone who has broken through level 10 could never lose. After all, with the enhancement of the 5 senses, the ability to observe and judge attack distances is simply incomparable to someone who hasn't broken through. They can completely toy with those who haven't, like playing with monkeys. Could it be that Lu Jin's AR level isn't actually level 10? The people in the hall looked at Wang Zhonghu, who was still dazed on the battle platform, and Lu Jin, who had already stepped down from the platform without a care.
Each of them felt disbelief and confusion. Compared to Wang Zhonghu's defeat, which caused the 4 major families to lose control of the logistics department, Lu Jin's unreasonable actions were even more shocking and unacceptable. It could be said that it completely shattered everyone's understanding of AR levels. AR level is almost a reflection of all abilities. Each time the AR level increases by 1, not only does the AR system become more suited to the player, but the player's 5 senses are also further optimized and enhanced. Every 10 levels mark a significant gap, where the improvement of the 5 senses shifts from quantitative to qualitative change. Especially for adventurers, if the improvement of basic attributes is akin to addition and subtraction, then the increase in AR level is like multiplication and division. According to Wang Chonghu's data, Wang Chonghu's physical potential data shows that his strength and endurance are both at grade A, while his agility and neural response are at grade B. Although he hasn't fully trained to the limits of 59 and 49, upon reaching the E-level standard of the combatant rank, he should have completely surpassed the grade A limits in strength and agility, and reached the S-level limit in neural response, which should be comparable to Lu Jin. Chen Kameng, watching Lu Jin from a distance, looked puzzled as her beautiful eyes rested on him. Could it be that he used a skill in that move just now? But Chen Kameng quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. Compared to others, Chen Kameng, who had witnessed the power of absolute void firsthand, knew very well that the sharp slash could even tear through the virtual scene with a single strike. However, Lu Jin's slash just now did not have such a terrifying effect. The consecutive 5 strikes were indeed impressive, but they were merely basic weapon techniques. While not many people had mastered them, the improvement they offered was very limited and could not possibly unleash such a powerful force to repel Wang Chonghu. The most important thing is that Lu Jin's speed and reaction ability are clearly not inferior to Wang Zhonghu. Could it be that his AR level has really surpassed level 10? This thought involuntarily appeared in Chen Kameng's mind, because only with this possibility could Lu Jin defeat Wang Zhonghu with a single sword technique. Lu Jin's physical potential is astonishing. If he trains to the extreme level and then breaks through, his basic attributes would not be much inferior to Wang Zhonghu's current level. Coupled with the magical grade Lake Light sword, it is indeed possible to take down an unguarded Wang Zhonghu in one strike. At the same time, many people on the field also thought of this possibility. One by one, they turned their gazes toward Lu Jin, as if trying to scrutinize him thoroughly. Damn it! I can't believe I didn't bring a data monitoring card today. Who has a data monitoring card to sell me one? I have one here. Here, fixed price, 500 units of memory. Get lost. A data monitoring card is just the most basic tool. Outside, one costs only 5 units of memory. Why don't you just go rob someone for 500 units? Fine if you don't want to buy it. Anyway, I'm selling it for 500 units. If they won't buy it, I will.
For a moment, the original banquet directly turned into a data monitoring card trading event, with everyone eager to probe into Lu Jin's current AR level.
Brother, has your AR level broken through? Lu Shishue couldn't help but curiously ask as she looked at Lu Jin stepping down from the stage.
Defeating Wang Zhonghu in one move, even with a top-tier magical weapon, would be impossible. After all, the enhancement of the 5 senses by the AR system is not something basic attributes can easily compare to.
Not yet. Lu Jin shook his head. You defeated Wang Zhonghu without breaking through? Lu Shishue's small mouth couldn't help but form an O shape, her eyes full of disbelief. Brother, don't lie to me, I'm your sister.
At this moment, not to mention Lu Shishue's disbelief, even Qin Lianyue, who was standing nearby, looked at Lu Jin in astonishment. Although she didn't think Lu Jin was lying, she also didn't think he was telling the truth. Could it really be possible for someone who hasn't broken through level 10 to defeat Wang Zhonghu, who has, with just one move? Even with Miss Xia Qingyao's extraordinary physical talent and terrifying combat aptitude, at AR level 10, she could only face off against an 11th level novice adventurer with a full set of magical grade weaponry and equipment.
Defeat? Absolutely not. At that time, just being able to fight to a draw had already left the late old family head in awe.
How could Lu Jin, someone who grew up in the suburbs without any training, possibly compare to a young lady who had received elite education
from an early age, was taught daily by numerous martial arts masters, and honed her skills against a plethora of suitable monsters? What would I lie to you for? Lu Jin looked at Lu Shishue, who was clinging to him relentlessly, and couldn't help but laugh. PK between players isn't just about levels.
Basic attributes, weaponry, combat skills, use of items, sensory levels, and the degree to which the senses are utilized, all of these affect the outcome of a battle.
Of course I know that.
Lu Shishue rolled her eyes at Lu Jin and said irritably, but, brother, whether it's your basic attributes or sensory levels, you're far
behind Wang Zhonghu.
Even if your weapon can break through his defense, with such a gap in basic attributes, there's no way you could take him down in one move.
Who said my basic attributes are worse than his?
Lu Jin said with a smile.
Not worse than his? Lu Shishue looked at Lu Jin with a puzzled expression.
But I heard from others that Wang Zhonghu's attributes at the warrior rank have already reached E level, which is considered expert level among beginner adventurers.
At this moment, not only was Lu Shishue curious, but even Qin Lianyue couldn't help but want to step forward and listen. Lianyue. Xia Qingyao suddenly glanced at Qin Lianyue. Xia Qingyao's words made Qin Lianyue realize she had overstepped a bit.
After all, everyone has their own secrets, so she immediately stepped back to the side.
It's fine.
Lu Jin looked at Xia Qingyao's actions, feeling a warmth in his heart, and smiled as he said, this isn't a secret, nor did I intend to keep it hidden. Some advanced tools can even directly investigate it.
You'll understand once you see it.
Lu Jin directly sent his 4 basic attribute data to Lu Shishue, Qin Lianyue, and Xia Qingyao. In World Fantasy, players' AR levels, various profession levels, for basic attribute data, and even maximum physical potential data, as well as the skills they possess, can all be scanned and viewed using certain items.
Unless players possess some special equipment or items that can block such scans, their data holds no secrets.
As Lu Jin sent his 4 basic attribute data to the three present immediately fell silent.
Lu Shishue looked at Lu Jin as if she were looking at a monster. Strength, 67. Agility, 61. Endurance, 60. Neural response, 72. Strength, agility, and endurance have all reached S-level standards, while neural response has astonishingly achieved an unprecedented SS level. Such foundational attributes are simply extraordinary. Moreover, it seems that agility, endurance, and neural response can still be further improved.
Agility and endurance can at least reach 65, while neural response can even reach 75. It's worth noting that for normal players stepping into the warrior rank, their basic attributes are generally at F level, ranging from 6 to 9. Those with exceptional talent might start at E level, but that's only around 11 to 13. Ordinary players generally reach a B level standard to break through to the warrior rank.
B level attribute values are typically around 45, and combined with F level attributes, the total base attribute value of a warrior won't exceed 55. That's right, the attribute panel of an average player won't exceed 55.
Even for the rare few with exceptional talent, like a genius such as Wang Zhonghu, their strength and agility might reach A level to break through.
After advancing to the E level as a warrior, their attributes would only be around 70.
However, Lu Jin's neural response has already reached a level of 72.
No wonder Wang Zhonghu couldn't withstand even one move. With these base attributes, Wang Zhonghu's defeat is not unjustified. Qin Lianyue couldn't help but glance sympathetically at Wang Zhonghu on the battle platform.
When both sides have similar base attributes, Wang Zhonghu may indeed indeed have superior sensory abilities. However, in a direct confrontation, Lu Jin, equipped with superior magical-grade weapons, completely dominates. Moreover, Wang Chenghu's advantage in adventurer level had become meaningless at this moment.
The increase in adventurer level mainly targets the monsters in the fantasy world, allowing for level suppression against monsters to
deal more damage or being suppressed by the monster's level, resulting in taking more damage while dealing less damage to the monster.
The biggest advantage of adventurer levels in player versus player (PK) combat is merely a higher health limit, allowing one to endure more damage.
However, under the continuous
attacks of high-grade magical weapons, without any weapon for defense or buffering, relying solely on the defense of the equipment itself is absolutely impossible to withstand. It's like two people in the real world with similar physical conditions, one holding a weapon and the other unarmed.
The outcome of a direct confrontation is obvious.
Previously, Wang Chenghu wanted to rely on his attribute advantage to engage in a head-on clash.
Although Lu Jin could injure Wang Chenghu, given the significant disparity in strength attributes, Wang Chenghu could easily repel Lu Jin, inflict considerable impact damage on him, and then swiftly eliminate the vulnerable Lu Jin.
Wang Chenghu's idea was indeed correct, but unfortunately, he hadn't anticipated that Lu Jin was essentially an attribute monster.
Even without
breaking through the AR level 10 threshold, his base attributes were already on par with the E-level standard of the combat soldier rank. At this moment, not only did Qin Lianyue feel a bit sympathetic toward Wang Chenghu, but those in the banquet hall who had scanned Lu Jin using data monitoring cards also felt some pity for Wang Chenghu.
Monster! That Lu Jin is simply a monster. 3 attributes at S level, 1 attribute at SS level. What is going on here? Didn't the Adventurers Association's previous test show only neural response at S level? Could it have been an error in the test?
It must have been a testing error, or perhaps the Xia family deliberately concealed it.
With these physical stats, this is probably the highest body data in the history of Liuguang City.
Just based on this physical potential, which major corporation or family in Liuguang City would pass up on him? I'd be willing to worship him every day. Everyone examined the basic attribute data displayed by Lu Jin, and each of them couldn't help but gasp in shock. In Liuguang City, having one of the 4 basic attributes reach grade A is already considered extraordinary talent. If one reaches grade S, they are a prodigy, with their talent ranking among the top of the younger generation in Liuguang City.
3 grade S attributes, plus an unheard of grade SS, such physical stats are simply unprecedented. This time, the Xia family has truly hit the jackpot. Such physical potential is practically invincible among peers. This isn't just invincible among peers. With such physical potential, they can completely fight across levels. It seems it won't be long before the Xia family produces another top-tier adventurer comparable to AR level 21. No. The truly remarkable thing about Lu Jin isn't just this. If his children inherit even a portion of his physical potential, this family might not even need 20 years to become the strongest family in Liuguang City.
At this moment, the heads of the various prominent families present were all looking at Lu Jin, their gazes burning with intensity.
In today's world, what is it that the major families lack? Talent. Strictly speaking, it's family talent.
Any child from a family in Liuguang City with A-level potential would be fully nurtured, not necessarily aiming to break through AR level 20, as achieving AR level 20 is extremely difficult.
In the entire Liuguang City, there are fewer than 30 top experts at this level publicly known.
Including those who have retired or are hidden in the shadows, the total number definitely does not exceed 50. It's worth noting that Liuguang City has a population of over 6 million, yet there are fewer than 50 individuals who have broken through AR level 20. Even if distributed evenly among major corporations, there wouldn't be enough to go around, let alone among the various families in Liuguang City. Therefore, the major families and corporations do not place their hopes on this level. Instead, at the AR level 20 tier, it is generally sufficient to break through AR
level 10. With time and perseverance over decades, AR level 20 can be achieved. With A-level potential and qualifications, one can dominate within the AR level 20 tier.
Nowadays, the level of major well-known families is actually determined based on this. Generally, to be considered a renowned family in Liuguang City, there must be at least 2 senior adventurers in the family with AR level 20 and A-grade aptitude. However, it is extremely difficult for a family to produce a child with A-grade aptitude, let alone S-grade aptitude. But with Lu Jin's extraordinary physical potential, even if his children could only inherit a small portion of it, they would likely easily reach A-grade
aptitude, and with some luck, even S-grade aptitude. With 10 or so family geniuses like this, how could the family not thrive in Liuguang City in the future?
As the battle between Lu Jin and Wang Zhenghu came to an end, Xiao Qingyao officially announced to everyone that Lu Jin would serve as the general manager of the logistics department of the Illusion Light Group. However, considering that Lu Jin was not yet familiar with the department's affairs, Qin Lianyue would temporarily manage as the deputy general manager of the logistics department. For such a declaration by Xiao Qingyao, none
none of the major corporations and families present, including Meng Junjie from the four great families, showed any surprise. Although Lu Jin is the son-in-law of the Xia family and now considered a part of the family, he is still just an AR-level individual who has not broken through level 10. Even as a general manager, it is unlikely that anyone in the logistics department would respect him. Moreover, Lu Jin is unfamiliar with Illusory Light Group, making it even harder for him to manage the people in the logistics department. Naturally, it is best for Qin Lianyue, the right-hand person, to take charge. After all, Qin Lianyue is a top-tier adventurer who has surpassed AR level 24. Such a strong individual, even if she is not from the logistics department of the four great families, she naturally commands respect, making management much easier. As the engagement banquet concluded and the attendees dispersed, everything that happened at the banquet quickly spread throughout the entire Liuguang city. For a time, the whole city was in an uproar. No one expected Xia Qingyao to successfully take over the entire logistics department, and her husband Lu Jin also proved to be extraordinary. It seems that the future of the entire Illusory Light Group is about to undergo a major transformation. Uncle Meng, this time I failed. Wang Chonghu looked at Meng Junjie, who was sitting quietly in the car, and said apologetically, because of me, the four families lost control of the logistics department. This isn't your fault. Who could have expected that Lu Jin was hiding so deeply? Meng Junjie, sitting in the back seat of the car, glanced at Wang Chonghu and said with a nonchalant smile, although this outcome exceeded my expectations, Xia Qingyao will soon realize that without the assistance of the four families, even if she takes over the logistics department, she won't be able to accomplish anything. When that time comes, she'll still return the management rights of the logistics department. As for what you need to do next, you should already know, right? Understood. Wang Chonghu nodded, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The logistics department was too large and involved a wide range of affairs. With just Lu Jin and Qin Lianyue, even if they took over the logistics department, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything and could only watch helplessly. Time flowed like water. 7 days after the engagement banquet ended, Liuguang City, Xia family's Tianguang mansion. In an underground training room the size of a football field, Lu Jin, drenched in sweat, sheathed the longsword in his hand. Watching the level 10 monster, which had consumed the last crystal core residue of today's training, slowly dissipate, he let out a deep breath. The chances of monster mutation are indeed very low. I used up all the crystal core residues, yet not a single one mutated. Lu Jin looked at the level 10 monster turning to ashes, feeling slightly regretful. For 7 consecutive days, ever since the engagement banquet ended, Lu Jin and Lu Shishue had moved into the Xia family's Tianguang residence. As for the formal wedding, due to the numerous issues currently faced by the Illusory Light Group, it was postponed to a year later. Xia Qingyao felt quite apologetic about this, but Lu Jin thought it was just as well, because he himself had problems to solve, and if he couldn't solve them, he might not even survive a year. At the Tianguang mansion, Lu Jin came to understand what luxury and training truly meant. There was no need to go to any coliseum. The Tianguang mansion of the Xia family already housed a large number of powerful level 10 monsters captured by hunting groups outside, and even level 20 monsters were present. However, due to his presence, many more level 10 monsters had been captured recently. He could practice however he wanted without worrying about exposing his growth data. As for the simulated weapons and equipment, they were upgraded to be 3-level. Compared to the feel and realism of a 3-level simulated equipment, there was a noticeable improvement of about 30%, allowing the superior magical weapon, the Sword of Lake Light, to be utilized to its full 100% potential. 7 consecutive days of intense training had significantly improved Lu Jin's basic attributes. My basic attributes haven't improved at all in the past 2 days. It seems I've reached my limit, Lu Jin remarked as he glanced at his stats panel. Currently, his strength attribute had reached 69, agility 67, endurance 65, and neural response 78. Despite 2 days of intense training and the enhancement from the heart of Demon Breaker, which allowed his basic sword skill, Aurora, to be honed to a level of seamless execution, his 4 basic attributes showed no signs of improvement. The only possibility was that his physical potential had reached its peak, leaving no room for further growth. Since it can't be improved any further, it's time to break through to level 10. As for the breakthrough to level 10, Lu Jin had actually been eager for it for a long time. In a situation where the shadow monster could appear at any moment, the light vein energy he could currently control was completely incapable of harming the shadow monster in the slightest. According to Lu Jin's analysis, after the AR system integrated with the light vein energy, the stronger the AR system became, the stronger his control over the light vein energy should be. The 10th level breakthrough is a significant watershed, capable of providing a qualitative enhancement to the AR system, undoubtedly leading to a substantial improvement in the control of light pulse energy. However, considering better breakthroughs in the future, it's best to develop the body's potential to its limits. This way, the AR system can more precisely adapt to the player, making subsequent AR system level breakthroughs breakthroughs easier. Otherwise, the path ahead will only become increasingly difficult. Therefore, Lu Jin has been enduring, trying to find a way to fully develop his body's potential. In the lounge of the Skylight residence, after getting sufficient rest, Lu Jin exhaled deeply and sent 1000 units of memory into the system in one go. System, detecting that the player's AR level has reached level 10 at 100%. Initiating system update and upgrade. Before the update is complete, players are advised not to remove the AR device. As the system prompt sounded, Lu Jin saw numerous update progress bars start to appear, hundreds of them at once, even more exaggerated than during the previous awakening. 1%, 3%, 9%. The progress bars gradually increased, and time flew by. After a full 3 hours of updating, the system indicator light on the AR glasses finally lit up, signaling that the system upgrade and update were fully completed. This made Lu Jin somewhat excited to activate the AR system. The moment Lu Jin activated the AR system, he immediately felt the warm sensation of the light pulse become even stronger. Without needing to look closely, he could clearly see the radiance emanating from his entire body, which was several times clearer compared to before. Lu Jin casually unleashed a sword technique, Aurora. In an instant, the radiance emanating from his body was guided by the Lake Light Sword, directly transforming into a thread-like sword beam that streaked across the air, dissipating only after a while. As I expected, the more the AR system is enhanced, the better I can control this light vein energy, Lu Jin thought, his heart filled with excitement as he watched the light vein energy dissipate in midair. Although the light vein energy driven by this sword still couldn't compare to the clusters of light vein energy in the sanctuary, the energy released at this moment was clearly more than 10 times stronger than before the breakthrough. With this level of light vein energy, even if it can't kill the shadow creatures, it can at least injure them. Lu Jin then opened his data panel. ID, Lu Jin. AR system level 11, growth rate 0%, requires 3000 memory units to upgrade upon reaching 100% growth rate. Adventurer level 11, requires 10,000 experience points to upgrade. Unlocking Adventurer level 21 requires AR system level 21. Adventurer rank, Warrior. Strength 12, grade E, maximum potential detected as grade S. Agility 9, grade F, maximum potential detected as grade S. Endurance 8, grade F, maximum potential detected as grade S. Neural response 16, grade E, maximum potential detected as grade SS. Chef level 7, growth rate 85%. Housekeeping level 4, growth rate 43%. Repair specialist level 8, growth rate 59%. Appraiser level 8, growth rate 21%. Electronic control level 9, growth rate 87%. Skill absolute void, magic level. Bloodline top rare level, compatibility 96%. Sword mastery junior master, growth rate 32%. Mastery of footwork junior master, growth rate 26%. Weapon skill junior sword skill Aurora, growth rate 89%. Innate talent myriad wishes, the more team members, the greater the AR system adaptability for all team members. Heart of demon slaying, continuous honing of personal skills leads to constant self-growth. System management authority, grade B. This body's potential is truly astonishing. Even though I've just broken through to the warrior rank, there are already 2 initial attributes that have reached E level. Combined with my original base attributes, I might already rival those intermediate adventurers who have just stepped into level 15 and above, Lu Jin thought to himself as he looked at his base attributes in amazement. In World Fantasy, after entering the warrior rank, adventurers are divided into beginner adventurers, intermediate adventurers, and advanced adventurers. Beginner adventurers are players with an AR level below 15. As for the 4 basic attributes, their limit is D level. However, it's very difficult to reach such a limit when the AR level is only 14. Generally, players become intermediate adventurers after their AR level reaches 15. Intermediate adventurers are players with an AR level below 19. The limit for their base attributes in all aspects is B level, with most being at C level. To break through further, the AR system level must be improved further. Otherwise, it is difficult to identify areas that need improvement and enhancement. As for advanced adventurers, they are AR level 19 and 20 players, whose basic attributes have generally reached the limit of their potential. They are just one step away from breaking through level 20, but this step is extremely difficult to overcome. Even among the highly talented beta players who were initially selected, half of them were stuck at this hurdle. This is also why, among the more than 6 million residents of Liuguang City, very few have managed to break through the level 20 limit. Anyone who has achieved this is a significant figure in Liuguang City. When Lu Jin looked down at his own stats, he couldn't help but be surprised. This system update even includes weapon skills? Lu Jin stared at the weapon skills on the data panel, hardly able to believe his eyes. After the first major upgrade of the player's AR system, some combat techniques the player had learned will become apparent, transforming into a mastery system, or rather, the AR system finally perfects the player's mastery system. Xiang
Su Shaotian has blade mastery, while Tang Yan has firearm mastery. According to the AR system's evaluation, both are at a master level, capable of making their weapons an extension of their own bodies. With this mastery system, players can use data to assess their own level and then improve more effectively. However, although weapon techniques are skills that exist in the world's fantasy, they had never been displayed 400 years ago. They were always considered a hidden combat technique, with the AR system providing no guidance, leaving players to explore on their own. But now there is. Although this might not mean much to others, it is incredibly important to Lu Jin personally. With the system displaying data, there is guidance, knowing whether one is improving and whether there is still room for progress. For Lu Jin, mastering the energy of light veins is crucial, and improving weapon techniques is even more important, arguably more so than enhancing the AR system itself. Just as Lu Jin was practicing the sword technique Aurora under the guidance of the AR system, the door to the training room was suddenly knocked on. "Old Su, is there something wrong?" Lu Jin stopped and couldn't help but look at Su Shaotian, who had just walked in. Su Shaotian hesitated for a moment before saying, "President Lu, someone has come to the mansion looking for you. I'm not sure if I should let you meet them." "Who?" Lu Jin asked curiously. Su Shaotian said nervously, "The man-eating tiger, Zhang Haoyuan." "Why did he come looking for me?" Lu Jin felt a wave of astonishment upon hearing this name. The man-eating tiger, Zhang Haoyuan. This name was probably known by everyone in Liuguang City. A figure in the Huanguan group second only to Xia Qingyao, he led the marketing department of Huanguan group to sweep through countless competitors, conquering major cities and towns in the surrounding areas, and opening up numerous markets for the company. His talent is also very impressive, with an endurance potential rating of S level. Other evaluations for strength, agility, and neural response are all A level. Although he is slightly older than Xia Qingyao at 25 years old, he is one of the top adventurers in Liuguang City. His AR level is currently 23, second only to Xia Qingyao within the entire illusory light group. The nickname Man-Eating Tiger comes from Zhang Haoyuan's habit of tearing apart and devouring every opponent he defeats, finding ways to make their strengths his own. It is because of this method that he earned the fearsome title of Man-Eating Tiger. Although Lu Jin had also heard Xia Qingyao mention that Zhang Haoyuan was once one of the candidates who actively volunteered to be her fiancé, it seems that after the matter was settled, Zhang Haoyuan no longer had any such intentions. "President Lu, do you want to meet him?" Su Shaotian asked somewhat worriedly. Zhang Haoyuan, like Qin Lianyue, was one of President Xia's right-hand people, but he was an extremely ambitious man. Although Zhang Haoyuan had earned President Xia's trust and was heavily relied upon, he was a highly unstable factor. Within the entire illusory light group, only President Xia could barely keep Zhang Haoyuan in check. Now that President Xia has been busy outside preparing for the expedition to Thousand Star City and has been away from Liuguang City for a long time, it seems that no one in the entire Liuguang City can restrain Zhang Haoyuan anymore. "Let him in." Lu Jin adjusted his attire slightly, feeling somewhat curious about why Zhang Haoyuan had come to see him. As for avoiding him, that was impossible. He couldn't stay in the Skylight residence forever without going out. After all, he had many things he needed to take care of. In the past few days, Lu Jin noticed that the shadow monsters he encountered outside were becoming fewer and fewer. To Lu Jin, this was not a good sign. It was likely the calm before the storm. Therefore, he needed to make more preparations. After all, no one could help him with this matter, and the only solution was to obtain the sanctuary as soon as possible. During this time, although Chen Kameng had not given him a clear response and only mentioned that the board of directors was still deliberating, the method for evolving ordinary monsters had already spread widely. He even occasionally arranged for some maids and servants in the Tianguang mansion to witness ordinary monsters in the training hall suddenly becoming extraordinarily powerful. This further solidified the rumors outside that the evolution method for ordinary monsters was real. Of course, he also told Xia Qingyao about this evolution method. After all, Xia Qingyao was already his wife. Even though they had not yet held a formal wedding, the two were already legally married, so there was no need to hide this little secret. Xia Qingyao was also very supportive of him obtaining the sacred land of the Sun and Moon group. Many of the rumors about evolution methods in Liuguang City were orchestrated by Xia Qingyao herself. After all, with part of the Chen family's sacred land, they would no longer need to spend a fortune buying sacred land fruits in the future. Recently, Xia Qingyao suddenly left Liuguang City, claiming it was to prepare for the expedition to Qianxing City. In reality, it was to collect a large amount of crystal core residue outside. After all, the trade of this evolution method could only make money for a short time and was not sustainable. Before selling it at a good price, it was natural to stockpile as much as possible to ensure a huge profit later. Lu Jin had just taken a sip of tea in the lounge when a tall, burly young man, with a physique as imposing as a true tiger, walked in through the lounge door. Looking at the young man who had just entered, Lu Jin finally began to understand why everyone called Zhang Haoyuan the man-eating tiger. It wasn't just the tiger-like aura of dominance, the sheer brilliance radiating from his entire body was like a miniature light vein, leaving Lu Jin
somewhat awestruck. This light vein energy is probably 10 times stronger than mine. Lu Jin looked at Zhang Haoyuan, who had already approached him, and could clearly feel the scorching aura emanating from the light vein. "Hello, Mr. Lu. It really isn't easy to get a chance to meet you," Zhang Haoyuan said with a smile that carried a touch of warmth despite his towering height of nearly 190 centimeters. "Mr. Jiang, you're joking. I'm just someone who idles away at home doing nothing. On the other hand, you're a very busy man, and now you've come all the way to see me. I must admit, I'm quite puzzled," Lu Jin replied with a faint smile, his tone soft. No. Previously, I couldn't make it to the engagement banquet of Mr. Xia and yourself due to an urgent matter, so today I've come specifically to apologize and offer my blessings to you both," Zhang Haoyuan said, shaking his head slightly. His expression suddenly turned serious. "At the same time, I also wanted to have a good chat with you, Mr. Lu. Thank you for your blessings, Mr. Jiang. I wonder, what is it that you specifically wanted to discuss with me?" Lu Jin asked curiously. "Of course, it's to talk about the illusory light group and also about your future, Mr. Lu." Zhang Haoyuan smiled faintly and waved his hand. Instantly, a holographic map appeared before Lu Jin's eyes. "Mr. Lu, do you know how many cities, including our Liuguang city, rely on Qianqing city for survival?" "I heard from public information that it seems to be 14 cities," Lu Jin replied, surprised by Zhang Haoyuan's sudden question. "The number Mr. Lu mentioned is indeed the data Liuguang city has disclosed to the public." Zhang Haoyuan snapped his fingers, and the map changed instantly, revealing city after city. "But the real number is 22 cities. 22 cities?" Lu Jin was also shocked. Based on the memories from 400 years ago, within a few hundred kilometers around Liuguang city where he was located, there were only 11 cities. It was normal for a few more to have appeared over the past 400 years. According to the memories of the deceased young man, including Qianqing city, there should have been a total of 15 cities, with Qianqing city as the center. There were indeed quite a few towns along the way, numbering in the dozens. However, due to the small range of areas without mist, these towns were all gathering places that emerged over the past 200 years. Moreover, they lacked the safety zones established 400 years ago, so these towns never developed and couldn't truly be called cities. It's hard to imagine that there are 8 cities that aren't even recorded. President Lu, it's understandable that you don't know, because the remaining cities are on the other side of Thousand Star City, closer to the inland areas. The resources over there are far more abundant than in this barren land of ours, though those cities are quite far from us, Zhang Haoyuan explained slowly. Moreover, those cities are different from ours. They truly belong to Thousand Star City. You can consider them as part of Thousand Star City itself. So, on the surface, there are only 14 cities. Do you understand what I mean, President Lu? President Zhang, what exactly are you trying to say? Lu Jin had a vague suspicion in his heart and couldn't help but understand why Xia Qingyao, Qi Lianyue, and others all said that Zhang Haoyuan's ambition was immense. Zhang Haoyuan waved his hand again, directly putting away the holographic map, then looked at Lu Jin with a smile and said, Thousand Star City has never had the time to deal with the issues of these 14 cities before. Now, the major conglomerates of Thousand Star City have the time, so they want to take over these cities. One of them, the Star Saint Consortium, is very interested in President Xia and even wants to recruit her as their daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, President Xia refused, so I had no choice but to settle for second best and apply to be President Xia's fiancé. That way, I could still enter the Star Saint Consortium. I didn't expect you, President Lu, to show up. So you want to persuade me to join the Star Saint Consortium with Qingyao? Lu Jin said with a laugh. No. Zhang Haoyuan shook his head again and said very seriously, I've already given up on President Xia. What I want is for you, President Lu, to divorce President Xia and join the Star Saint Consortium with me. Lu Jin. Zhang Haoyuan's words stunned Su Xiaotian, who was waiting quietly outside the door. President Zhang actually wants President Lu to get a divorce and then join the Star Saint Consortium together? What exactly is going on here? At this moment, a deep and crisp voice suddenly echoed through the corridor and lounge. Zhang Haoyuan, you're being a bit too much. This voice carried a hint of anger and familiarity. Before Su Xiaotian could react, he saw a tall, mature woman in professional attire, wearing a pair of black-framed AR glasses, walking slowly down the corridor not far away. It was none other than Xia Qingyao's secretary, Qin Lianyue. Secretary Qin. Su Xiaotian immediately bowed and greeted her. You may leave. Qin Lianyue didn't even glance at him, merely giving an instruction. Don't let anyone else approach this area. Yes, Su Xiaotian responded with a bow. At this moment, Su Xiaotian also felt a sense of relief because he understood very well that the matters Zhang Haoyuan discussed today were definitely the secrets of the Huanguang group, secrets that someone like him, a bodyguard, should not be privy to. A single misstep, and he might disappear from Liuguang City. However, considering Zhang Haoyuan's presence here, he had no choice but to protect Lu Jin, making it quite a dilemma. Now, with Qin Lianyue's command, it was undoubtedly possible to leave this troublesome place. Su Xiaotian immediately walked away
away quickly without any hesitation. With Qin Lianyue's arrival, Lu Jin was also utterly astonished. Previously, perhaps because the AR system had not surpassed level 10, many things were not felt very clearly. But now, after breaking through level 10, Qin Lianyue before him seemed completely different. The light vein energy emanating from her body was no less than Jian Haoyuan's. However, unlike Jian Haoyuan's intense radiance, this light was incredibly sharp, resembling the edge of a blade. Looking at Qin Lianyue at this moment, Lu Jin was somewhat dazed. Back then, when Xia Qingyao and Qin Lianyue came to his house, the shadow monster inexplicably disappeared. Thinking about it now, with Qin Lianyue standing there like a miniature light vein, the shadow monster probably didn't dare to approach casually. A single misstep might result in injury, let alone recklessly trying to get close. Secretary Qin, you really came quickly. Jian Haoyuan looked at Qin Lianyue, who had just entered the room with a rather unpleasant expression, and smiled faintly. Clearly, there are already so many matters requiring your attention, yet you still managed to rush over so fast. Truly admirable. Besides, I only came to offer my congratulations on President Lu's wedding and have a casual chat about life. Your urgency in coming over makes it seem like I'm about to devour President Lu. This really doesn't leave a good impression of President Lu on me. Jiang Haoyuan, do you think I don't know you? If I were any slower, you might have actually pulled it off. Qin Lianyue glared fiercely at Jiang Haoyuan. And the reason I'm so busy, isn't it all thanks to you? Lu Jin didn't know what to say for a moment. It felt as if the existence of these two had already taken up everything, leaving no room for him at all. Secretary Qin, don't make it sound so terrifying. Jiang Haoyuan seemed to tacitly agree, smiling as he said, I'm merely offering President Lu another choice in life. A choice in life? Qin Lianyue laughed so hard she swayed like a flower in the wind. You just want to use President Lu as a gift, don't you? What's wrong with that? Jiang Haoyuan looked at Lu Jin disapprovingly and said, Mr. Lu, you might think that becoming Mr. Xiao's husband is great, but your potential shouldn't be buried here. With strength, agility, and endurance at S level, and neural response reaching an unprecedented SS level, you could completely become the ideal son-in-law of the Star Saint Consortium. The power of the Star Saint Consortium is not something the mere Illusion Light Group can compare to. They control 3 cities with a population of over 8 million. Moreover, the second young lady of the Star Saint Consortium is also stunningly beautiful, no less than Mr. Xia, and she's only 19 years old. Mr. Lu, don't you want to consider it? Lu Jin listened and finally understood. So Jiang Haoyuan was really coveting his body. Although it wasn't incomprehensible, he was, after all, a man who made his fortune through technology. How come, after coming to this world, everyone was coveting his body? As Jiang Haoyuan finished speaking, Qin Lianyue couldn't help but look at Lu Jin. Although Lu Jin and Xia Qingyao had both signed contracts, such contracts held no real significance for the Xingsheng Consortium. Moreover, heading to Qianqing City was indeed far better than staying in Liuguang City. Mr. Jiang, your other option is not something I would consider. I think my current life is pretty good, living peacefully, without worrying about food and drink. Lu Jin shook his head and directly refused. Sigh, what a pity. Jiang Haoyuan looked at the rejecting Lu Jin and let out a deep sigh. I thought you would choose a different path from President Xia. Qin Lianyue, standing to the side, also let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but look at Lu Jin in a new light, while a question arose in her heart. Could Miss really have such great charm? After Jiang Haoyuan let out a sigh, his expression suddenly turned serious as he said, since President Lu has already made up his mind, the next time we meet, we will likely be enemies. What do you mean? Lu Jin immediately looked at Jiang Haoyuan, noticing that his aura had completely changed. It was as if he had transformed into a tiger awakened from slumber, making those facing him feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. He is no longer an employee of our Huanguan group. Qin Lianyue took the initiative to explain. Just an hour ago, he resigned from his position as general manager of the marketing department. Resigned? Lu Jin looked at Jiang Haoyuan, finding it hard to believe what Qin Lianyue had said. The marketing department was the core of Huanguan group, and countless people in Liuguang City dreamed of securing that position. Jiang Haoyuan had spent a long time climbing to that role, and now he had suddenly resigned? Just because he suddenly resigned, the entire marketing department of Huanguan group is now in chaos. Qin Lianyue glared angrily at Jiang Haoyuan and questioned coldly, is this how you repay the young lady? That's right. Who told President Xia to choose the wrong path? Jiang Haoyuan said indifferently, let me introduce myself. My current position is senior manager of the marketing department at Star Saint Consortium. From now on, I will be responsible for opening the route from Thousand Star City to Glimmer City, as well as the entire market in Glimmer City. You! Qin Lianyue looked at Jiang Haoyuan in disbelief, not expecting that he had actually succeeded. Secretary Qin, now is not the time for you to criticize me, Jiang Haoyuan said with a faint smile. As for the expedition to Thousand Star City, rest assured, my team and I will still go with President Xia. On the other hand, the current marketing department still needs you to take charge, and as for the salt supplies and the logistics department, I'm afraid Secretary Qin
machine will have to worry about that.
You really calculated everything. Qin Lianyue glared at Zhang Haoyuan, her eyes full of anger.
Today is the big day for the logistics department to transport salt from Creek Town, more than 50 kilometers away. The journey of over 50 kilometers takes 4 days round trip. This salt is an important material prepared for transport to Thousand Star City in 4 days for a transaction with the Star Saint Consortium.
The schedule is extremely tight, and even a half-day delay is unacceptable.
Originally, she was supposed to personally lead the logistics department's transport team for this task.
However, the marketing department is currently in chaos, and with Xia Xinyao absent from Liuguang City, she simply cannot leave the marketing department.
There are numerous matters that require her personal handover to ensure everything is in order. As for the salt pickup in Creek Town, the procedures and signatures must be handled in person by someone at the deputy general manager level or above from the Illusion Light Group's logistics department. This was agreed upon in advance to prevent just anyone from taking the salt.
After all, the day
when the Thousand Star City trade caravan arrives is approaching, and all the major groups in Liuguang City are eager to use this salt to exchange for
valuable goods from the caravan.
The people in Creek Town are hoping someone will miss the appointment so they can sell the salt at a better price. Currently, the logistics department has only 2 deputy general managers and 1 general manager, one of the deputy general managers being a member of the 4 great families.
There's no choice, I owe the 4 great families a big favor from years ago. Zhang Haoyuan chuckled.
Now that I've repaid that favor, I don't care what you all decide to do. At this moment, Qin Lianyue's face was ashen, and for a while, she didn't know what to do.
Should she go herself, or should she seek help from the 4 great families? Miss Qin, is the road to Shiliu Town very dangerous? Lu Jin couldn't help but ask.
The matter of salt had been mentioned to him by Xia Qingyao, and he had some understanding of it, knowing that this batch of salt was an important resource for exchanging chips in Shanxing City.
It's not very dangerous.
The route passes through ordinary subzones below level 17. Based solely on the strength of the transport team, as long as they are cautious, they can handle the vast majority of situations, Qin Lianyue explained.
However, there are quite a few people from the 4 great families in the transport team. If they intentionally delay and prolong the battles with monsters, a journey that originally takes 2 days could easily turn into 3 days. In that case, why don't I lead the team instead? Lu Jin proactively suggested.
When it came to the marketing department's affairs, he was completely clueless.
But if it was about handling subzones below level 20, it was no problem at all.
After all, he was a veteran player who had cleared many abyss-level subzones above level 20, let alone ordinary subzones below level 20.
President Lu, are you going?
Qin Lianyue couldn't help but look at Lu Jin upon hearing this, her eyes full of concern. Although Lu Jin had an astonishing natural talent and now possessed the strength of a beginner adventurer, he wouldn't be of much help with such a transport mission, let alone having to command those unruly members of the transport team. Looking at the worried Qin Lianyue, Lu Jin chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I've already broken through level 10.
Liuguang City, the south gate outside the city. As the main transportation route of Liuguang City, the transportation of goods and resources from surrounding major cities is carried out through here.
Therefore, compared to the other 3 outer gates
of Liuguang City, this one is much more magnificent. The 2 massive gates, entirely made of alloy, stand 8 meters tall and can easily accommodate 3 large trucks passing through simultaneously.
At this moment, in front of the enormous alloy gates, there are as many as 10 medium-sized trucks parked. These trucks have been specially modified to accommodate up to 6 passengers, and are equipped with a layer of electronic armor. This makes it quite time-consuming for electronic monsters to forcibly breach the truck's defenses and attack players inside. B9 electronic armor. The Huan group really is wealthy and powerful. If only our adventure team's bus could be equipped with this electronic armor someday.
What are you dreaming about?
B9 electronic armor can easily withstand hundreds of attacks from monsters below level 20. To equip a heavy-duty truck like this, it would cost at least 400,000 units of memory. I think our adventure team should use the B0 type electronic armor. Although it can only withstand attacks from monsters below level 11 about
50 times, the maintenance cost is low.
The memory required for maintaining the B9 type could cover 10 maintenance sessions for us. 10 such trucks were parked in the middle of the road, making the passing caravans from various towns and the expedition teams of adventurers green with envy, their mouths almost watering at the sight.
For expeditions in the wild, transportation is an absolute necessity and of utmost importance. Although ordinary vehicles, once virtualized, are composed of virtual electronic bodies automatically generated by the World Fantasy System, and while these cars may be made of steel and physically indestructible, they cannot withstand attacks from virtual electronic monsters.
Only virtual electronic bodies can provide effective defense. However, the virtual environment electronic bodies automatically generated by World Fantasy are very fragile. Even a level 1 player can cause damage with just a few punches. If completely destroyed, the player's real body might not be able to pass pass through, but the virtual electronic body can easily pass without any obstacles. Of course, when such an electronic body in the virtual environment is destroyed, World Fantasy will automatically repair it. However, the repair time ranges from 10 minutes to an hour. In that amount of time, countless battles between players and monsters could have ended, not to mention being in the monster-filled wilderness. Players being restricted on the physical level is highly disadvantageous for them. Therefore, the electronic armor of vehicles becomes extremely important. When encountering a monster ambush, this layer of electronic armor can provide players with enough preparation time for battle, preventing electronic monsters from rushing into the vehicle and instantly ganging up on them, leaving players with no chance to react. At the same time, when facing a group of monsters attacking, such electronic armor-equipped vehicles can also be used to forcefully break through, making them quite effective for survival. The only drawback is maintenance. Unlike the automatic repair of virtual environments, electronic armor is a type of electronic gadget. Once damaged, it must be repaired by the player and will not repair itself automatically. Sister Sue, it's already time to depart. Isn't President Chin coming? A petite woman dressed in leather jacket and pants, wearing AR glasses resembling sunglasses, walked up to a short-haired, elegant woman waiting in front of the lead truck in the convoy and curiously asked, "If we don't leave soon, it might be difficult to reach the designated rest stop today." The transportation of resources to the surrounding towns of Liuguang City is meticulously planned, based on centuries of experience. Only by following the original plan can the journey be the safest, minimizing losses in all aspects and encountering fewer monsters along the way. The most important thing is the rest stop. Rest areas along the journey are rare safe zones that won't be attacked by monsters, allowing people to rest assured. After all, humans get tired after a series of battles, they are not robots. Without adequate rest, combat efficiency will decrease. When combat efficiency decreases, naturally, the time spent in battle increases, which can easily affect the scheduled arrival time. I don't know. I heard that there were some major issues in the group's marketing department, and President Chin is handling them, said the delicate woman named Su Tongwei, shaking her head slightly. But our logistics transport this time is very important, so I believe President Chin will come soon. As the captain of this logistics transport team, Su Tongwei was one of the few who knew that this transport was tied to a major event concerning the future of the Illusory Light Group. To ensure that the salt from Creek Town could be transported back to Liuguang City as quickly as possible, they even arranged 10 B9 type electronic armored medium trucks, showing how much the group valued this shipment. While Su Tongwei was chatting with the petite woman, a lean young man at the back of the convoy suddenly ran up to a burly man who stood at least 2 meters tall. "Brother Wang, the family has already sent word that this time Qin Lianyue definitely won't be able to follow the convoy to Creek Town. By then, she'll surely have to ask Uncle Lei, the deputy general manager of the logistics department, to step in," the lean young man said with a smug smile. "After this trip, Brother Wang, you'll definitely be promoted to department manager and lead your own transport team. That's for sure." A trace of longing also ignited in Wang Zhonghu's eyes. Previously, since the logistics department was managed by the 4 great families, and he was considered a genius of his family, he was appointed as the department manager despite not yet being an intermediate adventurer. He was even allowed to lead a transportation team independently. However, now that Qin Lianyue is in charge of the logistics department, his position as department manager is naturally no longer secure. Currently, he can only serve as the leader of a 5-person squad within the transportation team. Even this is due to his status as a genius of the 4 great families, otherwise, he would have been relegated to a deputy squad leader. Compared to his previous role as a leader of a 40-person team, the difference is significant. Of course, although he is now just a small squad leader, within the entire transportation team, aside from Su Tongwei, the team leader, who doesn't listen to him, the other 2 deputy leaders still follow his lead. After all, this transportation team was originally formed as an elite logistics team specifically for the group's hunting corps, and more than half of its members are from the 4 great families. Now that Qin Lianyue is managing the logistics department, the team leader position has been handed over to Su Tongwei. Although he harbors a lot of resentment and dissatisfaction towards Su Tongwei, he cannot help but admire her strength. Only 21 years old and already a level 16 intermediate adventurer in AR ranking. In the future, it might not even take until the age of 25 to become a level 20 advanced adventurer in AR ranking. As Wang Chenghu and the lean young man were happily chatting, a black luxury extended magnetic levitation car arrived at the front of the convoy, and 4 people stepped out. When the 4 people who stepped out of the car appeared in front of the convoy, Wang Chenghu's expression changed dramatically, his eyes full of astonishment. "Lu Jin, why is he here?" Wang Chenghu looked at Lu Jin, who had just stepped out of the car, feeling quite surprised. Wang Zhonghu harbored quite a bit of resentment toward Lu Jin. If it weren't for his carelessness last time, defeating Lu Jin with his superior senses wouldn't have been a problem at all. Yet, due to his negligence, he inadvertently solidified Lu Jin's status in Liuguang City. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Wang Zhonghu, who found this surprising. The members of the convoy present were also quite astonished. As a son-in-law of the Xia family, shouldn't he be leisurely enjoying himself at the central city's gladiatorial arena, focusing on improving his comfort and skills? How could they come to this perilous place? Xiao Su, after this, Mr. Lu will go with you to Creek Town. I won't be going, Qin Lianyue said directly to Su Tongwei, who was still somewhat dazed. The entire convoy will be led by Mr. Lu afterward. You don't have any issues with that, right? Su Tongwei quickly responded, no problem. Su Tongwei understood Qin Lianyue's words very clearly. For this convoy trip, although Lu Jin was the leader, she, as the squad leader, needed to take extra care of Lu Jin. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lu Jin looked at Su Tongwei and smiled. It's no trouble at all. Since President Lu is going, please ride in the front car with us. Su Tongwei dared not be careless. Since Qin Lianyue entrusted Lu Jin to her, she had to ensure his safety. After all, this Lu Jin was currently the most valuable person to the Xia family, and countless prominent families in Liuguang City had their eyes on the Xia family son-in-law. Subsequently, Lu Jin, along with his two bodyguards, Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan, boarded Su Tongwei's lead car. Brother Wang, what should we do now? The lean young man looked at Lu Jin, who was about to pass, and said anxiously that Lu Jin is the general manager of the logistics department. He can still pick up the goods even if he goes to Shiliu Town. Wang Chonghu also stared intently at Lu Jin, who had boarded the lead truck, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, Qin Lianyue is truly ruthless, actually sending Lu Jin personally to deliver the message to others. Slow down the pace a bit along the way, I want to see how Lu Jin completes this task. Alright, I'll go notify the brothers in the convoy right away. The lean young man nodded and quickly headed toward the other trucks. Liuguang City, South Gate outside the city. As the low rumble of the lead truck sounded, a total of 10 trucks loaded with B9 electronic armor moved forward into the mist under everyone's watchful eyes. In no time, they completely disappeared into the fog. On the lead truck, Lu Jin experienced for the first time just how formidable the electronic armor trucks were. The road from Liuguang City to Shiliu Town could be described as flat and open, although the road was extremely old and had not undergone any maintenance. With many potholes and scattered gravel, for medium-sized trucks with tires nearly 2 meters in diameter, it was as smooth as walking on level ground. However, the truly remarkable feature of this B9 electronic armor truck was its ability to directly ram into electronic monsters on the road or surrounding areas. These electronic monsters were instantly sent flying and had no way of infiltrating the truck at all. What originally took scavengers 1 or 2 hours to traverse now only required a mere 10 minutes for the B9 truck. In less than 20 minutes, the convoy had already traveled over 5 kilometers away from Liuguang City, directly entering a zone where monsters above level 10 were active. Mr. Lu, in a little while, will be entering a level 12 dungeon area. There are a lot of monsters there, so we'll need to get out of the truck to clear the monsters as we advance. Otherwise, the truck's electronic armor could easily be completely destroyed by those monsters, Su Tongwei said, glancing at the increasingly dense fog ahead before turning to Lu Jin behind her. At that time, we might not be able to look after you, so please stay in the truck. The B9 electronic armor was indeed powerful, but it was a consumable item meant to be used as a life-saving measure in critical moments. If the number of monsters is too high, it won't take more than a few waves of attacks for the durability of the electronic armor to be completely depleted. At that point, there will be no defense against the electronic monsters, and sitting in the truck would be akin to being completely bound hand and foot, left at the mercy of the electronic monsters. Therefore, as soon as you reach an area instance with a high density of monsters, you must get out of the vehicle and fight your way forward. Alright, Lu Jin nodded. He had no intention of interfering with Su Tongwei's command. Each has their own expertise, and while he excelled at strategizing area instances, he was a complete novice when it came to convoy transport battles, which didn't even exist 400 years ago. Forcing himself to take command would only result in negative consequences. Su Tongwei looked at Lu Jin, who had no intention of seizing command, and was somewhat surprised. She couldn't help but express her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your understanding. In the transport team, there were too many offspring of prominent families. Although they had some abilities, they often liked to show off during various tasks, frequently attempting to seize command to highlight their capabilities and earn admiration or a fresh perspective from others. These situations could be said to cause them a lot of headaches, often requiring them to put in extra effort and time to compensate for the negative effects brought about by these individuals. In no time, the moving truck entered a translucent glowing wall. As the truck entered, a system notification appeared before everyone's eyes. System: players have entered the Ashen Valley area dungeon. The area dungeon level is 12. Players who have not cleared the area dungeon will have their levels forcibly capped below AR system level and adventurer level 12. Everyone, get off the truck and prepare for battle. Archery team, get on the roof. Su Tongwei shouted through the truck's loudspeaker. Due to the fog, signal transmission for general electronic devices was greatly hindered, making electronic communication communication methods unusable. They could only rely on the relatively old-fashioned loudspeaker to issue commands through sound. Fortunately, the AR system significantly enhances the player's 5 senses. Even the voice of an ordinary person can be heard clearly from 30 meters away, and the sound of a loudspeaker can be easily heard within a range of several hundred meters. For a moment, trucks stopped one after another, and the members of the transport team got off the vehicles, leaving only one person to drive slowly. The others stood guard nearby. On the roof of each truck stood a person holding a longbow, taking arrows out of their backpack and placing them beside them while keeping a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Xiaokue, we'll be counting on you for this truck later. Su Tongwei glanced at the petite woman Lin Xiaokue standing on the roof of the truck and specifically reminded her, "Sister Su, don't you already know my strength?" Lin Xiaokue took out an ancient crystal longbow and said confidently, "I absolutely won't let those monsters get within 10 meters of here. With your words, I can rest assured." Su Tongwei nodded, fully recognizing Lin Xiaokue's abilities. In the world of fantasy, most mainstream professions are melee-based, with only a small number of players choosing weapons like bows and arrows. The first reason is that they are difficult to master, and the second is the high consumption rate. Each arrow is a memory unit, and roughly 1 unit of memory equals 3 ordinary arrows. Of course, the role of archers is also significant. First, in terms of attack damage, they rank first among all weapons. Coupled with their long-range attack style, most monsters in the world of fantasy are restrained by them. Moreover, compared to other melee players, their speed in clearing monsters is undoubtedly the fastest, without question. It is precisely because of this that archers play a very significant role in a team. Any powerful team is bound to have a skilled archer. Among them, Lin Xiaokue is a rare AR level 15 master archer. In her basic attributes, agility and neural response have reached an A-level standard, making her the top damage dealer in the entire transport team. In less than 3 minutes after the convoy started moving, a group of goblins appeared on both sides of the road. Although these goblins were only about a meter tall, each wearing simple and tattered equipment, and holding extremely worn-out weapons, they had already surrounded the convoy, numbering over 200. Archers, prioritize taking out those ranged goblins. Guardians, follow me to draw their attention. Everyone else, focus on protecting the trucks. Su Tongwei couldn't help but pick up a life-size tower shield she was carrying and, along with 7 others wielding shields, charged directly into the goblin horde. She frantically used the shield to ram into them, instantly scattering the previously clustered goblin group. This drew all the goblins' attention to Su Tongwei and her team, giving the archers an opportunity to target the goblins wielding bows. Lu Jin, resting in the truck, quietly watched Su Tongwei and the others clearing out the goblins outside. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised by Su Tongwei's strength. Although Su Tongwei's level was suppressed to level 12, she easily subdued 5 or 6 level 12 goblins on her own. Facing the siege of these level 12 goblins, the shield in Su Tongwei's hand seemed almost alive. No matter how the goblins attacked, they couldn't harm her. The shield always managed to block the attacks just as they were about to hit her. This Su Tongwei is so strong. Purely in terms of shield mastery, she has probably reached the level of an intermediate master. Su Xiaotian, sitting in the truck, couldn't help but marvel as he watched the completely unscathed Su Tongwei. As a master who also uses a shield, Su Xiaotian was well aware of the situation when one person faced an onslaught of 5 or 6 monsters. Even he, when facing monsters of the same level, could not achieve the level of skill Su Tongwei displayed. Only an intermediate master, whose skill level surpasses that of a beginner master, could turn decay into magic. Moreover, because Su Tongwei attracted so much attention, it allowed Lin Xiaokue on the roof of the car to unleash a frenzied assault. Arrows shot out like a machine gun, whizzing through the air. Each arrow precisely hit the goblins' unprotected heads, instantly taking down one goblin after another. The battle lasted less than a minute, and more than 20 goblins had already fallen at Lin Xiaokue's hands, causing the goblin group to sharply decrease in number. As the battle continued, Su Tongwei and the others slaughtered their way through, but the convoy's speed did not increase. In fact, before one group of goblins was completely dealt with, new goblins noticed the commotion and rushed over. Su Jia, Wang Zhenghu, and his people aren't putting in any effort. At our current pace, we probably won't reach the rest stop before nightfall. Lin Xiaokue, observing the entire situation from the roof, glanced at the 4 major team members still fighting beside the convoy. Each of them took a long time to kill even one goblin, barely performing at half their usual level. Damn it, they really are trying to stall for time. Su Tongwei cast a furious glance at the 2 deputy captains who were hardly exerting themselves, her eyes filled with anger. The deputy leaders of the transport team are skilled intermediate adventurers, equipped with top-tier rare-grade weapons and gear. Even when their level is suppressed to level 12, they can easily handle 3 or 4 goblins attacking them at once, as goblins are relatively weak compared to other monsters of the same level. However, now the 2 of them are flustered even when facing just 2 or 3 goblins, clearly stalling for time and unwilling to exert themselves. At this moment, Su Tongwei had no solution. The only thing she could do was to kill these goblins faster and try to leave the area before more goblins arrived. Our captain is really putting in the effort. Kill, kill. With the speed at which they're clearing, they can't possibly keep up with the goblins rushing in. If this drags on, even the area boss might show up. Wang Zhonghu and the others watched Su Tongwei speeding up her kills, and couldn't help but smile one by one. The battle between players and monsters is different from the battle between players. Whether a player can deal more damage to a monster partly depends on their level and partly on their weapon. If a player has a level advantage over a monster, the damage they can deal increases. The same goes for weapons. The higher the player's level, the more attack power the weapon can unleash, as a weapon's attack power benefits significantly from the player's attack power. However, in the regional instance, Su Tongwei, who is at level 16, cannot fully utilize her level advantage. In terms of pure player personal skills, the effect on monster killing speed is not very significant. On the lead truck, it seems Wang Chonghu and his team really intend to stall for time. Lu Jin glanced at Wang Chonghu and the others fighting outside the window without much surprise, then turned to Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan beside him. In that case, let's join in as well. Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan both transformed their wristbands into their preferred weapons and got off the vehicle together with Lu Jin. Why are they getting off? Lin Xiaokui, who was continuously providing rapid fire support from the roof of the vehicle, frowned as she watched the three of them step down. Currently, the number of goblins had already reached nearly 300. Although this number was still within the convoy's manageable range, they were already too occupied to handle anything else. Just preventing the goblins from approaching the truck had forced her to abandon precise shots aimed at the goblins' weak points, such as their heads, and switch to rapid fire, focusing primarily on inflicting damage. Yes, sir. The monsters in the world of fantasy are very close to real creatures. If their bodies suffer severe damage, it will affect their corresponding mobility, greatly reducing their combat power. The ancient bow she uses is an extremely rare top-tier rare-grade weapon, with an attack rating reaching B level, and it comes with a wounding effect that worsens the injuries of its targets. As long as the target is hit, even if it's just an arm, it can easily render that arm useless. With an attack power as high as B level, it only takes 2 arrows to take down a level 12 goblin. Now that Lu Jin has come down, he is definitely just causing trouble for them. Monsters in the world of fantasy instinctively like to attack players. Whenever they appear, they will definitely go on the offensive. Su Tongwei and the other shield-bearing guardians certainly attracted many goblins, but there were still some goblins that would attack other players. The appearance of Lu Jin and his group would undoubtedly attract a significant number of goblins to attack, forcing them to split their attention to protect others, which would surely further slow down the process of clearing the goblins. Wang Gu, Lu Jin has come down. The lean young man, while fending off 2 goblins, spoke with a hint of excitement. After Wang Chonghu killed a goblin with a single slash, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of Lu Jin and the others stepping off the vehicle. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Finally couldn't sit still, huh? But even if they join the fight, nothing will change. This time, we'll make Xia Qingyao understand that without the support of the 4 great families, she can't accomplish anything. Wang Chonghu was well aware of Lu Jin's strength, which was indeed formidable in terms of combat skills and physical potential. But unfortunately, when facing monsters, a player's level is what truly matters. Moreover, level 10 is a significant threshold for the monsters in world fantasy. Just as players experience a class advancement, monsters undergo a qualitative transformation in their base attributes upon surpassing level 10. For a level 10 player to fight a level 12 monster is almost no different from battling a boss. The only useful addition would be the 2 bodyguards, but they merely add 2 more combatants. Compared to the current team of fewer than 20 people fighting desperately, they are hardly worth mentioning. At this moment, Su Tongwei, who was amidst the goblin horde, also noticed Lu Jin and the others, feeling a wave of anxiety in her heart. This was simply making things worse. As soon as the 3 of them got out of the car, more than a dozen goblins wielding swords and knives broke away from the group attacking Su Tongwei and the others and charged directly at Lu Jin's group. Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan, upon seeing this, immediately rushed forward as well. Su Xiaotian, wielding a high-grade magical wind-scale round shield, charged directly at the dozen goblins rushing toward him. In an instant, he sent 6 goblins flying, then swept the wind-scale round shield horizontally, knocking 3 goblins slashing at him from the side 3 meters away, resembling a giant bear. Tang Yan, holding a spear, dashed forward and appeared behind 2 goblins. These 2 goblins, completely unaware, were preparing to ambush Su Xiaotian from behind. However, with a horizontal sweep of Tang Yan's spear, it slashed across the necks of the 2 goblins, instantly taking them down. The attributes of these 2 are so strong. Lin Xiaokui, standing on the roof of the car, was stunned as she watched the dozen goblins being scattered in an instant. In the regional instance, not only are the player's AR level and adventurer level suppressed, but even the player's basic attributes are suppressed to an E-level standard. Of course, this suppression only manifests in the damage effects against electronic monsters. The physical strength itself does not decrease in any way, so agility and neural response aspects of the body remain intact, which can be considered a hidden benefit benefit for high-level players.
However, the fact that Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan could easily kill goblins indicates that both of them have extremely high physical potential.
Especially before breaking through to the warrior rank, such E-level warrior strength effects are particularly impressive.
But there were too many goblins.
While a dozen goblins might not pose a problem for Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan, soon over 20 goblins surrounded them,
slowing their movements.
Meanwhile, 7 goblins bypassed Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan, sneering as they charged toward Lu Jin, who was standing in the rear.
Not good. 7 attacking together.
Lin Xiaokuei saw this and immediately knocked 3 arrows on her bow, shooting them all at once. It must be said that Lin Xiaokuei's 3-star moonchasing archery skill was incredibly powerful, as she precisely hit 3 of the goblins, causing them to halt instantly.
However, 4 goblins still charged at Lu Jin simultaneously, wielding daggers and rusty swords. Run back to the car quickly.
Lin Xiaokuei shouted anxiously. For level 12 goblins attacking together could absolutely take out Lu Jin, a level 10 player, in one wave, even if Lu Jin had previously defeated Wang Zhenghu at the banquet. The attribute suppression brought by levels meant that even though Lu Jin possessed base attributes comparable to a novice adventurer, he couldn't possibly go head-to-head with a level 12 goblin, let alone 4 of them. However, despite Lin Xiaokuei's loud warning, Lu Jin seemed completely unfazed. He simply drew the lake light sword from his waist and slowly walked toward the 4 charging goblins. As the 4 goblins were less than a meter away from Lu Jin, the lake light sword in his hand suddenly swung out.
Beginner sword technique, Aurora.
In a flash, 4 sword light spread out from in front of Lu Jin, slowly dissipating in midair, while the 4 goblins stood frozen in place as if immobilized. Lin Xiaokuei stared at the completely motionless goblins, filled with astonishment and confusion. Just 2 seconds later, the bodies of the 4 goblins split open directly, their memory cores completely collapsed, and 2 memory crystals dropped. This scene also caused Su Tongwei, who was entangled by goblins in the distance, to widen her beautiful eyes in disbelief, unable to believe it was real.
Impossible. How can he deal such high damage?
Wang Zhenghu naturally had been watching all of this, staring in shock as Lu Jin instantly killed 4 goblins, completely dumbfounded. Although goblins are very weak and their memory is fragile, players with the same level of strength attribute reaching E-level can instantly kill a goblin in one move, as long as they have a top-tier rare weapon and hit a vital spot directly. However, the prerequisite is that they must be level 12. A level 10 player is absolutely impossible to achieve this, let alone the fact that Lu Jin didn't even hit the goblin's vital spots.
And Lu Jin, after taking down 4 goblins, also noticed a system notification at the corner of his eye. System, player experience points +2. 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 Goblins are indeed weak, even killing them across levels only gives 2 experience points.
Lu Jin glanced at the total experience points required to level up, which amounted to a full 10,000 points.
He was still 9,992 points short and couldn't help but sigh.
Then, his gaze shifted to the goblin army in the distance, and he quickly spotted a goblin dressed in tattered clothes, occasionally shouting chaotically.
Is it that one? Goblin area dungeons are renowned for their sheer numbers. The endless goblin army is enough to exhaust any player team before they even encounter the area's final boss. To break through this goblin army, players must locate the goblin commander. Only by killing the commander can the goblin army fall into chaos, significantly reducing the intensity of their attacks on players. It would even become difficult for them to form an organized assault, making it much easier for players to eliminate the goblins. However, this commander is extremely difficult to find. Without extensive experience in raiding goblin area dungeons, it is impossible to identify.
After Lu Jin used data scanning, he pinpointed the goblin commander hidden within the army, immediately taking a stance and thrusting the lake light sword in his hand with force.
Lu Jin seemed to transform into a whirlwind, scattering the goblins along his path. The massive army of over 100 goblins was forcibly split into 2 groups. By the time everyone reacted, the lake light sword in Lu Jin's hand had already pierced through a tattered goblin.
As the goblins struggled and slowly dissipated, the entire goblin army froze in their tracks, all turning their gaze toward Lu Jin.
Who on earth is he?
Su Tongwei looked at Lu Jin standing at the center of the goblin army, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. Just a single charge and thrust, how much strength and agility would it take to create such an astonishing scene?
Wangu, are you sure he's only level 10?
The lean young man looked at Lu Jin in the center of the field, his mouth almost unable to close. Like a gust of wind, the charging thrust was simply unheard of. With just one charge, more than 20 goblins among over 100 were sent flying, each severely injured. Such strength and speed were comparable to that of an intermediate adventurer who hadn't been suppressed. At this moment, Wang Zhenghu's gaze toward Lu Jin in the distance was more serious than ever before. Such power, such speed, and that terrifying destructive force even without suppression, he couldn't possibly achieve this.
Could it be that he has broken through? Wang Zhenghu looked at Lu Jin.
Though he found it hard to believe, after thinking it over, this seemed to be the only possibility, otherwise, there was no no way to explain how Lu Jin could possess such lethal power. Standing in the center of the field, Lu Jin glanced at Su Tongwei and the others, who were all staring in shock and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Stop standing there in a daze. The truck should follow me at a slow pace. We can't stay in one place forever." Although his current level is only 11, his basic attributes are comparable to those of a level 15 intermediate adventurer team with D-level basic attributes, especially his neural response, which is probably already close to the C-level standard of an ordinary intermediate adventurer. Dealing with a group of goblins with only F-level abilities is naturally very easy. However, easy as it may be, if faced with an endless army of goblins, one could still be exhausted to death. According to Lu Jin's map scan, within a 1-kilometer radius, 4 goblin settlements have already surrounded them. At the marching speed of the goblin army, it would probably take no more than 5 or 6 minutes before they are faced with 600 to 700 goblins. So many goblins, let alone Wang Zhenghu and the others, who haven't even exerted much effort yet. Even if they gave it their all, they would probably be doomed. As Lu Jin spoke, everyone on the scene finally reacted. Lin Xiaokui and the others turned to Su Tongwei, clearly seeking her opinion. "Everyone, follow Mr. Lu's orders. The convoy will proceed in the direction he leads." Su Tongwei also took a deep breath. There was no other choice now. Although no one knew why, after Lu Jin killed that goblin, the surrounding goblins clearly fell into chaos. Some even began to turn and flee. Even those that attacked showed no coordination, something that had never happened before. It was obvious that the goblins' chaos was caused by Lu Jin. This also indicated that Lu Jin was quite familiar with this goblin area dungeon, so naturally, there was no reason not to take a chance. With Su Tongwei's command, the convoy began to slowly move in Lu Jin's direction. Across the entire wasteland, due to the absence of the goblin commander, the combat strength of nearly 200 goblins was directly halved. Originally, Su Tongwei and the other guardians felt significant pressure when facing the combined attacks of 6 or 7 goblins, but now, even when surrounded by 10 goblins, they still handled it with ease. As for Lu Jin, he seemed to blend into a realm of no one. There was no need to deliberately target the goblins' weak points. It was almost one sword strike per goblin, like a harvester. With one sword skill, Aurora, he instantly killed the 5 goblins surrounding him, making their attacks seem like a joke. Meanwhile, Lu Jin's experience points were rapidly increasing. System, player experience points +2. System, player experience points +2. System, player experience points +2. For a moment, thanks to Lu Jin clearing the way, the convoy's progress speed increased significantly. What originally required an hour's journey was shortened because Lu Jin could see all the monsters within a 1-kilometer range, allowing him to precisely choose the best path forward, completely avoiding being surrounded by goblins. Even if there were 200 or 300 goblins, Lu Jin would still take down the goblin commander in no time, allowing the entire group to handle the rest with ease. "Sister Su, this President Lu is incredible. It's like having an intermediate adventurer without level suppression carrying us." Lin Xiaokui, perched on the roof of the car, watched the goblins falling one by one at Lu Jin's feet in the distance, her eyes filled with excitement. Now Wang Zhenghu and the others are probably going to be dumbfounded. Originally, according to their estimates, they definitely wouldn't be able to reach the rest stop on time tonight. However, at their current pace, even if Wang Zhenghu and the others did nothing, they could easily and punctually reach the rest stop. Indeed, this pace is astonishing. At this speed, let alone reaching the rest stop by evening, we might even arrive 2 or 3 hours earlier, Su Tongwei said, glancing at Lu Jin, who was leading the way ahead, feeling a bit dazed. No wonder President Qin had President Lu lead the team. It's always been said that President Lu hasn't broken through level 10, but his talent is extraordinary. At level 10, he could rival a beginner adventurer. Now it seems he must have surpassed level 10. Although an 11th level adventurer is insignificant in the entire transport team, after all, the weakest among them are AR level 14 beginner adventurers, and the squad leaders are AR level 15 intermediate adventurers. But in a level 12 low-level regional dungeon, a genius like Lu Jin is practically a game-breaking existence. Just as Su Tongwei and Lin Xiaokui were chatting, a long horn blast suddenly echoed from the rocky forest not far away. Immediately after, a massive goblin, riding a giant wolf mountain clad in exquisite armor, standing at a towering height of 2 meters, appeared. Everyone in the convoy froze, their expressions turning unprecedentedly grim. How could this happen? I must be dreaming. Regional Lord. Why would such a monster appear in a low-level ordinary area dungeon? At this moment, not only did everyone in the convoy feel an overwhelming sense of oppression, but even seasoned adventurers like Su Tongwei and Lin Xiaokui had somewhat stiff expressions on their faces. Although there were only a little over 100 goblins in front of them, the massive goblin leading the group, riding a giant snow-white wolf, was enough to easily annihilate any 50-member team. That's right, regional lords are such terrifying existences. Our luck this time is truly astonishing. At this moment, Lu Jin looked at the massive goblin that appeared, feeling considerable pressure. In an ordinary regional dungeon, the chance of encountering a regional lord is less than 2%. Normally, finding even one
is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The odds of running into one by chance are practically equivalent to winning a magical great accessory in a lottery. Goblin King, Regional Lord, Level 12. Basic attributes: Strength A level, Agility B level, Endurance A level, Neural Response B level. Under the data scan during the beta test, the Goblin King's stats in all aspects have already surpassed those of intermediate adventurers and are even stronger than some advanced adventurers. Under normal circumstances, without 50 beginner adventurers with level 12 maxed out basic attributes, it's practically hopeless, let alone a team with fewer than 50 members. Mr. Liu, let's just drive straight through, Su Tongwei suggested, unable to hold back as she watched the goblin generals slowly closing in. If it were just a regional boss, with the strength of their team, they might still stand a chance, but facing a regional lord is simply courting death. The only way is to use the electronic armor to escape the regional lord. No, with the speed of the regional lord, I'm afraid the electronic armor would be destroyed before we even get a kilometer away. By then, facing the regional lord's attack inside the vehicle would be a dead end. Lu Jin shook his head. The regional lord's movement speed is incredibly astonishing. Even in a sports car, it would be hard to shake it off, let alone a truck. Haha, let's see what other ways you have to arrive on time, Lu Jin. Wang Zhenghu looked at the approaching regional lord. Although his feelings were somewhat complicated, overall, he was quite pleased. After all, Xia Qingyao's batch of salt would definitely not make it in time, meaning they had completed their mission. However, the cost of this mission was rather high. It seems we have no choice but to fight with all we've got. After observing the Goblin King for a while, Lu Jin gritted his teeth and directly invited Su Xiaotian, Tang Yan, Su Tongwei, Lin Xiaokui, and other non-4 family's transport team members, a total of 21 people. Mr. Liu? Su Tongwei looked at Lu Jin, who had suddenly sent a team invitation, feeling a bit puzzled. Although transport teams sometimes formed a group for long journeys, at their level, they rarely risked accidentally injuring others. Moreover, forming a team would display teammates' status bars in their field of vision, which could slightly affect personal focus. As a result, major transport teams rarely formed groups during their trips. Furthermore, even forming a team at this moment wouldn't change the unfavorable situation they were in. On the contrary, it might negatively impact their combat performance. Just agree to it, all of you. I have a skill that can enhance your abilities, Lu Jin said casually, without offering much explanation. The innate talent of countless wishes can be said to be his greatest secret. Originally, he intended to cultivate a group of trusted subordinates before using this innate talent. However, now facing the regional lord, he couldn't afford to think too much and had to use it to save his life. Enhanced strength? Although Su Tongwei found it strange, the skills in the world of fantasy are incredibly diverse. Skills that can enhance the combat power of companions are not unheard of. Moreover, there were rumors before that Lu Jin had mastered some skills, so it might really be such a powerful skill. With that thought, Su Tongwei had everyone agree to Lu Jin's team invitation. This feeling, after accepting Lu Jin's invitation, Su Tongwei and the others displayed expressions of shock and excitement. Wang Gu, what do you think Lu Jin is trying to do? Suddenly inviting Su Tongwei and her group to team up, and after teaming up they seem quite excited? The lean young man looked at the subtle changes in Su Tongwei and the others' expressions, feeling puzzled. The main function of player teaming is merely to prevent mutual harm, but for experts, these are just basic operations. Compared to the hindrance caused by shared vision, the benefits of teaming are essentially negative, and the more people in the team, the more severe the impact on vision. However, now Su Tongwei and the others seemed as if they had taken stimulants, or rather, it was far more exaggerated than just taking stimulants. I don't know. Wang Chenghu shook his head and said with great certainty, but no matter what that Lu Jin does now, it's useless. A regional lord is simply not something a transport team like ours can contend with. Even if the group's hunting squad came over, trying to take down this regional lord would likely result in heavy losses. Although Lu Jin now exists like a bug in the level 12 regional dungeon, akin to an intermediate adventurer entering a beginner adventurer's dungeon to fight, the regional lord is a being that transcends levels. It can only be defeated through overwhelming numerical advantage, wearing it down bit by bit. It is simply not a monster that can be fought one-on-one. The lean young man also nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with the sentiment. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to complete the transport mission this time. They can only return to Liuguang City, hoping that their lifespans would be reduced as little as possible. However, while Wang Chenghu and the others were indifferent to Lu Jin's actions, Su Tongwei and her group were overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. Sister Su, President Lu's skill is just incredible. I feel like my 5 senses are even sharper now than they were before I was suppressed, Lin Xiaokui exclaimed, feeling the overwhelmingly familiar sense of control around her, as if she had come back to life. This skill is indeed astonishing. My 5 senses have completely returned to their peak state, Su Tongwei said, clenching her fists, her spirit brimming with excitement and fighting intent. Now, even when facing a level 12 regional boss, we won't be completely powerless. Although there was no improvement in basic attributes, a player's strength is not solely reflected in their base stats. The reason people value AR levels so much is that an increase in AR level enhances a player's 5 senses, significantly improving their control over themselves and elevating their combat mastery to a new level. The strength of a regional lord lies only in their basic attributes, not in their control and skills in combat. No matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit, it becomes meaningless. At this moment, not only were Su Tongwei and the others shocked by their own transformations, but even Lu Jin himself was stunned by the effects of the 1,000 wishes. Can the team effect for more than 20 people really be this powerful? Lu Jin felt the dramatic enhancement of his 5 senses, which was worlds apart compared to when he teamed up with Lu Shishue. At this moment, the team effect not only significantly improved the player's adaptability but also connected their AR systems together. The processing power of the AR systems greatly increased, resulting in a leap-like enhancement of the 5 senses. Now, he could almost be described as a genuine intermediate adventurer. However, just as Lu Jin and the others were feeling astonished, the Goblin King let out an angry roar and charged forward with over 100 well-equipped goblin soldiers. "I'll hold off the boss. Everyone else, clear out all the minions around the Goblin King first," Lu Jin commanded immediately as he watched the charging Goblin King. The Goblin King, as a lord, is different from other regional lords. He doesn't have many skills and is purely an attribute-based monster, with only 3 skills in total. Cleave Slash, a strike that can completely break through any defense. Shockwave, which deals massive damage in a fan-shaped area in front. Frenzied Blade Dance, significantly increasing attack speed and attack power. It can be said that the Goblin King is a completely single-target attack specialized boss. Players cannot withstand its attacks directly, as it essentially results in instant kills. The only option is to continuously restrain it, allowing ranged players to unleash relentless damage. Of course, restraining the Goblin King is not that easy for players. The minimum requirement is to possess nearly B-level strength, otherwise, the Goblin King can stun players with a single strike and then finish them off with one blow. Only with nearly B-level strength can players avoid the stun effect. Currently, he possesses D-level strength, making direct confrontation impossible. However, by leveraging the power stacking of the beginner sword skill Aurora, he can also reach B-level strength. As Lu Jin gave the command, Su Tongwei and the others also sprang into action. The goblins in front of them, though all elite-level goblins and much stronger than the ordinary goblins they had dealt with before, were now more coordinated due to the Goblin King's command. However, with Su Tongwei and the others possessing sensory abilities at the level of intermediate adventurers, these elite goblins were no different from ordinary goblins. Su Tongwei could still easily hold off 5 or 6 goblins, while Lin Xiaokui and the others' arrow attacks became more precise. Although it took 3 arrows hitting vital points to take down an elite goblin, Lin Xiaokui's shooting speed was much faster than before. Previously, she needed nearly a second to aim, but now she could fire an arrow in just 0.5 seconds, and her shots were even more accurate. In almost a single encounter with the goblin army, Lin Xiaokui and the other 4 archers took down more than 10 elite goblins. It was as if they were intermediate adventurers without the level suppression. Aside from slightly lower damage, they were on par with intermediate adventurers in every other aspect. As for the Goblin King wielding a large blade, Lu Jin also took a step forward and charged directly. In the moment of the sprint, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel like shouting. This sense of bodily control and mastery over the surroundings was simply exhilarating. In an instant, Lu Jin's sprint not only reached a new height in speed but also became more agile in movement. He easily dodged the other elite goblins along the way and arrived directly beside the snow-white giant wolf. With the absolute void technique already charged in his hand, he slashed directly at the snow-white giant wolf's side. SSS. With just one sword strike, although the power had not yet reached its maximum intensity, it directly split the snow-white giant wolf in 2, causing the Goblin King riding on it to fall heavily to the ground. After getting up, he looked at Lu Jin with a face full of anger. System, player experience points plus 100. System, player AR level growth increased by 2%. System, strength plus 1. System, agility plus 1. System, endurance plus 1. System, neural response plus 1. Damn! The effect of this 1,000 wishes is just incredible. Lu Jin glanced at the system notification and couldn't help but gasp. It was merely a single sword swing, yet it caused all his stats to grow. This growth rate was astonishingly faster than what he could achieve through half a day of hard training. At this moment, it wasn't just Lu Jin who felt this rapid improvement. It could be said that everyone present experienced it. The previously stagnant attribute points and the barely moving AR system growth now showed progress after merely taking down a few elite goblins. However, before Lu Jin could further savor this improvement, the Goblin King raised a massive longsword, as tall as a person, and swung it directly at Lu Jin. Originally, Lu Jin could have dodged, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. He directly swung the Sword of Radiance to meet the attack head-on. The clash of swords echoed throughout the wilderness. For a moment, the lake-light sword in Lu Jin's hand was forcefully deflected, causing him to take 2 steps back.
strike. His memory module suffered a 10% loss, and at the same time, a system notification sounded in his ears. System, basic sword skill Aurora growth increased by 1%. System, player AR level growth increased by 1%. Lu Jin heard this voice and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Using the pressure from the Goblin King to practice his sword technique had worked. The beginner level sword skill, Aurora, which had been stuck for several days, had finally advanced. Although the growth of AR level was very important, the growth of sword skills was more useful to Lu Jin personally. Sword technique, Aurora. This was because sword skills allowed him to better channel the power of the light veins. Only by improving his sword skills could he draw out more power. Boom! Previously, it had been stuck at 89%. Now, after using Aurora just once, it directly broke through to 90%, making the power he could channel from the light veins about 10% stronger. If he could reach 100%, then he would truly have the ability to fight against shadow monsters in the future. The Goblin King missed with his first strike, but immediately followed up with a sweeping slash. The whistling sound of the blade cutting through the air could be clearly heard even from 30 meters away. Good move. Lu Jin was not to be outdone. With his body completely relaxed, he swung the Lake Light sword in his hand once again. Clang, 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 clang. 5 consecutive rapid strikes slashed against the long blade, once again halting its offensive. The intense impact left Su Tongwei and the others around them somewhat shaken. However, this time, Lu Jin only took a single step back, with memory loss at 5%. System, primary sword skill Aurora growth increased by 1%. System, player AR level growth increased by 1%. System, neural response +1. And Lu Jin's stunning performance left Wang Zhenghu and the others in the distance completely dumbfounded for a moment. He blocked it? Sword technique, Aurora. Is he a monster or something? Previously, the battle between Su Tongwei and the others against the elite goblins had already seemed unbelievable. Such elite goblins would pose a life-threatening danger even if faced with just 2 or 3. However, Su Tongwei and her team, with as few as 4 and as many as 7 each, managed to take on over 100 elite goblins with just 21 people. Moreover, they seemed unusually excited while dealing with these elite goblins, as if it was even more thrilling than enjoying high-end cuisine at the Liuguang Grand Hotel. Now, Lu Jin was single-handedly battling the regional lord. Although he couldn't inflict any damage on the regional lord, the mere fact that he could hold his ground against it was enough to make the major hunting groups of Liuguang City feel ashamed. It's worth noting that the regional lords hunted by the major hunting groups were typically those without level restrictions, relying on their high levels to deal with them. Even under such circumstances, they could barely contend with the lower-level regional lords. If it were replaced with a regional lord of the same level, even the hunting groups of the major factions combined would absolutely be unable to withstand it. Everyone, pick up the pace. Clear out these elite goblins quickly and go help Mr. Lu over there. Su Tongwei glanced at Lu Jin, who was continuously clashing head-on with the Goblin King, and couldn't help but urge everyone. At the moment, Lu Jin seemed capable of holding back the Goblin King, but each clash came at the cost of Lu Jin losing memory capacity. Even though recovery potions could restore the lost memory capacity, the supply of recovery potions was limited, and drinking them also required time. Since Lu Jin was constantly engaged in battle, there was simply no time to drink recovery potions, so they had to finish their side of the fight as quickly as possible. At this moment, everyone understood and quickly accelerated the pace of killing the elite goblins. In less than 20 seconds, Su Tongwei and the others swiftly cleared over 100 elite goblins. Each of them experienced a certain degree of growth in their AR progression due to the myriad of wishes, especially Lin Xiaokuei. She was now only 5% away from reaching AR level 16. With just a few more waves of elite goblins, she would achieve 100% at AR level 15. Su Tongwei glanced at her own progression growth and felt a surge of excitement. After just one battle, her progress had increased by 4%. This speed was far greater than the progress she had made after a month of tirelessly fighting against powerful monsters at levels 17 and 18. Let's go help President Lu. Su Tongwei dared not relax in the slightest, directly raising her shield and charging toward the location of the Goblin King in the distance. At this moment in the wilderness, Lu Jin's memory capacity had already dropped by more than 80%. In contrast, the Goblin King remained completely unscathed, making Lu Jin's situation extremely dire. However, Lu Jin was thoroughly enjoying himself at this moment. The repeated frenzied clashes and extreme challenges had pushed his basic swordsmanship to 98%. Moreover, due to the improvement in his swordsmanship, the damage Lu Jin sustained was decreasing. Now, each clash only caused him to lose 1% of his memory capacity. At this moment, 19% of the memory remained, enough for him to hold on for more than 10 seconds. All guardians, come with me to keep the boss in check and let President Lu recover first. Everyone else, use ranged items to assist in the attack. Su Tongwei glanced at the Goblin King's combat style and immediately made a preliminary judgment. Following Su Tongwei's command, the members of the transport team took out various ranged items items from their backpacks. They were either throwing flame bombs or explosive darts, each much more powerful than arrows. However, these were consumable items, each worth dozens of units of item memory. Typically, they were too precious to use unless absolutely necessary. However, at this moment, facing the regional lord, there was no time to worry about so much. After Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian used their shields together to block the Goblin King's attack, Lu Jin quickly took out a bottle of basic recovery potion from his small backpack, gulped it down in one go, and allowed his nearly collapsing memory capacity to slowly recover. Once Lu Jin's memory capacity was restored to 100%, he rejoined the battle. Although Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian had quite decent shields, the speed at which their memory capacity was depleted under the Goblin King's attacks was extremely fast. Almost every strike took away a quarter of their memory capacity. The two of them kept blocking back and forth, and the basic recovery potions in their hands were used without pause. In the world of fantasy, players rely on various recovery items for healing. However, since the inventory space is limited, the number of recovery items they can carry is also very restricted. Trying to exhaust the regional boss in a dungeon to death is almost an impossible task. I'll handle the boss, you two go recover. After blocking a strike from the Goblin King with a single move of Aurora, Lu Jin managed to create an opening for the two to distance themselves from the Goblin King. Without any hesitation, the two seized the opportunity and quickly moved away from the Goblin King. In just 3 to 4 seconds of combat, even with the recovery provided by basic healing potions, their memory capacity dropped below 50%. The recovery speed of the basic healing potions couldn't keep up with the rate of loss, making them deeply realize the terrifying power of the regional boss, the Goblin King. It was far from as easy to deal with as it seemed when Lu Jin was fighting. It can be said that if Lu Jin had been 3 or 4 seconds later, the two of them would probably have been killed. Meanwhile, because Lu Jin, Su Xiaotian, and Su Tongwei were taking turns restraining the Goblin King, the transport team in the distance had ample time to attack, occasionally managing to inflict some damage on the Goblin King. 99%, 98%, 97%. As the Goblin King's health continued to drop, everyone grew increasingly anxious in the fight. Because in the regional instance, battles can easily attract more monsters, prolonged fighting will cause more and more monsters to gather. Although they are confident in taking down the regional boss. Now, if the fight drags on, this chance will diminish, and in the end, they might not even need the regional boss to act. They could be surrounded and killed by the monsters in the regional instance. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The prolonged battle also attracted the first wave of goblin armies, forcing Su Tongwei to have others deal with those goblins, leaving only the archers to handle the Goblin King. As the number of attackers decreased, the Goblin King's memory reduction rate also slowed down significantly. Sister Su, if this continues, will be worn out to death. Lin Xiaokui frantically fired while observing the surroundings, her expression indescribably grim. In the previous 3 minutes, they had managed to deplete 30% of the Goblin King's memory. But now, with only the archers left, 3 minutes had passed, and the Goblin King had only lost 10%. The Goblin King still retained 60% of its memory, and the second wave of the Goblin army had already appeared. It was foreseeable that in less than 10 minutes, the number of goblins would exceed the limit they could handle. At this moment, Su Tongwei was also feeling a surge of anxiety in her heart. Abandon everything and retreat quickly? Or resist to the death? No matter which of the two, their ultimate outcome would likely be to lose lifespan in the mist, the only difference being the extent of the loss. Just as Su Tongwei was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what decision to make, a pleasant notification sound reached Lu Jin's ears as he continued battling the Goblin King. System: Primary Sword Skill Aurora growth increased by 1%. Primary Sword Skill Aurora completion reached 100%. System: Player AR level growth increased by 20%. System: Player all attributes +4. System: Player strength rating reached D level, 22 points. System: Player's agility rating has reached D level, 21 points. System: Player's endurance rating has reached D level, 20 points. System: Player's neural response rating has reached C level, 30 points. Broken through. Lu Jin looked at the system prompt, his heart filled with joy. Previously, after exchanging dozens of moves, he had been stuck at 99% without any further progress. Unexpectedly, when the team was on the verge of collapse and his growing anxiety made him think he had to move faster, the heat surging through his body gave him an indescribable sense of exhilaration. It was as if he wanted to unleash all 5 sword strikes in one breath, flowing naturally. One strike followed another, without the slightest pause or unnatural feeling. This move, Aurora's Might, actually completely blocked the Goblin King's blade. Even the Goblin King stared at Lu Jin in astonishment, utterly surprised that Lu Jin had already reached a level where he could match him evenly. And this change in the scene was also noticed by Su Tongwei and the others nearby. Completely blocked? Su Tongwei looked at the unharmed Lu Jin with some disbelief. The power of the Goblin King was evident to all. It was already incredible that Lu Jin could barely resist before, but now, after a direct clash, he was completely unharmed. If this news were to spread back to Liuguang City, no one would probably believe it. The regional bosses within the area dungeons are absolutely nightmarish existences, even more troublesome than conquering the area dungeon itself. 200 years ago, before the mist shrouded the world, people could be casually killed in regional dungeons, using a strategy of sacrificing lives to overwhelm the regional lords within. They would find ways to conquer the regional dungeons
and unlock their level restrictions.
As a result, many players 200 years ago had already unlocked the level restrictions of regional dungeons.
At the onset of the Mist Shroud, they could freely and easily travel between major cities.
However, 200 years later, with the mist enveloping the globe, the initial group of people has long since perished.
Moreover, no one dares
to use the life-sacrificing method to deal with the regional lords of the dungeons anymore, as no one is truly willing to risk their own life.
If someone could truly stand against the regional lords of the dungeons, then unlocking the level restrictions of the various regional dungeons surrounding cities would no longer be an issue. The glory of the early days of the Mist Shroud would no longer be just a dream.
As for their illusory light group, with Lu Jin, they would be able to travel freely between the surrounding major cities in the future.
They would no longer live in constant fear, nor would they need to consume large amounts of memory and manpower for every transport. This would significantly reduce transportation costs. At that time, the entire Liuguang city, whether it's the major corporations or the two major groups, Ryu and Tianshan, what could they use to compete with their Huanhuan group? And their Huanhuan group, relying solely on transportation, might secure the top position among the three major groups in Liuguang city, an absolutely unshakable first place.
With Lu Jin's breakthrough, Lu Jin couldn't help but look at Su Tanwei and Su Xiaotian, saying, "Later, at the critical moment, assist me. I'll take the lead in the attack."
Understood.
Su Tanwei and Su Xiaotian both nodded, their eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness. Previously, the three of them could barely fend off the Goblin King's attacks. Now, Lu Jin alone could fight him to a standstill.
What they needed
was to break the balance and create an opportunity for Lu Jin to strike, which would allow them to completely gain the upper hand in this battle. After confirming that the other two understood his intentions, Lu Jin turned his gaze to the Goblin King, took a deep breath, and suddenly charged forward.
Aurora!
The moment he reached the Goblin King, a 5-hit combo forced the Goblin King to block with his blade. Taking advantage of this opening, Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian naturally
wouldn't let the chance slip by.
They attacked the Goblin King from both sides, each landing a strike that grazed the Goblin King's arm and leg, causing some damage.
Roar, roar, roar. The Goblin King was furious.
It had actually been attacked at close range and immediately swung its blade in a sweeping motion toward the two. However, Lu Jin didn't give it the chance. With another Aurora 5-strike combo, he directly blocked the Goblin King's sweeping attack, allowing Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian to narrowly evade further pursuit from the Goblin King. When the Goblin King tried to chase Lu Jin, Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian took turns shielding him, giving Lu Jin the opportunity to strike the Goblin King with Aurora. For a moment, the Goblin King was completely suppressed under the cooperation of Lu Jin and the other two, without any chance to fight back.
Moreover, due to Lu Jin's damage, the Goblin King's memory core deteriorated at an accelerated pace. In less than a minute, the Goblin King's memory core was reduced to less than 30%.
At this moment, the Goblin King suddenly let out a furious roar, and his entire skin began to turn dark red, while the long sword in his hand transformed into a blood-red hue.
Not good.
This leader is about to go berserk. Su Tongwei's face turned serious as she looked at the Goblin King's sudden transformation.
Everyone, get away quickly.
In any fantasy world, when a boss is about to reach its memory limit, it will go berserk, and once it goes berserk, that's when the boss starts using its skills frantically. However, every skill has a duration and a cooldown time. Generally, as long as you wait for the boss to exhaust all its skills, you can continue the fight.
No! Everyone, attack with full force. Lu Jin suddenly stopped them and said,
if it were any other regional lord, it would indeed be best to wait until all the skills were used up before fighting.
However, the Goblin King is different.
The Goblin King's single target skills are extremely lethal, and spreading out would be meaningless, it would only result in being picked off one by one.
Output? Su Tongwei looked at Lu Jin with a puzzled expression.
However, Lu Jin did not explain. He directly took out a tool card from his backpack, the only rare great item obtained from the roulette wheel, a chain card. It could bind the target for up to 20 seconds, had a cooldown time of 1 minute, and could only be used 3 times.
Bind it. Lu Jin activated the chain card directly.
In an instant, dark chains appeared beneath the Goblin King's feet, who was about to frantically swing his longsword. The chains immediately bound the Goblin King in place, rendering him completely immobile.
What a powerful binding tool. Su Tongwei looked at the immobilized Goblin King and couldn't help but click her tongue.
As a regional lord, ordinary binding tools couldn't restrain it, or rather, it would break free in an instant.
However, the chains currently binding it rendered the Goblin King completely immobile. Such a binding tool probably doesn't exist anywhere else in Liuguang City. Lu Jin, seeing the immobilized Goblin King, was the first first to charge forward. Aurora. 5 sword lights directly struck the vital points of the Goblin King, causing its memory core to visibly begin collapsing. Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian followed closely behind without holding back, each using their trump card items, the Thunder Enchantment Scroll and the Intermediate Weapon Enhancement card, instantly boosting their attack power significantly, almost on par with Lu Jin. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Time passed second by second, and Lu Jin's group relentlessly attacked the Goblin King's vital points, maximizing all the damage. 23%, 15%, 8%. As the last 2% remained, the Goblin King broke free from the chains, unleashing a frenzied blade dance. He prepared to slash at the ground, intending to use the shockwave to instantly annihilate Lu Jin and the other two. Attack! Lu Jin dared not hold back any longer and immediately used the magic level skill Absolute Void. A streak of aurora swiftly slashed across the Goblin King's neck. SSS. Blood suddenly stained the sky, and the last 2% of the Goblin King's memory was completely destroyed. His entire body turned into countless starlights and dissipated before everyone's eyes. We did it! The Regional Lord! We successfully killed the Regional Lord. Everyone present watched as the Goblin King slowly disappeared. Although the battle was not completely over, they couldn't help but cheer one after another. The Regional Lord in the area dungeon has been slain. This is a feat that hasn't been seen in the entire Glimmering City for over 100 years. Die for me. Just based on this battle alone, they might become famous throughout Glimmering City and have plenty to boast about when they return. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, standing beside the Goblin King, also let out a deep sigh of relief. This time's Regional Lord battle caught him completely unprepared. Fortunately, the innate talent Myriad Wishes was incredibly astonishing, continuously boosting his attributes during the fight. Otherwise, their team would have been completely wiped out. However, it must be said that the rewards from this battle were remarkable. Lu Jin couldn't help but be a little astonished after glancing at the system messages. Success. System, player experience points plus 12,000. System, player adventurer level has reached level 12. System, player AR level growth increased by 10%. Just by delivering the final blow to the Goblin King, the regional boss, his level instantly increased by 1, directly reaching Adventurer level 12. Moreover, due to the battle with the Goblin King, his current AR level 11 growth rate has already reached 42%. The speed of growth is unbelievably fast, like riding a rocket. It's worth noting that before coming here, his AR level had just reached level 11, and now it has already reached a growth rate of 42%. If he fights a few more battles, he might directly reach AR level 12, a level that would normally take a beginner adventurer a whole year to achieve. However, compared to the growth brought by this battle, everyone present, including Lu Jin, had their eyes fixed on the Goblin King's loot. Regional lords are quite rare, especially those in regional dungeons, and the loot from regional lords is far superior to that of regional bosses. Regional bosses only have a very small chance of dropping magical items, but regional lords are guaranteed to drop magical items. This is also why wild regional lords are highly sought after by major groups. The Goblin King dropped a total of 6 items, which was far fewer than everyone had anticipated. However, the people present, especially Wang Zhonghu and others who hadn't participated in the battle and were just idling on the sidelines, were staring wide-eyed in astonishment. I must be dreaming. For magical items, can a regional lord drop so many magical items? No. Extraordinary. It actually dropped extraordinary grade materials. Wang Zhonghu looked at the Goblin King's loot in the distance, his eyes completely red with envy. Magical grade items are rare throughout Liuguang City, and whenever one appears, it is fiercely contested by major groups. Yet now, the Goblin King has dropped as many as 4. However, compared to the 4 magical grade items, they pale in comparison to the extraordinary grade material. Extraordinary grade material. This is something that has never appeared in the entire Liuguang City. Just sending the news of the extraordinary level material back to Liuguang City would probably cause a sensation there. However, according to the rules of the transport team, the loot dropped by monsters killed during transportation belongs to those who contributed. If you didn't contribute, then don't even think about getting anything. And since they hadn't participated in the battle against the Goblin King, the loot in front of them had absolutely nothing to do with them. Lu Jin also glanced at the 6 items and was secretly surprised by the drops. Not to mention that among the 4 magical items, 3 were magical weapons and equipment, including a long blade, which was precisely the one used by the Goblin King. Additionally, there was a magical long robe and magical armor. Bloodstained blade, magical grade, attack rating B, durability rating C, possesses effects, intermediate heavy strike, enhances
possesses destructive power. Primary blood demon, the more damage the holder's memory, the higher the damage inflicted. Starlit Night Robe, magical grade, defense rating B, durability rating B, possesses effects, intermediate iron wall, overall defense enhancement, primary deflection, makes it harder for ranged attacks to hit. Red Dragon heavy armor, magic grade, defense rating A, durability B, effects, intermediate body protection, increased defense, reduced damage from critical hits. The three magic grade equipment pieces are absolute treasures, and there are probably only a few in the entire Liuguang city. However, compared to the three magic grade equipment pieces, Lu Jin values the magic grade item among them even more. Thunderstone, magic grade item, capable of dealing massive lightning damage within a 50 by 50 meter range, usable 5 times, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. This Thunderstone is entirely a strategic level item. If used properly, it can completely change the outcome of a major battle. As for the other two items dropped by the Goblin King, one is a high-level rare item blueprint, and the other is an extraordinary grade material that everyone values immensely. The Thunder Roar blueprint is something Lu Jin is very familiar with, as regional lords like the Goblin King have a high chance of dropping this item. The Thunder Roar was arguably the most beloved ranged attack item among beta players 400 years ago. First of all, it is simple to craft, requiring only 100 units of memory and nothing else. Once crafted, it becomes a card that can be used 3 times, with a cooldown of 10 seconds, capable of dealing moderate thunder damage to a single target. For Thunder Roar, many beta players almost treated this as a standard skill to use. When it came to clearing regional dungeons, it was practically a little miracle tool. Source Starstone, extraordinary grade material, common quality, can be fused into any weapon or equipment below extraordinary grade, granting the weapon or equipment an upgrade. 6 dropped items, each of which could be said to be the cream of the crop. Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian, you two contributed a lot, so the Crimson Dragon heavy armor and the Bloodstained blade will go to you. As for the others who fought together, everyone will be rewarded with 500 units of memory upon returning. I'll take the remaining 4 items. None of you have any objections, right? Lu Jin looked at the crowd staring at him and loudly announced. The people fighting together on the scene heard this and had no objections. On the contrary, Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian even felt somewhat undeserving. During the entire battle, their contributions were minimal, as it mainly relied on Lu Jin alone. Under such circumstances, they still received a top-tier magical weapon, which would be impossible in other groups or adventure teams. Normally, all the boss drops would be taken entirely, with at most some compensation given to them in the form of memory fragments. Seeing no objections, Lu Jin immediately distributed the weapon to Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian. As for himself, he donned the Starry Night Robe and began swiftly clearing the approaching goblin army. Until the sun set, Lu Jin and his team finally arrived at the resting place free of monsters before the scheduled time, concluding the first day of transportation work. At night, the moon shone brightly in the sparse starry sky. In Liuguang City, at the Tianguang mansion, Xiao Qingyao dragged her somewhat weary body into a secret chamber. During the day, due to Zhang Haoyuan's sudden resignation, Qin Lianyue immediately sent someone to inform Xiao Qingyao. After rushing back to Liuguang City with the hunting group, Xiao Qingyao finally managed to stabilize the situation, bringing the illusion light group back under control. Xiao Qingyao looked at Qin Lianyue, who had been waiting for a long time, and couldn't help but ask, is there any news from the 4 great families? There are no more issues with the 4 great families. In the process, we also identified quite a few of their hidden agents in the logistics department, and we can deal with them all at once later. A trace of excitement appeared on Qin Lianyue's face as she said, this time, we really have to thank President Liu for his help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle such an unexpected situation with Zhang Haoyuan. Zhang Haoyuan's actions were within expectations. After all, he's one of the few who understands that staying in Liuguang City offers no future. Heading to Qianqing City for development is the best choice. Xiao Qingyao nodded, then asked in a low voice, how is the recruitment of personnel you've been conducting in secret during this time? They should barely finish training before those monsters arrive. A bitter expression appeared on Qin Lianyue's face as she said, but we're currently severely lacking in memory modules and weaponry. Even if we go into battle later, the effectiveness we can achieve will likely be greatly diminished. Memory units and weaponry are nothing you need to worry about. Thanks to Lu Jin this time, we should be able to secure a large amount of memory units in a short period. Xiao Qingyao thought of the crystal core remnants Lu Jin mentioned and revealed a blissful smile. If the memory units can be guaranteed, then everything can proceed as planned, with all preparations completed. Qin Lianyue said with great certainty. Good. Xiao Qingyao's eyes lit up with a hint of determination. Last time, our Xia family failed, but this time, I will definitely hold this place. Creek Town. Although the midday sun was at its strongest, when Lu Jin stepped down from the lead truck, he could feel the entire town seemingly wrapped in a layer of chill, giving off an indescribable sense of coldness. We've finally arrived. Lin Xiaokui looked at the town ahead, completely surrounded by walls over 3 meters high, her eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement.
excitement. Now we can have a proper meal inside. Look at you, such a foodie. I'll go handle the entry procedures.
Mr. Liu, please wait here for a moment. Su Tongwei shot a glance at Lin Xiaokui, the little glutton, but her mood was clearly very good. This time, upon arriving at Creek Town, not only did they reach their destination 3 hours ahead of schedule under Lu Jin's guidance, but the battles along the way also brought them significant improvements. With bottlenecks they had long been stuck on finally breaking through. Now her AR level has reached level 17, which is considered top tier among intermediate adventurers. Of course, it wasn't just her who made significant progress. All 21 members of the team leveled up by 1 in the past 2 days. The 15 team members who were originally at AR level 14 have now all reached AR level 15, advancing from junior adventurers to intermediate adventurers. Such a team, even within the entire logistics department, is the most elite, probably unmatched by any other. Because anyone who reaches AR level 15 in the logistics department is already at the level of a squad leader and would never remain an ordinary team member. However, compared to these, Su Tongwei was even more delighted with the Crimson Dragon heavy armor she was equipped with. Its defensive capabilities were simply extraordinary. Even when taking a direct hit from a level 17 elite monster, the memory damage was only 10%. If she had been wearing her previous rare grade armor, a single hit would have caused at least 30% memory damage. Now, even a hit to the weak point, the head, only resulted in 20%. This left Wang Zhonghu and the others feeling inexplicably envious and jealous. Two vice captains even asked their team members why her AR level was increasing so quickly. However, as members of her faction, or rather, those who had fully aligned themselves with Lu Jin, they all kept their lips sealed. This left Wang Zhonghu and the others both angry and frustrated, forced to watch as her group continued to improve. This gave Su Tongwei an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. While Su Tongwei was handling the city entry procedures, Lin Xiaokui seemed eager to prove herself and began introducing Creek Town to Lu Jin, saving him the trouble of having to ask deliberately. The entire population of Creekstream Town is less than 200,000, but it is a major salt-producing town. In earlier years, Creekstream Town was under the administration of Liuguang City. However, over the past decade or so, the number of monsters appearing in Creekstream Town has increased, and they have grown stronger as well. From the initial level 11 monsters, it has gradually evolved to the point where the surrounding area is now populated by level 15 monsters. Level 15 monsters generally require intermediate adventurers to deal with. However, even the 3 major groups in Liuguang City do not have many intermediate adventurers, making it impossible to dispatch enough people to fully protect Creekstream Town. Yet, since salt is a precious resource needed by Thousand Star City, Liuguang City collaborated with Baiyun City, located over 90 kilometers away from Creekstream Town, to jointly protect the town. However, following a major upheaval within the Huanguan group, it suddenly became the weakest of the 3 major groups. The number of personnel it could send for protection drastically decreased, causing the Huanguan group's share in Creekstream Town to diminish year by year. Now, it holds only 5%, and the amount of salt it receives annually has also been steadily decreasing. This time, the transport team came to collect the entire salt quota that the Huanguan group could claim. Are the monsters' levels getting higher and higher? Lu Jin was also quite surprised to hear this. In the setting of world fantasy, monsters, aside from evolving into bosses, have fixed levels that are predetermined. There is absolutely no such thing as monsters in a certain area having levels that keep increasing. Whatever their initial level is, it remains the same thereafter. This made Lu Jin involuntarily recall the scavenging memories of his younger self from a few years ago, and he suddenly felt a chill. No, those monsters have indeed gotten stronger. A few years ago, when the young Lu Jin was scavenging near the west gate, the monsters he initially encountered were generally only level 2 or 3. However, at some point, their levels had generally risen to above level 5. In other words, within just a few short years, the average level of these monsters had increased by more than 2 levels. For hundreds of years, there had been no increase, yet in recent years, they had started to rise rapidly. This made Lu Jin feel an immense sense of threat. If the level of the monsters continues to increase like this, it might not take many years before fewer and fewer people can leave the living areas. The transportation of various supplies, and so on will drastically decrease to an unimaginable level, making it impossible to sustain the already resource-strapped major cities, let alone 10 or 20 years from now. After Su Tongwei completed the city entry procedures, Lu Jin, following the prior agreement between Streamtown and the Illusory Light Group, signed the documents and took possession of 10 truckloads of salt. After a brief rest at noon, he rushed back to Liuguang City without delay. Since everyone had made significant progress on the way there, the return journey was very easy. Even the growth of their AR levels slowed down considerably. Only Lu Jin, due to his low level, experienced little difference between the journey there and back. He easily advanced his AR level to 11 with 100% growth. He only needed to spend 3,000 units of memory to directly upgrade to AR level 12. Upon returning to Liuguang City, Lu Lu Jin had not yet had the chance to rest properly at the Tianguang residence when he was suddenly summoned to the headquarters of the Huanguang Group.
The headquarters of the Huanguang Group is considered one of the landmark buildings of Liuguang City.
The skyscraper, with over 300 floors and a height exceeding 1,200 meters, offers a panoramic view of the entire Liuguang City from its top floor.
Countless
people in Liuguang City have taken pride in working there, even envying those who could. However, compared to the other two major groups, it is now clearly a step behind. As Lu Jin entered the building, the employees working inside all turned to look at him, as if they were seeing a rare creature. Many who were busy with work even made a point to come and take a look.
Is that Mr. Lu?
I heard Mr. Lu is amazing this time, able to go head-to-head with the regional boss in the area dungeon all by himself.
That can't be true. How could anyone take on a regional boss in the area dungeon alone? Why did Mr. Lu suddenly come over this time? Wasn't it said that he wouldn't get involved in the management of the Illusory Light Group? It seems that this time, Wang Chenghu and others from the logistics department have impeached President Lu to the board of directors, claiming that President Lu deliberately targets their veteran employees. They also accused him of unfair distribution of loot from the regional lords, saying he directly gave valuable top-tier magical weapons and equipment to his bodyguards, completely disregarding the hard work of the veteran employees.
So, they want President Lu to at least hand over one piece of loot to those veteran employees.
I've heard about it too. Apparently, the four great families are also extremely dissatisfied, saying that Lu Jin is targeting the younger generation of the four great families. If Lu Jin doesn't hand over a piece of compensation, the four great families are planning to temporarily go on strike. The four great families going on strike?
Then President Lu might have really overplayed his hand this time.
The four great families make up nearly half of the personnel in the logistics department. If they stop working, the logistics department might completely collapse.
The employees in the building were chattering away, all curious about how Lu Jin would handle the situation.
This time, it was obvious that the four families intended to severely suppress the newly appointed President Lu. After all, Lu Jin had
previously disrupted the plans of the four families, and when the four families decided to act ruthlessly, even Xia Qingyao had to think twice.
The top-floor conference room of the Illusion Light Building.
Led by Qin Lianyue, Lu Jin arrived at the conference room, which was as large as half a football field. Inside, over 30 board members of the group were seated, including Meng Junjie, the representative of the four families whom he had met once before. Moreover, at the conference table, Xia Qingyao and the people from the four families were clearly divided. One side fully supported Xia Qingyao, while the other stood with the four families, with the numbers on both sides roughly equal.
In the meeting room, besides the 30 or so board members seated, there was also Wang Zhenghu standing there. Upon seeing Lu Jin arrive, Wang
Zhenghu revealed a faint sneer, as if saying to Lu Jin, "You seemed to enjoy yourself on the road earlier. Let's see how you enjoy yourself now."
Meng Junjie, who was seated closest to Xia Qingyao, looked at the entering Lu Jin and suddenly questioned, "President Lu, we called you here. You must already know the reason, right?"
"I don't know." Lu Jin shook his head, responding with complete indifference.
"President Lu, let's not beat around the bush. You know very well what you did during the transport," Wang Zhenghu suddenly said. "The journey was extremely arduous, and we even encountered a terrifying regional lord. After we finally managed to defeat that regional lord, you, without a word, distributed the precious top-tier magical-grade weapons and equipment to your close associates. Meanwhile, those of us who risked our lives
and fought tirelessly against the goblin army got nothing, not even a word of encouragement.
Don't you think such actions are disheartening, heartless?"
Lu Jin glanced at Wang Zhenghu, making Lu Jin understand what it meant for a villain to strike first by accusing others.
Meanwhile, Su Tongwei, who had come along, widened her almond-shaped eyes in anger and scolded Wang Zhenghu. "Wang Zhenghu, you're talking nonsense. It was clearly you and your people who were slacking,
forcing our entire transport team to face the regional lord. Even during the battle with the regional lord, none of you were willing to step up and help. Why should the loot be shared with you?"
For a moment, Wang Zhenghu and Su Tongwei began arguing, each insisting on their own reasoning. Meng Junjie couldn't help but look at Xia Qingyao, who had remained silent on the side. "President Xia, what do you think about this matter?"
Both sides have their points, but Wang Zhenghu, as a key talent nurtured by the family, has always been very diligent.
President Lu's actions undoubtedly disheartened these veteran employees.
If many of them express dissatisfaction and the logistics work comes to a halt, that would be a serious problem.
"Me?"
Xia Qingyao smiled faintly and looked at Lu Jin, saying, "President Lu is my husband.
This matter concerns him, so let's see what President Lu has to say." Meng Junjie was not surprised and directly looked at Lu Jin, asking, "Then what does President Lu mean? Do you want me to decide?" Lu Jin also smiled and said, "If you ask me, I'd say just let Wang Zhenghu and those old employees get lost." The meeting room fell into sudden silence because of Lu Jin's response. The board members all looked at Lu Jin in disbelief, and Meng Junjie was momentarily stunned, unable to react to what he meant. "Mr. Lu?"
Su Tongwei, who had been arguing with Wang Wang Zhonghu earlier, looked at Lu Jin with a gaze full of astonishment. Her argument with Wang Zhonghu was one thing, it was merely a dispute between employees of the company, and none of the directors present were likely to care, because no matter what she and Wang Zhonghu did, it wouldn't affect the final outcome. It was ultimately still a power struggle among the upper echelons of the Huangguan group. Nowadays, Meng Junjie, representing the four families, is pressuring Xia Qingyao, essentially aiming to suppress Lu Jin, the general manager attempting to intervene in the management of the logistics department, to make Xia Qingyao and Lu Jin understand that the logistics department ultimately belongs to the four families. However, now under the questioning of Meng Junjie, who is at AR level 23, Lu Jin directly responds by telling Wang Zhonghu and the others to get lost. This is absolutely the most domineering statement Su Tongwei has ever heard in her life. Standing nearby, Wang Zhonghu was equally stunned upon hearing it, even doubting whether Lu Jin's mind was functioning properly. Does he even understand the situation? You need to know that nearly half of the personnel in the logistics department are from their four major families, and Lu Jin actually dared to tell them to get lost? Meng Junjie, after coming back to his senses, looked at Lu Jin as if he were looking at a madman. He hadn't expected to encounter such an unreasonable lunatic. He then shifted his gaze to Xia Qingyao, calmed himself down, and said, President Xia, President Lu loves to joke too much, and since President Lu has just joined the logistics department, he doesn't really understand the situation. Many things will probably still need you, President Xia, to make the decisions. Let me make the decisions? Xia Qingyao couldn't help but adjust her posture in the chair, crossing her legs directly. Supporting her chin with both hands, she looked at Meng Junjie and smiled faintly. I think President Lu is right. Meng Junjie was completely stunned. Lu Jin, an ordinary person, not knowing the situation is quite normal, but Xia Qingyao couldn't possibly be unaware that the current logistics department is completely dependent on the four great families. At this moment, it wasn't just Meng Junjie whose brain seemed to crash. The more than 30 board members present also looked at Xia Qingyao in disbelief. Could it be that Xia Qingyao has been blinded by this little wolf cub, Lu Jin? Whatever Lu Jin says goes? At this moment, even Lu Jin himself was a bit stunned, not expecting Xia Qingyao to support him so much. As for the words he had just said, he was actually somewhat prepared. After all, he had the design blueprint for Thunder Roar in his hands, which was a small artifact for regional dungeon strategies during the beta test. As long as he revealed it, the four major families, unless they were utterly foolish, would never truly fall out with him. You're Wang Zhonghu, right? Xia Qingyao glanced at the still-dazed Wang Zhonghu and smiled slightly. Starting today, you and those so-called senior employees you mentioned, I hereby announce that you are all fired. You can go inform them right now. When Wang Zhonghu heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Wasn't it the four great families pressuring Xia Qingyao to make Lu Jin bow his head? Why was he, the genius of the four great families, the one who got dismissed instead? There must be some kind of mistake. President Xia. Meng Junjie couldn't help but glare at Xia Qingyao, his voice cold as he said, aren't you afraid of chilling the hearts of nearly half the employees in the logistics department by doing this? I think President Lu is absolutely right. All you old employees should just get lost. Xia Qingyao glanced at Meng Junjie, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The authority in her tone made it impossible to defy her. Lu Jin also fell silent. In his memory, that didn't seem to be what he meant, did it? The board members who were originally sitting on the side of the four great families suddenly felt that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. This wasn't about the four great families suppressing Lu Jin. It was clearly a group-wide internal purge orchestrated by Xia Qingyao. Unable to resist, they each began to consider changing their seats. President Xia, don't regret what you're doing. Meng Junjie fully understood Xia Qingyao's intentions. From the very beginning, there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Is that all you have to say? Xia Qingyao changed her sitting posture, resting her chin on one hand as she idly flipped through the documents in her hand, not even sparing Meng Junjie a glance. Then you can take your people and leave together with Wang Changhu over there. Good, very good. Meng Junjie burst into laughter and glanced directly at Lu Jin. I'll be watching to see what this little wolf cub can bring to you in the future, President Xia. After speaking, Meng Junjie left the conference room with a flick of his sleeve, while the four major family directors also sneered and left one after another. Only some hesitant board members remained seated quietly, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Su Tongwei, who had come along with Lu Jin, witnessed this scene and felt an indescribable shock in her heart. Did they just directly tear apart their relationship with the four major families? Now that the outsiders have left, let's get to the main topic of today's meeting. Xia Qingyao glanced at the board members, who were completely silent, and said with a soft smile, from today onwards, Mr. Lu will officially take over all matters of the logistics department, and Secretary Qin will be transferred to the marketing department as the general manager, overseeing the entire group's marketing division. If anyone has any concerns, feel free to bring them up and we can discuss them. If not, the meeting is adjourned. As soon as Xia Qingyao finished speaking, the board members quickly quickly left one after another, with no one daring to linger. In no time, only Lu Jin and a few others remained in the conference room. Su Tongwei, on the other hand, was at a loss, unsure whether to leave or stay.
Xin Yao, you're letting me directly manage the entire logistics department?
Lu Jin looked at Xia Qingyao full of surprise. Previously, he was just a figurehead, with everything handled by Qin Lianyue. Now, however, he was being asked to take over everything, which was a completely different matter. It could be said that from now on, he would be the real power behind the Wanguang group. There's no one else but you who can take over, Xia Qingyao said, looking at Lu Jin with a trace of fatigue in her eyes. I'm about to embark on an expedition to Thousand Star City and won't have any time to manage the group.
Lin Yue is already overwhelmed with the issues in the marketing department, so I can only trouble you with this. As for the logistics department, handle as much as you can. If it's really not feasible, just abandon some of the operations. Lu Jin immediately understood upon hearing this.
Xia Qingyao was truly planning to stake everything on this gamble. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so decisively abandoned the four great families, leaving no room for retreat. As the board meeting in the top-floor conference room of the Illusory Light Group concluded, the news that the four major families of the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group were suddenly ousted by Xia Qingyao spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the hands of the leaders of various major groups and families in Liuguang City. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, shaking the entire Liuguang City.
Xia Qingyao ousted the four major families for Lu Jin? It must be a mistake in the information.
The four great families control 70% of the transportation channels of the Illusory Light Group.
Eliminating the four great families would be mutual destruction. How could Xia Qingyao be so unwise? How is this possible?
The news about the Illusory Light Group spread, and the major groups and families in Liuguang City were in disbelief upon receiving it, especially the reasons Xia Qingyao gave.
For eliminating the four great families, it was for Lu Jin, so that Lu Jin could take charge of the entire logistics department. Could there be anything more absurd than this? Chen family's Luosha residence.
In the living room, a middle-aged man was drinking tea. Just as he raised his cup and took a sip, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Chen Kameng strode in quickly, her expression full of excitement as she looked at the middle-aged man. Dad, I just got the news that Xia Qingyao has gone crazy. She directly removed all the people from the four great families during the board meeting and then appointed
Lu Jin to officially take over the logistics department.
Now the logistics department of Huanguan Group is in complete chaos, with nearly half of the employees resigning one after another, Chen Kameng said with a smile.
At this rate, Huanguan Group is probably doomed.
Without the raw materials transported back, the production of various simulation devices sold by Huanguan Group will likely come to a halt. We can take this opportunity to quickly seize Huanguan Group's market share.
Huanguan Group is a corporation that built its success on various technological products and transportation. Its transportation scale is even more than double that of the other two major groups, making it the true #1 transportation group in Liuguang City. Many corporations and families in Liuguang City even rely on Huanguan Group for their transportation needs. Now, removing the four great families is undoubtedly like cutting off one of their own arms.
The middle-aged man, Chen Yuran, remained calm after hearing this.
He took a sip of tea, looked at Chen Kameng, and said slowly, Meng Meng, you're still as impatient as ever.
Xia Qingyao merely cleaned out the cancer within Huanguan Group.
If Huanguan Group wants to develop,
this cancer would have to be removed sooner or later. Xia Qingyao just acted a step ahead, catching the four great families off guard.
If she
had waited until the four great families were fully prepared, Huanguan Group would have lost far more than just a logistics department. Dad, that's true, but right now, the Illusory Light Group relies on transportation to maintain its position among the three major groups in Liuguang City. Without the people from the four great families, the Illusory Light Group might soon be replaced, Chen Kameng said with a smile as she sat down.
I've
received news that after the four great families left the Illusory Light Group, they immediately contacted the Colossal Group, which has always wanted to replace the Illusory Light Group. The Colossal Group has been aggressively seizing the market for the Illusory Light Group's simulation equipment. If the Colossal Group gains the support of the four great families, it would compensate for their weakness in transportation.
It might
not even take a month for them to replace the Illusory Light Group and become one of the new three major groups in Liuguang City. The title of the three major groups in Liuguang City might not mean much to ordinary people, but the leaders of the various groups in the city understand that it is not just a title, it represents real power. Due to the development and construction of Liuguang City, the city's guardians completely follow the joint decisions of the three major groups. As a result, the three major groups have always been referred to by outsiders as the controllers of Liuguang City. If the Illusion Light Group is squeezed out of the three major groups, it will lose many advantages.
The biggest advantage among them is undoubtedly the entry and exit fees for the transport teams. This is currently one of the main sources of income for a city. Other groups and caravans entering Liuguang City have to pay in memory units and credit points, but the three major groups are exempt, saving incurring a significant expense. Meng, I've said before, whether Xia Qingyao can make the illusion light group rise again has nothing to do with the four great families. Perhaps the illusion light group will temporarily lose its position among the three major groups, but as long as they obtain that batch of chips from Thousand Star City, regaining their status won't be difficult. Chen Yuren smiled and said, on the contrary, Xia Qingyao's decisiveness this time is actually quite interesting. Interesting? Chen Kameng was full of surprise. This has completely crippled the logistics department of the illusory light group. Didn't the major groups receive quite a bit of information about monster evolution methods before? Chen Yuren nodded slightly, a hint of seriousness in his gaze as he said, if the Xia family has this as their leverage, even if they temporarily lose the logistics department, it's not impossible for them to maintain their position among the three major groups. After all, in the entire Liuguang city, there's no group or adventurer team that doesn't lack weapons and equipment. Dad, you mean to make a deal now? Chen Kameng suddenly realized. Yes, now can be said to be the best time to make a deal. Chen Yuren nodded. The illusory light group must be very eager to stabilize their position among the three major groups right now. But to stabilize it, the first thing they need to do is secure the logistics and transportation of the illusory light group. This is something we can help with. As for the matter of the sanctuary, let Lu Jinjue give up on that idea. Everything else is negotiable. I understand. Chen Kameng couldn't help but admire her father. Originally, this matter had been dragging on, making Chen Kameng very anxious. After all, while the monster evolution method might be a great tool for creating weapons and equipment for other groups, for their Sun and Moon group, it was the key to taking the company to the next level. This was because bosses not only dropped weapons and equipment, but various materials were also extremely important. However, now their Sun and Moon group had truly been given an opportunity. The day after the four major families were cleared out, at Qianfeng Academy in the suburbs. Why would Lu Jin suddenly come here? Chen Kameng stepped out of the car, looking at Qianfeng Academy, the most ordinary school in Liuguang City, located in the suburbs. It was the only place where families in the area could send their children for further education. The logistics department of Huanguang Group is currently in urgent need of personnel. Even if they wanted to recruit, they should be going to Liuguang Academy instead. The students at Qianfeng Academy haven't even broken through level 10. Even if they were recruited, they could at most serve as reserve newcomers, completely useless for any practical purpose. The logistics department of a group is different from ordinary places. For anyone to enter a group, the baseline requirement is to be a highly potential level 10 newcomer. Moreover, if these newcomers fail to break through during the probation period of a few months, they are dismissed. After all, logistics personnel often have to venture into the wild, and without surpassing the level 10 threshold, they are of no use at all. When major groups recruit, they usually go to Liuguang Academy because the students there have a much higher chance of breaking through level 10. At Qianfeng Academy, it's considered impressive if even 1% of the students manage to break through. On the contrary, recruiting from there would only waste a significant amount of the group's training resources. However, as Chen Kameng entered Qianfeng Academy with two female bodyguards, she was completely stunned. Lu Jin had someone hang a sign directly at the entrance of the teaching building of Qianfeng Academy. Huanguang Group Logistics Department is sincerely recruiting ambitious newcomers. Break through the professional level 10, and as long as you dedicate your effort, you can become the brightest star in Liuguang City. Recruitment requirements: AR level 10, Adventurer level 10, initial guidance fee of 100 units of memory. If Chen Kameng didn't know that the person sitting there drinking iced tea was Lu Jin, the general manager of the logistics department of Huanguang Group, she would have seriously suspected this was a scam under the name of Huanguang Group. Recruiting people was one thing, but charging them 100 units per session was even harsher than their coliseum. Miss Chen, why are you here? Lu Jin looked at Chen Kameng, who was smiling and walking over slowly, and couldn't help but stand up to greet her. Could it be that you're here to recruit people too? Chen Kameng glanced at Lu Jin, shook her head slightly, and said with a smile, I heard that President Lu has been promoted and is now fully in charge of the logistics department. I'm here to offer my congratulations. Congratulations? Lu Jin couldn't help but smile wryly. If he were truly given full control of the logistics department, it would indeed be something worth celebrating. After all, it would mean being second only to one and above thousands. The official employees of the logistics department of the Phantom Light Group, along with nearly 500 reserve newcomers, total over 10,000 people. However, due to the departure of the four major families, the entire logistics department now has only over 4,000 people left, and all the reserve newcomers capable of breaking through level 10 are gone. As for the reason these reserve newcomers left, it's quite simple. The four major families offered higher pay. The normal salary for reserve newcomers is only 7,000 credit points per month. After breaking through level 10 and becoming official, the salary increases to 30,000 credit points per month, along with 200 units of memory crystal stones. Each time they run a transport mission, all the gains from the transport belong
belong to the transport team. As for distribution, it depends on the team leader, and different teams have different methods of allocation.
Overall, it's roughly the same.
The monthly earnings of official employees in the logistics department can be said to rival those of the strong C-level adventure team members. This time, the 4 major families directly offered these pre-level 10 recruits a high price of 10,000 credit points, along with a monthly compensation of 50 units of memory and a trial period of up to 1 year, more than double the duration offered by the major corporations in Glimmer City.
So all the logistics department's recruits have left. And that's not all.
To completely crush the logistics department of the Illusion Group, the 4 major families also offered exorbitant salaries to the logistics department's team leaders, deputy team leaders, and captain-level employees, increasing them by nearly 50%, which is about the maximum price a major corporation in Glimmer City can currently afford. These employees are all intermediate adventurers and the backbone of the logistics department. Suddenly losing half of them has left the logistics department, which originally had over 1,000 intermediate adventurers, with fewer than 300. As for the memory units in the logistics department's reserve warehouse, they are truly touching.
The collection of memory units is also an important task of the logistics department.
Most of the memory units used throughout the group come from the logistics department. Logically, the reserve warehouse of the logistics
department should be piled high with memory units.
Even if there aren't tens of millions of units, there should at least be 5 or 6 million units, considering the sheer number of people in the illusory light group.
However, upon Lu Jin's inspection, he discovered that the 4 major families were truly corrupt. Who knows how many memory units they embezzled?
The reserve warehouse
contained only 200,000 units.
Normally, they were robbing Peter to pay Paul, and once the people from the 4 major families left, everything was exposed.
The current logistics department of the illusory light group is almost like an empty shell.
For now, the only thing that can be done is to have Su Tongwei stabilize the group's own resource transportation.
Cooperation on transportation with other group towns has to be temporarily abandoned.
However, even in this situation, the number of intermediate adventurers is severely insufficient, and they had to borrow over 100 intermediate adventurers from Qinlian Yue to hold things together.
But that's not the main issue.
The main issue is the salaries of these logistics department employees. Credit points are manageable, but memory units truly cannot be distributed. The only fortunate thing is that this month's memory units have already been distributed, otherwise, the logistics department would have to directly declare bankruptcy.
Mr. Lu, don't be so worried.
The logistics department of Illusory Light Group has a solid foundation, Chen Kameng said with a smile, understanding Lu
Jin's awkward position.
Compared to the newly established logistics departments of other groups, the staff in your logistics department are much better. Equipped with rare-grade weapons, all of them are outfitted with rare-grade equipment, and those above the squad leader level even have top-tier rare-grade
weapons.
When other groups were setting up their logistics departments, just acquiring these rare-grade weapons was enough to give them a headache.
Miss Chen has a point. Lu Jin nodded in agreement.
In this regard, it had to be admitted that the logistics department of Illusory Light Group was indeed impressive.
Rare-grade weapons and equipment tend to
suffer significant wear and tear, especially for members of the transport teams who face a large number of monsters daily, far more than scavengers encounter. If the weapons and equipment are not repaired in time, they can easily become completely unusable after prolonged combat, leaving no chance for repair. Currently, the logistics department's warehouse contains over 40,000 pieces of common rare-grade weapons and equipment, as well as more than 2,000 pieces of superior rare-grade weapons and equipment, which are absolutely sufficient for daily supplies.
However, this is all thanks to Qinlian Yue. As soon as Qinlian Yue took over the logistics department, she completely took control of the weapons and equipment warehouse, not allowing the 4 major families to touch it. Otherwise, the weapons and equipment would have been quietly taken away by them.
If Mr. Lu finds the logistics department's issues difficult to resolve, our Chen family can help you solve them, Chen Kameng said with a slight smile as she looked at the somewhat troubled Lu Jin. Previously, the transaction for the monster evolution method was hard for the group's board to approve. However, if we change the terms, for example, our Sun Moon group purchasing the evolution method at a high price to address the logistics department's memory unit shortage, it wouldn't be a problem. Currently, the biggest issue for the logistics department of the Phantom Light Group is the severe lack of time in memory units. Recruiting prospective newcomers takes time, and it also takes time for these newcomers to grow. Of course, it's possible to directly poach a group of people who have broken through level 10 at a high price, but that requires a large amount of memory units, which is currently what the Illusory Light Group lacks the most.
Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Chen.
Lu Jin shook his head and said with a smile, but apart from the sanctuary of the Beast Arena, I'm
not very interested in other things. As for the logistics department's issues, they're just minor problems. I believe they'll be resolved soon.
In order to make a huge profit from the crystal core residues, Xiao Qingyao put in a lot of effort. She even purchased over 100,000 crystal crystal core residues from other cities and towns, essentially clearing out the inventories of crystal core residues from major cities and towns in the surrounding area. The reason for the acquisition was simple: to produce basic berserk potions. After all, basic berserk potions are one of the more common potions during expeditions. Making them with available materials can save a significant amount of memory units. Over 100,000 crystal core residues. If calculated based on the internal testing price of 600 units, even if it's just 400 units per piece, it could instantly earn 40 million units of memory. Such a large amount of memory is something that even 5 or 6 sun and moon groups couldn't produce all at once. Now, Xiao Qingya was just waiting for his transaction to succeed, otherwise, she would have already made the evolution method public and profited greatly from the crystal core residues. Small problem? Chen Kameng couldn't help but glance at the tables and chairs placed beside Lu Jin, as well as the empty registration area. Lu Jin had arrived at Qianfeng Academy more than half an hour earlier than her, yet no one had registered so far, or rather, no one had been foolish enough to do so. Was this just a minor issue? At that moment, a petite girl led a group of young men and women, all around 20 years old, over. Senior Shiokue, you weren't just fooling us earlier, were you? I am your outstanding senior, the pride of Qianfeng Academy. Would I deceive you? But with just 1 or 2 days of guidance, your AR level can break through from level 10 to level 11, and it only costs 100 units of memory. This is way cheaper than the rumored arena. Mr. Lu, I've brought everyone here. You promised to give me a chance for guidance too. You can't go back on your word. Lin Xiaokue quickly walked up to Lu Jin, speaking in a coquettish tone. Of course, as long as 30 people sign up, I'll count it as 150 points of logistics department contribution for you. Consuming 150 points of logistics department contribution, you can also participate. However, you should know that you're already an intermediate adventurer. Even as a group member, 1 session of guidance costs 1,000 units of memory. Lu Jin completely ignored Lin Xiaokue's coquettish behavior and responded with a faint smile. Understood, thank you, Mr. Lu. Lin Xiaokue immediately perked up, her small mouth curling into a smile, her face full of excitement. She quickly took the memory unit out of her small backpack and handed it to Lu Jin, as if afraid he wouldn't accept it. As Lin Xiaokue handed over the 1,000-unit memory, the students from Qianfeng Academy who had come along with her were all stunned. Does the original price really cost 1,000 units? Is the 100-unit price a newcomer benefit? In that case, signing up to give it a try doesn't sound bad. Damn, is this really the logistics department of the Illusion Light Group recruiting? I thought it was some scammer before. I want to apply. I must apply. The previously hesitant students of Qianfeng Academy, upon seeing Lin Xiaokue hand over 1,000 units of memory without hesitation and with an excited expression, seemed to have an epiphany one by one. Especially after confirming that the group recruiting in front of them was indeed one of the 3 major groups in Liuguang City, the Illusion Light Group, they became even more frenzied. The Illusion Light Group. That's a major group that usually only recruits AR levels above 10 or hires directly from Liuguang Academy. For an ordinary academy like their Qianfeng Academy, they don't even qualify to apply. Chen Kameng, standing to the side, was completely stunned by this scene. 150 points of logistics department contribution? 1,000 units of memory? Why are these people all scrambling to be exploited? Although Chen Kameng didn't understand what 150 points of logistics department contribution meant, requiring a mid-level adventurer from her group to spend 1,000 units of memory just for 1 session of guidance was far more exploitative than their arena. In the arena, preparing a suitable and powerful monster for an intermediate adventurer costs at most 100 units. 1,000 units of memory are enough for 10 battles with suitable monsters, which can significantly increase the AR level of an intermediate adventurer. Lu Jin, on the other hand, charges 1,000 units of memory for just 1 session of guidance. It's practically faster than robbery. And while people say their arena is shady, Lu Jin's side is 10 times shadier than their arena. The most unbelievable thing is that Lin Xiaokue, this intermediate adventurer, actually agreed happily. You should know that a mid-level adventurer's monthly earnings are only about 1,000 units of memory. Spending an entire month's earnings on a single session of guidance, unless they're crazy. A shill. It's definitely a shill set up by Lu Jin. Yet these students actually believed it. Each one, afraid of missing out on being a little leak, started signing up like mad. Some even contacted their families, asking them to send memory units, determined to scrape together 100 units of memory by any means necessary. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jin had earned more than 3,000 units of memory. This memory was simply too easy to earn. Moreover, as more than 30 academy students lined up to register, it also made more passing academy students aware that it was indeed the Illusory Light Group recruiting. The number of people coming to register kept increasing. In less than 10 minutes, over 500 people had come to register, and the number seemed to be growing. Everyone, please don't rush. As long as you meet the basic recruitment requirements, you can join the logistics department of the Illusory
illusory light group. Lu Jin looked at the endless line of people, instructing Lin Shokue to collect the memory units while explaining to the students in line, "There's one more thing I need to tell you in advance. The 100 units of memory for guidance this time are a newcomer benefit for joining the logistics department, aimed at helping you break through the level 10 limit. In the future, if you want to receive guidance, you must have 150 contribution points from the logistics department. For intermediate adventurers and below, it will uniformly cost 300 units of memory. As for how to earn contribution points, they can be obtained by completing various tasks in the logistics department. These contribution points can ultimately be exchanged for various benefits in the logistics department, with professional guidance being one of them. Although the logistics department of the illusory light group originally had some work-related rewards, in Lu Jin's view, this reward mechanism was not suitable for the current logistics department, especially given his inherent talent for 1,000 wishes. In the world of fantasy, there is a limit to the number of people in a team, with the current known maximum being 100. With so many people in the logistics department, it was impossible for him to team up with everyone, and if these people spent all their time going out to hunt monsters, the work of the logistics department would never get done. Therefore, Lu Jin ultimately decided to treat teaming up as a kind of benefit for the logistics department. On one hand, it could alleviate the issue of too many people wanting to join the team. On the other hand, it would encourage everyone to focus on their work. Thirdly, he could earn memory units from it. It was a win-win-win situation, practically a jackpot. Of course, the logistics department of the future will not only provide benefits like team guidance but also offer more perks. For example, the Thunder Roar blueprint in his hand could be produced and sold to logistics department employees, giving them greater security in the wild. Sure enough, it's a newbie benefit. If I miss this, who knows if Illusion Light Group will offer it again in the future, or even come to our academy to recruit. I must sign up today. The first 100 people in line, let's discuss something. I'll pay 1,000 credit points to swap places with someone. Get lost. Just 1,000 credit points? I'll offer 20 units of memory plus 1,000 credit points. Mr. Lu, can you let me register first? I'm willing to offer 150 memory units. As Lu Jin finished speaking, the number of registrants surged dramatically, directly surpassing 1,000 people. The massive queue of over 1,000 soon caught the attention of the entire Qianfeng Academy, prompting many juniors and underclassmen with AR levels of 10 and adventurer levels of 10 to rush over and sign up. Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Chen Kameng stared at the queue, which had already exceeded 2,000 people, feeling as if her brain was about to crash. 100 units of memory is undoubtedly a significant expense for families living in the suburbs. Although joining the illusory light group is indeed a dream for many in Liuguang City, the logistics department is different. Newcomers in the probationary period do not receive memory compensation. On the contrary, if they fail to break through level 10 during the probationary period, they will be dismissed with 100% certainty. The chances of students from Qianfeng Academy breaking through level 10 are extremely low. Any student who manages to break through can be considered the pride of Qianfeng Academy. Now, these students from Qianfeng Academy are actually willing to spend 100 units of memory just to try for a chance to stay. It's simply an absurd waste of memory, completely incomprehensible. At this moment, even Chen Kameng was somewhat tempted to follow Lu Jin's example, because earning memory units like this is simply too exhilarating. 100 units of memory per person, with over 50,000 students in the entire Qianfeng Academy, at least 20,000 of whom are AR level 10 and adventurer level 10 students. If all of them were collected, that would be 2 million units of memory. Their arena's net profit in a month could barely reach 4 to 500,000 units of memory, but Lu Jin earned the equivalent of their arena's net income for 4 to 5 months in one go. It's truly much faster than robbing. Moreover, Chen Kameng seemed to have discovered an even more astonishing matter. That was what Lu Jin mentioned earlier. Guidance is a benefit for newcomers. Afterward, receiving guidance would cost 300 units of memory. For students from Qianfeng Academy who had worked hard to join the illusory light group, they would definitely try to stay, and might even consider seeking a second round of guidance. At that point, Lu Jin could carry out a second wave of harvesting from these Qianfeng Academy students. By then, it wouldn't just be earning 2 million units of memory, but 6 million units of memory. A newcomer could generate 2 waves of memory units. Lu Jin was practically a genius at harvesting memory units. But soon, Chen Kameng shook her head, dismissing the idea of imitating Lu Jin. Although Lu Jin's actions could yield a considerable amount of memory units, they would also completely tarnish the reputation of the Phantom Light Group. After all, while they recruit many people, the number of newcomers who break through to level 10 is pitifully small, and true talents are unlikely to join. Moreover, recruiting so many newcomers who fail to break through to level 10 would become a huge burden for the group, as credit points are not earned for free but are obtained through the sale of transported goods. Lu Jin's approach is essentially a case of putting the cart before the horse. boss. Yet Lu Jin seemed completely indifferent. As long as the conditions were met, he welcomed everyone without exception. In just one day, he recruited over 10,000 people and generated 1 million units of memory, leaving Chen Kameng, who was watching from the sidelines, green with envy. The news of Lu Jin's frenzied recruitment and his one-day generation of 1 million units of memory quickly spread, reaching the ears of major groups in Flowing Light City, Liuguang City, Jushua Group. At this moment, in the vast boardroom hall, more than 50 members of the group's board of directors were seated, including the heads of the 4 major families who had been expelled from Huanguan Group by Xiao Qingyao. If Lu Jin were here, he would certainly notice something astonishing. Compared to the long-established Huanguan Group, the board members of Jushua Group were all very young. Except for the members of the 4 major families, everyone was under 30 years old, and each of them was at least a level 20 AR-ranked advanced adventurer. The vibrant and dynamic atmosphere was incomparable to that of the old-established group. Among the more than 50 board members, 3 had AR levels exceeding level 20. Besides Meng Junjie, the other 2 were Fang Binglan, the chairman and CEO of Jushua Group, and Fang Chushua, the general manager of Jushua Group's logistics department. The 2 sisters of the Fang family can be considered the most renowned and talented young women in the younger generation of Liuguang City, second only to Xiao Qingyao. In terms of fame and strength, one is 22 years old and the other is 21, yet their AR levels are 24 and 23 respectively, making them worthy of being called monsters. The Fang sisters, achieving such accomplishments at such a young age, leave no doubt among the major groups in Liuguang City that within 5 years, both sisters will reach level 25, becoming the only duo with AR level 25 experts among the city's major forces. They might even make history by enabling their group to qualify as the first ever A-level adventure team in Liuguang City. An A-level adventure team is considered a symbol of Qianqing City, primarily because it requires at least 2 members with AR level 25 and 8 members with AR level 20 or above. Top-tier adventurers with AR levels above 20 number fewer than 50 in all of Liuguang City. To occupy 1/5 of this combat power at once demonstrates just how formidable an A-level adventure team truly is. However, Jushua Group possesses such immense potential and is the most highly regarded in Liuguang City, making it the most likely candidate to replace Huanguan Group as the leading corporation. Meng, Deputy General Manager, I have provided you with all the resources and memory you need. I trust that after your 4 great families join our Jushua Group, you won't disappoint everyone present, right? Fang Binglan's light blue eyes fixed on Meng Junjie, as if she could see through his thoughts, her voice carrying a hint of pressure. As Fang Binglan spoke, the board members present also turned their gaze toward Meng Junjie, causing him to feel a significant amount of pressure. Unlike the centuries-old Huanguan Group, Jushua Group is a major corporation established just over a decade ago. Its board members are not from the renowned families of Liuguang City but are individuals who have risen from humble beginnings. Although these people currently appear to be at AR level 20, given that they are all under 30 years old, breaking through AR level 20 in the future is not an impossible feat. Nearly 50 people gathered together, and that oppressive feeling was unbearable even for Meng Junjie, who was at AR level 23. If it had been in the past, Meng Junjie wouldn't have paid much attention to these people. After all, they were members of the board of directors of the Illusory Light Group. In terms of the number of high-level adventurers, the Illusory Light Group far surpassed the Colossus Group. In fact, the number of high-level adventurers in the Illusory Light Group's hunting team was comparable to that of the entire Colossus Group. However, now that the 4 great families were no longer part of the Illusory Light Group, the number of high-level adventurers was far inferior to that of the Colossus Group. At most, there were only about 10 of them, which in the entire Flowing Light City was roughly equivalent to the level of a B-grade adventurer team. Rest assured, Mr. Fang, Meng Junjie couldn't help but lower his stance and said, "Give me 1 month and I can completely take over the cooperative transportation channels that the Illusory Light Group previously had in various cities and towns, bringing the logistics department into a profitable state." After leaving the Huanguan Group, trying to collaborate with the group's former partners is not an easy task, as many corporations in Liuguang City are also eyeing them. When the time comes, it will depend on who offers lower transportation costs and demonstrates stronger capabilities. In the past, other cities and towns sought out the Huanguan Group because of its strength, which ensured speed and efficiency in transportation. For collaborators in major cities and towns, time is money, so they were naturally willing to work together. However, now that they have left the Huanguan Group, many of the group's transportation routes can no longer be used. This is because many of the rest stops were established by the Huanguan Group for its own logistics department, and personnel from the hunting teams and the marketing department would frequently pass through, providing a certain level of security for the transportation routes. But Meng Junjie is not worried about these issues. After all, he managed to take away more than half of the Huanguan Group's logistics personnel, including 70% of the intermediate adventurers. With the Huanguan Group unable to handle transportation for major cities and towns, he has plenty of time and manpower
manpower to establish new transportation routes. That's true, but the new general manager of the logistics department at Illusory Light Group, Lu Jin, has recruited quite a few newcomers from Qianfeng Academy.
It seems they're planning to quickly restore the cooperative transportation routes between major cities and towns, Fang Binglan said slowly. Deputy General Manager Meng, you'd better speed up.
After all, the first choice for cooperation in major cities and towns is still Illusory Light Group. President Fang, you're overthinking it, Meng Junjie said with a smile. That Lu Jin recruiting a large number of newcomers from Qianfeng Academy
is nothing more than a flashy move.
Everyone here knows what kind of place Qianfeng Academy is. There might be some talent there, but compared to
the number of talents currently lacking in Illusory Light Group's logistics department, it's like night and day.
I'm afraid that before Lu Jin can
even train those newcomers from Qianfeng Academy, we will have already secured all the transportation cooperation with those cities and towns. The board members present did not refute. Although Qianfeng Academy is the largest academy in Liuguang City, the number of talents who can break through to level 10 is truly touching. Even some newly rising major corporations rarely recruit from there. The top choice remains Liuguang Academy.
Every year, the Jushua Group spends an unknown amount of resources just to compete for talent. In fact, at this moment, it's not just the people from the Jushua Group who think this way.
Even the major corporations and families in Liuguang City feel the same, believing that Lu
Jin, the Xia family's son-in-law, is simply grasping at straws.
In order to quickly address the manpower shortage in the logistics department, he's willing to take in just about anyone.
He even shamelessly claims that the logistics department has already entered a profitable state, with daily revenue reaching 1 million memory units, which is simply a joke.
Lu Jin's actions have even led many students from Liuguang Academy to declare that they would never join a group like the Huangguang Group, which accepts just anyone.
This has significantly lowered the group's reputation, so much so that even dogs wouldn't go there. If it weren't for Xiao Qingyao already leading the hunting group on an expedition to Thousand Star City, everyone would suspect that Xiao Qingyao would be infuriated to death by Lu Jin's actions. The reputation of the Illusory Light Group, built over hundreds of years, has now been completely ruined by Lu Jin, the Xia family's son-in-law.
The next morning, at the north gate of Liuguang City,
the north gate backs onto a continuous mountain range. This mountain range had been merely a scenic area of Liuguang City for hundreds of years.
However, after the world became
shrouded in mist, no one had the mood to risk their lives climbing the mountains to enjoy the scenery, especially a view of dense fog.
Gradually, it turned into a desolate area.
Due to the complex mountain terrain, there was no safe zone established when the world of fantasy was initially set up. The monster levels are generally above level 10, making it unsuitable for ordinary people to scavenge. Therefore,
Glimmer
City designated the entire North Gate area as a training ground for nurturing new talents within major corporations. Guardians regularly patrol the mountains, ensuring a relatively safe environment for newcomers to train and improve.
However, for the major corporations in Glimmer City to train their newcomers here, it requires a considerable expenditure of credit points and memory units. Each person costs 50 credit points and 10 memory units per day.
After all, deploying a large number of guardians to ensure safety in this area also consumes significant credit points and resources, making it impossible for Glimmer City's corporations to use it for free. Nevertheless, within this area, the three major corporations of Glimmer City are exempt from fees. At the North Gate, the large gate had yet to open, but Lu Jin was already waiting at the entrance with over 1,000 students from Qianfeng Academy. This spectacular scene also left the major groups who came to train newcomers utterly dumbfounded. Normally, bringing 100 people to train at the northern gate would already be considered excessive, as protecting these newcomers also requires manpower. Although there are many monsters in the mountains, there are definitely not enough to allow a 10-person team to fight to their heart's content. Typically, a 6-person team is formed, led by either an intermediate adventurer or 2 junior adventurers, ensuring that the newcomers' training in the mountains proceeds without any issues while also providing ample combat experience. This is also why major groups only recruit newcomers with great potential, sometimes even competing with Liuguang Academy for talent. The cost of training newcomers is indeed high, and if they end up training a group of individuals who cannot even break through level 10, it would be a massive loss, even if entering this training area doesn't require any credit points or memory units. President Lu is still as admirable as ever, training 1,000 people at once. Making money off these memory modules is truly effortless for you, Wang Zhenghu sneered at Lu Jin while leading dozens of new recruits from the former Illusory Light Group. The major corporations are all so careful in nurturing their new recruits, assigning us junior adventurers to watch over them.
None of them are as relaxed as President Lu.
The major corporations should really learn a thing or two from you. The new recruits from the former Illusory Light Group all laughed as well, some even showing sympathy for the 1,000 newcomers standing behind Lu Jin. They felt fortunate and wise for having left the Illusory Light Group when they did. 1,000 people at once, and judging by Lu Jin's team, apart from 2 bodyguards bodyguards and an intermediate adventurer named Lin Xiaokui.
There wasn't a single adventurer above level 10. Such a laissez-faire approach was unheard of among any corporation in Liuguang City.
Lu Jin glanced at Wang Zhonghu and the former Illusory Light Group recruits, smiling faintly.
Talent isn't meant to be sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse. They need to come out and be tempered.
Otherwise, they'll end up like Captain Wang here, stuck as a junior adventurer, spending all day coddling flowers.
What kind of life is that?
The students of Qianfeng Academy couldn't help but feel touched upon hearing this, thinking that Lu Jin's words were absolutely right and that he was truly considerate of them.
Well said, President Lu. You really live up to being the Xia family's son-in-law. Your way with words is impressive.
Wang Zhonghu's anger surged, but he quickly glanced at the thousands of newcomers behind Lu Jin and sneered. I just wonder how many of these so-called talents you speak of can compare to the flowers you mentioned.
I wonder if President Lu dares to make a bet. Why wouldn't I dare?
Lu Jin looked at the reckless Wang Zhonghu and couldn't help but smile. Tell me, how do you want to bet?
Simple.
We'll set a time limit of just one day and see which side has the most newcomers breaking through to level 10.
Wang Zhonghu immediately laughed and said,
since President Lu claims to have so many talents behind him, and given that our numbers differ by more than tenfold, I won't take advantage of you.
If the number
of newcomers on your side breaking through to level 10 is 10 times that of my side, I'll admit defeat.
Otherwise, the reverse applies. If I lose, for every extra person on your side, I'll slap myself once.
But if you lose, for every extra person on my side, you'll have to slap yourself 10 times.
Do you dare, President Lu? Brother Wang, just stop talking. This Mr. Lu definitely wouldn't dare. After all, this Mr. Lu is only good at talking.
Everyone knows his actual abilities, mocked the lean young man from the 4 great families on the side.
The so-called talents Mr. Lu mentioned are nothing but a joke.
The other groups nearby, watching this scene, couldn't help but shake their heads. Only a fool would agree to such a thing. It was clearly extremely disadvantageous to Lu Jin. The newcomers on Wang Zhonghu's side were all carefully selected, even just a step away from breaking through.
In contrast, Lu Jin's side consisted
entirely of academy students newly recruited yesterday, who were far from reaching the 10th level. On top of that, Lu Jin's side was required to have 10 times the breakthroughs compared to Wang Zhonghu's side, which was simply impossible. The lean young man's words also ignited a wave of anger among the members of Qianfeng Academy. They all petitioned Lu Jin, vowing to train to the death if necessary to achieve breakthroughs today and prove that they were not inferior.
Lu Jin looked at the Qianfeng Academy students, each burning with fighting spirit, and couldn't help but smile.
Originally, he had been thinking about how to increase these newcomers' goodwill toward the logistics department, but now it was all taken care of.
He then looked at Wang Zhonghu and pretended to be angry, saying, fine, Wang Zhonghu, I accept your bet. Let's see which side has more talent.
As Lu Jin accepted the bet, the leaders of the major groups were all extremely surprised, not expecting Lu Jin to actually dare to take it. President Lu was really loyal to these Qianfeng Academy students, daring to accept even this kind of wager. Wang Zhonghu was probably overjoyed in his heart. I know the newcomers he's leading, they're all outstanding young members of prominent families in Liuguang City. They were already on the verge of breaking through when they were with the Illusory Light Group.
Coming here for training today is likely just to break through that final bottleneck. Pity that President Lu is too impulsive.
Indeed, there are some talents in Qianfeng Academy who rely solely on themselves due to the lack of training resources, but their numbers are too few.
Among these 1,000 people, having 10 breakthroughs would already be impressive.
On the other hand, Wang Zhonghu's side, though with fewer than 70 people, has at least 20 who can achieve breakthroughs through this training. As for Lu Jin, the major corporations still admire him.
First, he is willing to marry a terrifying woman like Xia Qingyao.
Second, his physical potential is truly remarkable. If it weren't for concerns about Xia Qingyao, many families in Liuguang City would have already sent their daughters to take action. However, what truly earns people's respect is that Lu Jin previously led a team to kill the regional boss in his own dungeon. This is a feat that hasn't been accomplished in Liuguang City for over 100 years. If it weren't for the 4 major families of the Illusory Light Group feeling this severe threat and urgently wanting to suppress Lu Jin, forcing Xia Qingyao to ruthlessly eliminate the 4 families, the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group might have become the strongest logistics department in the history of Glimmer City. In fact, just the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group alone could secure the group's position among the top 3 conglomerates. After all, with Lu Jin's terrifying talent, he is practically a bug-like existence in regional dungeons.
He could easily lead the various teams
of the logistics department to gradually conquer all the 12 to 14 level regional dungeons around Glimmer City.
This would not only allow
the logistics department's transport teams to break through level restrictions and significantly reduce transportation costs, but also enable
the massive harvesting of resources from these regional dungeons, greatly enriching the Illusory Light Group's memory core inventory. It must be noted that memory cores are universally recognized hard currency.
As long as one lives in this world of fantasy, memory cores are needed needed everywhere for repairing weapons and equipment, crafting weapons and items, breaking through AR levels, and rapidly repairing AR systems, all of which require memory cores. The rapid repair of the AR system, in particular, is the only means to significantly reduce life loss in the wild. Hunting teams from major corporations almost always carry thousands of memory units per person to prevent setbacks during intense encounters. If someone falls, the AR system can be restored within just 20 seconds using the memory units. During this time, backup AR glasses can be used at AR level 1 to temporarily resist the mist, allowing them to rejoin the fight after 20 seconds. Of course, this method of repairing the AR system is heavily restricted in regional dungeons. Unlike the outside world, in regional dungeons, the repair time increases each time the AR system is destroyed. By the third repair, the time required can reach 3 minutes, and by the fifth repair, it can take up to an hour. This effectively prevents players from using a throwing lives at it strategy to conquer regional dungeons. Therefore, the number of memory units a corporation possesses often plays a significant role in determining its strength. And Wang Chonghu felt no sense of wrongdoing regarding the disdain from the leaders of the major groups. Instead, he looked at Lu Jin, already imagining the wonderful scene of Lu Jin slapping himself in front of everyone. Time's up. Those who have completed the procedures can go in now. However, all you newcomers need to be careful. Recently, the number of monsters in the mountains has increased significantly, and their strength has also grown. If your team isn't strong enough, don't venture too deep into the mountains. The North Gate's team leader in guard glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but remind them. The team leader in guard's reminder, however, did not register with the members of the major groups present. They simply led their newcomers straight inside. As for the mountains near the North Gate, the leaders of the major groups were all too familiar with them and had no need for the guard's advice. Among those present, only Lu Jin slightly furrowed his sword-like brows. Has the speed of monster level advancement increased again? Lu Jin thought of what Lin Xiaokui had mentioned earlier, and faintly felt that the changes in the Beidaimen mountain range might very well be a precursor to level advancement. Otherwise, the increase in the number of monsters in one area would be truly unreasonable. Mr. Lu, should we proceed according to the original plan now? Lin Xiaokui looked at the frowning Lu Jin and asked curiously. Yes, let's act according to the original plan. Lu Jin shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. For now, his priority was to strengthen the logistics department, distribute the growth potions to them. After they've finished drinking, you can organize them. For the innate talent of countless wishes, it was unavoidable that it was exposed in the regional dungeon before, and he hadn't expected it to be so terrifying. Therefore, he immediately issued a gag order to Su Tongwei and the others, strictly forbidding them from telling anyone else. Su Tongwei and the others understood this as well. Without Lu Jin's warning, the mere thought of Lu Jin not helping them improve in the future would probably make them regret it for a lifetime. Especially after experiencing the taste of rapid growth, going back to the way things were before felt like having tasted all the delicacies of the mountains and seas, only to return to eating black bread. How could anyone bear that? Even just a few short days of teaming up with Lu Jin had already made them unaccustomed to being in a non-team state. Lin Xiaokui nodded, while Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan cooperated with her to distribute the growth elixirs to the first batch of newcomers. This growth elixir was something Lu Jin made up on the spot. In reality, it was nothing more than an ordinary nutrient solution, worth only 10 credit points per bottle. It could meet all the nutritional needs of the human body for a day. Externally, it was claimed to be a potion developed by the Illusion Light Group after decades of research, capable of enabling rapid growth. However, its effects were short-lived. The materials for its production were said to be extremely rare, and its quantity was very limited. All of you newcomers, listen up. This growth elixir only lasts for 1 hour per bottle. That means once you go in, you only have 1 hour of rapid growth time. Make the most of this first hour. Unless you encounter monsters above level 10, there's no need to hold back. Once the time is up, come back immediately. Staying inside longer is not allowed, as the monsters inside need to be left for the next group. If it's discovered that you stayed longer than an hour after the effects wore off, you'll be dismissed immediately. Su Xiaotian loudly reminded the members of Qianfeng Academy while distributing the growth elixirs. The people of Qianfeng Academy all nodded, feeling a bit nervous in their hearts. An hour's time is neither too long nor too short. If there are enough monsters in the mountains, it's possible to fight over a dozen battles in one go, and with good luck, even 20 battles wouldn't be impossible. Afterward, the first wave of newcomers who had finished drinking the growth potion were one by one pulled into the team by Lin Xiaokui, totaling 98 people. These newcomers couldn't tell if it was due to the effects of the growth potion, but each of them felt unprecedentedly good, especially the sense of control brought by the enhancement of their 5 senses. This feeling of exhilaration was simply intoxicating. Too strong. Is this the effect of the growth potion? I feel like I could kill a bull right now. The group of newcomers who had teamed up were all incredulous at this unprecedented enhancement of their 5 senses. As for the second wave of new students, they were utterly confused. completely unable to understand why these people were so excited and thrilled. It was just drinking a potion, so why did each of them seem to turn into berserkers, almost wanting to roar out loud? Move out! Lin Xiaokui looked at the 98 people and directly gave the order. Remember, you only have 1 hour. The first wave of new students, upon hearing this, dashed into the mountains like wild monkeys, moving at lightning speed. None of them seemed to have any intention of forming teams. They all acted alone, their faces filled with madness, shouting and yelling from time to time. Even the leaders of the major groups waiting outside were stunned. Are these even humans? At Thousand Winds Academy, 98 newcomers charged into the mountains like a raging storm, leaving the guards present utterly stunned. The mountain region near the North Gate is considered the most dangerous area around Liuguang City. Even experienced scavengers must proceed cautiously in teams. Typically, major groups form a 6-person team, with 2 junior adventurers standing guard. This isn't because the major groups have an abundance of manpower, but because it's necessary. Otherwise, the 4 newcomers would easily be wiped out by the numerous monsters in the mountains. But the newcomers led by Lu Jin were absolutely insane. No beginner adventurers guarding them is one thing, but letting the newcomers act separately is simply reckless. The most terrifying part is that these newcomers actually believe they can fight as long as they don't encounter monsters above level 10. I really envy them, experiencing a 100-person battle for the first time. Lin Xiaokui watched as the group from Qianfeng Academy completely disappeared into the mist, wishing she could rush in herself to fully experience the thrill of a 100-person battle. Now she could clearly feel that the enhancement of her 5 senses was even more intense than the first time she came. Although she didn't know the exact level of her senses now, it was definitely much stronger than AR level 16. In contrast to Lin Xiaokui's moment of envy, Lu Jin, who was beside her, finally understood the limitations of the inherent talent of 8,000 wishes. As expected, it's impossible to enhance the 5 senses without any limitations. Lu Jin felt his own sensory level and couldn't help but gain some new insights. Currently, his sensory level was roughly equivalent to AR level 17. There were clearly 100 people in the team, yet the improvement was not much greater than when there were just over 20 people in the first team. This shows that the enhancement of the 5 senses depends on the skill level of the team members. The higher the player's skill level, the higher the upper limit of the 5 senses can be raised. In other words, if he wants higher level players to gain more enhancement in their 5 senses, he must gather more high level players, otherwise, the improvement will be minimal. At this point, the enhancement of AR 5 senses becomes increasingly difficult as it progresses. In the early stages, everyone's level was suppressed to level 12, yet just over 20 people could raise it to the level of 16. Now, even with someone like Lin Xiaokui, who was at AR level 16, in the team, the 5 senses level is only at 17. It is evident that the higher the level of the 5 senses, the harder it is to improve. Even with a surge in numbers, the improvement is unlikely to match the significant gains seen at lower levels. Lu Jin wasn't too surprised by this. If a group of low-level players could team up and possess sensory levels above AR level 20, it would be too overpowered. Sensory levels above AR level 20 and sensory levels at level 20 are worlds apart, a true qualitative leap. The next plan will require some attention to the arrangement of team members. Looking at the system map where the members of Qianfeng Academy had completely dispersed, Lu Jin couldn't help but adjust his subsequent plans in his mind. Training newcomers in the logistics department is just the first step. The current logistics department indeed lacks junior adventurers, but what it lacks even more is a group of intermediate adventurers. Although it is possible to quickly train the newcomers from Thousand Winds Academy to the level of intermediate adventurers, doing so would waste their talent and severely slow down the development progress of the logistics department. If he were to continuously lead 100 people in intensive training, he might be able to train the 100 newcomers from Thousand Winds Academy into intermediate adventurers in about 20 days. However, 100 intermediate adventurers cannot fundamentally change the current state of the logistics department. At most, they can only maintain the group's own resource transportation, which is far from enough to allow the illusory light group to retain its position as one of the 3 major groups in Flowing Light City. Therefore, simply training students from Thousand Winds Academy is far from sufficient. The best way to utilize the innate talent of 1,000 wishes is not to recklessly raise AR levels with a group of people, but to break through level bottlenecks, especially the critical ones. Currently, among the employees in the logistics department, there are far too many whose AR levels are stuck at level 14. If these employees could break through to level 15, the logistics department would truly become strong. However, allowing them to reach level 15 unconditionally would lead to many unnecessary problems. The best approach is to have these employees come forward on their own and consume memory units in exchange for AR level upgrades. This way, a positive cycle can be established within the logistics department. As Lu Jin was thinking about how to arrange the logistics department employees, in the Northern Gate mountain range, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in white, stood quietly beside a dozen slowly completely dissipating snake creatures, his eyes filled with unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. If the guardians of the Northern Gate saw these snake monsters, they would probably be stunned, because the levels of these snake monsters were all above level 10, with the lowest being level 11 and the highest even reaching level 12. Among the monsters near the mountain range, they were considered a very strong group. Usually, it would take two novice adventurers working together to face these snake monsters, as a single novice adventurer would not dare to confront them alone. Too amazing. This sense of control is simply unprecedented. No wonder the Illusory Light Group recruits everyone who reaches AR level 10. The growth rate of this AR is astonishing. Originally, I thought it would take more than a month of honing in the wild to break through level 10, but I didn't expect to break through now. The Illusory Light Group is indeed not simple and isn't as rumored to be on the verge of collapse. The young man in white glanced at his status bar, took out 1,000 units of memory from his backpack, and chose to advance to level 11. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With an hour's time, only a little over 10 minutes have passed. I must quickly find more monsters to level up so I can perform well in front of President Liu and the others. His physical potential attributes had already reached their limit. Strength and neural response were both at grade A, while endurance and agility were at the grade B limit. In the major well-known families of Liuguang City, he was undoubtedly a genius. He had even prepared the 1,000 units of memory required for the breakthrough long ago. Originally, he wasn't interested in joining the Illusory Light Group because, with his talent, breaking through level 10 was effortless. Once he broke through the level 10 limit, joining any major group in Liuguang City would be a piece of cake. This time, joining the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group was purely for the training ground near the North Gate. After all, the monsters in the North Gate Mountains were much tougher than those in the other 3 gates. Level 10 monsters were the weakest batch, and their numbers were more than 10 times greater. Training here at the North Gate for 1 day was more effective than training for 10 days at the other 3 gates. 100 units of memory, purely as an entry ticket. However, the young man in white had changed his mind. With such a terrifying growth rate, this was something other groups did not have. If he wanted to reach the top level of Liuguang City in the future, the logistics department of the Huanguan Group was undoubtedly the best choice. At this moment, it wasn't just the young man in white slaughtering wildly in the mountains. If Lu Jin had noticed the system map, he would have discovered that as many as 3 people were already 2 kilometers deep into the mountains. That area was filled with monsters above level 10, with the lowest being level 12, a zone only beginner adventurers dared to enter. Over an hour later, as the second wave of newcomers from Qianfeng Academy rushed into the mountains like mad monkeys, it didn't take long before the first wave of newcomers from Qianfeng Academy all returned safely. Each of them had an unprecedented look of excitement and exhilaration on their faces, making it clear to everyone present that these people had undergone a noticeable transformation. They were completely different from when they first entered. 4 people have reached AR level 11? Not just that, I just used the data card to scan quite a few people. Among those at AR level 10, more than half have reached 100% growth, but they probably lack memory modules, so they can't break through. These 4 are quite remarkable. Su Xiaotian looked at the 4 newcomers among the 98 returnees who were the only ones to break through AR level 10, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in his gaze. Not simple? Lu Jin was puzzled as he looked at the 2 men and 2 women who had just broken through. Perhaps due to the human evolution brought about by the AR system, almost everyone, regardless of gender, was attractive. However, after observing for a while, he still couldn't find anything special about the 4. Are you referring to the fact that they previously stored 1,000 units of memory? The students of Qianfeng Academy were almost all from suburban families in Liuguang City. Most of them were not well off. Taking out a few hundred units of memory was still possible, but producing 1,000 units of memory at once was indeed a very rare occurrence. How is this possible? No. Su Xiaotian shook his head as he looked at the 4. President Liu, you know that my AR level just recently broke through to level 18, and my 5 senses have improved significantly. These 4 didn't seem like much before, but after breaking through level 10, they somehow give me a faint sense of threat. Although I can't see their specific data, based on my past experience, their weapon mastery level should have reached the level of a beginner master, or at least be very close to it. Very close to the level of a beginner master, or perhaps they've already reached it? Lu Jin couldn't help but seriously scrutinize the 4. Unexpectedly, an unintentional act actually resulted in finding 4 treasures. In the world of fantasy, after players surpass level 10, the mastery system is unlocked, allowing the AR system's enhanced 5 senses to further adapt to players' performance in certain areas. However, reaching the beginner master level in mastery is extremely challenging. It should be noted that this is a master level expert recognized by the AR system, more authoritative than martial arts masters or combat champions from hundreds of years ago. Reaching this level 400 years ago, before the AR system existed, competing for the world championship in the combat field would not have been impossible, and he achieved the master level in in proficiency only because he had been battling powerful monsters above level 20 for many years. For students living in the suburbs to have such combat skills at this age, it would be impossible unless they were born as natural combat geniuses. Among the numerous novice adventurers in the entire Glimmer City, the probability of someone having master-level combat skills as a novice adventurer is less than 1 in 10,000. Because as long as combat skills reach the master level, under the same basic conditions, handling a dozen monsters at once becomes effortless, and they can even face 5 or 6 elite monsters of the same level simultaneously. So, talents in this field are fiercely sought after by major corporations. Even if someone is only at the level of a junior adventurer, they would be appointed to a position like vice captain. In a large corporation, if they advance to the level of a mid-level adventurer, they are almost always at the captain level, and often the captain of an important team, just like Su Tongwei. For 4 such individuals to appear at once, it can be said that this is a huge gain. The newcomers from Qianfeng Academy couldn't help but step forward to inquire and ask questions as they watched the first batch of returning Qianfeng Academy newcomers. They had no idea until they started asking. As the returning newcomers answered one by one, the newcomers from Qianfeng Academy present were all stunned. Among the 98 people who entered, 75 of them actually reached 100% AR level 10. The remaining individuals did not reach 100% entirely because their previous growth rate was too low. For those whose growth rate was generally below 50%, as long as they exceeded 50%, they almost all reached 100%. Moreover, even those who did not reach 100% currently have a growth rate above 90%, so they are not far from breaking through. Growth Elixir. I must work hard in the future and find a way to get a bottle of Growth Elixir. By then, I'll be able to break through the level 10 limit. Is anyone willing to sell me a bottle of Growth Elixir? I'm willing to spend 500 units of memory in bulk purchases. Get lost. After breaking through the level 10 limit and becoming a formal employee of the Illumina Group, do you even know how many 500 units of memory you could earn? You think you can buy it for just 500 units? Are you out of your mind? I'll offer 2,000 units. I just need 1 bottle of the Growth Elixir to break through level 10. As the new students at the academy grew increasingly aware of the effects of the Growth Elixir, their anticipation for it also grew. At the same time, all the newcomers who had used the Growth Elixir became deeply attached to the pleasurable sensation brought by the enhancement of their 5 senses. Especially with the rapid growth it provided in dealing with those monsters, these newcomers became even more eager for the Growth Elixir. Mr. Liu, when can we start working? That's right, Mr. Liu, we want to work. We're ready to dedicate ourselves to the logistics department. That's right, even if our salaries are halved, let us start working now. One by one, the newcomers who returned couldn't help but plead with Lu Jin, not wanting to waste time here. They wanted to work, only by working tirelessly could they find happiness. Especially the 4 who had broken through to level 10, their eyes were filled with urgency. After breaking through to level 10, they had tried fighting against many level 11 and 12 monsters, but their growth was far from ideal. It was as if they had instantly gone from being geniuses to fools. The feeling was as unbearable as it could get. This scene left the leaders of the major groups present completely stunned. What is going on? These newcomers from Qianfeng Academy, each reaching level 10 with 100% growth, had already made everyone suspect that these newcomers might be part of a staged act by Qianfeng Academy and Lu Jin, gathering all the academy's geniuses to put on a show. Otherwise, how could it be so terrifying? Out of 98 people, 75 had reached level 10 with 100%, and 4 had even broken through the level 10 limit, reaching level 11. You should know that the number of breakthroughs among graduates from Qianfeng Academy each year is just about the same, and now it's becoming increasingly fake. A large number of breakthroughs reaching 100% might still be acceptable, knowing that you are all geniuses, but what's with everyone petitioning to voluntarily go to work? You should know that the work of the logistics department involves risking one's life in the wild. If it weren't for the clear requirements from major corporations demanding employees to complete a certain amount of performance each month, no one would be willing to make an extra trip. This is also why so many people choose to join adventure groups rather than the major corporations. Everyone, don't be anxious. Anyone who breaks through level 10 can go to the logistics department for transportation tomorrow, Lu Jin said, looking at the eager crowd and reassuring them. As for those who haven't reached level 10 yet, you can go to the outdoor hunting memory area planned by the group tomorrow. Of course, if anyone feels their basic attributes have reached the limit, they can apply for a lone memory module from the group to break through level 10. Hearing this, everyone finally settled down, their eyes filled with great anticipation for tomorrow. Time passed, and the sun was gradually setting behind the mountains. Wang Gu, it's about time. If we stay any longer, it will be dangerous. Let's head back, the lean young man Meng Yufei said with a smile as he looked at Wang Chenghu, who was still instructing newcomers in combat. The number of breakthroughs on our side has far exceeded expectations, 32 people in total. This is definitely the highest number number of breakthroughs in a single session during this period. Even if that Lu Jin gathers all the geniuses from Qianfeng Academy, the total would barely exceed 100. Forget about reaching 300, even 200 is an unattainable dream. Indeed, Wang Zhonghu looked at the 32 newcomers who had already reached level 10 at 100% and licked the corner of his mouth with a smile, saying, "Let's go back. It's about time to witness our President Lu's spectacular performance." As the sun set in the west, cold winds began to rise in the mountains. However, inside the northern gate of Liuguang City, there was a burst of noise and cheerfulness. Even Wang Zhonghu and his group, who had just returned from the mountains, could clearly feel the lively atmosphere. At this moment, the members of Qianfeng Academy looked as if they had just returned from a spring outing. They were chatting and laughing, discussing today's gains and amusing incidents. This lively chatter even got the usually silent newcomers from various major groups, who had been weighed down by the pressure of breakthroughs, to start talking among themselves. For a moment, the once quiet North Gate gained a touch of warmth. The students from Qianfeng Academy seemed to have gained quite a lot from their time at the rookie training ground, Wang Zhonghu observed, slightly surprised as he watched the students from Qianfeng Academy enthusiastically discussing. This wasn't Wang Zhonghu's first time bringing rookies to the training ground at the North Gate. Due to the immense pressure for breakthroughs faced by rookies, if they didn't make much progress in a day, they would be visibly distressed. After all, rookies from the group couldn't come to the training ground every day. The number of junior adventurers available to guide rookies was limited, and they could only bring so many people at a time. As a result, the group's rookies had to take turns coming to the training ground. Generally, it takes about a week for a turn to come around. In groups with insufficient manpower, newcomers might only get a turn every 2 weeks. Most of the time, newcomers form teams to head to level 10 regional dungeons located more than 10 kilometers away from Liuguang City for concentrated hunting, collecting memory cores for the group in the process. Since these are regional dungeons, the danger level is very high. Typically, teams of 100 people are sent to encircle and kill the monsters. However, this makes it difficult for individuals to gain any real training benefits, turning them into mere tools for collecting memory cores. Generally, when newcomers like those from Qianfeng Academy are this happy, it's a sign that their growth has significantly improved. It's normal to have great gains. After all, these students from Qianfeng Academy rarely get good training opportunities. When dealing with monsters in the wild, they're either too weak to be of any challenge or too strong to handle, making it very hard to find suitable opponents, said Meng Yufei, a lean young man standing nearby, dismissively. The level 10 monsters near the North Gate include many elite level ones. Many of the level 10 practice monsters in the arena are captured from this area. For these newcomers, who've been stuck at level 10, the benefits are undeniable. Especially during their first visit to the training grounds, they generally see significant improvement. Indeed, Wang Zhonghu smiled faintly, looking at the group from Qianfeng Academy with a hint of sympathy. These students have no idea how difficult it is to break through the 10th level. The newcomers from Qianfeng Academy could only enjoy this moment of happiness. He recalled when he first came here, he immediately improved by 4%, jumping from 90% to 94%. That feeling was truly wonderful. Thinking that he could improve by 4% every time he came, it seemed like breaking through the 10th level would only take a few months. However, the reality was that during his second visit, he only improved by 1%. It could be said that the progress slowed down the further he went, and even gaining 1% during the final attempt became an exciting achievement. Meng Yufei looked at Lu Jin, who seemed to be registering something in the crowd, and couldn't help but suggest with a smile, "Brother Wang, should we report the results to President Lu now and give him a nice surprise?" "No, let's wait a bit longer. Judging by their numbers, not everyone is here yet. I don't want Lu Jin to use this as an excuse later, claiming that it doesn't count because not everyone was present." Wang Zhonghu shook his head. Currently, the number of people from Qianfeng Academy is less than 1,000, indicating that some have not yet returned from the mountains. Although these people won't change much, Wang Zhonghu doesn't want to give Lu Jin any chance to argue that this last group consists of Qianfeng Academy's true geniuses, the ones who might break through the level 10 limit. If these geniuses don't return, it wouldn't count at all. Meng Yufei also nodded. This was their only chance to make Lu Jin lose face. If they really made Lu Jin think something serious was wrong and contacted those students to forbid them from returning, then this competition would truly be impossible. After all, the number of people who hadn't returned yet was quite significant, nearly 100. If Lu Jin gritted his teeth and claimed that all these people could break through the level 10 limit, they would have no way to counter it. In less than 10 minutes, a group of students from Qianfeng Academy indeed returned one after another, each of them in high spirits. Great! Now that they're all back, we can also enjoy President Lu's brilliant performance. Wang Zhonghu quickly glanced at the students still trickling back from the mountains. The numbers seemed to match up, so he immediately gave an order. "Yufei, keep an eye on these students and make sure none of them escape." "Got it, leave it to me. I guarantee not a single one of them will try to sneak into the mountains. When the time comes, I'll bring them all to President Lu so he can count them properly.
Mang Yufei nodded enthusiastically, his face full of excitement.
With that, Wang Chonghu and Mang Yufei split up. Wang Chonghu led the newcomers toward Lu Jin, while Mang Yufei took over 20 junior adventurers to meet the returning students from Qianfeng Academy.
Mr. Lu, are you in such a hurry to gather the newcomers because you're planning to leave?
Wang Chonghu looked at the busy Lu Jin and said with a smile, could it be that Mr. Lu, being so important, has forgotten our bet from this morning?
Bet?
Lu Jin glanced at Wang Chonghu with a smile and couldn't help but remind him, Captain Wang, are you sure you want to continue? Originally, Lu Jin just wanted to make use of Wang Chonghu to motivate the students of Qianfeng Academy to improve themselves, but after a day's observation, Lu Jin realized he had overthought it.
These newcomers from Qianfeng Academy don't seem to need any motivation at all.
Each one of them is practically brimming with energy, eager to rush to the level 10 zone dungeon 10 kilometers away and frantically farm memory cores. Otherwise, it might be because he borrowed 1,000 units of memory from the logistics department and needs to quickly go transport goods, not wanting to waste a single moment here. Originally, Lu Jin had already planned to let Wang Chonghu off the hook. After all, telling him such a cruel truth would make his conscience feel uneasy. When Wang Chonghu heard Lu Jin say this, he immediately laughed even more joyfully.
Warning, this is definitely a warning that Lu Jin thought no one could surpass.
Unfortunately, Wang Zhonghu was not afraid. After all, he was no longer part of the Wangguan group but a member of the Jushua group.
President Lu, a man must keep his word. Or is President Lu planning to go back on his word in front of all the major groups at the training ground?
Wang Zhonghu spoke as his voice grew louder, ensuring everyone at the north gate could hear him clearly. However, as Wang Zhonghu raised his voice, he suddenly made a surprising discovery. Then, whether it was the leaders of the major groups present or the guards watching over the north gate, the way they looked at him seemed to carry a sense of sympathy and sorrow.
No, this is just my imagination. These people are all looking at Lu Jin, definitely not at me.
Wang Zhonghu shook his head, feeling that he was too engrossed in Lu Jin's performance, which led to such a misconception. After Wang Zhonghu readjusted his mindset, Lu Jin let out a deep sigh and said, alright, since Captain Wang has put it this way, let's lay our cards on the table. How many people on your side have managed to break through to level 10?
32 people. Wang Zhonghu pointed to the newcomers behind him and said proudly, how many does General Manager Lu have on his side?
Currently, there are 764 people, Lu Jin said casually.
And there are still some people who haven't been counted yet. 764 people at the moment?
Wang Chonghu was stunned for a moment. It took him quite a while to react, realizing that Lu Jin was clearly teasing him.
He immediately glared at Lu Jin in anger and said, Mr. Lu, one should be honest.
Our bet was made in front of everyone.
What do you mean by currently 764 people? Why not just say 1,000 people? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by all the major groups present for making such baseless claims? Lu Jin glanced at Wang Chonghu and couldn't help but ask, are you sure you want to count? Count. Why not count?
Wang Chonghu replied with absolute certainty. A mere 1,000 wins academy, with over 10,000 graduates each year, but the number of people who can break through the level 10 limit is only about 100.
764 people? Whoever believes such a breakthrough number is a fool.
Alright, then I'll trouble Captain Wang to help me with the statistics.
Lu Jin nodded and said with a chuckle.
In fact, the numbers he just reported were all the people who hadn't reached 100% at AR level 10. As for those newcomers who had already surpassed level 10, he didn't include them. Lin Xiaokui, standing to the side and watching Wang Zhonghu start counting the numbers, let out a deep sigh. Thinking about how she used to be an employee under Wang Zhonghu, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shame. President Lu, I'm really sorry to have embarrassed you, Lin Xiaokui said apologetically. Don't blame yourself, this isn't your fault. Lu Jin patted Lin Xiaokui on the shoulder and encouraged her, this is all the fault of our Huanguan group.
Wang Chonghu was stunned. What was the meaning of Lin Xiaokui and Lu Jin apologizing to each other in front of him?
However, Wang Chonghu quickly shook his head and began seriously using the data card to tally things up, determined to make Lu Jin pay the price.
1, 2, 3. 10 minutes passed. 100, 200, 300. Ha! 300?
Wang Chonghu looked at the crowd from Qianfeng Academy, having counted less than half of them, and suddenly felt something was off.
Was he counting the people, or was he counting the new members of Qianfeng Academy? That's not right.
Just now, I carefully examined each data card one by one, and the ones I checked should have reached 100% growth.
Wang Zhonghu shook his head again,
looking at the newcomers from Qianfeng Academy who had already been counted with great astonishment.
Are there really so many talents in Qianfeng Academy this year?
At this moment, Wang Zhonghu's gaze toward Lu Jin had somewhat changed. No wonder he was so fearless earlier. It turns out there are already 300 people who can break through the level 10 limit.
Wang Zhonghu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. They were now only 20 people away from 320. He then swept his gaze over the remaining majority of
Qianfeng Academy's newcomers, comforting himself, the newcomers who dared to come forward for my testing earlier warrior must all be capable of breaking through the level 10 limit. The ones left behind should be those who know they can't break through, which is why they're at the back of the line. The more Wang Zhanghu thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, confident people would definitely line up at the front for testing, while only those lacking confidence would stay at the back. Since there is no self-confidence, it is definitely impossible to break through the limitations. Then Wang Zhanghu started counting again. 320, 350, 400. The more Wang Zhanghu counted, the more alarmed he became. By the time he reached 500 people, he felt his hands trembling with every new recruit from Qianfeng Academy he tested. Then, glancing at the remaining one-third of Qianfeng Academy's new recruits yet to be counted, Wang Zhanghu's eyelids began twitching uncontrollably. Are these really students from Qianfeng Academy? Even the prestigious Liuguang Academy in Liuguang City isn't this impressive. However, Wang Zhanghu was ultimately someone who had seen great spectacles. As a genius of the younger generation of the four great families, he still gritted his teeth and continued counting. 700, 764, 779? Did I count too many? Wang Zhanghu suddenly felt the number of people was off. Earlier, Lu Jin had said there were 764 people, but now there were 15 more. 15 people. This is a huge mistake. Captain Wang, how's the counting going? Lu Jin looked at Wang Zhanghu, who was suddenly spacing out, and said, is it a total of 779 people? How do you know that? Wang Zhanghu looked at Lu Jin, completely stunned. Lu Jin looked at Wang Zhanghu and suddenly realized that Wang Zhanghu seemed to have gone dumb just from counting people. After all, he had been tallying all day. How could he not know how many people had broken through the level 10 limit? At this moment, the lean young man Meng Yufei also cheerfully brought over the last batch of 98 newcomers from Qianfeng Academy. Brother Wang, I've brought everyone back without missing a single person. I guarantee they're all here, safe and sound, Meng Yufei said with a smile, seeking credit. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed across the entire north gate. Brother Wang? Meng Yufei touched his now swollen and reddened face, looking at Wang Zhanghu with utter astonishment. Wang Zhanghu looked at Meng Yufei, then at his own hand, and suddenly realized, brother, don't take it personally, that was just my instinctive reaction. Meng Yufei touched his face, looking at Wang Zhanghu, whose smile was slightly twisted. Is this really a person's instinctive reaction? Why does he feel like it isn't? Great, now everyone is back. Lu Jin looked at the last group of newcomers returning, smiled, and said to Wang Zhanghu that I'll trouble Captain Wang to count them again. Otherwise, some people might accuse me of making baseless claims. Lu Jin, don't push me. Wang Zhanghu glared at Lu Jin, almost roaring. Smack. Captain Wang, what do you mean by that? Lu Jin asked in surprise. When have I ever pushed you? I'm just fulfilling your request, letting you count the numbers again. Now you've said your piece, and you've done your part. How has this become my fault? This is all part of your conspiracy, Lu Jin. Wang Zhanghu's eyes were red, filled with unwillingness, as he said, Lu Jin, what exactly do you want before you let this go? Not to mention how many of the later 98 people can break through the level 10 limit. Just the previously counted 779 people are enough to make him slap himself into an idiot, and that too in front of all the major groups. By then, it will surely spread throughout Liuguang City. At that time, not only will he lose face completely, but even the reputation of the four great families will suffer a huge impact. His fate within the four great families can be easily imagined. If Captain Wang doesn't want to make a move, that's fine too. Lu Jin looked at Wang Zhanghu with a faint smile. Hand over the rare grade formula for the intermediate recovery potion that you're hiding. How do you know? Wang Zhanghu looked as if he had seen a ghost. The rare grade formula for the intermediate recovery potion was arguably his biggest secret, something he had obtained by chance while opening a treasure chest in the wild. The potions commonly available on the market to help players recover memory damage are usually basic recovery potions. Intermediate recovery potions are rare, and whenever they appear, they are quickly swept up. A single bottle can sell for as much as 20 units, making it an essential tool for expedition pioneers. A single bottle can instantly restore 30% of memory for AR levels above 20 and 60% for AR levels below 20, making it a life-saving elixir. It can be said that this is his greatest hidden strength developed secretly within the four major families. Captain Wang, you might think you hit it well last time, using an ordinary grade item blueprint to cover it up, but you don't realize that as a sharpshooter, my eyesight is excellent. Your little tricks are no secret in front of me, Lin Shokue said, looking at Wang Zhanghu with eyes full of disdain. When the team acts together, they despise those who embezzle in private. However, since Wang Zhanghu was part of the four great families and also the team leader, they had no choice but to turn a blind eye. But now that Wang Zhanghu has left the illusory light group, there is naturally no need to keep his secrets. Captain Wang, make your choice. Do you want to slap yourself into a fool and ruin your reputation, or hand over the formula for the intermediate recovery potion? Lu Jin looked at Wang Zhanghu, his tone indifferent. As Lu Jin spoke, Wang Zhanghu hesitated for a moment. The formula for the intermediate recovery potion is incredibly valuable. If sold to the Sun and Moon group, it could fetch at least 100,000 units of memory, or even more.
With these memory units, he could easily attract a large number of talents within the family, form his own small faction, and secure his position as the family's top figure. However, if he doesn't hand over the formula now, the rest of his life will be ruined.
The family will no longer value him, and even if he gives the formula to the family, his reputation is already lost. Especially in front of the major corporations, this embarrassment is monumental and irreparable.
Mr. Liu, it seems that Mr. Wang here hasn't made up his mind yet. Why don't we just make the decision for him? Tang Yan suddenly stepped
forward and said, I've recently improved my strength quite a bit and need a sparring partner.
I think Mr. Wang is a perfect fit.
Tang Yan rolled up her sleeves as she spoke. Among all types of people, those who embezzle items within the team are the ones she despises the most, especially since Wang Zhonghu had previously framed Lu Jin and tried to seize the regional lord's loot.
Alright then, Lu Jin nodded.
If he were to take action himself, it wouldn't be appropriate. After all, his strength was far inferior to Tang Yan, who was as strong as a level 1 bodyguard. A single slap from him might only give the burly Wang Zhonghu a nosebleed, but if it were Tang Yan, one slap would make it hard for him not to end up with a swollen face. A few hundred slaps later, just thinking about it felt delightful.
Wang Zhonghu instinctively took a step back. Tang Yan was someone he knew all too well. Although Tang Yan was currently only AR level 16, he had once been Xia Qingyao's bodyguard.
His methods of utilizing strength were simply extraordinary, capable of mobilizing his entire body's power in an instant to deliver a supersonic punch.
This technique wasn't very useful for fighting monsters, as monsters primarily depended on the player's base attributes, weapons, and level, and special full-body force techniques wouldn't be effectively reflected on them. But when it came to dealing with people, it was a completely different story.
He had personally witnessed Tang Yan punch a human-sized sandbag and blow it apart.
Wang Zhonghu looked at Tang Yan, who had taken another step forward, and reluctantly gritted his teeth as he said to Lu Jin, you win. The formula is yours.
Facing Tang Yan, forget about being slapped hundreds of times, just a few strikes might turn him into an idiot. After speaking, Wang Zhonghu took out an ancient book about 30 to 40 pages thick from his backpack, threw it to Lu Jin without saying a word, and immediately turned to leave, not daring to stay a moment longer.
Brother Wang, why did you give that thing to him?
Meng Yufei, who was following closely, asked in confusion. That's the formula for the intermediate recovery potion.
Currently, only the Sun and Moon group has that formula.
If you kept it in your hands, you could have had the family members slowly produce it.
How could you ever worry about not establishing yourself in the family in the future? Why is the Sun and Moon group so powerful?
Aside from the renowned Beast Arena and Sanctuary in Liuguang City, the sale of various rare-grade items and potions is the hallmark of the Sun and Moon group. Among them, the intermediate recovery potion has always been an exclusive product of the Sun and Moon group.
If the family's item craftsmen were to produce it, how could there be any worry about lacking status or the family's development stagnating? You don't understand.
That formula can only be produced by the Sun and Moon group. It's absolutely impossible for anyone else. Wang Zhonghu suddenly laughed and said that Lu Jin probably thinks he's struck gold by obtaining the formula for the intermediate recovery potion, completely unaware that it's nothing but a worthless piece of paper in anyone else's hands except the Sun and Moon group. Before carefully examining the formula for the intermediate recovery potion, Wang Zhonghu also thought he had hit the jackpot. However, after thoroughly reviewing the formula for the intermediate recovery potion, Wang Zhonghu understood why the Sun and Moon group produced so few of them. It was because one of the materials required to make the intermediate recovery potion was far too rare.
Advanced memory crystal.
Unlike ordinary white memory crystals, it is a more concentrated type of memory crystal with a pale red color. Generally, only monsters above the level of area bosses have a chance to drop it, and one crystal is equivalent to 100 units of memory.
Moreover, extracting advanced memory crystals requires a technical level where an item master must reach level 20 to successfully refine it. Such advanced item masters can only be found in the Sun and Moon group in the entire Liuguang City.
Other groups would be fortunate to find an item master at level 16 or 17.
However, that's still the formula for the intermediate recovery potion.
Meng Yufei looked at Wang Zhonghu, who was laughing heartily and vaguely understood that the production of the intermediate recovery potion must be extremely difficult. Even if Lu Jin got his hands on it, it would be meaningless.
You're not wrong.
I've suffered a huge loss this time, Wang Zhonghu said with venom in his voice.
And it's all Lu Jin's fault.
But he shouldn't think he can enjoy peace for long.
I will definitely get my revenge.
Right now, all major transportation collaborations of the Illusion Light Group have been halted. Among them, several key transportation partnerships were always handled in cooperation with my aunt's side.
I've already informed her about the situation.
I reckon it won't take more than a few days for my aunt to rush over from Baiyun City. By then, if he can't fulfill the contracts and continue the transportation, he'll
have to compensate millions of memory units.
With just those few hundred breakthrough rookies he somehow found, there's no way he can sustain those transportation lines. Meng Yufei, who was standing to the side, also nodded, with a slight smile appearing on his face. The reason the four major families were able to control the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group was due to many factors, but the most important one was their large number of people. Among them, Wang Zhenghu's family was particularly remarkable. Years ago, Wang Zhenghu's aunt married into the Fengyun Group, one of the two major corporations in Baiyun City. Wang Zhenghu's aunt was extremely capable. After a few years of hard work, she became the general manager of the marketing department at Fengyun Group. Because of this, the logistics department of the four major families was able to secure transportation cooperation with Baiyun City. Now that the four major families have left the Illusory Light Group, the idea of the Illusory Light Group still obtaining transportation cooperation with Baiyun City is nothing but a dream. Moreover, the Illusory Light Group would never dare to default on Fengyun Group's accounts. After all, Fengyun Group's strength far surpasses that of the current Illusory Light Group. A single Fengyun Group is practically on par with the two major corporations in Liuguang City, while the Illusory Light Group, which ranks at the bottom of the three major corporations, simply cannot afford to provoke them. Mr. Liu, this intermediate recovery potion formula is a complete trap. Not only does it require advanced memory crystals, but the extraction technique also demands a level 20 item master. In the entire Glimmer City, probably only the Sun and Moon Group can produce it. For anyone else, it's completely useless, Lin Shokue said after carefully reviewing the formula. She suddenly understood why Wang Zhenghu handed it over so readily and, full of resentment, added, "If I had known earlier, I should have slapped him hundreds of times to avenge his previous slander." Exactly, Mr. Liu, you're too kind. You should have let me deal with him directly earlier. Tang Yan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. If given the chance, she could easily turn Wang Zhenghu into a fool. No, we've hit the jackpot this time. This is an intermediate recovery potion formula. The drop rate from level 15 and above area bosses is less than 0.3%, and the chance of finding it in a wild treasure chest is even lower at 0.5%. With this, we can significantly reduce the difficulty of clearing major area dungeons, not to mention wild expeditions and the like, Lu Jin said, looking at the intermediate recovery potion formula in his hand, smiling and shaking his head. He had initially thought Wang Zhenghu was just a tool for rallying people, but he realized he was wrong. Wang Zhenghu was not only a great tool but also an excellent bringer of fortune, no, a child of destiny. His luck was simply off the charts. Letting Wang Zhenghu go to the giant group was truly a pity. Players in this world dare not stray far from cities, not only because it risks their lifespan but also due to significant issues with memory recovery. Basic recovery potions generally only restore 40% of memory for those below AR level 15, while for those above AR level 15, the recovery amount drops to just 20%. Although recovery potions have no cooldown time, the limited storage space in players' backpacks restricts the number of basic recovery potions they can carry, unless they are willing to compromise their mobility by bringing along extra backpacks. Moreover, the amount restored by basic recovery potions is too small. A casual hit from a wild monster can cause memory damage exceeding 20%, and a hit from an elite monster of the same level can result in nearly half of the memory being damaged if the player's defensive equipment is average. It can be said that players' memory is extremely fragile. During battles, the recovery rate of basic recovery potions often cannot keep up with the player's consumption, which is why players end up dying. But if it's replaced with an intermediate recovery potion, it's a completely different story. For AR levels below 20, it can instantly restore 60%, which is equivalent to offsetting the damage from an elite monster's attack. Such a combat effect is entirely different. As for the advanced memory crystal extraction required for the intermediate recovery potion, for a top-tier beta tester like him, it's not an issue at all. Back during the beta test, the formula for the intermediate recovery potion was quite easy to obtain. So many beta testers conducted various experiments and eventually discovered a secret. The extraction of advanced memory crystals is indeed very complex, but it's not without ways to simplify it. After Lu Jin spent more than 2 hours distributing the 300,000 units of memory he had borrowed, allowing 300 students from Chinfeng Academy to break through level 10, he handed these newcomers over to Su Tongwei for arrangement. Then, he rushed back to the mansion without delay. When Su Tongwei saw over 300 enthusiastic and highly motivated employees, eager to start working that very night, she was so moved she almost cried. The logistics department right now, whether they admit it or not, is severely understaffed, to the point where they wish they could split one person into two. Especially for transportation to nearby towns, the monsters along these routes are actually not very high level. Many of them are in areas with dungeons below level 14, so encountering monsters above level 15 is practically impossible. In fact, even beginner adventurers can handle these tasks. However, due to the severe shortage of manpower, some veteran employees have no choice but to work overtime. Many veteran employees are quite dissatisfied with this. After all, no one wants to enter the mist unnecessarily. To ensure their own survival, they naturally try to minimize their trips, even if a single trip can earn them a significant amount of memory units. As a result, while these veteran employees may appear to comply, they often work passively and unenthusiastically. These 300 newcomers who have just become beginner adventurers may not be able to compare with the veteran employees at levels 13 and 14. However, as long as the teams of newcomers and veterans are balanced, transportation to the towns near Liuguang City should not be an issue, and the veteran employees would no longer need to work overtime. The benefits of the logistics department in the Illusory Light Group are really great. Regular employees can actually advance a set of rare-grade weaponry, and squad leaders can even advance superior rare-grade weapons. In the major weapon shops of Glimmer City, superior rare-grade weapons are rarely sold. That's nothing. I heard that after becoming a vice captain, you can apply for a full set of superior rare-grade weaponry. Now that's truly impressive. None of that matters. When is Captain Su finally going to assign us some work? 150 contribution points. I just checked the contribution chart running. Errands to the towns near Glimmer City only earns 2 to 3 points, and only transporting goods to major cities can get you 5 to 8 points. I just asked, and for now, we can only run routes near Glimmer City, and only 2 trips are scheduled per day. This is simply underestimating us. Later, we must protest collectively. That's right. How can 2 trips a day satisfy me? It should be at least 7 times a day. No, I want 10 times a day. I've got a huge debt of 1,000 memory units to the company. For the sake of the company, Sister Su should at least let me work 007 every day. The new recruits, seeing the rare-grade weapons and equipment they were assigned, were all extremely dissatisfied with Su Tongwei's arrangements and planned to protest to Lu Jin. Why is it that the senior employees can go 3 or 4 times a day and enjoy overtime benefits, while we newcomers have no rights and no eligibility for overtime? And the protests of these newcomers left the veteran employees in the logistics department stunned for a moment. What's going on? Have the newcomers hired this time all gone crazy? Since when did working overtime become an incredibly joyful thing? These must all be actors hired by the company just to make them work overtime. We veteran employees won't fall for it. We must firmly resist. Midnight, Tianguang Mansion. After a tiring day, Lu Jin quickly finished his meal and headed straight to the lab of that girl, Lu Shishua. As Lu Jin's younger sister, Lu Shishua was given a dedicated lab by Xia Qingyao, considering her future potential to excel as a props master. The lab was fully equipped with all kinds of devices, even better than those at Liuguang Academy, and even the supply of various raw materials was unlimited. However, the only condition was that Lu Shishua had to sell the props she created unconditionally to the group. So after arriving at Tianguang Mansion, Lu Shishua became unstoppable. Every day, apart from going to the academy to learn some advanced theoretical knowledge, she was immersed in the laboratory and wouldn't come out. Thanks to the small electronic backpack design blueprint given by Lu Jin earlier, Lu Shishua's AR level broke through to level 10 in just a few days. Now, her prop master level had even reached level 12, completely on par with Lu Jin's adventurer level. Big brother, what on earth do you want in the middle of the night? Lu Shishua opened the laboratory door and asked Lu Jin with great dissatisfaction. I'm really busy right now. Before entering Liuguang Academy, Lu Shishua had no idea that there would be so many geniuses in the academy. Many people around her age had already reached level 14 as prop masters, just one step away from becoming intermediate prop masters. In contrast, she could be considered the bottom of the entire Liuguang Academy. No, although her mentor said she was very talented and there was no need to rush, it was absolutely impossible not to feel envious when she saw those senior brothers and sisters following the mentor to create rare level props every day. Therefore, she must quickly raise her prop master level, at least to level 14, so she can barely follow the mentor to research and develop those rare level props or potions. I came to find you because I have some great news. Lu Jin looked at Lu Shishua, whose eyes faintly showed bloodshot veins, clearly sleep-deprived, and shook his head with a smile. But seeing your current state, I think I should come back in a while. Great news? Upon hearing this, Lu Shishua, like a little wolf catching the scent of meat, immediately hugged Lu Jin tightly, her face full of smiles. Brother, I knew you cared about me the most. What is it? Tell me. Lu Jin looked at Lu Shishua, who was holding on tightly and wouldn't let go, her strength comparable to Tang Yan's, and suddenly felt that she truly was his sister. I have a newly acquired formula. Take a look and see what you think. As Lu Jin spoke, he took out the ancient book given by Wang Zhenghu from his electronic backpack. Intermediate Recovery Potion Formula? Lu Shishua's eyes lit up as she swiftly snatched it with lightning speed, exclaiming, this is a rare formula that only the Sun and Moon Group in the entire Liuguang City has mastered. Our mentor has always wanted to study it but couldn't. Big brother, how did you get this? Someone gave it to me, Lu Jin replied. Gave it to you? Lu Shishua couldn't help but look at Lu Jin in amazement, saying, the person who gave you this formula must be incredibly kind and very interested in you. The formula for the Intermediate Recovery
potion. Many senior students in the academy often say that whoever gives them a rare great item blueprint, they will marry that person. The formula for this intermediate recovery potion is far more impressive than an ordinary rare great item blueprint. Even the genius senior students in the academy probably wouldn't be able to resist it. Well, he is indeed a good person. Lu Jin nodded and then asked, so, do you have the confidence to make it? I took a look, and there aren't any major issues with the rest. With my level 12 item master rank, it's sufficient. However, extracting the advanced memory crystal is too difficult. Without a high enough AR level to enhance sensory perception, it's simply impossible to perform such precise operations. Lu Shishue briefly skimmed through it and immediately understood the difficulty in crafting the intermediate recovery potion. Hearing this, Lu Jin, standing to the side, looked at Lu Shishue with a hint of surprise. It only took a brief moment to immediately identify the biggest issue in crafting intermediate recovery potions. That's right, the biggest issue in crafting intermediate recovery potions is not the level of the alchemist, but the level of sensory perception. Generally, an alchemist's level can reach 20 with an AR level of at least 18. Only when the sensory perception level reaches AR level 18 can the energy of advanced memory crystals be successfully extracted. Therefore, through the research of beta testers, it was discovered that as long as the player's sensory perception level is improved, it is not necessarily required for a level 20 alchemist to craft them. Even a novice alchemist can do it. There are several ways to enhance a player's sensory perception level. Awakening crystals are one method, and there are also some special equipment and items that can boost a player's sensory perception level. However, these special items were not difficult for the beta testers to obtain back then, but for the current world fantasy players, they are unattainable little artifacts. Since there are no issues, let's form a team. Lu Jin looked at Lu Shishue and smiled faintly. Lu Shishue looked at Lu Jin in astonishment. Again? For Lu Jin's team-up invitation, Lu Shishue felt a mix of confusion and hesitation. Thinking back to the first time at Liuguang Grand Hotel, it was also Lu Jin who suddenly came over in the middle of the night to form a team. After forming the team, he left her aside, completely treating her like a tool. Although she didn't know why, the feeling of making props afterward was quite enjoyable. After some thought, Lu Shishue still accepted Lu Jin's team-up invitation. This, 5 senses. Lu Shishue was completely stunned after joining the team. Breaking through from AR level 10 to 11 already brought an exaggerated enhancement to the 5 senses, but compared to this moment, it was like child's play. Lu Jin looked at the astonished Lu Shishue and explained with a smile, this is a special skill I possess, which can greatly enhance the 5 senses of my teammates. Nowadays, in addition to teaming up with Lu Shishue, he also teamed up with Su Xiaotian and Tang Yan. Su Xiaotian's AR level is 18, and Tang Yan's AR level is also 16. With such a team, although the improvement for Su Xiaotian is minimal, for someone like Lu Shishue, whose AR level is only 11, the enhancement is significant. Although it doesn't reach the level of AR 19, it's still slightly stronger than AR 18. Special skill? Lu Shishue was so astonished by Lu Jin's explanation that her mouth almost couldn't close. Such a heaven-defying skill, I've never even heard of it. The enhancement of the 5 senses can be said to be the most important manifestation of the AR level. The higher the level of the 5 senses, the more convenient everything becomes, which is also why people with high AR levels are more formidable. If she could truly possess the 5 senses of a high AR level, then whatever she did would be no different from those with high AR levels. If this were to spread, it would probably shock the entire world. With your current level of sensory perception, can you make a mid-level recovery potion? Lu Jin couldn't help but ask. Lu Shishue came back to her senses and shook her head uncertainly, saying, I don't know, I have to try. After all, she had never made a mid-level recovery potion before. Whether her current sensory level was sufficient could only be determined by trying. However, attempting it would mean learning the formula for the mid-level recovery potion. The formula for the mid-level recovery potion was extremely valuable, and if she learned it but couldn't make it, the loss would be significant. Alright, give it a try. Lu Jin nodded. Big brother, can I really try? Lu Shishue couldn't help but confirm again. Although Lu Jin was her brother, she also understood the value of the intermediate recovery potion formula. If it was successfully made, it would mean that the Illumination Group would become even more powerful, and it would also provide significant support to the current logistics department. She was merely a junior artificer, while the Illumination Group had more than a dozen intermediate artificers, whose success rates were much higher than hers. Do you think I can casually tell others about my special skills? Lu Jin gave Lu Shishue a glance and said seriously, and I wouldn't feel at ease handing over the formula for this intermediate recovery potion to anyone else. Only if you learn it can I ensure it won't leak to other corporations. The blueprints and formulas learned by the toolmakers of major corporations often include corporate secrets. However, there are still some toolmakers who, for greater benefits, secretly switch to other corporations. As long as the corporation they switch to is strong enough, the original corporation has little recourse. For this reason,
reason, unless a toolmaker is absolutely loyal or a blood relative of the family, truly important blueprints and formulas are never entrusted to outsiders for learning. The reason why the Sun and Moon Corporation currently dominates the toolmaking field is that the Chen family has produced many genius toolmakers
who cannot be poached.
This allows them to confidently entrust all kinds of important blueprints and formulas to these direct-line toolmakers.
Big brother, I understand. I will work hard to produce the intermediate recovery potion.
Lu Shishue was deeply moved upon hearing this and immediately clicked to learn the formula for the intermediate recovery potion.
In an instant, the ancient book transformed into countless threads of code, which poured directly into Lu Shishue's AR glasses.
Before her eyes, a new set of control systems appeared. These control systems were visible and usable only to Lu Shishue. Without obtaining the formula, outsiders, even if they knew how to make it, would be unable to succeed without these control systems. With this production control system in hand, Lu Shishue immediately began to experiment.
1 time, 2 times, 3 times.
Fortunately, extracting advanced memory crystals does not have a failure setting where they disappear. On her 29th attempt, after wasting memory units worth hundreds, Lu Shishue finally managed to gradually form a bottle of pale red liquid in her hands.
It's done!
Lu Shishue held the intermediate recovery potion in her hand, her eyes filled with excitement. The entire Liuguang city claimed that only the Sun and Moon Group could produce intermediate recovery potions, but now she could make them too. Although the production cost was a bit high, as her skills improved, the success rate would also increase.
Your current success rate is probably at most 20%.
Advanced memory crystals can be successfully extracted 100 times, and the material cost for production is roughly 5 units of memory.
The cost for you to successfully produce 1 bottle of intermediate recovery potion should be around 26 units of memory.
After reading this, Lu Jin didn't know whether to be happy or to cry. The production cost is even higher than the selling price of the Sun and Moon Group.
Big brother, this isn't my fault. After all, my item master level is only 12.
If I could level up to 15 and become an intermediate item master, the success rate would at least reach 70%, Lu Shishue said with a hint of defiance. Item masters create various items and potions, and their own level is crucial depending on the level of the items being crafted.
The higher the level,
the greater the chance of success during production.
It's not as simple as just mastering the crafting technique to achieve a 100% success rate.
Alright, 26 units it is.
It's better than not being able to buy any. Lu Jin nodded, indicating his understanding.
I will provide all the necessary materials. Make as many intermediate recovery potions as you can. I have a big use for them later. There were quite a lot of advanced memory crystals in the warehouse of the Tianguang Mansion, 85 in total. It could be said that this was the accumulation of Xia Qingyao's hunting team over the years, enough to last Lu Shishue for a long time. The only issue was with the other materials, but those could all be purchased on the market. The cost was only about 5 units, and with the 70,000+ units of memory he currently had, supporting Lu Shishue wouldn't be difficult.
Lu Shishue was also very happy about this.
Currently, the experience required to level up from level 12 to level 13 is 15,000 points. Because she successfully crafted a bottle of intermediate recovery potion earlier, her growth rate and item maker experience increased significantly, especially the item maker experience. Previously, crafting a small electronic backpack only earned 2 experience points, but now crafting an intermediate recovery potion grants 10 experience points per bottle, and the crafting time for intermediate recovery potions is much shorter. Moreover, the experience points gained from crafting small electronic backpacks decrease as the level increases, but for rare grade potions, the experience points remain unchanged even up to level 15 as an intermediate item maker. It can be said that continuously crafting intermediate recovery potions will quickly make her an intermediate item maker. While Lu Jin and Lu Shishue were feeling happy about successfully creating the intermediate recovery potion, the news that over 800 out of more than 1,000 students at Qianfeng Academy had broken through the level 10 limit at the North Gate training ground quietly spread throughout Liuguang City.
For a time, all the major corporations and prominent families in Liuguang City were deeply shocked. Liuguang City, Luoxia Mansion.
Although it was already past midnight, the hall of Luoxia Mansion was still brightly lit. Dad, this Lu Jin somehow got his hands on a growth potion that can make the students of Qianfeng Academy break through level 10 one after another. Based on the feedback, even if they don't achieve a 100% breakthrough to level 10, each of them has reached over 90% growth.
I'm afraid that with just one more
DOS, breaking through level 10 will be no problem at all, Chen Kameng said anxiously. Although we don't know if the growth potion works on players above
level 10, if this continues, not only will Huan Group lose its position among the top 3 groups, but they might even dominate the market entirely. What do the major groups lack the most?
They lack talent the most. It is precisely because of the shortage of people who can break through level 10 that the development of the major groups has been restricted.
Otherwise, the major groups in Liuguang City wouldn't be scrambling every year to recruit graduates graduates from Liuguang Academy. Moreover, in order to train these new graduates to break through level 10, major corporations have invested considerable manpower and resources.
However, Lu Jin's growth potion completely shattered this notion. If it weren't for the uneven skill levels of the newcomers at Qianfeng Academy, a single bottle of the growth potion might have been enough to create a newcomer capable of breaking through level 10.
Just the thought of it is terrifying. I understand your thoughts.
That growth potion is indeed astonishing, even to the point of being a product that rewrites an era, Chen Yuren said calmly, but only if it's real.
Really? Could it be that the breakthroughs of those students from Thousand Winds Academy are fake? Chen Kameng asked in confusion.
With the foundation of the Illusory Light Group, it's not impossible for them to find 1,000 people on the verge of a breakthrough to stage this grand performance, instantly propelling the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group back to its peak or even beyond.
Chen Yuren explained, a potion that can help ordinary people break through the level 10 limit would undoubtedly tempt every major group and family in Liuguang City. At that point, they would definitely find ways to collaborate with the Illusory Light Group.
Even if they can't obtain the growth potion, it would ensure that future transportation,
in all aspects, would no longer be an issue.
With the support of all the major groups, the Illusory Light Group would naturally be able to safely navigate the current crisis in its logistics department.
What if it's real? Chen Kameng couldn't help but ask.
Then we find a way to collaborate with the Illusory Light Group to obtain the growth potion. I don't need to tell you how valuable the effects of that growth potion are. You should already understand its immense worth,
Chen Yuren said with absolute certainty. Even if it means giving up the sacred ground of the entire Colosseum? Chen Kameng asked again.
Currently, if there is anything Lu Jin is interested in, it would be the sacred ground of their Sun and Moon group. After all, she had already tested Lu Jin, and he showed no interest in anything else related to the Sun and Moon group.
This,
Chen Yuren hesitated for a moment, then resolutely said, the sacred ground is the foundation of our Chen family.
Hundreds of years ago, the Chen family left an
ancestral commandment: everything can be lost, but the sacred ground cannot.
It is the only guarantee of our family's survival. Such a transaction is absolutely impossible.
In Chen Yuren's view, the secret of the sacred ground has yet to be unraveled, and the ancestral commandment also emphasized its importance, which is enough to prove that the sacred ground is far from ordinary.
I understand.
Chen Kameng silently nodded, and some thoughts formed in her mind. She was different from her father, Chen Yuren, who only received various intelligence reports. She had already investigated which students could break through level 10, and all were confirmed to be students of Qianfeng Academy. She had also witnessed the registration scene at the time and Lu Jin's confidence.
She did not believe that the growth potion was meant to deceive the major groups in Liuguang City. On the contrary, the logistics department of the Illusion Light Group was awakening. If they didn't cooperate early, it might be even harder to collaborate in the future. As for the major groups and families in Liuguang City, when they received this shocking news, their reactions were surprisingly similar to Chen Yuren's. Each of them
believed it was a tactic by Lu Jin to draw the attention of their major groups, hoping they would take the initiative to collaborate with the Illusion Light Group.
Giant Summit Group, Headquarters Building. Deputy General Manager Meng, what do you think about this matter? Fang Binglan took out a stack of materials regarding Qianfeng Academy's recent breakthrough. Has the Illusory Light Group really developed a growth elixir that can help level 10 players rapidly advance? Out of 1,000 people, 800 can break through the level 10 limit. If the Illusory Light Group had such a thing back then, how would the four great families have dared to turn against them? As a board member, I know everything about the Illusory Light Group, and I can guarantee that they have no research in this area. Meng Junjie glanced at the information in his hand and sneered, as expected of the Xia family's son-in-law, seeking attention. Compared to Xia Qingyao's methods, his are far too obvious. Just wait a few more days, and those logistics department partners will arrive in Liuguang City. It's clear that Lu Jin is getting impatient.
Then I'll leave the matter of collaborating with those partners in a few days to you.
Fang Binglan made no comment on Meng Junjie's opinion. I hope you can make this happen. If you succeed, our Fang family will honor the agreement and let your four great families take charge of the logistics department of Giant Summit Group. Our Fang family will only manage the logistics department of the hunting team. Rest assured, Mr. Fang.
The partners in those major cities have had long-standing relationships with our four great families, Meng Junjie said with great
confidence.
After this, the Illusory Light Group will fall from its pedestal, and the Colossal Group is bound to become one of the new top 3 groups. The next day, as all the major groups in Glimmer City collectively remained silent, the news about the growth elixir from the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group seemed as if it didn't exist at all.
Only
the many students of Glimmer Academy mocked the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group, saying that they had resorted to such foolish tricks, proving that the department was truly out of capable people.
Even when hiring actors, they didn't choose better collaborators and instead went with Qianfeng Academy. Now, because the act was too fake, no one believed it at all.
However, amidst the voices of doubt, Lu Jin, early in the morning, morning at the Skylight residence, welcomed someone who should have been impossible to appear.
Chen Kameng. What surprised Lu Jin even more was that the cooperation terms proposed by Chen Kameng were very generous. The Sun and Moon Group could sell 2/5
of the sanctuary, and the Sun and Moon Group also did not require Lu Jin to lead people to conquer the regional dungeon near the mining area.
There were only 2 requirements.
The first was the monster evolution method, and the second was to provide the Sun and Moon Group with 1,000 bottles of growth elixir every month, each bottle costing 300 memory units, just like the memory units charged by the logistics department for training new recruits. As for these 2 conditions, Lu Jin fully agreed to the first one but made modifications to the second. He would not provide any growth elixirs to the Sun and Moon Group but instead agreed to help the Sun and Moon Group train 1,000 new recruits every month, with each person requiring 300 units of memory. Chen Kameng seemed unsurprised by the conditions Lu Jin proposed, just as Chen Yuren believed it was absolutely impossible for Lu Jin to give the growth potion to others. Such a secret could hardly be handed over so easily. Thus, the final result was that Chen Kameng agreed to Lu Jin's conditions. However, the formal handover between the 2 parties would take place a few days later, and the reason Chen Kameng provided was quite simple. The Sun and Moon Group needed time to select 1,000 new recruits.
Lu Jin naturally didn't mind waiting a few days.
After all, he was extremely busy during this period, spending his days at the training grounds near the North Gate, and his nights assisting Lu Shishue in producing intermediate recovery potions. He truly had little time to concern himself with the Sun and Moon Group's personnel. As both parties signed the contract, Lu Jin continued as usual, leading the newcomers from Qianfeng Academy to level up. The results of the day were similar to the previous day. Out of over 1,000 people, more than 800 managed to break through the level 10 limit. However, only a little over 200 chose to borrow 1,000 units of memory to surpass level 10. Upon hearing this news, the major corporations still sneered, thinking that Lu Jin was really going all out, producing another 800 people. On the third day, the number of people exceeding the level 10 limit decreased slightly, with only over 600 managing to break through.
This made
the major corporations and the students of Liuguang Academy laugh, believing that Lu Jin was finally running out of steam and revealing his true colors.
Moreover, on this day, the logistics department of the Huanguan Group was in complete chaos,
because the newcomers in the logistics department were acting as if they had gone mad.
Apart from eating and sleeping, they were almost constantly urging Su Tongwei to quickly arrange transportation routes.
The originally normal schedule of 2 trips a day was forcibly increased to at least 5 trips a day by these newcomers.
This left many veteran employees astonished.
Was the growth potion really that effective, to the point where it could drive these newcomers to work as if their lives depended on it, just to quickly accumulate 150 contribution points? Early on the 4th day, when Lu Jin was preparing to continue training the newcomers as usual, Su Tongwei suddenly contacted him.
Mr. Lu, several senior employees want to apply for guidance. Temporary notice, let's chat about it briefly.
This book has been written for almost 30 days now, with 2 updates daily, which is very consistent.
Those familiar with Old Cat know that this kind of situation is quite rare.
Every time, I just want to take a break and constantly battle with my own thoughts.
The first thing in the notice is that the updates are nearing 30 days.
Readers who want to invest and make a profit should act quickly. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until it's officially launched.
The second matter is very important.
Elden Ring has been out for a while, and Old Cat has completely given up gaming time just to update.
Shouldn't you encourage him by casting a vote? These people finally can't sit still anymore. Lu Jin looked at the application list sent by Su Tongwei,
a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Originally, it was thought that it would take another 2 or 3 days before these veteran employees in the logistics department would voluntarily apply for guidance. After all, the newcomers who joined were quite eager to earn contribution points. Those who had been stuck painfully at level 14 couldn't possibly not be curious about the growth elixir. If it succeeded, they would leap from being junior adventurers to intermediate adventurers. You must know that in the entire Liuguang city, the number of intermediate adventurers is extremely small, less than 1/10 of all adventurers.
Each one is
a backbone of major groups, either a department manager of a corporation or a leader of a transport team. Their lives would take a significant step forward.
President Lu, should we arrange them now? Su Tongwei asked excitedly.
At this step, the logistics department's rise plan has truly begun. The number of novice adventurers is certainly important, but if the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group wants to establish itself in major cities, intermediate adventurers are crucial. Currently, the entire logistics department has fewer than 300 intermediate adventurers, which is not even enough to maintain the group's own resource transportation, let alone establish a foothold in major cities.
Alright, these people will be under your command from now on, Lu Jin nodded. During the day, I'll take a break at noon around 12 o'clock and free up a team slot.
You can take them to the level 14 area dungeon in the wild.
An hour should be enough, right?
Although he also also wanted to go along to level up. Considering that it was not suitable for him to appear there, he could only leave it to Su Tongwei to lead the team. In addition to monitoring status, the biggest function of forming a team is the convenience of quick communication. However, this kind of communication is only possible in areas not shrouded in mist. Within the group, it is not uncommon for senior executives to form small teams to facilitate issuing instructions. Therefore, the presence of him, the general manager of the logistics department, in Su Tongwei's team, who is the supervisor of the logistics department, can be considered very normal. After all, everyone in the logistics department now knows that Su Tongwei is his trusted confidant. This way, even if he is part of the team, it won't arouse too much suspicion. Enough, Su Tongwei also said with rare excitement. They've been stuck at level 14 for a long time. Forget an hour, they might reach 100% in just half an hour. Alright, it's up to you. Lu Jin was also slightly envious of Su Tongwei and her group being able to level up in the level 14 area dungeon. Currently, for him, improving his AR level wasn't an issue. On the contrary, his adventurer level had become a significant problem. The AR level could be quickly increased by training with the intermediate sword technique 7-star combo that he had created in his previous life, but the adventurer level required experience points from killing monsters to improve. These days, Dan Chun has been heading into the mountains near the north gate to kill monsters. By defeating those level 12 and level 13 monsters, his AR level has already reached level 13, even hitting 63% of level 13. However, his adventurer level has only just reached level 13. It's worth noting that all 4 of his basic attributes have already reached the C-level limit. To further improve the 4 basic attributes, his adventurer level must reach level 15. However, the experience points given by level 13 monsters are too low. Currently, killing a regular level 13 monster only grants 40 experience points, which is 80 points less than what he earned when killing level 12 monsters. Even when killing level 13 elite monsters, with a team, each one only provides 400 experience points. To level up from adventurer level 13 to 14 requires a full 20,000 experience points. This is with the experience bonus from being in a party. Without it, the experience gain would be even less. It can be said that without defeating elite monsters of the same level or taking on higher level monsters, leveling up as an adventurer is extremely slow. A small lake 13 kilometers outside of Liuguan City. At this moment, the entire sky was already bright with the blazing sun. Even within the mist, the dozens of people who had come to this small lake felt a wave of heat. Up ahead is the level 14 area dungeon. In a moment, I will team up with you to enter. Remember, you only have 1 hour, so make the most of this opportunity. The contribution benefits from the logistics department have just been released, so based on your past work performance, you veteran employees of the logistics department can earn between 150 to 200 contribution points, Su Tongwei said seriously, looking at the employees present, all of whom were already in their 30s. In the future, if you want to get another opportunity like this, you'll have to accumulate contribution points over a very long time to gather this many again. The 78 veteran employees present at AR level 14 also swallowed nervously, their expressions a mix of anticipation and tension. They had been stuck at AR level 14 for far too long. Many of their peers had already advanced to levels 16 and 17, with some exceptional ones even reaching level 20, yet they remained trapped at level 14. It could be said that they were on the verge of despair. Whether they could break through now depended on this growth elixir. If they can break through, their lives will enter a new stage. After Su Tongwei finished speaking, she handed out the growth potions to everyone, watching them drink one by one before forming a team. No one found this strange, as the growth potion was too miraculous. If someone chose not to use it themselves and took it back for personal research or handed it over to other groups for study, and those groups succeeded in their research, the Illumination Group would lose its advantage in the future. To maintain the advantage of the Illumination Group, ensuring confidentiality and supervision is entirely reasonable. After all 78 people drank the growth potion and formed their teams, they quickly realized one thing. That was why the previous newcomers had been so crazily accumulating contribution points. The enhancement of the 5 senses was indescribably exhilarating, and they could now clearly perceive things they hadn't noticed before, suddenly feeling that there was still so much room for improvement. Alright, go on in. Remember, you only have 1 hour, Su Tongwei said, and without another word, rushed into the level 14 area dungeon. For Su Tongwei, this is a great opportunity to improve her AR level growth. Although these people's AR level is only 14, the cumulative sensory enhancement effect is even stronger than AR level 18, approaching AR level 19. For Su Tongwei, who is only at AR level 17, the improvement is quite noticeable. Meanwhile, the veteran employees of the logistics department at Illusion Light Group entered the regional dungeon with a mix of nervousness and excitement, searching for monsters to fight. An hour later, as the 78 veteran employees of the logistics department emerged, each of their faces radiated an expression of immense excitement. This growth potion is incredible. Not only did my my AR level breakthrough to level 15, but my growth rate also shot up to 15 level 21% in one go. That's nothing, I just jumped over 30% in one go. These 300 units of memory were totally worth it. Damn, I regret it so much. I really messed up this time. If I had known, I would have brought the memory for breakthroughs. Now I'm stuck at level 14, 100%. Previously, everyone was skeptical about the effects of the growth potion, but within just an hour, apart from those who didn't bring the memory for breakthroughs, people were breaking through to level 15. Each of them grew by at least 20%, and some even by 30%. Even during their fastest AR level growth in the past, it never exceeded 10% in a day, but now, they were growing by over 20% in just an hour. This growth speed was simply faster than flying. It was so unbelievable that no one would believe it if they heard. After all, when an AR level reaches level 14, even a 1% growth in a day would be thrilling. A 20% growth in an hour was simply impossible. When Su Tongwei led these veteran employees from the logistics department back to the logistics department of the Illusion Light Group in Liuguang City, the entire logistics department of the Illusion Light Group exploded. Logistics department of Phantom Light Group. As 78 veteran employees who had gone out with Su Tongwei returned, everyone resting in the logistics department was stunned. Old Yuan, did you break through? A young man with an AR level of 14 looked at the middle-aged man in the same team and couldn't help but ask, I remember you've been stuck at level 14 for 3 years. Yes, this time it's all thanks to the group's growth elixir, the middle-aged man called Old Yuan said proudly. And not only did I break through to level 15, but my growth rate is now at 27%. Just 3 or 4 more times, and breaking through to level 16 won't just be a dream. He once thought that breaking through to level 15 before the age of 35 would be good enough, but now he is full of confidence about his future life. The increase in AR level also means an increase in lifespan. Reaching AR level 15, based on past experience, can extend lifespan from 45 years to 50 years, giving him an additional 5 years. At this moment, many newcomers in the logistics department saw this scene and showed expressions of complete indifference, even feeling it was only natural. However, the veteran employees in the logistics department couldn't hold back and started frantically inquiring about what was going on. The effectiveness of the growth potion, whether it works for everyone stuck at level 14, and so on. As the experienced employees who had tried the growth potion answered one by one, the veteran staff in the logistics department grew increasingly excited. Some of the more impatient ones even ran directly to Su Tongwei to apply for the growth potion. In just a matter of minutes, over 800 veteran employees stuck at level 14 had signed up with Su Tongwei, leaving her hands sore from recording memory data. And the number of applicants was far from reaching its peak. The total number of veteran employees stuck at level 14 in the logistics department exceeds 3,000, but many of them are still out in the field and have not yet received the news. 3,000 intermediate adventurers. Su Tongwei felt terrified just thinking about it. It's worth noting that even at its peak, the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group had just over 1,000 intermediate adventurers. 3,000 intermediate adventurers are almost equivalent to the total number of intermediate adventurers in the entire Illusory Light Group. If you add the intermediate adventurers from the marketing department and the hunting team, the Illusory Light Group is undoubtedly the group with the most intermediate adventurers in the entire Liuguang City. And not long after those veteran employees of the Illusory Light Group's logistics department returned, having advanced to intermediate adventurers, this news quickly spread to the ears of various major groups. The veteran employees of the Illusory Light Group's logistics department all advanced? Could it be that Lu Jin wasn't just putting on an act? That's impossible. It's one thing for those newcomers to break through level 10 and become junior adventurers, but how could even those level 14 veteran employees from the logistics department all advance to intermediate adventurers? One by one, the major corporations and prominent families of Liuguang City could no longer remain calm. Yesterday, upon seeing the sharp decline in the number of newcomers recruited by Lu Jin who managed to break through level 10, everyone thought that Lu Jin could no longer attract people and was on the verge of giving up. But what is the situation with junior adventurers breaking through to become intermediate adventurers? Finding newcomers who can break through level 10 is not too difficult, as Liuguang City has no shortage of young people who have not entered academies for further studies. These individuals, unable to pay tuition fees, can only choose to become scavengers. Although the number of talented individuals among them is slightly lower than that of academy students, the sheer number of such scavenging youths makes up for it. If time is spent, organizing a few thousand newcomers on the verge of breaking through to level 10 is not impossible, but doing so is too time-consuming and resource-intensive. It would be more convenient and efficient to directly recruit people from the academy. Therefore, although the major corporations were surprised by the large number of newcomers recruited by Lu Jin who broke through to level 10, it was still something they could accept. However, the old employees of the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group breaking through to become intermediate adventurers is a completely different matter. As for the old employees of the Illusory Light Group, each one can be individually verified. Moreover, the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group only has so many people, and everyone knows each other. A breakthrough cannot be faked, nor is there any need to fake it. Junior adventurers and intermediate adventurers receive two different levels of treatment in major groups. It is absolutely impossible for someone to resist breaking through and remain as an ordinary employee in the logistics department. Moreover, to extend one's lifespan further, advancing the AR level as quickly as possible is naturally the best choice. Since Lu Jin's growth potion can help these 78 veteran employees break through, it can naturally enable more veteran employees to advance and become intermediate adventurers. Intermediate adventurers. These are the backbone figures of major groups. Normally, it's difficult to recruit even one, but Lu Jin can produce as many as he wants. Quick, contact the Illusory Light Group immediately and tell them our group is interested in deep collaboration. Hasn't the Illusory Light Group always wanted to establish a foothold in Gravel Town? Our group can help them, as long as they're willing to trade the growth elixir. If the major groups in Glimmer City claim they don't lack manpower, that's absolutely untrue. Besides the large workforce needed to ensure the transportation of resources, guarding the various outposts not shrouded in mist also requires people, especially intermediate adventurers, who are the main force stationed at external outposts. In the major cities, to be called a group, one generally must have at least one outpost in the outside world, whether owned independently or co-managed with other forces. Only with an outpost can one be considered a group, otherwise, they have no competitive edge in the major cities and at most can be regarded as an adventure team. These strongholds vary in size, with larger ones resembling towns that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, while smaller ones can still support tens of thousands. These variously sized strongholds form the network connecting major cities, serving as temporary rest stops, or as sites for mineral resource extraction and crop cultivation. This is what enables the major cities to sustain such large populations. Otherwise, relying solely on the limited land within the cities, people would have starved long ago. The market departments of major corporations are primarily responsible for the protection and development of these strongholds, rather than merely handling the buying and selling of goods. Previously, major corporations could afford to ignore the so-called growth elixir, dismissing it as something for novice adventurers. But now, it's impossible for them to remain indifferent. Intermediate adventurers are the guarantee for establishing and protecting strongholds, a symbol of strength for major groups. For a time, the major groups in Liuguang City seemed to go mad, either sending high-ranking executives to the Illusory Light Group or frantically contacting the senior management they knew within the Illusory Light Group, making the Illusory Light Group suddenly seem like the ruler of the entire Liuguang City. President Qin, the chairman of the Chiyu Group, suddenly contacted me, saying that the shares in Gravel Town are negotiable, as long as we can establish a long-term contract with them for purchasing growth elixirs, said a cute young woman, not yet 20 years old, dressed in a secretary's outfit, full of excitement. They said that if we can finalize this contract, their Chiyu Group is willing to give up 40% of the shares in Gravel Town. President Qin, the marketing director of the Tianqian Group, is here, saying he urgently needs to meet with you. A young girl suddenly walked in from outside, equally excited. He said he wants to discuss the issue of the two major groups jointly developing the power station. Sitting quietly in the office reviewing documents, Qin Lianyue watched as one messenger after another suddenly rushed in, along with a barrage of frantic calls that nearly overwhelmed her AR glasses. For a moment, Qin Lianyue was completely stunned. Wasn't the growth potion just Lu Jin's little experiment? What on earth was wrong with these people? Usually, everyone ignores her, but now they all wish they could call her sweetheart? You all hurry up and investigate what's going on within the group right now. Qin Lianyue, as Xia Qingyao's right-hand woman, is very perceptive about many things. At this moment, major corporations in Liuguang City are all approaching her, either to discuss future collaborations or to build connections. Their enthusiasm is so overwhelming that Qin Lianyue wonders if she didn't wake up properly this morning. But this is obviously impossible, which means that something major must have happened to the Illusory Light Group, and yet she doesn't know anything about it. This is a serious dereliction of duty on her part. If the young lady finds out, she will definitely mock her for not even knowing what's happening in her own group. In less than 10 minutes, the secretaries of several general managers had sent all the relevant information and materials to Qin Lianyue. How is this possible? Qin Lianyue looked at the information in her hand, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. That growth potion is actually real? Lu Jin's recruitment at Qianfeng Academy was something Qin Lianyue was well aware of, as the logistics department was severely understaffed. Liuguang Academy, being well-informed and filled with the children of major families, made it nearly impossible to recruit enough newcomers there. The only solution was to turn to the almost civilian-oriented Qianfeng Academy. Although there were far fewer talents capable of breaking through the level 10 threshold, it was still better than nothing. In fact, before the young lady left Liuguang City for her expedition, she had already left a trump card for Lu Jin's logistics department. However, she did not inform Lu Jin, as this was the greatest secret of the illusory light group. The young lady had secretly cultivated a group of illusory light shadow guards from other towns and cities. These illusory light shadow guards were scattered across major cities and towns. Over the years, the young lady had utilized all the resources of the family to train this formidable group of experts. Only a small portion of personnel needs to be sent to Liuguang City to resolve the manpower shortage in the logistics department. Although it cannot completely replace the impact brought by the four major families, it can at least maintain basic cooperation in transportation with major cities. It will just be a bit more exhausting, but as long as the training of new recruits can catch up within 3 to 4 months, it won't be a significant issue. As for the memory units, that's even less of a problem. With so much crystal core residue collected, as long as the Sun and Moon Group agrees to Lu Jin's deal, they can make a huge profit from the Sun and Moon Group. These memory units will not only cover the entire group's payroll but will also be more than sufficient for the memory units needed for logistics department newcomers to break through to level 10. These memories could even allow her to further enhance the overall strength of these phantom light shadow guards. However, Lu Jin's performance was extremely astonishing, completely beyond her expectations. First, through some unknown means, he actually managed to help the newcomers of Qianfeng Academy break through the level 10 limit in large numbers. Moreover, he achieved self-sufficiency by earning over 1 million memory units through the initial student registrations, enabling many newcomers to break through level 10 and become junior adventurers. This directly addressed the manpower shortage of junior adventurers in the logistics department. As for the so-called growth potion mentioned by Lu Jin, she was well aware that it was completely fabricated by him. Their Phantom Light Group had never developed any potion capable of significantly enhancing growth. Qin Lian Yue felt completely at ease upon seeing this scene. With enough junior adventurers in the logistics department, she could transfer some intermediate adventurers from the Phantom Light Shadow Guards. On the surface, they would still be considered personnel from the marketing department, ensuring that the major groups in Liuguang City wouldn't suspect anything. However, when Qin Lian Yue saw Lu Jin using the growth potion to help those senior employees at AR level 14 break through to AR level 15, she was truly astonished. For newcomers to break through from the level 10 limit to level 11, there are methods available. After all, this is the first limit breakthrough in the AR level system. The Xia family possesses techniques and methods in this area, which can make the breakthrough somewhat easier. This is also the reason why the young lady can train the Phantom Light Shadow Guards. But the second limit in the AR system, breaking through from level 14 to level 15, is much more difficult. Although there are certain methods, their effectiveness is limited. Originally, perhaps 1 out of 10 people might succeed, but now, at best, 3 out of 20 people might manage to break through. It is absolutely impossible to achieve a 100% breakthrough. But Lu Jin managed to do it, and he used what he called the growth elixir. This made Qin Lian Yue suspect for a time that their Phantom Light Group might actually have such research, and the young lady simply hadn't told her. President Qin, now all the major groups in Liuguang City are very interested in the growth elixir. Some are even willing to exchange shares of their bases for long-term cooperation, a petite female secretary said excitedly. If our marketing department can obtain these base shares, we won't have to worry about resources anymore. In the future, when recruiting those tech talents, we'll have much more confidence. Although Liuguang City is very large, with all kinds of food and resources readily available, the prices are exorbitantly high. Even those beginner adventurers can only afford a few real meat meals a month. Most of the time, they eat vegetables or bread instead, because 1 kilogram of meat, even if it's just chicken, not only requires 1,000 credit points but also 30 units of memory. In a world shrouded in mist, the lifespan of all animals has been affected, with some animals' lifespans dropping to astonishingly low levels. The cost of keeping these animals alive is extremely high, requiring not only special geographical locations but also various technical methods to ensure an animal can grow normally and be safely consumed. As for plants like wheat and rice, it's the same. They all require special geographical locations and technical processing. It's not something you can easily obtain. This is also why the vast majority of residents in Liuguang City can only eat synthetic food that doesn't taste very good. Each major corporation has its own benefits, especially when purchasing resources owned by the corporation itself. Prices can be 70% cheaper, but the supply is severely limited, and some resources are not even available externally, being sold exclusively within the corporation. However, if there are more bases and more resources, the corporation's benefits will improve, and talents from various cities will actively join, making the corporation stronger. After all, the various simulation equipment sold by the corporation relies entirely on the research and manufacturing of these individuals and does not appear out of thin air. You're right, but this matter isn't something I can decide, Qin Lian Yue said with a slight bitter smile. President Qin, you can't make the decision, the female secretary asked in surprise. Do we have to wait for President Xia to return? During Xia Qingyao's expedition to Thousand Star City, Qin Lian Yue couldn't
could be considered the de facto leader of the illusory light group.
All the group's affairs were decided by Qin Lianyue, which is why all the major corporations came to her. President Xia is probably not in a position to make this decision either.
Qin Lianyue shook her head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The only one who can make this decision now is President Liu. Go and tell those people that they've got the wrong person.
They shouldn't have come to me, they should go to President Liu instead.
Important notice:
the old cat won't have time to play Elden Ring anymore. The old cat was so close to finishing it.
Let's not talk about Elden Ring anymore. Let's discuss something important.
This book took 30 days to write. Old cat has been hoping it could be released sooner.
Many thanks to editor Nichio, it will be released
this Friday, which is tomorrow. Old cat can finally experience the feeling of releasing a book with over 100,000 words. The setting of this book might be hard for many people to accept because it's neither a pure system-based story nor the familiar VR virtual reality game.
Instead, it's about AR, which many people might not have heard of.
AR is the virtualization of reality, somewhat akin to holographic imaging, but incredibly realistic.
This book can be considered the first AR-themed novel on Chidian.
Whether there will be more in the future is uncertain, as this type of novel has limited extensibility and is a rather unconventional kind of game novel. If you enjoy VR games, which are traditional online games, you can check out Old Cat's other novel, Rebirth of the Strongest Sword God.
If you've already
finished reading Rebirth of the Strongest Sword God, you can also check out the side stories on Old Cat's public account by searching for Tianyun Old Cat. At the time of release, considering that Old Cat doesn't even have time to play games, please support the first subscription. Even if Old Cat updates twice a day, it probably won't amount to the cost of a cup of milk tea in a month. TT.
Main volume.
A woman dressed in a jet black long dress, standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, with light blue hair cascading down to her waist, resembling a fairy of the night, briskly walked into the Sunset Mansion.
Following along was also a female bodyguard.
This female bodyguard was extremely rugged, standing over 1.8 meters tall. Just by following behind the woman in the black dress, she made others dare not approach the woman
in the black dress in the slightest.
The silver emblem of a square shield she wore symbolized her status as a top-tier bodyguard recognized by Liuguang City, of which there were fewer than 5 in the entire city. The security guards at the Luoxia residence watched as the woman in the black dress and her companion walked in, each instinctively bowing their heads and lowering their posture.
Liuguang City, Luoxia Mansion.
This was not only out of respect for the woman but also due to an instinctive fear of her. The AR level of the woman in the black dress had already reached level 24, just one step away from the top level 25 in Liuguang City. "Miss, you're back," the old butler of the Luoxia residence said with a welcoming smile as he saw the woman in the black dress enter.
"Where is old Chen?"
The woman in the black dress glanced at the old butler, her voice full of indifference.
For the woman in the black dress to address Chen Yuren in such a manner, neither the maids nor the old butler present found it unusual. "The master is not at home," the old butler reported truthfully.
The eldest daughter, Chen Siye, had disagreements with the family patriarch, Chen Yuren, in her early years. He insisted on marrying her off to Baiyun City, but the eldest daughter, Chen Siye, refused, which significantly strained their relationship. Nowadays, the eldest daughter, Chen Siye, is managing the entire marketing department, allowing the Sun and Moon Group to hold its own against the group from Baiyun City, securing several strongholds. This finally made Chen Yuren abandon the idea of an arranged marriage. However, since then, Chen Siye has always called Chen Yuren Old Man Chen, and Chen Yuren could only smile wryly.
"This old man Chen is quite leisurely," Chen Siye said, her gaze filled with a mix of anger and urgency, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction. "Does he even realize what time it is now? And he's still running around aimlessly." Faced with Chen Siye's reproach, the old butler and the maids present dared not say a word.
In the entire Sun and Moon Group, perhaps only Chen Siye dared to speak to Chen Yuren this way. In fact, it wasn't just the Sun and Moon Group, one could say that in the entire Liuguang City, only Chen Siye would dare to address him like that.
"Sis, why did you suddenly come back?"
Chen Kameng stretched lazily as she walked out of the bedroom, looking at Chen Siye in surprise.
"Weren't you supposed to go to Grabble Town to deal with those monsters? I've already assigned others to handle it."
Chen Siye looked at her younger sister, Chen Kameng, her expression finally softening a bit.
"Where did old Chen go? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him." "Urgent matter? What is it?" Chen Kameng asked, full of confusion. "Illusory Light Group."
Chen Siye sighed and said slowly, "Today, I received news that the growth elixir developed by Illusory Light Group can actually help beginner adventurers
break through to intermediate adventurers.
As soon as I got this news, I went to Illusory Light Group to discuss cooperation with Qin Lianyue, but she outright rejected me. She actually asked me to find that Xia Qingyao's husband, Lu Jin.
Of course, Qin Lianyue didn't just say this to me, the same goes for Tianqian Group. This is clearly Qin Lianyue's excuse.
The growth elixir is of great importance, and we must get hold of it as soon as possible.
Otherwise, our Ryu Group will be at a disadvantage in Liuguang City in the future.
The growth elixir can can be said to have already disrupted the entire structure of Liuguang City. In the future, it goes without saying that Huanguang Group will dominate. However, for other groups in Liuguang City to stand out, building closer ties with Huanguang Group becomes extremely important. It can be said that whoever can sign a long-term contract for the growth elixir with Huanguang Group will see their group's strength skyrocket in one go, securing their position as one of the top 3 groups in Liuguang City. So that's what this is about. Chen Kameng immediately smiled smugly and said, "Sis, don't worry. Dad is handling this matter right now, which is why he's not at home."
Handling this matter? Chen Siye was full of surprise. Could it be that the old man Chen has thought of a way to deal with Qin Lianyue? Qin Lianyue was an extremely tricky person to handle. It was really hard to imagine any method that could persuade her.
You have to know that the Tianqin Group had offered a cooperation deal involving a power station.
That power station was a resource urgently needed by major cities. However, the regional dungeon in the undeveloped area was too difficult.
The manpower and resources required might drain Tianqin Group completely, and they had been preparing for this for years. Now bringing in the Phantom Light Group undoubtedly allows them to gain partial shares of the power station for free, ensuring that the Phantom Light Group will no longer have to worry about electricity issues or invest excessive credit points and memory units in the future.
Dad doesn't have that kind of ability, Chen Kameng said with a smile, pointing to herself. This is all my doing. Little sister, how did you manage this? Chen Siye asked excitedly, looking at Chen Kameng. That Qin Lianyue even got turned away by the Tianqin Group.
This is where my foresight comes in, Chen Kameng said with a smile.
And Qin Lianyue wasn't wrong. You were all looking for the wrong person.
You should have gone to Lu Jin instead. He's the actual owner of the growth agent.
Naturally, looking for Qin Lianyue wouldn't work. After all, Lu Jin is Xiao Qingyao's husband and a true member of the Xiao family.
A few days ago, I signed a long-term cooperation agreement with Lu Jin, though it did cost us 2/5 of the Holy Land's territory.
Little sister, you did an amazing job.
Chen Siye's face was full of excitement, showing no trace of regret for the loss of the sacred land belonging to the family.
Now our Sun and Moon Group can achieve further expansion.
Although the contract I signed is a long-term one, this long-term contract only allows for training newcomers to break through to level 10. If we want Lu Jin to help train intermediate adventurers, I'm afraid we'll need to negotiate further, Chen Kameng said with a slight hint of regret.
It's okay, little sister. Upon hearing this, Chen Siye's delicate and beautiful face revealed a sly smile. As long as you can establish a connection with Lu Jin, that's enough.
After that, your elder sister here has plenty of ways to make him agree to future collaborations.
All you need to do is introduce me to him.
Dusk fell, and the sky dimmed over the Tianguang mansion.
Lu Jin, after a day's effort, finally managed to recruit over 300 more level 11 junior adventurers for the logistics department. This brought the total
number of junior adventurers to over 1,000, which somewhat helped put the nearby logistics department's transportation outposts back on track. Moreover, due to the recent surge of students from Qianfeng Academy advancing to junior adventurers, the number of applicants for the logistics department has been steadily increasing.
Over the past
few days, an additional 10,000 people have joined, instantly adding 1 million memory units to the department, which is sufficient to support the upcoming breakthroughs of new recruits to level 10.
However, the biggest gain in recent days has undoubtedly been the intermediate recovery potions.
Thanks to Lu Shishua's efforts, there are now over 1,000 bottles of intermediate recovery potions, 5 times more than the 200 bottles in the hunting group's inventory. Unfortunately, Lu Shishua cannot produce them during the day as well, otherwise, the accumulated quantity would have been even greater. Mr. Lu, the partners from Baiyun City have suddenly come over, demanding to see you.
They don't seem to have good intentions. Should we meet them now? Su Shaotian walked into the bedroom and respectfully reported to Lu Jin. Not good intentions, huh? Lu Jin smiled faintly upon hearing this. Just as I've finished my work, let's meet them then.
The reception hall of Tianguang Mansion. As soon as Lu Jin stepped into the reception hall, he could clearly feel the cold stares directed at him. There were more than 10 people present.
Besides the completely unfamiliar Baiyun City collaborators, there were also 2 old acquaintances.
One was Meng Junjie, a representative of the 4 great families, and the other was Wang Chonghu, the generous contributor of the intermediate recovery potion. However, at this moment, both of their gazes were filled with thick mockery
and sneers, especially Wang Chonghu, whose expression was almost uncontrollable, with excitement fully displayed on his face.
One glance was enough to tell that Wang Chonghu was clearly here to watch him make a fool of himself.
You are Lu Jin, the general manager of the logistics department of the Illusion Light Group?
A middle-aged elegant woman seated in the center of the hall looked at Lu Jin as he walked in and directly asked.
That's correct. Lu Jin nodded. May I know who you all are?
I am Wang Manyun, the general manager of the marketing department at Fengyun Group in Baiyun City. Wang Manyun's tone was neither cold nor warm, and she then pointed to the 2 tall men beside her, one rugged and the other
refined, both with AR levels exceeding 20.
These 2 here are Lin Chang, the general manager manager of the marketing department at Wanshu Group, and Li Hegui, the general manager of the marketing department at Xianyao Group.
Hello, Mr. Liu. I've heard of your great reputation back in Baiyun City.
Lin Chang greeted Lu Jin proactively. Being Xia Qingyao's husband is not something just anyone dares to be.
Impressive, impressive. You're too kind.
Lu Jin looked at Lin Chang, who seemed quite apprehensive about Xia Qingyao, and was inexplicably surprised.
Is Xia Qingyao really that terrifying?
As for the elegant young man Li Hegui standing to the side, he merely nodded silently, showing no intention of speaking further. Behind the three stood 11 individuals, both male and female, all very young. The oldest among them was likely no more than 25 years old.
Among the 11, 7 wore level 1 bodyguard badges, while
the remaining 4 were adorned with special grade bodyguard badges recognized by Baiyun City. In terms of individual combat strength, even two Su Shaotian combined would likely be no match for any one of them. This made Lu Jin clearly realize the disparity in strength between the two cities.
In the entirety of Liuguang City, there are fewer than 5 special grade bodyguards.
The reason for such a small number is not only because the AR level must reach level 20, but also because weapon mastery must be at the level of an advanced master.
AR level 20 bodyguards are not uncommon in Liuguang City, with their numbers likely exceeding 30. However, achieving advanced master level weapon proficiency is quite rare. Currently, the 3 major groups have 4 elite bodyguards.
Setting aside the 2 elite bodyguards of the Fengyun group, the fact that the other 2 groups managed to hire 1 elite bodyguard each is something that likely only the 3 major groups in Liuguang City could accomplish.
Mr. Liu, I believe you are well aware of the reason for our visit.
Wang Manyun looked at Lu Jin and spoke coldly. Your group's logistical delays have severely hindered the market supply progress of our 3 groups, causing us significant losses in opportunities and revenue.
We even suspect that your group is no longer capable of fulfilling the previous contract.
So, what do you propose? Lu Jin smiled and looked at Wang Manyun, asking. We 3 groups hope your group will compensate us for our losses according to the contract, a total of 5 million units of memory, and simultaneously terminate all cooperation with your group, Wang Manyun said directly.
Wang Manyun's conditions made Su Shaotian, who was standing nearby, secretly click his tongue in astonishment. 5 million units of memory, this amount would probably directly cost the logistics department its life.
Lu Jin looked at Wang Manyun and almost without hesitation said, Sorry, I refuse.
Refuse? I'm afraid that's not up to you, Mr. Liu.
Wang Zhonghu, standing beside Wang Manyun, suddenly looked at Lu Jin and sneered. The contract clearly states that at least 15 shipments of resources must be transported to Liuguang City for the 3 groups each month. So far this month, only 5 shipments have been made, and there are less than 12 days left in the month's deadline. The contract clearly specifies that if more than half the month has passed and less than half the required shipments have been
completed, the 3 groups have the right to terminate the contract. Moreover, they are entitled to full compensation for the losses incurred during the month's deadline.
When the contract was initially signed with the 3 groups from Baiyun City, it was essentially a goodwill agreement.
However, to maintain
the status of the 4 major families, a deliberate clause was included, giving the initiative to the 3 groups from Baiyun City. If Xia Qingyao didn't cause them any trouble, then the 3 groups wouldn't act against them either. But if Xia Qingyao displeased the 4 major families, the 3 groups could then create problems for the Wanguan group.
That's true, but the month's deadline hasn't passed yet, has it?
Lu Jin said with a smile.
The contract also specifies losses incurred during the month's deadline. Since this month's deadline hasn't ended, how can losses be calculated?
Mr. Liu, saying this now is truly disappointing. Meng Junji also smiled and said, with the current strength of the logistics department of the Illusion Light Group, let alone the remaining 10 trips, even 1 trip might not be completed. Why bother? When they were in control of the logistics department, they deliberately waited half a month before starting the last 10 trips, and to transport these 10 trips, they mobilized all the resources the logistics department could muster. The transportation route between the 2 cities, not to mention the distance of over 130 kilometers, passes through areas with dungeons of level 15 and above, making it impossible for beginner adventurers to handle.
Only intermediate adventurers from the logistics department could undertake the transportation.
Under such circumstances, 600 intermediate adventurers were divided into 5 teams, with each team making 2 trips, barely completing the 10 trips within 15 days.
Simply relying on the fewer than 300 intermediate adventurers in the current logistics department of the Illusory Light Group to complete such transportation, even
if these 300 intermediate adventurers ignored the transportation of the group's own resources, it would still be impossible to finish the last 10 trips in time.
Mr. Meng seems to be a bit out of touch with the news. Lu Jin looked at Meng Junji and said indifferently, it's just intermediate adventurers. Our logistics department can train as many as we want.
Even with only 12 days left, or even just 8 days, our logistics department at the Illusory Light Group can handle it all.
Train as many intermediate adventurers as you want?
Wang Zhonghu immediately laughed.
Bragging isn't illegal, so Mr. Mr. Lu can boast as much as he likes. I could even say that our colossal group has 10,000 intermediate adventurers. Mr. Lu, are you referring to that growth serum developed by your group? Li Hegui, who had been silent all along, suddenly looked at Lu Jin and spoke. I've heard about it too. It seems that the Illusory Light Group spent decades of effort to develop this thing. Lin Chang, who was standing nearby, nodded. And I also heard that some people in the logistics department of the Illusory Light Group did indeed break through to become intermediate adventurers today. Mr. Li, Mr. Lin, don't be fooled by this Mr. Lu. He's incredibly cunning, Wang Zhonghu quickly said as he looked at the two intrigued men. Those employees were just stuck at level 14 for years and happened to break through today. If the Illusory Light Group really had such capabilities, do you think they'd be in their current dire situation? Meng Junjie, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement. In his view, Lu Jin had simply received the news in advance and knew that the three major groups of Baiyun City would be visiting today, so he orchestrated the breakthrough of the logistics department employees into intermediate adventurers. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Captain Wang, you really haven't changed at all. You still haven't learned your lesson and are indulging in pointless fantasies even now, Lu Jin said, looking at the overly confident Wang Chonghu. He sighed and added, then let me show you what true despair feels like. What do you mean? Wang Chonghu asked nervously, taking a step back as he watched Lu Jin suddenly rise to his feet. Didn't you say that the growth serum developed by our Illusion Light Group is fake? Lu Jin glanced at Wang Chonghu, then turned to the 4 level 1 bodyguards from the Wanshu Group and Xianyao Group. Then let me prove whether the growth serum is real or fake. I wonder if these 4 gentlemen would be willing to cooperate. Lu Jin's words left Wang Chonghu and Meng Junjie astonished. They hadn't expected Lu Jin to dare to attempt such a thing right in front of them. The 4 bodyguards looked at Lin Chang and Li Hegui respectively, clearly waiting for their decision. Alright, then let's give it a try, Lin Chang took the initiative to say. Cooperating with President Lu is, of course, no problem, Li Hegui said with great interest. The only question is, how can we prove the effectiveness of the growth serum? If Lu Jin were to use his own people to test the growth serum, it would indeed be hard to distinguish between real and fake. However, the bodyguards under his command were well known to him, and they had always lived in Baiyun City, making it impossible for them to be Lu Jin's people. After the 4 of them used the compound, I believe everyone can see the results without me having to say anything. Lu Jin glanced at the people present and smiled slightly. Then, please follow me to the underground training room. With that, Lu Jin was the first to step out of the reception hall. Lin Chang and Li Hegui couldn't help but look at Wang Manyun, who was seated in the middle, clearly waiting for her decision. Let's go take a look together. Otherwise, the 2 of you probably won't give up. Wang Manyun stood up and directly followed Lu Jin out of the reception hall. Lin Chang and Li Hegui both felt slightly awkward upon hearing this. During this trip to Liuguang City, Wang Manyun had offered a high price to persuade them to abandon Huangguang Group and instead collaborate with Jushua Group. For their 2 companies, whether they cooperated with Huangguang Group or Jushua Group, it was essentially the same. After all, they were transporting goods for the 4 major families, and they could easily meet the required quotas each month. Since Wang Manyun, the marketing director of Fengyun Group, had personally approached them, as major corporations in Baiyun City, they naturally decided to give her this favor. Letting Wang Manyun owe them a favor wasn't a bad idea either. Underground Training Hall. In the training hall, which was about the size of half a football field, Lu Jin had Su Xiaotian prepare more than a dozen level 18 monsters, which matched the AR level of those level 1 bodyguards. This is a small bottle of growth potion, which lasts for 5 minutes, Lu Jin said as he directly took out 4 small bottles of the growth potion and looked at the 4 bodyguards. In a moment, I will team up with you. These monsters weren't easy to capture. You will weaken them to low health, and I will deliver the final blow to gain the experience points. Is that okay? The 4 of them nodded, feeling that Lu Jin's proposal was very reasonable. Level 18 monsters are abundant in the outside world, but specifically capturing them is quite labor-intensive. Allowing the 4 of them to practice could be considered very generous of Lu Jin. As for teaming up to gain more experience points, they had already maxed out. Unless their AR level increased, it would be very difficult to raise their adventurer level. Lu Jin then watched as the 4 of them drank the growth potion before forming a team with them. At this moment, besides these 4, the team also included Su Xiaotian, Tang Yin, and Lu Shishua. The AR system connected all 8 people together, instantly causing a dramatic change in the expressions on the 4's faces. The changes in the expressions of the 4 were also clearly noticed by Lin Chang, Li Hegui, Wang Manyun, and the others present. Could this be the effect President Lu mentioned? Wang Zhonghu looked at the changes in the 4's expressions and couldn't help but laugh. A bottle of stimulant? Lu Jin ignored Wang Zhonghu and looked at the 4, saying, those monsters are up to you. The 4 nodded, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, and they all charged toward the more than 10 level 18 Rock Berserk Bears that had just been released. The Rock Berserk Bear is also an elite level monster among level 18 creatures. Its strength can reach the War Soldier level, and its defense is so high
high that even superior rare-grade weapons find it hard to inflict damage. Often, a single pounce is enough to claim the life of an intermediate adventurer. When more than 10 attack together, they can put immense pressure on an intermediate adventurer team. However, the 4 bodyguards are all weapon masters at the Grandmaster level. Moreover, due to the influence of A Thousand Wishes, their sensory levels have now reached AR level 20. Dealing with these 10+ rock berserk bears is as easy as playing with children. In less than 2 minutes, the 10+ rock berserk bears were reduced to critical health with severe memory core damage. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Jin swiftly finished them off one by one with his sword. An elite level rock bear at level 18 can provide 1,800 experience points. With 14 of them in a row, Lu Jin's adventurer level quickly reached the maximum of level 13. After that, he only needed to raise his AR level to 14, and his adventurer level would naturally reach 14 as well. This is actually a pretty good way to farm experience points. Lu Jin looked at the dissipating rock bear and his now full experience bar. He suddenly realized that these high-level monsters locked up here were not only good for practice but also an excellent way to farm experience points. All he needed was a high-level adventurer to help, and he could just deliver the finishing blow. However, if Qin Lianyue were to find out about Lu Jin's idea, she'd probably be so furious she'd cough up blood. In order to capture these monsters above level 15, especially elite-level monsters, the group has to deploy dozens of intermediate adventurers and more than 10 advanced adventurers. Moreover, during transportation, they can only bring back 4 or 5 at a time. The arena requires 100 units of memory to deal with a single monster above level 15, and for elite-level monsters, it takes more than 400 units. If there's time to use these high-level monsters to farm experience points, a casual trip outside could yield dozens of times more experience points. In the underground training hall, as the 4 bodyguards stopped fighting, their expressions were still filled with excitement. They couldn't help but look at Lu Jin, their eyes flashing with a hint of anticipation and eagerness, clearly showing that the previous battle hadn't been enough for them. Don't look at me. Lu Jin looked at the 4 and said, these high-level monsters are extremely rare, and each one is incredibly valuable. If I let you practice on them casually, I'd suffer a huge loss. The 4 were slightly disappointed upon hearing this, but they understood. Still, the astonishing effects brought by the full enhancement of their 5 senses made them feel quite reluctant and regretful. The battle had only ended a little over 3 minutes ago, and they still had more than a minute left to practice. What do you 4 think of the effects? Li Hague couldn't help but look at the 4 bodyguards and ask. The expressions and gazes of the 4 bodyguards, although already proving the extraordinary nature of the growth potion, still require their personal experiences to fully confirm its effects. If it works well on 4 bodyguards with AR level 18, it indicates that it will be even more effective for beginner adventurers with AR level 14. In that case, the value of the growth potion would be extremely high, potentially even altering the current dynamics. A tall male bodyguard checked his growth progress and exclaimed excitedly, the effect is astonishing. My growth progress has now reached 100%, and I can break through to level 19 at any time. AR level 19. This is already considered a high-ranking adventurer in the world of fantasy, someone who can be among the upper echelons of the city. You broke through too? A female teammate beside him looked at the male bodyguard on the same team in surprise. The 2 male bodyguards from the other team couldn't help but look at the 2 bodyguards on Lin Chang's side. No way, you both broke through as well? All 4 of them broke through? Lin Chang and Li He returned, looking at the data of their subordinates, their mouths agape in astonishment. Previously, the 2 of them had only approached it with a try-it-and-see attitude. After all, the growth potion from the illusory light group had been hyped up to an almost mythical level. But now, they realized they were wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. What a miracle! That is simply divine. At this moment, Meng Junjie and Wang Changhu, who were standing nearby, were both staring wide-eyed. This is a high-level adventurer. A breakthrough just like that. The bodyguards of Lin Chang and Li Hague could never have been a match for Lu Jin's subordinates. In other words, the growth serum Lu Jin mentioned was real, and its effects were unbelievably strong, at least 10 times more potent than the rumors suggested. Meanwhile, Wang Manyun, who had been quietly observing with an indifferent expression, now looked somewhat unsettled. Ladies and gentlemen, can I now prove that what I said is true? Lu Jin smiled as he looked at Wang Zhonghu, whose face had turned ashen. As for the matter of terminating our cooperation that you mentioned earlier, I personally fully agree. Regarding your transportation issues, our illusory light group will complete everything within this month's deadline. If we fail, our illusory light group is willing to compensate in full. If there's nothing else, please see yourselves out. Lu Jin's attitude of driving people away was very obvious, but none of the people present made a move to leave. President Lu, there must be some misunderstanding. I absolutely never said anything about terminating the cooperation. Lin Chang walked up to Lu Jin, wearing a warm and friendly smile, and said, saying that our Wanshu group wants to terminate the cooperation is nothing but a rumor. Our Wanshu group has always found working with Huan Group very
very pleasant. In fact, my visit this time is to further strengthen the cooperation between our two groups. President Liu, you must have misunderstood. Our Qianyao group came here this time because we believe that the long-term cooperation between our two groups has been excellent.
Therefore, our Qianyao group intends to propose to Suisher Town that Huanguang group also become a manager,
enjoying a portion of Suisher Town's pharmaceutical resources and the qualification to establish storage facilities.
This way, Huanguang group can transport and develop between the two cities more conveniently and efficiently in the future, Li Hegue quickly added with a smile. A potion that can help junior adventurers break through to become intermediate adventurers is already capable of influencing the transportation patterns of major cities. A potion capable of helping intermediate adventurers break through to become advanced adventurers might lead to a complete reshuffling of the spheres of influence and rankings of several major cities in the surrounding area.
Misunderstanding? Lu Jing glanced at the two of them, then turned to Wang Manyun with a cold smile and said, "You two came here with Miss Wang," and Miss Wang made it
very clear. All three of your groups believe that our Phantom Light group has severely slowed down your supply progress and want to terminate all cooperation with us.
No, President Liu, you've really misunderstood.
Lin Chang shook his head frantically and said, "I came here with President Li only because we happen to be traveling
the same way as Miss Wang."
However, Miss Wang spoke entirely on her own, and we are quite dissatisfied with this.
We were just about to explain this to President Liu.
If President Liu doesn't believe us, we are willing to sever all ties with Miss Wang. Li Hegue nodded in agreement and added, "and terminate all cooperation with the four great families." The two spoke with righteous indignation, and every word made Wang Manyun, Meng Junjie, and Wang Zhonghu's expressions grow increasingly grim.
Betrayal. These two just betrayed them like this. This is the Huanguang group you wanted to deal with? Wang Manyun also gave Meng Junjie and Wang Zhonghu a fierce glare.
Her voice was low, but her tone was full of coldness.
You really have opened my eyes. From now on, don't involve me in family matters anymore.
After speaking, Wang Manyun also turned around and left directly, leaving only Meng Junjie and Wang Zhonghu with livid faces.
Without Wang Manyun's support, the road ahead for the four major families would be difficult.
And with Wang Manyun's departure, Meng Junjie and Wang Zhonghu did not dare to stay any longer, even rushing back to their families without delay, because at this moment, they had far too many matters to handle.
This Liuguang city is no longer a place we can stay. We must leave Liuguang city immediately.
Meng Junjie sat in the car, his eyes filled with unwillingness and unease. I really didn't expect that after so many years with the Huanguang group, they still had this card up their sleeve. I truly underestimated the foundation of the Xia family. If he had known earlier that the Huanguang group possessed something like the growth elixir, he wouldn't have left the Huanguang group no matter what, even if it meant giving up all management rights of the logistics department. But there is no regret medicine in this world.
The Huanguang group's dominance in Liuguang city is now a foregone conclusion. Once the Huanguang group fully spreads its wings, the people of their four great families will likely have
no room to survive.
Moreover, the experts under their command will also defect to the Huanguang group one after another. By then, their four great families will be completely finished. Uncle Meng, we've been operating in Liuguang city for many years. If we leave Liuguang city, where can we go? Wang Zhonghu couldn't help but ask. Shueisher town. Meng Junjie replied without hesitation. That place is in urgent need of manpower and is a key town connecting Baiyun city and Liuguang city.
The herbs grown there can help restore part of a person's lost lifespan, and they have always been highly sought after by major cities. Although we can't gain management rights over Shueisher town, we can stabilize our family and attract talent by cultivating herbs, then expand towards Baiyun city.
Wang Zhonghu also nodded. For now, this seemed to be their only option, otherwise, the four major families wouldn't even have room to survive.
Meanwhile, as the four major families quietly took action, Lu Jin also finalized a new contract with the Wanshu group and the Qianyao group. The reason why White Cloud City surpasses Glimmer City lies mainly in its ability to produce C-grade simulation equipment. Don't underestimate the fact that it is only slightly better than the B-grade simulation equipment commonly used by major groups. This slight advantage allows players to better assess themselves and achieve more precise use of weapons and equipment, making their AR growth somewhat easier. This is also the reason why intermediate and advanced adventurers in White Cloud City are generally more numerous than those in Glimmer City. Due to the limitations of team formation, the primary role of Thousand Wishes is to help players break through bottlenecks. However, for daily growth, players must rely on themselves.
Better simulation equipment
undoubtedly shortens the growth period, enabling newcomers in the group to develop more quickly. After all, the logistics department of the current Illusory Light group has potential but lacks real strength. In the end, Lu Jin exchanged 3 sets of C-grade simulation equipment to train a level 14 beginner adventurer to break through to an intermediate adventurer, and 20 sets of C-grade simulation equipment to train a level 18 intermediate adventurer to break through to an advanced adventurer, with the condition that the training only takes place within the illusory light group. This made Lin Chang and Li Hegui feel a pang of heartache, thinking that Lu Jin was too ruthless. The output of sea-level simulation equipment is extremely limited, with only about 100 sets produced each month. Apart from replacing some old and damaged sea-level simulation equipment, the rest is allocated to train new talents for the group. However, they had no choice but to accept it. The number of people in the group who could break through to intermediate adventurers was too small, sometimes not even 6 or 7 in a month. As for advanced adventurers, if the group could consistently produce 2 or 3 more in a year, it would already be a cause for celebration. If the monthly output of sea-level simulation equipment could be exchanged for a stable increase of 5 advanced adventurers, it would be a tremendous boost for the group. Time passed, and 3 days went by in a flash. The logistics department of the entire illusory light group also grew steadily under Lu Jin's plan. The number of newcomers who advanced to junior adventurers reached 2,000, while 600 veteran employees advanced to intermediate adventurers. Although the major groups in Liuguang City expressed their willingness to engage in deep cooperation, offering various resources that the illusory light group lacked, and even putting up shares of some of their bases as conditions for collaboration. However, Lu Jin rejected all of these. In Lu Jin's view, the most important thing at the moment is to prioritize the development of the logistics department of the illusory light group, while other collaborations can be set aside for now. This left the major groups in Liuguang City quite helpless. On the contrary, the Sun and Moon group became the envy of all, as they managed to establish a partnership with the illusory light group, which agreed to help train newcomers. Although these were only beginner adventurers, they were still indispensable talents for the major groups. The biggest event that occurred over these 3 days was undoubtedly the relocation of the 4 major families. The scale of the transportation was the largest in the history of Liuguang City, involving over 3,000 people. However, on the second day after the 4 major families left Liuguang City, all the major groups in the city received a shocking piece of news. Stone Town is gone. Illusion Light Tower, conference room. Stone Town is gone? Shi Lianyue looked at the pale-faced middle-aged man with a hint of fear in his eyes. Old Zhou, what exactly do you mean? What do you mean by gone? At this moment, Lu Jin, sitting at the center of the conference table, also looked curiously at the man named Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun is the deputy general manager of the marketing department at Illusion Light Group with an AR level of 20. He was originally one of the captains of the Illusion Light Hunting Corps, but due to his age, he transferred to the marketing department as deputy general manager. This time, he is specifically responsible for heading to Gravel Town to develop its market. Moreover, in order to firmly establish a presence in Gravel Town and become one of its administrators, Zhou Sun even brought a team of 500 people prepared for long-term stationing. Among these 500 people are 400 junior adventurers, 95 intermediate adventurers, and 5 senior adventurers. The junior adventurers are not ordinary ones. Each has a minimum AR level of 14, with basic attributes reaching the C-level limit for junior adventurers. Each one is an expert among junior adventurers. Such a 500-person team could practically dominate the routes of major cities. However, when Zhou Sun and the others returned, Zhou Sun's own AR system was only at level 1, and apart from Zhou Sun, the AR systems of over 300 members of the team were also at level 1. It should be noted that when the marketing department establishes outposts, they usually carry memory units capable of quickly repairing the AR system 1 or 2 times. For beginner adventurers, a quick repair uses 500 units of memory. For intermediate adventurers, it uses 1,000 units, and for advanced adventurers, it uses 1,500 units. This means that Zhou Sun and the others were killed by monsters at least twice, and among the 300 people, dozens fell into a coma and are still lying in the hospital. Zhou Sun took a deep breath, his expression still showing some fear, and said, "It's gone. The entire Gravel Town has become a dead zone." When we arrived, Gravel Town was already deserted, with monsters above level 15 roaming everywhere. A rough estimate puts their number at over 50,000, including quite a few elite monsters above level 20. How is this possible? Shi Lianyue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the past, although there were monsters attacking Shattered Stone Town, their numbers never exceeded 10,000, and the highest level was only around level 20. How could there be monsters above level 20 this time? On the route between Liuguang City and Baiyun City, the highest level of monsters that appeared was only level 20. This area was considered a low-risk zone and a potentially exploitable area for major cities. However, when monsters above level 20 appear in a certain area, it becomes a medium-risk zone. For major cities, such areas are considered dangerous, and generally, only large corporate hunting groups or adventure teams ranked B or above dare to venture into such regions. It should be noted that this only means they can set foot there. It does not mean players can move around freely. Monsters above level 20 have appeared in large numbers, especially elite monsters, which is extremely rare even in moderately dangerous areas. But that's not the most important thing. Zhou Sun shook his head and said in horror, "The key is those monsters, they seem to be organized. On our way back, not only were we hunted by the monsters from Gravel Town. But the monsters along the way also went berserk and surrounded us, causing heavy losses. Moreover, judging by the targets of these monsters, it seems like they're heading for the big cities where we live. Based on our initial investigation in Gravel Town, we discovered that the main force of that monster army has already set out toward White Cloud City. It's estimated that they'll reach White Cloud City in less than 10 days. Heading toward White Cloud City? Qin Lian Yue was even more astonished upon hearing this. White Cloud City is a city from 400 years ago. In the planning of world fantasy, it is an absolute safe zone. At most, low-level monsters refreshed around the city might enter the outskirts, but high-level monsters would never step into the city, let alone launch an attack on it. At this moment, not only did Qin Lian Yue feel a wave of astonishment, but even Lu Jin, who was listening, found it unbelievable. In world fantasy, not to mention monsters stepping into the safe zones of cities, even large-scale attacks on players are unheard of. Just as everyone in the conference room was feeling a wave of disbelief at the information provided by Joseon, the conference room door suddenly resounded with urgent knocking. President Qin, someone from the Guardians is here to report an urgent matter. Let them in. Qin Lian Yue also furrowed her brows slightly. The matters on their side had not yet been resolved, and she hadn't expected the Guardians to come looking for trouble. In no time, a middle-aged man dressed in a Guardian captain's uniform walked in somewhat anxiously. Captain Zhao, is there something you need at this time? Qin Lian Yue asked bluntly. Not to mention that their group was in the middle of an important meeting. The Guardians, although they ostensibly followed the decisions of the three major groups, were not subordinate to them. They only received credit points and basic daily supplies from the three major groups. The daily management of the city was entirely decided by the Guardians themselves, without any regard for the three major groups. President Qin, I'm here to inform the Illusion Light Group to quickly organize personnel to head to the North Gate. For some unknown reason, the monsters near the North Gate have started attacking the city. Right now, we Guardians are doing our best to hold them off, but there are too many monsters, and many of them are above level 15, without a large number of intermediate adventurers. To counter them, we won't be able to hold the line. Captain Zhao, unconcerned with Qin Lian Yue's attitude, spoke urgently. Monsters attacking the Northern Gate? Qin Lian Yue was momentarily unable to process what Captain Zhao had said. Previously, she had wondered if Joseon's reconnaissance might have been mistaken. After all, cities from 400 years ago were all safe zones, places where monsters were absolutely not allowed to approach. The reason low-level monsters appeared in the outskirts of cities was entirely due to the city's expansion over the centuries. The urban areas had grown significantly, meaning the outskirts of the cities were no less secure than the safe zones, so the appearance of monsters there was understandable. But directly attacking the city, this was simply unheard of. President Qin, please hurry up. We Guardians are barely holding on. Although we've also sought help from other groups, the number of intermediate adventurers in those groups might not be sufficient. We still need the strength of the three major groups. Captain Zhao, looking at Qin Lian Yue, who hadn't reacted yet, was so anxious that he was almost stomping his feet. Guardians may seem to hold a high status in the city, but most of them are just beginner adventurers who don't want to venture into the wild anymore and simply wish to retire peacefully in the city. The number of intermediate adventurers probably doesn't even match that of any one of the three major groups. I understand. Go back and report. I'll organize the manpower right away. Qin Lian Yue snapped out of it, realizing this matter couldn't be delayed. Manhwa, immediately notify all the marketing department personnel in the city to gather at the North Gate. Qin Lian Yue's petite female secretary standing behind her also began contacting the personnel of the marketing department without saying a word. Mr. Lu, shall we go? Su Tongwei, sitting beside Lu Jin, couldn't help but ask softly. Lu Jin replied with certainty, go. After all, this concerns the safety of the entire city. Immediately have everyone in the logistics department gather there. Liuguang City, North Gate. As if a darkness shrouding the world, hordes of monsters frantically surged toward Liuguang City, where over 5,000 guardians stood their ground at the gates. These guardians held shields to block the broken fences where the memory units had been destroyed, while the rear ranks, armed with bows and arrows, desperately fended off the advancing monsters. Some even used rare-grade items to bombard the monster hordes with flames or thunder, causing large groups of monsters to fall in droves. As waves of monsters were brought down, some guardians at the front were torn apart by monsters above level 15. These guardians quickly retreated, and those behind them immediately stepped in to replace them. The fallen guardians swiftly injected memory units to begin rapid repairs of the AR system. Yes, sir. The intensity of the battle at the North Gate left adventurers from various major groups who came to assist completely stunned. In the usual outdoor area dungeons, those monsters are already numerous, charging in by the hundreds. But compared to the monsters rushing in right now, it's like comparing a candle to the sun. In just over 10 seconds, more than 50 guardians were taken down. Fortunately, the city's surroundings are not an area dungeon, so there are no repair restrictions, nor is there a need to worry about mist corrosion. However, the
the memory consumption is simply devastating. A single quick repair by a novice adventurer costs 500 units of memory.
Even though the Guardians have a considerable stockpile, they probably can't sustain such consumption.
Help quickly.
Too many monsters above level 15 here. Intermediate adventurers, take over from those beginner Guardians and hold the front line.
Frontline fighters, pay attention to your memory loss status.
If you can't hold on, retreat to recover immediately, and others,
fill in right away. We absolutely cannot let these monsters break through the fence, or they'll be even harder to deal with later. Over 10,000 intermediate adventurers from major groups also moved into action under their respective commands, stepping to the very front.
Meanwhile, the reinforced beginner adventurers stayed in the rear, providing long-range support with bows or crossbows.
President Liu, these monsters are just too overwhelming. Their numbers must exceed 200,000. Luckily, we're not fighting in the mist, or we'd be doomed. Su Tongwei let
out a slight sigh of relief as she watched the monsters being continuously slain ahead. I really don't know what madness has overtaken these monsters to make them attack the city.
Going crazy? Lu Jin stood on the tower of the north gate, looking at the tide-like swarm of monsters, his expression indescribably grim.
What others saw was a horde of electronic monsters surging toward Liuguang City, but in Lu Jin's eyes, it was completely different.
It wasn't the electronic monsters charging on their own, but rather pitch-black threads controlling these electronic monsters, using them to attack the players.
In midair, over 1,000 shadow monsters could be seen hovering, each with a body size of 1 to 2 meters. As soon as a player's AR system crashes, these shadow monsters immediately pounce and tear into them.
Although they still appear as normal people to the average person, in Lu Jin's eyes, their entire being becomes somewhat translucent. After the shadow monsters finish their biting, they noticeably grow stronger, yet no one present seems to notice.
However, as Qin Lianyue and other top adventurers with AR levels above 20 move to the front lines, the shadow monsters clearly become more restrained, not daring to approach the nearby adventurers easily. At this moment, Qin Lianyue and the others are like suns in the dark night, each one dazzlingly bright, causing the shadow monsters to instinctively retreat.
These monsters dare to overestimate themselves and attack the city. Qin Lianyue looked at the monsters continuously emerging from the mountains and suggested to the
other AR level 20 plus individuals, everyone, dragging this out will only cause us greater losses.
If we want to clear these monsters quickly, we might have to join forces. Alright, these monsters have caused enough trouble for my subordinates before. It's time to deal with them properly. Chen Xie nodded.
Fine, but I can't shake the feeling that these monsters are acting strangely, almost as if something is forcibly controlling them.
Fang Binglan, the president of the Jushua group, looked at the attacking monsters with a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. Let's not worry about that for now.
We should deal with these monsters first. Qin Lianyue directly took out a simulated longbow, which instantly transformed into a flaming bow and arrow. We can investigate further later. Qin Lianyue shot an arrow as she spoke. A loud explosion echoed at the north gate, and a streak of fire, like a meteor, pierced through the horde of monsters.
Wherever it passed, the monsters instantly turned to ash.
The arrow then exploded within the monster horde, taking out hundreds of monsters in an instant. Along its path, it left a deep, scorched mark. This scene left the adventurers and guardians present completely stunned.
Just one arrow, and it instantly wiped out hundreds of monsters. And that was an arrow? That's true. Let's clean it up first.
Chen Xie immediately took out her simulation equipment, and in an instant, a giant sword radiating a faint black glow appeared in her hand. With a flash of her figure, she leaped over the fence surrounding the entire city in a single step. In the midst of the monster horde, she swung the giant sword fiercely. Each swing was like a sweeping storm, sending dozens of monsters flying into the air, where they disintegrated into fragments mid-flight. The monsters above level 15, which posed considerable pressure even to intermediate adventurers, were nothing more than ants before Chen Xie. With a mere wave of her hand, she could easily annihilate a group of them. The sheer ferocity of the scene was in no way inferior to Qin Lianyue's arrows.
Moreover, it wasn't just Qin Lianyue and Chen Xie.
Those top-tier adventurers with AR levels above 20 also displayed performances no less astonishing than the two of them.
Boom! Damn! Is this the strength of top-tier adventurers? Are they even human?
The junior adventurers from various groups, along with many intermediate adventurers, stared wide-eyed at Qin Lianyue and the others slaughtering monsters in the horde, their eyes almost popping out. Although they had long known that those with AR levels above 20 were secretly referred to as new humans by everyone. Previously, everyone felt a sense of confusion, and there was usually no opportunity to see these prominent figures in action. But now, witnessing the battle of these dozen individuals, everyone deeply understood what it meant to be a new human.
The combat power displayed by each of them was simply beyond human.
Watching these people fight, Lu Jin's eyes were also shining with brilliance. Because he saw that the shadow monsters were extremely enraged by these individuals. Some shadow monsters, with bodies as tall as 3 meters, seemed not to fear the radiant energy emitted by these people. They charged at them ferociously, but these individuals, with AR levels above 20 seemed to sense something and instinctively swung their weapons. The weapons landed on those shadow creatures, causing them to feel pain and let out agonizing screams. After several consecutive hits, they became significantly weakened. The other shadow creatures, witnessing this scene, instinctively retreated to a distance, not daring to approach these people within 100 meters. Seeing this scene, Lu Jin suddenly had a crazy idea in his mind. "Captain Su, the three of you protect me for a while. I want to use these creatures to practice a bit." Lu Jin directly teamed up with Su Tongwei, Su Xiaotian, and Tang Yin. The three of them were slightly stunned upon hearing this. At this point, many of these creatures had already been cleared out by Qin Lian Yue and the others, so there was no real need for them to take action. However, seeing the team invitation sent by Lu Jin, such a temptation was truly hard to resist. Among these monsters, there were also ones close to level 20. If they could team up to fight together, it would definitely lead to significant improvement. Immediately, the three of them followed Lu Jin and charged into the mountains. After several days of effort, along with the monsters in the underground training room, Lu Jin's AR level had already reached level 15. His adventurer level was also 15, and among the for basic attributes, his neuro response had reached grade A, while the other three basic attributes were all grade B. He was a top-notch expert among intermediate adventurers. Even a single person can handle those level 17 or even level 18 monsters without any issues. Meanwhile, Su Tongwei and Su Xiaotian's AR levels have quietly reached AR level 19 during their practice sessions, making them genuine high-level adventurers. Although Tang Yan is slightly behind, she has also reached AR level 18. When teaming up, their sensory levels are equivalent to AR level 20. It can be said that, including Lu Jin, the actual combat strength of the four is not much different from players at AR level 20, except that their four basic attributes have not yet reached the limit. The frenzied killing spree of Lu Jin and the others has also given the senior executives of various major groups in the distance a new impression of Lu Jin. It is evident that the current Lu Jin already possesses the strength of the upper echelons within Liuguang City, and the performance of the four is in no way inferior to those high-level adventurers at AR level 20. Lu Jin's relentless charge, after slaying hundreds of monsters above level 15, finally brought him face to face with a heavily injured 3-meter shadow monster not far away, his gaze filled with a mix of madness and excitement. "It's time to test my sword on you." The shadow monster, a phantom existence that Lu Jin previously dared not even approach, now seemed within reach as he gradually guided the light vein energy within his body into his sword techniques, making him feel capable of putting up a fight. Now, he finally had the chance to try, and Lu Jin naturally wouldn't let it slip by. After all, whether he could inflict enough damage on the shadow monster had always been a guess, never truly verified. Lu Jin charged forward into the woods where no electronic monsters were gathered, his speed as swift as a gust of wind. He aimed at the shadow monster wailing in the forest and unleashed a flurry of stabs on its back. Intermediate sword skill, 7-star combo. Facing the shadow monster, Lu Jin dared not be careless. The shadow monsters disguised earlier were discovered, so it's possible that these shadow monsters now know he can see them. He prepared for defense. After all, he was currently just a mid-level adventurer, not a new human who had surpassed AR level 20 and could perform actions and reactions far beyond those of ordinary people. In an instant, 7 stabs, like starlight, directly struck the shadow monster that hadn't yet reacted. Roar! A series of miserable screams echoed in succession. The 3-meter-tall shadow monster visibly weakened further, with the effect surpassing the damage caused by top-tier adventurers above AR level 20. Is the damage effect actually stronger than that of top-tier adventurers? Lu Jin looked at the heavily injured shadow monster, feeling both excited and surprised. Being able to truly injure the shadow monster meant he could eliminate these shadow monsters, at least the one in front of him, without any problem. "You can see me? You are a rare human." The 3-meter-tall shadow monster suddenly fixed its gaze on Lu Jin, countless mouths speaking human words, and the innumerable eyes within the shadow radiating unprecedented ecstasy. "You are mine. You are mine." The 3-meter-tall shadow monster instantly disregarded its severe injuries, its gaze filled only with madness. It even ignored parts of its dissipating body, transforming into sharp shadow spikes that shot toward Lu Jin. Rare person? However, Lu Jin was completely indifferent to such an attack and directly used Aurora. In an instant, 5 slashes merged into a crescent shape, shattering the shadow spikes and causing the shadow monster to feel a burst of pain. Immediately after, Lu Jin once again used the 7-star combo. 7-star-like marks blossomed on the shadow monster, causing its form to begin disintegrating. Seeing the shadow monster start to disintegrate, Lu Jin seized the opportunity to press the attack. 7-star combo. 7-star combo. 3 consecutive 7-star strikes left Lu Jin feeling strained and exhausted, but the 3-meter-tall shadow monster also completely vanished in unwillingness. Watching the 3-meter-tall shadow monster completely disappear, Lu Jin let out a deep sigh of relief. He finally had the power to kill these shadow monsters. With the death of this shadow monster, Lu Jin could clearly feel the surrounding mist thinning slightly. Are these
shadow monsters somehow connected to the mist shrouding the world?
Lu Jin looked at the mist around him, which had thinned considerably, his heart filled with shock. The mist enveloping the world could be said to be humanity's greatest crisis. As for why the mist appeared, no one knew, and how to make it disappear was equally a mystery. However, the death of the shadow monster at this moment caused the surrounding mist to thin slightly. To say that the mist and the shadow monsters were unrelated would be hard for anyone to believe. Subsequently, to verify his theory, Lu Jin seized opportunities to eliminate more than 10 shadow monsters in succession, and everything was just as Lu Jin had guessed.
These shadow monsters indeed had a certain effect on the mist. Although they couldn't completely dispel it, killing the shadow monsters could make the mist thinner.
Moreover, Lu Jin discovered something astonishing. People with an AR level above 20 could indeed slightly sense the presence of shadow monsters.
It was as
if they perceived some kind of unknown aura of danger, causing their brains to instinctively make their bodies act to attack the approaching shadow monsters. As for the shadow monsters, they didn't seem to find it strange, as if they thought it was perfectly normal. This suddenly gave Lu Jin a feeling of not fighting alone.
If an AR level above 20 can already sense the presence of shadow monsters, what if the AR level breaks through to 26?
It's important to know that the higher the AR level, the stronger a person's 5 senses become. If it reaches level 30, players might even be able to see shadow monsters. At that time, it won't just be him who can truly kill those shadow monsters, but a whole group of people will be able to defeat them. With the conclusion of the Battle of Liuguang City, the city itself suffered minimal losses thanks to the intervention of over a dozen top-tier adventurers. On the contrary, the battle brought significant gains to Liuguang City. The collected memory units alone exceeded 10 million, not to mention the various materials and weapons dropped. The drop rate was more than twice as high compared to regular monsters. As for Lu Jin himself, due to spending a large amount of time in a team state, the battle lasted for more than half a day, and the number of monsters he killed exceeded 1,000. The growth of the AR level also directly broke through to level 16, with the adventurer level reaching level 16 as well. As for Su Xiaotian and Su Tongwei, they both broke through to level 20, while Tang Yen reached
level 19.
In the coming period, the plan is to find ways to push their basic attributes to the limit. Otherwise, before the basic attributes reach their peak, the growth value will hit 100% at level 21st.
Of course, due to this battle, quite a few people ended up in the hospital, falling into a deep coma.
According to Lu Jin's observations, all of these individuals had bodies that had become completely translucent. This made Lu Jin feel a mix of pressure and relief. Those shadow monsters, when they truly go berserk, do have an impact on people.
However, this influence is subtle and accumulates over time. Once the body becomes completely translucent, the person will fall into a deep coma.
And if he hadn't entered the Holy Land early, and furthermore, the Xia family's mansion, his fate would likely have been even worse than these people. 7 days later, the once again peaceful Liuguang City received another shocking piece of news.
Baiyun City was half destroyed.
All the adventurers in Baiyun City could only hold their ground in the safe zone, as the safe zone's suppression of monsters was extremely strong, reducing their combat power by about 30%. However, the fall of Baiyun City was only a matter of time.
Because the entire city's transportation has already collapsed, the outside world cannot enter the city, and those inside cannot leave. Moreover, the mist suddenly encroached near the safe zone of Baiyun City, putting Baiyun City in imminent danger.
Liuguang City was able to receive the news entirely because Baiyun City sent out some death warriors who completely disregarded the mist's life-draining effects, driving off-road vehicles at full speed to nearby cities to seek help. However, out of the dozen or so people heading to a city, only 1 or 2 actually made it, and their bodies were severely semi-transparent. For a time, all major cities were plunged into panic and were powerless to help Baiyun City. A large number of adventurers traveling would take several times the time of a single person. By the time they reach White Cloud City,
the entire city might already be doomed.
After all, a city without any supplies cannot possibly hold out for 10 days or half a month. The only thing major cities can do is to frantically strengthen their defenses while stockpiling large amounts of supplies. As for the various towns along the way, they have all begun to migrate en masse to nearby cities. In less than 3 days, over 7 million people have poured into Glimmering Light City. These people are all refugees from nearby towns and White Cloud City, putting immense strain on Glimmering Light City's resources. However, after 10 consecutive days, investigations by dispatched personnel revealed that the monsters who had taken over White Cloud City seemed to be recuperating and had no immediate plans for further action. Although those monsters had no further actions, the harassment of Liuguang City by nearby monsters did not cease, leaving everyone with a sense of despair. Originally, the transportation of town resources only required junior adventurers, but now at least intermediate adventurers are needed to venture into the wild.
Junior adventurers
can only frantically clear the monsters around the city during the day, collecting memory cores in preparation for the large quantities needed when monsters attack the city at night. The only consolation is that the prolonged and intense battles with monsters have significantly accelerated everyone's AR growth rate. Originally, only about 1% of people could break through to become junior adventurers, but the prolonged battles have allowed more and more people to surpass the level 10 threshold.
Now, roughly 1 in 10
can achieve this level, which has somewhat strengthened the city's combat power. However, since the monsters attacking the city are generally level 15, there is very little that junior adventurers can actually do. While the major groups in Liuguang City were caught in a wave of anxiety and unease,
the Huan group also rose rapidly under Lu Jin's countless aspirations.
Initially, Lu Jin only helped newcomers break through to become junior adventurers, but later, he simply started helping junior adventurers advance to intermediate adventurers and intermediate adventurers to senior adventurers. In less than a month, the Huan group became the top group in Liuguang City due to the large number of intermediate and senior adventurers emerging. The Huan group's intermediate adventurers had already reached over 10,000, and the number of senior adventurers exceeded 1,000, far surpassing the other two major groups. Although the Sun and Moon group contributed the entire sanctuary, and Lu Jin also helped the Sun and Moon group train more than 3,000 intermediate adventurers and over 200 advanced adventurers during this period, it still couldn't compare to the Illusory Light group. Due to the dominance of the Illusory Light group, the group alone took on more than half of the town's transportation in Liuguang City, making a large number of newcomers in Liuguang City aspire to join the Illusory Light group. Unfortunately, the recruitment standards of the Illusory Light group have also risen accordingly. They not only recruit adventurers above the beginner level but also require physical potential to be at least B level. Those with A-level physical potential receive focused training. Moreover, the work efficiency of the Illusory Light group's employees makes the major groups in surrounding cities envious. Thanks to the benefits of growth potions, the employees of the Illusory Light group work as if possessed. Also, thanks to the efficient employees of the Phantom Light group, the group managed to single-handedly support the entire Flowing Light City. However, what people don't know is that during this month of development, Lu Jin has secretly trained over 100 top-tier adventurers. As for Lu Jin himself, he successfully broke through to level 21, reaching the rank of Knight. If it weren't for the lack of monsters above level 20 in the surrounding area, further advancement wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, the Lake Light Sword in Lu Jin's possession has also been upgraded to a transcendent level with the help of extraordinary grade material source Starstone, making it the only top-tier transcendent weapon in the entire Flowing Light City. Equipped with advanced sharpness and advanced electric light effects, along with the newly emerged primary thunder flash effect upgraded to extraordinary level, players can unleash thunder light slashes through charging. The maximum attack range can reach 50 meters, making it practically a weapon with magical level skills. The rapid development of the Illusory Light group continued until Xia Qingyao returned from her expedition. Xia Qingyao was completely stunned by the current scale of the Illusory Light group. In just over a month, the hunting group of more than 500 people went on an expedition. Along the way, although the entire hunting group improved significantly, a top-tier adventurer who broke through level 20 was born, along with several high-level adventurers who reached level 19. However, compared to the rapidly evolving Illusory Light group, it was simply the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. It even made Xia Qingyao wonder if she had traveled through the mist and arrived in another city of radiant light. In the past, as long as one could become a senior adventurer, they would be part of the upper echelon of the Illusory Light group. But, now, only top-tier adventurers with an AR level exceeding 20 barely qualify to enter the upper ranks of the Illusory Light group. Why barely qualify? The entire Illusory Light group has over 160 top-tier adventurers with levels above 21, but the group doesn't have enough positions for all of them, so the requirements for each position keep being raised. As of now, among these top-tier adventurers, if their physical potential attributes don't have at least 2 reaching grade A, they are simply not qualified to be part of the group's upper management. In fact, judging by the recent development speed of the Illusory Light group, the requirements for these positions are likely to increase even further. Miss, you don't need to be too surprised. It's mainly because young Master Lu's talent is so astonishing, Qi Lianyue explained with a smile to Xia Qingyao, who seemed unfamiliar with the Illusory Light group. I must say, Miss, your luck is incredible. If he had been snatched away by other families in Liuguang City, the top group in the city would have changed by now. Currently, all the major groups in Liuguang City are hoping to send their daughters to work as secretaries, hoping to catch young Master Lu's attention. Lu Jin's secret ultimately couldn't escape Qin Lianyue, so Lu Jin no longer hid it from her. He even stopped concealing the matter of the shadow monster. At that time, his AR level had already reached level 21, and all 4 basic attributes had reached the Knight rank of grade D. In the entire Liuguang City, probably no one except someone like Xia Qingyao, whose AR level had reached 25, could be his match. Moreover, the strength of the Illusory Light group had become unshakable throughout Liuguang City. Talent? Xia Qingyao looked at Lu Jin beside her with a puzzled expression. However, after Qin Lianyue's explanation, Xia Qingyao also found it unbelievable. A myriad of wishes and the heart of demon breaking, such an inherent talent was simply incredible. level. Although Xia Qingyao also awakened an inherent talent after breaking through level 20. Mind control. It could elevate her 5 senses to a higher level, greatly aiding her personal growth. This was why she could so quickly become the youngest person in the history of Liuguang City to reach level 25. However, compared to the 2 innate talents of Lu Jin, it's simply not on the same level. I really didn't expect you to be a rare one. After listening to Qin Lianyue's report, Xia Qingyao's gaze toward Lu Jin became much softer. It's a good thing you weren't discovered by those shadow creatures, otherwise our situation would be even worse now. Miss, what exactly is a rare one? Qin Lianyue knew that Xia Qingyao had always kept some secrets from her, but it seemed this secret was no small matter. I'm not entirely sure what a rare one is either. Xia Qingyao shook her head and said, the term rare one comes from those shadow creatures. Our Xia family ancestors had rare ones, and not just our family, the Chen family of the Sun and Moon group also had rare ones. Whenever a rare one is discovered by those shadow monsters, they will stop at nothing to devour them. From what I know, doing so allows these shadow creatures to transcend and significantly enhance their influence on our world. Nowadays, the electronic monsters everywhere have significantly increased, which can be said to be the work of those shadow creatures. Fortunately, Lu Jin, you weren't devoured. Otherwise, who knows to what extent the influence of these shadow monsters would have risen. Lu Jin also fell silent and dazed. Not devoured? Perhaps the shadow monsters had long since devoured Lu Jin, and he was merely the new host of this body. However, none of this matters anymore. Xia Qingyao suddenly said seriously, the reason I came back this time is because of something important. The battle situation over at Thousand Star City has suddenly reached a stalemate, and it seems they can no longer spare any attention for us here. In the future, we may need to organize forces to guard the western defense line. This news will likely spread to all the major cities soon. The desolate dozen or so cities around Thousand Star City actually have no idea that they have always been under protection. Compared to those regions with richer resources, the monsters there are far, far stronger, with the lowest level being 21. Only top-tier adventurers can enter. Thousand Star City had always planned to develop that area, but as the monsters grew increasingly powerful, they had no choice but to abandon the idea and instead plan to bring the desolate areas around Liuguang City under their control. However, due to the frenzied attacks of the monster army, Thousand Star City is now completely unable to manage these cities. They don't even have the manpower to patrol the border areas anymore, as everyone has been recalled to fend off the monster invasion. The so-called boundary area is entirely a defensive line established to isolate monsters above level 20, preventing these powerful creatures from entering low-danger zones. This allows cities like theirs to live and develop in peace, without constantly living in fear. Very few prominent families know this secret, and the Xia family is one of them. But now, Thousand Star City no longer has the capacity, and it is likely that they will inform the major city groups of this news. If top-tier adventurers are not sent to station there long-term, the residents of these dozen or so cities will have to be constantly wary of attacks from monsters above level 20 whenever they step outside. Everything was just as Xia Qingyao had said. Major cities quickly received notices from Thousand Star City, plunging them into a state of panic. First, White Cloud City was destroyed by monsters. After much difficulty in calming the monster army, another crisis arose. This further exacerbated the already limited combat strength of the major cities. However, the major cities had no choice but to send people over. Otherwise, not only would intermediate adventurers be unable to leave the city in the future, but even advanced adventurers might be trapped, leading to widespread starvation. Fortunately, the number of people required to be stationed was not large, only 300 in total. Each city needed to send just 20 to 30 top-tier adventurers. Moreover, the garrison area established by Thousand Star City was excellent, having already developed into a secret base of the city with a population of over 10,000. From time to time, caravans from Thousand Star City would go there to purchase and sell goods, often offering rare items that cannot be found in major cities. Although Thousand Star City no longer defends the area, many of its groups have sent experts to guard it. This is because the secret base, much like Gravel Town, can cultivate medicinal herbs that help players recover part of their lost lifespan. If it weren't for the severe shortage of manpower, Thousand Star City would not have abandoned it. For this reason, over a dozen cities, including Glimmering Light City, are also willing to send top-tier adventurers and large numbers of high-level adventurers to station there. Time passed. In the second month after Xia Qingyao's return, the Illusory Light Group announced a large-scale recruitment of personnel and simultaneously moved into 5 resource towns around Glimmer City that had long been abandoned. Each town was heavily fortified, typically with 500 senior adventurers and 5,000 intermediate adventurers stationed there, along with 10 top-tier adventurers. As long as it wasn't a monster army attacking like the one in White Cloud City, the safety of the towns could be fully guaranteed. This prompted many residents of Glimmer City to relocate and live there. The reason is simple. The resources in Liuguang City are too scarce. Each person can only be guaranteed 3 meals of synthetic food a day. On the other hand, hand, in those resource towns, people can eat quite well because everything is locally produced and sold. In the third month after Xia Qingyao's return, the Illusion Light Group announced the full restoration of transportation to major cities and began recruiting people from these cities. At the same time, the Illusion Light Group announced that Xia Qingyao had advanced to AR level 26, ushering Liuguang City into a new era. In the fourth month, Xia Qingyao secretly advanced to AR level 27, and Lu Jin's level also reached 26. Moreover, it wasn't just Lu Jin who advanced to level 26. Chen Xiya from the Sun and Moon Group, who collaborated with Lu Jin, also announced her advancement to level 26. Following that, Fong Binglan from the Colossus Group also announced reaching level 26. For a time, this filled the people of Liuguang City with confidence in the future. The gap between AR level 25 and 26 is immense. The former is still considered a top adventurer, while the latter is hailed as a legend. Once players reach AR level 26, they can unlock the base attribute limits of the Night tier, allowing them to advance all the way to B-level standards. Of course, the breakthroughs in the entire Liuguang City are not limited to this. The Wanguang Group alone has over 10 people who have reached level 26. Among them, Qin Lianyue, Su Xiaotian, Su Tongwei, and Tang Yan have all gained awakening crystals from crystal core residues, granting them talents and significantly enhancing their physical potential. Each of them now has at least 3 potentials reaching S level. However, compared to Xia Qingyao, they pale in comparison. Xia Qingyao's talent was already terrifying, and after the enhancement from the awakening crystal, her strength and endurance potentials reached SS level, while her agility and neural response remained at S level. The levels and attributes of everyone were improved, which was one aspect, as the crystal core remnants previously collected by Xia Qingyao were not sold but entirely used to strengthen monsters above level 20. This allowed the Illusory Light Group to acquire a batch of magical grade weapons, equipment, and materials, numbering in the tens of thousands. Moreover, with tens of thousands of crystal core remnants, even if monsters occasionally evolved into mutated level monsters, Lu Jin and the others managed to obtain over 100 extraordinary grade weapons and equipment. Everyone with an AR level of 26 or above had a set of extraordinary grade weapons and equipment. However, Lu Jin and the others did not disclose this secret to anyone. They continued to quietly collect crystal core remnants and then spent them in the border areas. It wasn't just Lu Jin doing this, Chen Xie and Chen Kameng from the Sun and Moon Group were doing the same. However, they weren't as formidable as the Illusory Light Group, which could collect crystal core remnants in major cities, receiving thousands of them daily as a normal occurrence. The Sun and Moon Group simply didn't know that Lu Jin not only collected a large amount of crystal core residue but also spun the wheel every day, consuming 200,000 to 300,000 units of memory daily. After a long period of accumulation, Lu Jin had personally obtained more than 10 magical grade accessories and over 100 rare grade accessories. These 100 rare grade accessories were entirely the result of Lu Jin using them as fillers to pad the special roulette wheel. A set of rare grade accessories could raise a player's 4 basic attributes by 1 level, allowing them to go directly from A grade to S grade. Meanwhile, a set of magical grade accessories could directly raise a player's 4 basic attributes by 2 levels, turning a B grade player into an S grade one. If the player was originally S grade, they could reach SSS grade, becoming almost inhumanly powerful. Unknowingly, Lu Jin had already been in this world for almost a year. Due to the continuous strengthening of monsters, the major cities have become increasingly tense. Even though the defensive forces of these cities have grown significantly stronger, with almost every city having more than 70 top-tier adventurers and even the emergence of legendary figures. However, the most impressive is still the Illusory Light Group of Liuguang City. A single group directly eradicated all the monsters in Baiyun City, astonishing people from all the major cities at the time. But upon reflection, it makes sense. After all, the Illusory Light Group of Liuguang City is the first to have legendary figures, and there are already 6 known legendary individuals, undoubtedly surpassing all other cities, with only Qianqing City being able to outmatch it. The level of monsters on the transportation routes has been steadily increasing, starting from level 15 or 16 and gradually rising to levels 17 and 18. Now, they are just 1 level away from level 19, which is the level of high-level adventurers, causing major cities to grow increasingly anxious. If this trend continues, intermediate-level adventurers in major cities will no longer be able to venture out. Over the past year, the number of members in the Illusory Light Group has surpassed 500,000. Only intermediate-level adventurers are considered official employees of the group, while high-level adventurers can merely serve as small team leaders in transportation squads, and even that is not guaranteed. As for top-level adventurers who have surpassed level 20, they can barely qualify as deputy team leaders. AR level 25 individuals can only become team leaders in the Illusory Light Group. To rise to the upper echelons of the group, the baseline is to surpass level 25. At this point, the number of people in the Illusory Light Group who have broken through to become legends has already reached 100. That year, Xiao Qingyao and Lu Jin officially held their wedding, causing the entire Liuguang city to celebrate. However, what truly made the illusory light group rejoice was that shortly afterward, Xiao Qingyao broke through the level 30 limit. She reached level 31, a level not included in the initial settings of the world of fantasy. The rank was also elevated from the original knight rank to the king rank. Within less than 2 months, Lu Jin and Qin Lianyue also quietly broke through to the king rank. At this rank, even Qin Lianyue could see the shadow monsters with the naked eye. Although it was only a blurry outline, she indeed saw them. In the third year, the illusory light group conquered a second abyss-level regional dungeon, which was a level 24 regional dungeon, and established a town in a moderately dangerous area. The reason the illusory light group did this was entirely because Lu Jin discovered a new sanctuary there, which could allow more people to undergo the baptism of the light vein and better combat the shadow monsters. Therefore, they spared no expense to take down that abyss-level regional dungeon, defeat the level 24 regional world-class boss, and obtain the first transcendent-level fantasy weapon, the Broken Steel Holy Sword, possessing a sword that can alter the terrain of an entire region. At that time, Lu Jin had already reached level 34, while Xiao Qingyao was at level 35. Across the entire illusory light group, the number of people who had surpassed level 30 and achieved the king rank had reached 20. This included Chen Siye, who had merged into the illusory light group from the former Sun and Moon group, as well as Fong Binglan from the former Colossus group. This was also the first expedition hunting team of the illusory light group. These individuals would venture into high-risk areas above level 30 almost every month to train, specifically seeking monsters above level 33. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to achieve any level progression. By the 4th year, the abyss-level regional dungeon had already transformed into a new city, and the station forces there left all the major groups in awe. The number of top adventurers above level 20 exceeds 1,000. Although this city is not large, it has already become the trade center for major cities because various metal ores can be easily obtained here. Additionally, herbs can be cultivated, and most impressively, people living here can feel their lost lifespan slowly recovering. This has led many major corporations to send people to settle and trade in Thousand Star City. However, in the 5th year of the rise of the illusory light group, an event that shocked all major cities occurred. Thousand Star City requests reinforcements. The long-standing balance in the battle against the monster army has been broken. Monsters above level 30 have appeared within the monster army, and even regional bosses above level 30 have emerged. It is evident that the influence of the shadow creatures has grown stronger. They have destroyed 2 cities under the control of Thousand Star City in succession and are heading straight for Thousand Star City. This threw all the major cities into chaos. If even Thousand Star City cannot be defended, what will happen to the other major cities in the future? This could be called humanity's final battle. If they cannot win, they will all be doomed. Therefore, this time, all the major cities gave it their all, sending every top-tier and above adventurer to gather at Thousand Star City. For a time, over 2,000 top-tier adventurers from major cities gathered in Thousand Star City, including more than 30 legendary adventurers. This could be said to represent the hard-earned strength these cities had cultivated over the years. However, after these adventurers from various cities arrived, they realized that their combined strength could only be considered a supporting force in Thousand Star City. This was because, after gathering all its forces, Thousand Star City boasted over 10,000 top-tier adventurers and more than 200 legendary adventurers, completely overwhelming the major cities. This made everyone deeply understand why Thousand Star City had been able to secretly protect the major cities for so many years. Their power was simply terrifying. It wasn't until Liuguang City brought reinforcements that some of the major cities' dignity was barely salvaged. This time, Liuguang City brought over more than 4,000 top-tier adventurers, with over 100 of them at the legendary level. It was undoubtedly the second largest city after Qianqing City, and its strength surpassed that of all the other cities combined. Good. I really didn't expect Liuguang City to be this powerful. Now we have hope of holding our ground. The people of Thousand Star City watched the approaching crowd from Liuguang City, feeling a surge of excitement. A single Liuguang City was equivalent to nearly half the combat power of Thousand Star City, which undoubtedly greatly enhanced the city's defenses. This gave them more confidence in holding their ground against the army of millions of monsters. Before night had even fallen in Thousand Star City, Lu Jin stood atop the 5 to 6 meter tall electronic armored city wall and saw a dense mass of monsters surging forward. In addition to these electronic monsters, there were also numerous shadow monsters, all of which were massive in size. The smaller ones were 3 to 4 meters tall, while the larger ones were even 5 to 6 meters. The number is as many as tens of thousands. If such a large group of shadow monsters were to enter the city and devour at will, it's unimaginable what Thousand Star City would become. Everyone, pick up your weapons. This is humanity's final line of defense. We must stop them. The Lord of Thousand Star City on the city wall raised an extraordinary battle axe in his hand and shouted loudly, "Only by stopping them can humanity have a future." The Lord of Thousand Star City City displayed his power and stats without reservation, filling everyone present with confidence. AR level 34. This is definitely the highest level anyone has ever seen. Moreover, besides the Lord of Thousand Star City, there are also experts from the 5 major conglomerates of Thousand Star City, each displaying their own AR level. A total of 14 people, all of them king-tier experts at level 32 or above. This left the people of Thousand Star City and adventurers from various cities stunned. A total of 14 experts above level 30, what an incredible force. After reaching AR level 25, every step forward is like ascending to a new heaven. Breaking through level 30 is almost like a dream, yet Thousand Star City has 14 such experts. Now, even facing a regional boss above level 30 would pose no problem. You must know that each of these people wields a legendary extraordinary grade weapon. Although they don't have a full set of extraordinary grade equipment, facing a level 30 or higher regional boss is absolutely no problem. As the Lord of Thousand Star City gave the order, everyone on the city wall stood ready, watching the approaching monster army draw closer. Fire the flame cannons. Seeing the monster army less than 100 meters from the base of the wall, the Lord of Thousand Star City shouted loudly. In an instant, one metal turret after another appeared on the city walls. These were large-scale magical devices, something that most major cities couldn't even dream of possessing. To create such a large-scale magical device, it would take more than a dozen master-level artificers working for several months, and even then, success wouldn't be guaranteed. Yet now, there were hundreds of such flame-light cannons, showcasing the terrifying accumulation of resources in Thousand Star City. In an instant, hundreds of flame-light cannons fired simultaneously. Hundreds of flames instantly engulfed the advancing monster army, covering an area of 1 kilometer in a sea of fire, wiping out at least hundreds of thousands of monsters in one strike. Everyone hold your ground for 10 minutes. Protect the safety of the flame-light cannon at all costs. In 10 minutes, we can launch the second wave of attacks, commanded the Lord of Thousand Star City. Everyone responded and brought out their trump cards to face the monsters charging forward. The monsters charging forward at this time were all above level 20. Relying solely on the damage output of top-tier adventurers was too slow. Using various rare-grade items was the fastest method. However, this wave of charging monsters made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. Over 40 regional bosses above level 30, just based on their top-tier adventurer level, are so formidable that even using rare-grade items would hardly harm them. Damn it! We absolutely cannot let those regional bosses get close to the city walls. The Lord of Thousand Star City, upon seeing this, grabbed his battle axe and leaped down from the 5 or 6 meter high city wall as if stepping off a stair, his incredible physical prowess leaving everyone in awe. At this moment, it wasn't just the Lord of Thousand Star City. The experts from the 5 major consortia of Thousand Star City also followed suit. The city walls of Thousand Star City are very special and are the key defensive walls built for the city. They can easily defend against monsters below level 30, but when facing attacks from monsters above level 30, it would take less than 100 hits to break them. At that point, it would become even harder for Thousand Star City to defend itself. For a moment, the city Lord of Thousand Star City and others were seen frantically fending off these level 30 and above regional bosses, preventing them from getting close. But how could regional bosses above level 30 be so easy to deal with? Normally, dealing with a single level 30 or above regional boss would require at least 6 king-tier experts to take it down. Even now, with these king-tier experts wielding extraordinary grade weapons, they could barely hold their ground against one boss, and they still had to frequently drink high-grade recovery potions. Facing more than 40 regional bosses above level 30, trying to stop them is simply impossible. Seeing the walls of Thousand Star City about to face the attack of more than 20 regional bosses, the people of Thousand Star City felt a wave of helplessness. Take action, Lu Jin suddenly said from atop the city wall. The more than 20 individuals, including Su Tongwei, who had completely hidden their personal data, all nodded, drew their weapons, and leapt off the city wall one by one with Lu Jin, charging toward those regional bosses above level 30. Damn! Are these people from Liuguang City crazy? Who are they? They can easily leap down from such a height. King tier? Are these people from Liuguang City king tier experts? The people present looked at Su Tongwei and the others, each of them feeling incredulous. The height of the city wall, while legendary level adventurers could jump down, could never be done as effortlessly as a king tier expert. Yet Su Tongwei and over 20 others could actually do it just like the Lord of Thousand Star City. This was enough to prove that Su Tongwei and the others were likely king tier experts. However, Thousand Star City only had a little over 10 king tier experts. How could a mere Liuguang City possibly have over 20 king tier experts? As the two sides faced off, everyone present was stunned. Even the Lord of Thousand Star City and the others, who were locked in a fierce battle, paused in surprise. One move. Su Tongwei and the others, when facing these level 30 plus regional bosses attacks, dodged once and directly pierced through their bodies with a single move. Otherwise, they would have severed limbs in one strike, causing the memory capacity of these level 30 plus regional bosses to drop by more than 1/10. The most formidable formidable among them was Xia Qingyao, who merely made a slash with the thin sword in her hand. That giant serpent regional boss was instantly cut in two with a single sword stroke, turning to ashes in an instant. After a sprint, she swept past the two regional bosses, who instantly turned to ashes. Yet, Xia Qingyao did not stop. Like a storm, she surged toward the center of the monster army, leaving nothing but devastation in her wake. Even the virtual scene began to faintly crack. Is she even human? The Lord of Thousand Star City stared at the distant Xia Qingyao, his mouth agape. With Xia Qingyao and her team joining the battle, the tide of the battlefield shifted instantly, turning into a completely one-sided fight. On the battlefield, apart from the regional bosses above level 30, no monster could withstand even a single blow from these people. Or perhaps, these people were monsters themselves. A casual strike possesses the power to destroy terrain. Previously, when dealing with those area bosses, there was no real effort, just basic attacks. In less than 10 minutes of battle, the number of monsters eliminated was at least 2 to 3 million. Sure enough, you are the shadow monster hiding behind the scenes. Xia Qingyao arrived at the rear of the monsters, staring at a shadow monster over 30 meters tall. Beside this shadow monster were 3 area lords at level 36, or rather, these 3 level 36 area lords were completely under the control of that shadow monster. After seeing Xia Qingyao, the 3 regional lords were directly ordered to attack her. As the 3 regional lords approached within 10 meters of Xia Qingyao, Lu Jin, who had been hiding behind her all along, suddenly emerged and swung the broken steel holy sword 3 times in succession. The 3 regional lords seemed to crash into a massive rock, their entire forms flying over 10 meters away. Not bad at all. Lu Jin looked at the 3 regional lords, whose memory loss was less than 3%, with a slight hint of surprise. Now his level is 40, which can be considered the limit of the king tier. All 4 basic attributes have also reached their peak. Coupled with a fantasy grade weapon, it might not be possible to annihilate a level 30 plus regional lord, but taking off 1/10 of their health with a single strike is not difficult. However, the 3 regional lords only lost 3%, and their attributes in all aspects have definitely reached SS level. Lu Jin's 3 strikes left the Thousand Star City Lord and others who followed him utterly dumbfounded. Who exactly is he? The regional lords were beings that even a dozen of them combined couldn't provoke, yet in front of Lu Jin, they seemed like mere children. I'll handle these 3 regional lords, you go deal with that shadow creature, Xia Qingyao said softly, turning to the 3 regional lords. That shadow creature gives me an overwhelming sense of threat, so be careful. Don't worry, this shadow creature won't make it past today. Lu Jin nodded and said with a smile. After years of effort, he had surpassed Xia Qingyao in level. Currently, Xia Qingyao was only at level 39, and her attributes in various aspects hadn't reached their limits yet, making her slightly weaker in combat power compared to him. The shadow monster seemed to sense the crisis as well and instantly began to change its form. In just a moment, it transformed into countless blades, stabbing, slashing, and hacking at Lu Jin, as if dozens of different combat masters were attacking simultaneously. Advanced sword technique, Starshine. Lu Jin, facing the incoming attacks, also unleashed the most powerful advanced sword technique he had mastered so far, Starshine, which was the strongest sword technique infused with light vein energy. In an instant, Lu Jin seemed to transform into a dazzling sun, with beams of light continuously dissolving the shadow monster's attacks. At the same time, the shadow monster felt a sharp pain, but this only made it grow even more frenzied. The 2 sides fought for hundreds of moves in a row. Lu Jin's stamina and light vein energy were both consumed by more than half. In contrast, the enormous shadow monster only showed slight signs of dispersal and was far from being seriously injured. Ordinary attacks really don't have much effect on a monster like you. Lu Jin looked at the shadow monster, which seemed to be sneering, and stopped attacking. Instead, he kept dodging the shadow monster's strikes. It seems I have no choice but to use that move, Absolute Void. This skill is very unique. Unlike other skills whose power is within a certain range, Absolute Void, even at the current level of 40, can still unleash 10 times its power. It could be considered Lu Jin's ultimate move, as well as his final killing technique, because after using this move, his own light vein energy would be completely depleted. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. Time passed bit by bit, and the shadow monster found it rather strange that Lu Jin hadn't attacked, but then a soul-resonating chime echoed. The massive shadow monster revealed a look of terror for the first time. This was because the radiant veins of light around Lu Jin, as powerful as a miniature sun, had disappeared. However, what followed was the broken steel holy sword in Lu Jin's hand. Ordinary people might not see it, but experts of the king level and the shadow monster could see it clearly. The radiant veins of light, like a miniature cosmos, converged on the sword's blade. The density of this energy was several times more intense than the light energy emitted by the Holy Land. Run! The massive shadow monster instinctively turned around and fled. Compared to players restricted by the laws of physics, the shadow monster had no such limitations. It could freely fly in mid-air or dive underground. If it wanted to escape, humans basically had no way to stop it. Trying to escape? Too bad, it's already too late. Lu Lu Jin watched the massive shadow monster turn and fly into the air, then suddenly swung his sword in mid-air. A sword strikes, and the heavens and earth perish. At this moment, everyone felt as if the entire world had shattered. Indeed, the entire virtual scene had completely broken apart, revealing its original true form. That sea of mist. Nothing could be seen clearly, nor could anything be felt. But then the fog suddenly dispersed, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, and the entire world became clear. Is the battle over? The Lord of Thousand Star City and the others looked at the dissipating fog, understanding that this must mean the giant shadowy monster had perished, otherwise, such a phenomenon could not have occurred. Moreover, at this moment, not only did the surrounding mist disperse, but even those electronic monsters seemed to have awakened. They all scattered in panic in all directions, not daring to approach Thousand Star City by even half a step. It's over. Lu Jin looked at the sunset as the mist cleared and smiled, nodding slightly.